Yeah, I mean, I'm 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me. I just thought, like, man, this guy, like, he's got kind of a unique shape, but he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then if you feel fat, that's a bummer.
I don't feel any different at all. But it's like I would imagine. I'm surprised you're not fat. Like beignets? Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys,
fucking beignets.
I've never even had one, but I just see it and it just looks.
There used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually, down there.
Baby formula.
You see a lot of the sisters drinking baby formula outside of the French Quarter. Yeah. I don't know if you ever noticed.
In a bottle? What do they do?
Huh?
In a bottle?
No. Just a can, bro. They fucking just canning up. It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there canning up.
It's it's weird you talking about this because I think that like my best eating period. You start off skinny. You work out in high school. You play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast and Entenmann's cake. How the fuck that? And a gallon of milk. Whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving truck? That's insane.
No, he was in high school. He would lift weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. Then I moved to Colorado and they took away the night eating. There's no more drinking and going to eat what I was used to eating, which was an open steak sandwich at 2 a.m. with a fill of cream of turkey soup.
And not even brushing your teeth.
Shit, just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Fuck yeah, son, that's how I do it.
Fuck yeah, fucked up.
So that's where I'm from, man. A place you go to bed with dirty teeth.
You get dirty teeth, and you don't. I don't eat here at night. I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooked, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? Like there's not like 20 chicken cutlets. Well, there's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. There'll be like one leftover chicken cutlet. I'll eat a chicken cutlet, eat an apple. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. I've been lucky all week. My mom has been here for almost a week.
No
and
way.
I haven't eaten this good in 4 years.
She's making breakfast?
She hasn't. We've been sleeping a little late. She had a couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like she made brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and it just
I like all of that.
Stacked all my entire fridge is full now for
I like peach cobbler.
She made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding, and you just do layers of pudding and graham cracker. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it.
Mm-hmm.
Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it. It's so good.
Sorry.
Okay, what we say?
We used to have this game where you would fill like two dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all in. Well, here's the thing. It starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing. So your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know. Like he was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, 7, 8, 11, and 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. 14. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. Since she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless.
Why was that?
I don't know. It's just their whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless as fuck. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best-looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that till about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless. And we're like,
and nobody told her to put a shirt on in school or something?
I don't know about the school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. But I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless like that.
Who puts fucking sugar in their mouth?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar, and then y'all just gotta slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid in my neighborhood, John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. But he had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD, they didn't have autism. You were just retarded.
Yeah.
Well, you had the cheeky eyes.
Yeah, you just wasn't cutting it. You just wasn't cutting it, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called him God's favorite.
Yeah, they used to make him drink piss. Like they piss in a beer bottle and close it, and then put it at the last bottle, and he would take it. Can I have a beer? And he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in this shit with Brian Carney.
But was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know, he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird stuff.
How much shit? I think an actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. Then they had this other kid, the guy who they just fired from the Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys in the neighborhood used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow them up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack them and blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder that my guy went to Penn State was an All-American tackle.
Thank God I would have died in your town.
There was certain
Thank God I
people
was too nerdy for that. I was one of those kids.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. One of the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own, I booked a music club in the Village.
Right.
And I went there. The guy that started a fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. And when we were kids, when you were in grammar school, he already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls and fucking that glue shit from taping, and they would call it a table.
Oh,
yeah. They would give you a table where they'd lay you down and wrap you up with tape and pull the tape off you and shit like that. He was known for all that stuff, for spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big-time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on in life. And I remember that night, like I was like, I could take this fucking guy. And I had already a plan. He kept coming in to try to apologize, and I kept going, you know what? I could take this guy. I could kick him in the fucking knee. You could see he got to like 300-something pounds. He never stopped eating.
But you felt like it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude. Like back in the day,
he was a bully.
Yeah, he was a bully
kid. You know, he was bro. When I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school torturizing people. They said, if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice that you hit him hard or something, he'd get his friends to give you the table. Especially if you were Spanish or something like that. You know?
Oh, that shit got racial, huh?
It was what it was. Yeah. You know? I mean, it was what it fucking was. I mean,
we had one Mexican kid that showed up in our town. We didn't have any Spanish people. But we had one Mexican kid. Let me think about what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class. And actually, in science class, I had these hamsters you could play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to put them in the cage, and everybody could. Then we would do learning, And this fucking one time, they had this hamster, right? Superman, we named him, and I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right? And after class, I forgot he was in there. He fell asleep in the little pocket, right? Where you put your hands, right? So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next, I get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And one of them had fucking killed this hamster that was still in this pouch. He fucking punched it. So I never had it, like, sometimes I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
Poor Superman. I knew something wasn't going to be good.
Yeah, I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
Why would you take the fucking hamster out of class and put it in your fucking pocket for anyway?
No, because you was sitting in class. You just nothing to do. And it was nice to kind of have something more.
Where'd you go to high school?
Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Mandeville.
And where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you graduate from LSU?
I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually.
Look at you bad motherfucker.
So I made it through.
When you went to LSU, they still talk about Pistol Pete Marvin.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but once in the 80s and in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had their primate testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out, and they let us out of YMCA summer camp to help the police look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
And they basically
took the kids to look for.
Let me get that pen real quick.
Not kids, dude. The tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, off of Highway 190. That's a true story, dude.
That's the name of your book.
Huh?
I surrounded some chips and next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And dude, the shit got racial. Like people go around town, they were yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. And you literally have, like, you know, people riding around with guns, fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys. Like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was
I just
weird.
threw that name out because today, in today's paper on Twitter, it said that the basketball player from the Lakers is producing a Pistol Pete Maravich.
Oh, that's awesome.
Biopic. And I'm sitting there going, you know, what kills me about today is they're doing biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know. That movie should have been done 2 weeks after he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, you know. Do you know much about Pistol Pete?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, you know, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball like whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So, I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, you know, it was a small town. Like, it was
legends.
Yeah, the biggest name in
his
sure.
fucking, if he lost, his father wouldn't let him sleep in the house or shit. Would make him sleep in the fucking yard. This is Southern basketball, Jack.
Dude, they had a half court or a quarter court in the upstairs of their house above the in the attic. They had a basketball
They didn't
court.
fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude, Drew.
He had that's why he drank himself to death, Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him go out there and do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
He made up for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball fucking phenomenally. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. And another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie Galoo.
White kid or black kid?
White kid.
Mm.
And he played basketball on acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play, and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable, what he could do with a ball. And unless you see that,
right,
it's really hard to explain.
Right.
Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass or whether, you know, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing, or dribble, or the control that Pistol Pete had for a white guy. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
I don't think he ever won a championship. I know, like, I think he still has like the highest average per game for college.
Right. Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father was the
That's the other
coach
thing.
or something. His father would say, "Fuck those four guys."
Yep, literally.
Shoot the fucking ball. Shoot the fuck those four motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to, sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like, he would be on a team and they'd play in a team, and then he'd show up in a total different jersey and be like, "I'm going to play both you guys." And they'd be like, "You're out of your fucking mind." It was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that had gotten out of that joint. You know, you can still look for it online. They got some old stories about
You know, it's crazy because
they had a lot of. Oh, I was going. Sorry.
no, I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans.
Yeah.
The other would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why.
New Orleans.
I don't know why.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me? Like, there's always places like, I'm very
yeah.
proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting. Like, when I go to New Orleans and I'm driving around, I always go, how would I have turned out if I would have grown up on this fucking street?
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the South gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, like, I drove across the country 3 times. I love the South.
I love it.
Everyone's nice.
Yeah.
It has nice weather. Like, I felt like I had got a bad rap when I was in Mass.
People are fucking, I don't know. People are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same. Like, you hear that, you definitely notice it's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there. Like, people, you know, concepts are slow, you know.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read somewhere that last week when those guys, the terrorists, shot those people, that the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because he didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Because he was too
Crazy.
politically correct. You understand? We're at a point in our lives where we're too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know what
Ben
that is.
Carson?
Oh, Jesus.
I can't vote, so I don't really know.
Oh, you can't even vote.
No, I got felonies, and I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you got to be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
So if you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
You
10
can't.
years.
Oh, that's
10
awesome.
years. You can't vote and you can't have a fucking gun. That's what that's the punishment they give you. Like, really? So I can't vote and I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun, but what voting got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. You follow me? You're in a corner at the fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like, if you make a bad vote and you know you voted for them, take 50 people out of each neighborhood and throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars.
Drown people. Drown them.
I don't vote. I can't. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paula when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially like when I grew up in Mass, there's no. If you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote isn't the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
What do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? You feel like sometimes I think about that, like would I fucking totally change the game and wear like, like a wife beater or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, you'd be like, I'm gonna wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion. That's had nothing to do with the price tags. I wonder what you're going to do. The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you going to do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Give me the 8 years. How it's going to pan out. What are you going to do the first year? What are you going to take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third?
Yeah.
Do I give a fuck about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems we got to take in before we worry about the minute little things.
Agreed.
Homeless people want to be fucking homeless people. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here at the end of 134 getting changed, then they walk over to their fucking Corvette. I'm driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking 2 planes a fucking week. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making $40,000 a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about, but that's why I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step by step by step, how it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell them,
real people.
Yeah. And now you were talking about the South, that they're slower and that all that shit. You know what? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that that's there and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hands and say, half of them that say, oh, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, we got to stop this somewhere.
Oh, yeah, man. I think you got to shut it down, bro. I would say if they had walls you could press a button right now, I'd put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, it's people who shot up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking
No, 100%. We got to find out who's in there. I just want to know who our neighbors are. We all got to figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man, Pete, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving in and out. They just said that these people have a fucking passport duplication.
Yeah, that's
if you don't think they're here, if you don't think
they're making billions on oil, they have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they going to do? Are they going to go around now knocking on your neighbor's doors like, hey, we're going to check all the Muslims out.
Well,
you can't.
Not even Muslims, but even just regular people,
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and this stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know.
Right.
But it's crazy what people say, and then yeah, if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said?
Yeah.
Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said like the whole thing like 100 days on close Guantanamo. That was like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know. But how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like
No, let me ask you something, just for the sake
Yeah,
of
man.
argument here, because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little high though.
I
Are
am
you guys still?
I'm
I am
very high.
politically
Okay,
ignorant.
I'm just making sure everybody's high.
Why was it important to you that they were closed Guantanamo?
No,
Why is that such?
no,
I'm not arguing with you.
Right.
I just
So
want to know.
personally, I have no thoughts on that, but that was just the only thing I could think of right now.
Right.
Like that was, he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not
Now,
sure.
the people want them to close Guantanamo?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're like they're not giving them like fair trials. They're just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah, for the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know, not for the. I mean, it's chill in there. The chicks only had like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly and. Yeah.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. So what happened last night? You went to Lemmy's.
Yeah, Lemmy's 70th birthday at the Whiskey.
And was it fucking nuts?
Oh, man.
Invitation only or
Yep.
people paid to go?
No, invitation only.
Okay.
Now, they had done it 20 years ago on his 50th, and Metallica played that one, where each guy in Metallica dressed as Lemmy, and they were called the Lemmys. And that was pretty fucking epic, man. You can Google it and look at it or YouTube it. But this time, they put together an all-star, tons of guys. It was like Steve Jones, Sex Pistols, Billy Idol, Sebastian Bach, Slash, Scott Ian from Anthrax. You had Dave Lombardo, Slayer, another Cuban. I mean, it was on and on, all these guys, and they played all kinds of songs. They opened with some Zeppelin. They did some Just Got Paid by ZZ Top. They did some, then they learned some 50s songs that Lemmy loved, and they just rotated jammers. Duff McKagan, Billy Duffy from the Cult. It wasn't like no C League. This was like the hitters were out there, man.
But Rudy Sarzo wasn't there.
Yeah, well,
I was invited, but I got the call. I was on my way to a family holiday reunion, and it's like the type that you pick people up and then you got to bring them back. And by the time, I was home, it was like, the tryptophan hit, and I was passed out.
Before we go any further, he was saying something very interesting. Happy birthday to you, brother.
Hey, thank you.
65.
years
That's
old.
right.
And you just getting started. You're just
Young,
getting fucking
65
started.
you're young.
You just get started. When we were growing up, if you heard the number 65, you were like, Jesus Christ, I'm
What the hell
fucking
is that?
dead.
Yeah.
You're going on tour next year. It's just amazing what the things you could do if you take care of yourself.
I'm doing senior homes next year.
Fuck it, whatever.
He looks better than me.
Yes, he does. Whatever pays the mortgage, really. That's a music. It's just a beautiful thing that you're still out there. Did you think that you'd still be out there at 37? When
You know
were
what?
doing the Blizzard of Oz, confused, young.
I love watching Crossroads, which is the events that Eric Clapton puts on just about every year.
Right.
And I would say everybody, every time I watch the show, most of the people are way older than I am, and they're still like killing it. They're playing the blues and they're rocking out, and it's like, oh my God, you look at Buddy Guy, he owns the stage every time he gets up there,
He's a killer.
Eric Clapton, I mean, everybody across the board. And I go like, yeah, I want to do that, man. I want to be, when I'm that old, I want to be like Miles Davis, die on the road, playing, being a musician. This is where I am.
How old is Clapton now?
I don't know. Yeah, Lee, can you look that up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Lemmy is 70 last night,
Yeah. Oh, look at Lemmy. Yeah.
Was he there last night drinking and shit?
He was there. Hell yeah.
Was he drinking?
Yeah, he drinks.
Was he smoking cigarettes?
I'm sure. He's never changed. He's not like, I'm getting at this age, I better slow down. No, he's exact Lemmy from like 69 Lemmy. That guy was a roadie for Hendrix.
First tour I did with Ozzy, Motorhead was the opening band.
The opening band, right?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, Lemmy wore on stage and off stage the same clothes. It wasn't like what we have our, on stage outfits, and then we're gonna have like, this is what I wear, in the bus or whatever. No, it was like these guys and the whole crew and band was the same thing. Just like blue jeans, jackets, and jeans, and that's it. Except that I think he put on the bullet. The
Yeah,
bullet
belt.
Yeah, put the belt when he went on stage, and then he took it off when he got off the stage. That's about it.
They had a 10-minute video of like a 15-minute video of his life, which is far too short. But as it went through, it started from like early on when he was like 14 to now, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah,
Like, who he had played with, who he hung with.
he was Keith Emerson's roadie back in the '60s when he had the band The Nice.
Yeah.
And he's the one who gave Keith Emerson the daggers to stab the keyboard with. So did you ever hear about that?
Yeah.
Emerson used to be like
Right,
insane.
right. Emerson, Lake and Palm.
Yeah. Well, this is before that.
Before that, absolutely.
The Nice,
Yeah.
they had that song America,
Yeah.
on the organ. And part of the shtick was that he would take these daggers and just like make chords, like keep chords, and then he would solo on top of that and throw the organ on, around the stage and stuff. But it was Lemmy who gave him they were actually German Nazi daggers.
He worked for Hendrix too, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was Hendrix's roadie.
Yeah.
Insane. And then he starts, he plays in Hawkwind, which is the first early, they see what the Grateful Dead's doing, and they go, we want to do that, but in a 60s kind of London acidy way. And Hawkwind's like this psychedelic, crazy, huge band, huge underground band.
Did a lot of musicians get their start being roadies? Because it seems like it'd be a great learning experience.
Yeah, like an open micer, I mean, you learn from hanging out at bands rehearsals and stuff, right? When you're a kid, you're at a band. I was like a young kid at an older band's Vicious Rumors. That band, they're like a metal band, and I would hang at their rehearsals and learn shit,
Well, I know, like, if you're a guitar tech, right? You're a guitar tech. You're a badass guitar player. Right or wrong?
I don't know.
Not really. Not
Some guys learn
because you have to tune in the chords for the guy, whatever the hell it is. So you have to be learning something along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people in this town that come in as comedians, and that's what they do. And there's other guys that end up writing and doing a little bit of television, and you just learn along the way. You become a sort of like a master of everything. Prince could play everything. You can play a bunch of fucking instruments, can't you?
I play the radio.
Right. Okay. You play the fucking radio.
Yeah.
But it's Lemmy was just one of those guys that learned it A to fucking Z. You can't go to Lemmy right. You go to Lemmy right now and go, Lemmy, I'm going on tour. Can you come and look at the stage setup? And he'll go there and just point little things. Make the curtains blue. Make this red. Just things that you learn from fucking doing it that somebody can't tell you.
Yeah, but the problem is you want to understand what he's saying.
What he's saying, right?
Yeah. I love how it tells you. The beautiful thing of it, Ace of Spades was a good one. That's about it.
All right, so here you are, whatever the fuck, the first band, and then you move on to Ozzy and Quiet Riot, and then you go on this tour that lasts God knows how long. You guys didn't even expect that type of success.
They all did. They used to last for a year and a half. Yeah, oh yeah.
And here's with Lemmy and Motorhead every.
Well, the Ozzy. Well, actually, it was the first leg of the Blizzard of Oz tour, and the end of the tour, we went over to England to a place called a festival called Port Vale, and this is 1981. And Motorhead headlining. Black Sabbath with Ronnie was supposed to be the band that was going to play before Motorhead, like special guests. And they pulled out for some reason. So Motorhead asked Ozzy, hey, you guys want to be the one? So we took the Concorde because we had like one day to do it, to go back and play and come back, right? And we did the gig, and then we got back on the Concorde and got to New York before we left London. We left like 8 o'clock in the morning. We got to New York at 7 or 6. It's something ridiculous.
The Concorde.
Yeah.
That's rock star shit right there.
No, rock star shit is watching Ozzy peeing outside the bathroom because he couldn't get in the bathroom in the Concorde.
No.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh, he pissed on the wall at the Concorde?
Yeah. Well, on the door of the bathroom. Yeah, there were like 3 or 4 bathrooms on one side, and he couldn't get in, so there was Ozzy pissing.
Oh my God! Did anyone see him?
I did. Did I say anything? No.
Fucking Motorhead as our opening band. That's
It was sick.
Because I remember going to see the Palladium show. It was Motorhead. And going, who the fuck are these savages?
Yeah.
These guys are
Hey,
savages.
listen, let's put it this way. Our bus was very clean because, Sharon was trying to keep Ozzy out of trouble, as best as she could. So we had nothing in our bus. Then you go to Motorhead's bus, there's like hookers and strippers and blow and vodka and pizza and whatever, piles of people and all over the bus. Oh yeah.
Man.
It's funny. That's what I think green rooms are going to be. And then anytime I go in a comedy green room, it's probably more laid back than your bus with Sharon. It's like just people like just sitting like it's a waiting room.
That's different scene though.
Yeah.
Different scene. I think now you got to look pretty professional because you don't want the club owners to come back and go, these guys are just doing blow and they're all fucked up. I don't want them back.
I was telling somebody the other day that I don't know anybody who's a comic right now that's causing any problem.
Yeah.
Nobody. There's beside Cat Williams. A couple of years ago, God rest his soul, there was a story about Mitch Hedberg every other weekend. There's always, when I started comedy, there was a couple guys that was still getting fucking hammered.
Yeah.
George Lopez still had both kidneys. That motherfucker was getting fucked up in 99 and 2000.
Yeah.
Then what's her name saw him and got him on the show. But there was a time, I remember being in Miami with George Lopez and going, where the fuck is George? On the floor. He was on the floor. I'm not making a joke. On the floor.
Wow.
I had to do radio for him as a feature act. He wouldn't get up the next day. George was the real deal.
Yeah.
Mitch, every 2 weeks. Before that, you had Kennison and that crew that was causing havoc.
Yep.
And last night, you took pictures with Duff.
Yep.
Red Band. And I read Duff's book.
Yeah.
And I suppose Duff is clean now.
Yep, absolutely.
And you're clean.
Yep.
And you're clean.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody in this room is clean from, I smoke pot. I love smoking pot since I was a kid. I do it just as, it's not like, look, I went and smoked the whole joint of shit that kills most Americans. I do it now just out of fucking habit, just out of stupidity. Any day now I'm going to wake up and think, I'm not smoking this no more because it don't do nothing. It don't do nothing no more. But it's amazing how your life changes. How at one time, it was everywhere. It was fucking everywhere, Rudy. Anywhere you turned. You on the road with Ozzy and Savages.
He played with Sam.
Yeah,
he played with Sam.
Yeah. And that whole fucking scene there.
He made Ozzy look like a beginner.
And I remember that I used to, till 8 years ago, I would go on the road and I'd get high afterward. And from time to time, you pick up a victim at the club and they suck your dick and, you got to throw them out the next morning or whatever. But I couldn't even, like right now, even if I wanted to, like sobriety for me from drugs has been easy because even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do it. It's like, I don't see and you look at all, I still remember Slash and Guns N' Roses on the American Music Award, whatever the fuck they were on that time. On television, national television, they were fucking gone.
Yeah.
They were just ripped at Grammys, whatever the fuck it was, that show that one year.
Yeah.
And now,
American Music Awards.
And now people just move on. I just saw the final hours of Michael Jackson. Did we catch that?
Yeah.
That documentary?
Yeah, it was great.
He was fucking getting down.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson said, fuck it, I'm wearing a wig, Jack. I need to get... he was fucking putting shit in his body we wouldn't dream about. But besides that, as musicians, I don't know anybody who's really drugging it up anymore. Comics, what do we? My green room has nothing. Has waters.
Yeah.
Waters. I don't have blow.
I brought bananas today.
Bananas to a fucking thing. It's amazing how you evolve. You never thought of that. When you were on the Blizzard of Oz and a couple bands after that and Sam, you would be there like going, when does this shit end? I was talking about that the other day. Would Sam still be getting high if he was alive?
You just brought up something really interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
And I got to tell you a bit of it. It's and this is, I'm not saying this is the way it is, but this is an observation. I think that what happens is, you start getting successful and you become untouchable. You become unbreakable, bulletproof, and then shit happens and it brings you right back down to earth. Like in my case, it was Randy and the plane crash. That's like brought me back to reality, But I think today, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this, because of social media, I am in direct contact with the fans. We have lost that putting musicians in a pedestal.
Mystique.
Mystique. It's all like we're all at the same level here. So that becoming unbreakable, untouchable doesn't really exist anymore because you become really transparent to these people. They really know. I mean, they know what my wife looks like, my little dog. They see pictures of my house, a picture of me hanging out, stuff like that.
The walls are down.
The walls are down. So that gives you a little bit more of a center. You're more planted rather than to be like feeling like you're untouchable, like above anybody. And I think that's what happened. When people start thinking you're above anybody, that's when you say, I can take more drugs than anybody else because I'm above everybody else. Look at me. I'm successful doing all the stuff. So
I mean, I'm sure Ozzy is great as a person, but most people don't pee on plain doors when they have to wait for a bathroom.
He's from England. Have you ever been to a pub in England on Saturday night?
No.
There's more piss on the ground than there is beer on the bar. I'm telling you. It has to go somewhere, and everybody misses it. Usually, they're troughs. You walk into the men's bathroom, it's a trough. It's not like these little toilets like we have here.
At the festivals, they actually have piss walls. I've never seen anything like it in Europe. So you're at a big festival, say the size of Coachella, and you'll just walk up and go, what is that? And it's like 100-foot wall, and dude, you're just pissing right there in front of everyone on a wall.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And that's the way he was brought up. So if he sees a wall, well, he pissed on the Alamo. Come on.
Yeah.
You got arrested for that.
Yeah. He's from Birmingham, which is an absolute ghetto, just like, the bottom of Europe.
It's actually pretty nice now.
Now it is. Yeah. Like I went to Sheffield. It's nice.
Did you ever watch his documentary?
Ozzy.
When he was born, it had been like maybe 10 years since the war ended. This place was dilapidated. It had been bombed by the Nazis, so you're being brought up next to rubble, buildings all destroyed and everything.
Absolutely.
So you grew up in an environment like that and you have certain, ethics.
Also, I think the pressure of being the rock star gets you to get crazy too.
Well, that's that pressure that I was telling you, we're telling you about.
Yeah.
It's not even pressure. It's like this false sense of being you're successful and people like yelling at you and chasing you and you create this false sense of like, wow, I'm like really cool or untouchable or unbreakable, nothing, and then you start doing stupid things, But now I think everybody's a little bit more
grounded.
And
that's it. It's just in the 70s, Jesus, you heard about a band every fucking week, and there was no internet.
No, I know, right?
There was no internet, and you heard different rumblings, and then I went to in Union City Pastoral Music.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody who plays the garden goes to pastoral music. That's just the way it is. You'd see him, the time I saw Dwayne Allman and fucking Cher there, I was like, what the fuck is this? And I went in there and I started taking bass lessons. And the guy was telling me, every time these people come into New York, they come over here. They do the garden, they come over to pastoral music. It's been there for 50 fucking years.
Yeah.
And you just heard rumblings of this and that. You don't even hear that anymore. Drake, these black rappers, they don't do nothing. They drink champagne out of a fucking thing with a straw. They got a bottle of that shit. Then they drink that cough medicine. That's big now.
Yeah.
Chris, whatever.
Codeine. They don't. When I went to the doctor, they don't have it anymore at the doctors because of the
codeine stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I've never had it like what they do with poured into soda, but it's
crazy dreams on that. I drank it. You have psychedelic radical dreams on it. I couldn't believe it. You're like, whoa. You wake up like, whatever's in there makes you see monsters. When you're sleeping?
I was never a codeine guy.
Oh,
I had friends that were into that shit, but it's not, I couldn't imagine doing what I did 15 years ago and going on the road now. I couldn't fucking imagine.
Well, here's a good example. This is how clean the slate is. We lost Scott Weiland last week. But over the last 2 or 3 or 5 years or whatever, you would hear rumblings. Like that he was still, like he got a DUI on his birthday, hit some cars and stuff. He was like the last, really, of the radical rock star, the one that was still carrying the flag, so to speak, of like hearing stuff, right? I mean,
I don't know. That's growing up, I worked with a lot of musicians who have mental issues. And I got to tell you, rock stars, anybody who's labeled a rock star can get away with anything. Get away with anything. Things that actors, athletes, politicians, nobody else can get away with. Just because you're a rock star, you're a rock star. Of course, you can do that.
What baffles me about the rock star is that they'll never give up. Like, that's the rock star I love. Like, you're a rock star, Rudy Sarzo. I hate to tell you, you're a rock star. You have everything, your aura, your persona, whatever that word is, a rock star. You did it. But there's people who are fake rock stars. But the rock stars today from that era have not changed. The other day I was scrolling through and I watched the heavy metal thing, and I saw poor Michael Shank. I think I called you.
Yeah.
Poor guy didn't even know what planet he was on.
Yeah.
But he's still a rock star. He don't give a fuck. He's still got the blonde hair and the fucking chain and
leather jacket.
He's a fucking rock star.
Yeah.
And he'll be, some people one day go, you know what, I don't do this no more as much. I do this part-time. I'm changing my wardrobe. These guys have held on, and you gotta love it. Kurt Hammett,
Love him.
These guys are just, and I respect that. Just because you're not in the war, you're still in uniform, bitch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
can't be in uniform. It goes both ways.
I got a question for you guys because for me, as soon as I get off the stage, I'm already thinking the next time I'm going on stage, because to me that's
Right.
That's home.
Yeah.
It's weird. I feel more comfortable on stage than I do crossing the street. As long as I know what songs I'm playing. If I got it. Okay, so I just get up there and do it. And I get lost. I'm a different musician with every band that I play. With Ozzy, I was different than Quiet Riot and Whitesnake and so on. Because I just get caught in the spice that everybody else brings in. The flavors. Everything, because every band is different. Let's say if I will be doing Black Sabbath songs with Ozzy. I did a whole record. Speak of the Devil. Then I did Black Sabbath songs with Ronnie. It's a whole different Black Sabbath experience.
Really?
Oh God, yeah, completely different. It's a different element that each individual brings in the band. So you have to feel that. You have to be aware of what everybody's communicating and putting out energy wise. And I don't have that in my life. I have a very normal existence. I got my wife for over 31 years and my little dog, and I have a home. I got a brother, my folks, and all of that. But it's when I get on stage, that's the person that you probably connect with, the guy that you remember me. Oh, I remember watching you in a show or a video or whatever. That's even more real me, because there's no nothing, no parameters really. It's
Complete freedom.
Yeah, complete freedom of expression and being myself within the parameter of what I'm doing. Again, I'm different player in every band because there's certain parameters in every band.
Right.
In every band. I remember when I joined Whitesnake, being aware of that, I told David, hey, so what do you want me to do? And he said, be yourself. Okay. And I think of all the bands I've ever been in, that was the one that I just went fucking out of my mind on stage with.
Yeah.
Because they just be yourself. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
When you play now, do you get brought back to when you were 25 or however old you were when you started playing? Do you feel like you are playing now, or is it you're just zoomed back?
That is a really good question, and it's multi-layered. My answer to that, I don't know about you guys, but I find that if I do songs from that includes past band members that are not longer with us, there's an element of pain when I play those songs, like when we do the Randy Rhoads.
Yeah, when we did that, you told me that. You said that it was it's hard.
It's hard because you're on stage and you're in my mind, I'm there, man. I'm there, I'm there at whatever gig. Pick it, I'm at the Garden, Well, Randy wasn't there at the Garden, but you know, what we're doing, like any gig. I'll do the San Francisco Day on the Green, whatever. You know, I'm there. I'm there with Randy playing those songs.
I never forgot
You know,
that kid.
You know, if I do a Quiet Riot, you know, recently I've been sitting in, you know, just doing one song with Quiet Riot with Frankie, you know, because Gunzo and Quiet Riot, we've been doing some shows together this year. And one show I got into do Come and Feel the Noise, and it was like, you know, I'm playing with Frankie, you know, Come and Feel the Noise. So of course it's all gonna come back, you know. And there's an element of pain that I think every band that is a legacy band today that's been around for over 30 years, they bring that element on stage, which is different from watching a tribute band. You know, like if you watch an AC/DC tribute band, it's not the same experience as watching AC/DC because, first of all, Bon Scott.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, Brian Johnson, great, incredible singer, but I'm sure when they do Highway to Hell or TNT, any of those songs, there's got to be Bon Scott on stage with the guys that were there with him years ago. He comes up. He's got to be in their brain saying, shit, Bon Scott's not here. Somebody else is singing the songs. You know, so you have that element of joy, of celebration of the music. You also have the pain that your buddy that you had this amazing journey with, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, that's got to be interesting, right?
It's fucking beautiful.
Like you're like we're playing that Randy Rhoads thing, and you're playing this tribute to a guy. Like to me, I'm jamming with you at the thing, and I loved Randy, but you played with him, and he was a brother. So it's like
he's responsible for my career.
Exactly. So it's got to be really weird. I'm up there like giving a tribute, and to you, it's a lost brother.
Yeah, I mean the same thing with when Ronnie passed away. You know, Wendy actually masterminded this. It's called Deal Disciples, and I did it for about 6 weeks. And it was exactly Ronnie's band. You know, you got Scott Warren on keyboards and Goldie on guitar and Simon on drums and me, the band, Ronnie's band. But we had two singers, Tim Ripper Owens and another singer from England. And as good as the band sounded, it was painful, man, because you just, no matter how great the band sounded, you just, even the better the band sounded, the more I miss Ronnie not being there. You know, because it's. Yeah, it's painful.
This is one of the best conversations I've had on a podcast in my life.
No, man.
You just opened up my mind. Because you know what made me call you? The other day, about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I'm driving and I hear Diary of a Man, whatever the fuck.
I heard it on the way over. Isn't it?
It was on today. Yeah, it was on today. It was on today too.
Yeah.
As I was pulling in.
Boneyard, exactly.
Go, this is unfucking believable.
I couldn't believe it either.
And I was in my house and I was thinking about how different it would have. Like, listen, in my world, one day I had Sabotage, War Pigs, and the first Black Sabbath album. That's all I had.
Yeah.
And my friends called me and they go, we got an extra ticket to see Sabbath and some band, I don't fucking know, at the Garden. You come, it was a cold night. I was a freshman in high school and I went over there. And I was blown away, but my friends were like, they sucked. And all of a sudden, Ozzy and Black Sabbath break up. And it was February 19th. It was the day Bon Scott died in 1980. And I'll never forget that I picked up Cream magazine. In those days, that's it.
That's your Bible.
That was it.
Circus
that was
and
it.
Cream.
Circus and Cream.
Yep.
And Cream had just stated that Black Sabbath had just replaced Ozzy Osbourne with Walker first. Before it was Ronnie James Dio. And if you go online, they replaced Ozzy Osbourne with the singer from Savoy Brown.
Really?
As a matter of fact, go on YouTube and look for the Black Sabbath even did tracks with them. It's fucking painful to listen to.
Really? I never even heard that
story. Wow. So, and you knew Iommi quit Sabbath and went to Jethro Tull for 2 weeks. And then came back. He was like, fuck a guy with a flute. Fuck I'm from fucking Birmingham. I'm missing a finger. And you want to insult me with the flute.
Flute rock, no.
Flute rock, which, you know what? Say what you want to say. That motherfucker has some good songs. You get a locomotive breath, you want to run over a homeless dude. Yeah, you do. You hear, sometimes you hear love. When you hear da 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 in the shuffle, and And listen, bro, Martin Barre is no fucking joke.
Yeah.
That dude is no fucking joke.
Yeah.
He's got like 2 or 3 jams that Martin Barre goes off. So you got to look for it. It's like Black Sabbath. The name of the band was Savoy Brown. So his name was like Matt something. Heaven and Hell. Put Heaven and Hell early recordings. You guys are going to die.
That's crazy.
So this was the question, Bob, why he's looking for this. I'm sitting there going, what if all this shit went down when, look at that, Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell live in 1980. No. This is Black Sabbath put with Savoy Brown. Black Sabbath was, I saw it on there and I couldn't believe it. They have early recordings of, they did a fucking, Savoy Brown was, I guess, a band.
Yeah, Savoy Brown, yeah.
There it is. Dave Walker interview, Black Sabbath. See all the way number 4. Wow. He played with Sabbath.
Wow.
What's Dave Walker doing these days? You know, we've seen the Dave Walker band. How's that going?
It's going
All
really
right, so
well.
find Black Sabbath with Dave Walker.
Yeah.
See, nobody even knew about that.
I never knew that. And I watched that Sabbath 2-part documentary, you know.
They had him for 2 songs.
Wow.
And it was so fucking painful to listen to. They said, forget about it. Dave Walker, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a photo of Judas Priest with the original singer?
Yeah. That's crazy.
It's not Rob
Which one
Halford.
do you think it is?
All right, put on Dave
There it
Walker.
is right there.
There it is. What'd I tell you?
Black Sabbath Junior's Eyes. Listen, 77.
Told you they were going to do it with him. This is the end of it.
Let's hear this.
Oh, shit!
Sounds like some 80s rock, right? You got the looks that kill.
Well, that's where they got it from, because this is 77.
I know, right?
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Is that Tony Iommi playing Wall?
Yeah.
Crazy. I don't mind it.
Told you. It's wild, though.
I like it.
A lot of people don't know this shit.
It's heavy 70s, right? You know,
Okay,
it's kind of Cactus.
So we got nothing. And all of a sudden, I see this EP at fucking in the Village, at the big whatever it was, and it was the Blizzard of Oz. But he had tried to form the Blizzard years earlier, like in '75.
Well, somebody gave him a shirt.
Right, somebody gave him a shirt or
The
something.
Blizzard of Oz.
The
Yeah,
Blizzard
yeah,
of
yeah,
Oz.
yeah.
Something happened early on
Wow.
that he had thought about that. My question was, like, I seen you guys at the Palladium, and there was 2 shows that night.
Yeah.
Think of this, if this would have all went down with the internet, then people would have known. People didn't know. Like I said, there was Cream and fucking Circus, and that's it. You know, and in those days, you had to mail in for tickets.
Yeah.
I think I paid for your tickets at the Palladium. But the shows at the Garden before that, like Yes, and all the Who, all those shows that came to the Garden, you had to mail in a money order for 4 tickets. And then they would send you 4 tickets back in the mail. You knew that, right?
It's
You
so
remember that?
sketchy, man.
No, that was how they worked.
No, but I'm saying, like, what if your tickets got lost, man?
No, it
Like,
worked
Zeppelin.
perfectly because you got 4 of your buddies.
Yeah.
You bought 4, I bought 4, and I bought 4. In those days, let's say the Yes came. They came for 5 nights. So if you got 4 tickets for Monday, you got 4 tickets for Wednesday, you got 4 for Thursday, we got to see Yes 4 nights.
Yeah.
So we went to see him Monday night, and then we go back Friday and go, wow, they were a complete different fucking band.
You go every night, you wouldn't like try to sell the tickets?
No.
Fuck no.
I go every night.
Fuck no. For $8, $10, we're going to sell
Okay,
tickets
I
for.
thought they were expensive.
No, there was no idiot standing in line.
$8.50.
$8.50, $12.50,
Yeah.
$15.50 was like fucking orchestra seats.
Yeah.
Like $19.50 at the Garden were like all red seats,
Like
you know?
that. I go straight to the 4.
Yeah, straight to the floor. I always went straight to the
That's
fucking
me, a
floor.
good shirt, right? Van Halen, straight to the
Straight to the
floor.
fucking floor. But it's just amazing how different it would have been for that band that was so revolutionary at that time. Right there, boom! They just came at the Blizzard of Oz struck perfect. That's why they blew up like they did in that time. But it was, if they would have had the internet, it would have been a fucking world arena tour because everybody was waiting for this.
Yeah.
People were waiting for fucking Ozzy to pull the trigger. I guess those last 3 Sabbatowns, people just didn't really like. I liked them.
I loved it.
I loved Never Say Die and Technical Ecstasy.
People not Technical Ecstasy.
No, if you put Technical Ecstasy on Twitter,
yeah,
people will hit you back. Rule number 1 of Black Sabbath. What's the thing from Fight Club?
Oh, don't talk about Technical Ecstasy.
You don't know how many times I've played You Won't Change Me.
Yeah.
And people have come back and said, rule number 1 of Black Sabbath, don't talk about Technical Ecstasy. And I've giggled in the morning like, Jesus fucking Christ.
You know what's funny is I saw Rudy. I was I was a sophomore in high school. Their first super big gig, Dan and the Green. They play Oakland. So it's like Hart headlining. And this is 65,000 people at the Oakland A's stadium. And I was only going to see, Ozzy.
Yeah, we went on like 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I got to tell you, if, you're talking about the internet and all that, not blowing up, I think that really helped us to keep our shit together. You just think about the gig. Don't think about what everybody else thinks about the band. Which is what would happen with the internet. You start getting messages, good or bad or whatever, and then that gets in the way. You spend too much time, online, social media. No, just think about the gig. Those 3 hours you're going to spend on the internet, you're going to have your guitar on.
Yeah, that's true.
That makes sense.
Also,
and also your head doesn't get filled with shit like, oh my God, they heard me play and they saw this mistake that I made in Milwaukee on the third song.
Right.
It's like,
you don't.
No, it's like you're not dealing with anything like that. We used to go to the mall just about every day. Randy and I, we used to go to bookstores to see magazines if they, to see if an interview that Ozzy gave 3 months ago was finally printed. Because that's how long it took. When Ozzy. Actually, one of his first Circus magazine interviews, that was like 3 months before, when we were on the road, 3 months into the tour, that's when the actual, magazine came out. It was printed. Nowadays, it's like, it's overnight. Somebody does an interview, something, just
before the stage is packed up, it's already on online.
Exactly.
The whole show is probably
all of that. And you're so caught up in what he said this, he said that, or people are thinking about what we're doing. No, you just, back in the day, 1981, we didn't know. We just kept moving. We did a show today, and tomorrow we got another show, and we're going to get up there and kick ass again. That's all we were concerned with.
Well, that gave you time to grow, too, and organically to become this killer fucking band, because if you were reading stuff, you might start second guessing things.
Yeah, you might start believing your own hype.
Yeah.
Hendrix has one of my favorite quotes. It's I don't like compliments because they get in the way of my playing.
I fucking hate them.
Hendrix.
Fucking hate them. No, I love Hendrix.
Compliments.
I hate
compliments. Oh yeah.
After a fucking show, they drive me crazy.
Yeah.
All that shit drives me fucking crazy.
Because only you know how good you were.
You really do.
It's your expectation.
Yes, you
we know.
Yeah.
When we walk up, and they go, "That was the greatest," and you're like, "No, that was pretty."
I call Lee all the time, and Lee'll say, "How'd you do?" I ate shit. Really? I can't figure that out.
Yeah.
And I know if Lee was there, Lee go, "You didn't eat shit." In my mind,
yeah,
I ate shit. I stumbled through this. I stumbled through that. It's
Does it affect you when you make a mistake? Like anyway,
it could be one mistake that is so small that if you hear back the playback of that show, you cannot even hear it. Like sticks in your mind for the rest of the evening. And every other note is correct. Just that one note that you maybe it might be like a little flub that it's within what you play like 10,000 notes in a show, and it's that one.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh shit.
It's like that with jokes when you do the joke just a hair wrong, you did the punchline first by accident or something. You're like, oh, I'm fucked here. I just ruined the joke.
And I'll tell them. I'll
Yeah,
stop and tell them.
me too.
Listen, I just fucked up that joke. Disregard it.
Yeah,
And they'll get a laugh, and we laugh, and we all know. We all make mistakes, and that makes you human. That makes you them. You know what I'm saying? Now you're even doing better because, all right, I made a mistake. Fuck
Okay,
it.
you guys as comedians, what you do you sometimes stretch it out? Because we do that as musicians. We don't play exactly the same thing every night. Sometimes you go like, oh, let me try this other, pentatonic riff or whatever, maybe in a different position or something. You guys do variations like that?
Absolutely.
Oh, every night it's different.
Absolutely. I can't go on stage and do the exact fucking night after night after night.
No way.
I gotta switch it up, and if one night I get rid of a bit, so fucking be it. If some night somebody gets hit with a glass and I riff on it, it's funny for 20 minutes. Fuck it. They got their money's worth a different way. We still laughed about something.
Totally.
I like to be in the moment. I love for something to happen. I don't have to tell jokes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, like Bill Hicks would say, the act is last. You know what I mean?
What would be your equivalent of jamming? Because, in a band,
Crowd work.
With the
Crowd work's jamming.
Oh,
It's riffing. Crowd work. This guy's killer at it.
I used to be really, really good at it.
Yeah.
But it didn't get you nowhere.
It doesn't.
It caused too much commotion. And comics that follow you, now you leave them open to talk to him.
Yeah.
So you have to be really careful with it. If you develop in New York for some reason, you do it a lot more to kill material. And I was doing it for a long time. And then I had to stop. Sometimes if I'm rocking and rolling and I got them already, then you fuck around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You just go.
Not every show, though. You do it like maybe once every 10 shows I see.
Yeah. No, it's terrible. Because I don't want to. It was such a bad habit.
Yeah.
The worst thing you could do is anything. A musician is pick up a bad habit. When I was a basketball player, I used to take the rebound. I used to be a great rebounder, but I'd get the rebound and put it on the floor. Why the fuck are you bouncing the fucking ball?
Yeah.
It took years to break that habit. And I saw it how, as a comic, you get into a fucking habit, and boom, for a long time I had this habit of wanting silence. What comic wants silence?
Yeah.
Because I was testing them. I would try to test it. We just go through so many phases.
Yeah.
And you try so many fucking different things. And you have to stay who you are. You have to try different fucking things.
Yeah.
I'm more conscious of them now because people are paying for the tickets.
Yeah.
Do you understand me?
Yeah.
I'm more conscious now.
Yeah.
When I go to the comedy, it used to be that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you went to the comedy store. I wouldn't even think about it down the road because I wanted that organic joke to come out.
Yeah.
There's nothing like 40 people, which is 80 set of eyes looking at you. Pressure. It's like I stated something when I watched the Ronda Rousey fight that you could tell that she didn't get punched in the face during practice. Nobody hit her. It's equivalent to a comic doing material in front of a mirror. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you. You're gonna do great every time. It's like when you beat up a punching bag. Who loses?
Yeah.
Who loses to a punching bag?
Yeah.
You gotta get out there.
Yeah.
You gotta get out there.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how a band does it. Like everybody in a note every night, tight. And sure, the tour starts a little fucked up, but after a year,
Always does.
But after a year, Jesus fucking Christ,
Machine.
Jesus fucking Christ,
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry. How do you? Because when it's Joey or Dean, you can make a decision to change your joke. You don't tell anybody. You guys, do you have a signal, or how do you let them know during a show when there's 50,000 people cheering? How do you say, "Oh, I'm going to go a little bit long here," or do you plan it?
That's a really good question. I got to tell you, if you're in a band, you're playing in front of 50,000 people, every show is going to be the same every night. And I'll tell you why, because of production. And once the production got huge and automated, technology came in and all the lighting directors, there's actually guys, the LDs, who actually come in and they not only program, but they create a stage show. Very rarely does the guy who actually creates the production goes on tour with a band. I know a few, but mostly there's guys who make a living at they get a phone call from band A, and he goes there and designs all the lighting rig, everything. He'll program it. And it's the guy who goes on the road, his job is to push buttons and make, he might stop the lighting sequence between songs, but usually it's all rigged, which means that you as a musician, you have to know where to stand spot on stage every song, every section of the song, because otherwise you're going to be dark.
Yeah, bombs and fire too.
Yeah,
It's all timed.
Oh, yeah.
Fire and bombs,
Absolutely.
smoke.
Absolutely. So there's no room for jamming, because everything is the bigger the band, the bigger the production, the more constraints you have as a musician to do everything exactly the same night. And a lot of bands have backing tracks. So that's even more restrictions there, because you got to start the song and end the song exactly on the same bar every night.
They play to a metronome, and these background vocals trigger right on the spot.
Yeah.
It's called radar. It runs perfectly with the song. So if you're off a little, the backgrounds will come on later.
Exactly.
You're like, oh, fuck.
So, things started changing back around the middle of the 80s when bands started getting automated productions. Before that, like when I was working with Ozzy, even Blizzard of Oz, it was just a bunch of guys get up there and you start the song. Sometimes Ozzy will walk off the stage and disappear.
Yeah, and a couple of dudes with those spotlights. Remember, they'd climb up before the show. That's how you knew the show was starting. Remember, the guys would go up those scary ass rope ladders and be up there with their fucking spots, and that was the lighting.
So I saw you in April of '81, and then Randy died in May of '82.
March
of
82. Yeah.
And then the tour came back to my hometown with Brad
Gillis.
Willis.
Which show was that?
Diary of a Madman. They played the Meadowlands.
Meadowlands, Brad.
And it was fucking a different stage.
Yeah.
Because I remember at the Palladium, there's not much you could fucking do. It was a picture of Ozzy, some dragons and whatever. But once you got to the Meadowlands that October, the fucking thing opened up and the castle, and now that you can't stress. You watch VH1 every other Friday. They got The Song Remains the Same.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And they edit it down and they cut it. And they put tracks in the whole thing. But you could see they were just up there, but there was no production. There was 2 explosions during
Moby Dick or something.
No quarter.
And
there was the fucking wah-wah thing with the hand. Besides that, they would just look at each other and just fucking go, right? Bonham would just control the show.
Those guys would jam.
They just jammed, Jam. That's not going to happen today where, you're going to come up. We were talking about curfews.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or union.
Union curfews, It's
triple time. The green coats in the garden.
I remember going to the garden and seeing the New Barbarians, and they went on till fucking 12. Fuck the Union, but that cost. You don't realize it. But then you go years later to see Don Henley at Fiddler's Green, and you got to be up by 9:45. Those white people will fucking call the cops on you, dog.
Yeah.
They pull the plug right in the middle of the fucking song.
Yeah.
Red Rocks is very nice. They got a fucking curfew too up there.
Yeah.
It's so weird how you figure somebody goes up and goes, listen, we're pulling a Dave Chappelle. We're doing every fucking song we ever wrote, okay? Backwards.
Yeah.
We're here till 2 a.m. Call in sick right now.
They played every song they ever wrote in one concert. Every song. It was like 8 records or something. They did it.
Every House of Blues that I played at, there's a clock on the side of the stage.
Right, everywhere. That's everywhere.
Yeah, and if you go over 1 minute, they start ducking like $1,000.
Triple time. It's amazing.
That's the House of Blues.
There's something really weird going on lately with music that I've been not reading about. I just heard things about what's going on with the Eagles. Something's fucked up. They're receiving an award, but I guess they told the poor long-haired guy he can't show up.
Yeah,
and the guy wrote Hotel California.
Something happened to Glenn Frey, though. He's getting the surgery, and he said from years of partying or whatever, he had to go in and get a surgery, and they're going to get the award next time. They pushed it a year. So he went into surgery. Google that, Glenn Frey surgery recently. Something happened to him. But, the other guy, Don Feldner's out.
Like, he's fucking
yeah.
Like, he's like, I don't know what I did.
But if you watch that documentary, you see him fucking up throughout the thing. He wants to sing. I'm a singer. Like when they get to the long run record, and everybody wants.
Well, the thing was, they promised him they were going to sing.
Yeah.
They always promised him a song.
Yep.
And I guess they pulled him out of the studio for lunch, and they had what's his name?
Don Henley
sing.
And then they said, "Why would we have you sing when we have Don Henley?"
Yeah, and he said that. but they also said that would come back to haunt them.
Yeah.
And then when they got back, when they got back or something, they went out as they weren't really a band anymore. They were something like employees.
Oh yeah,
Like 4 of them were the band, and Don Felder became the employee.
That was when Hell Freezes Over tour
'96. And that's what he told him. He goes, "This is the deal you do." I mean, they don't like him at all. You could see, and I figured he's like the guy that's still doing drugs. Like they showed up to rehearsal, like with the bottle, and they're like, "We got short hair now.
We got short hair now.
We got Armani suits on. You brought Budweiser."
I came in a Lamborghini.
Yeah,
bro.
He showed up in a fucking Z28 and a 12-pack, like, we're back.
Z28.
We're back. And the Eagles are like, we're getting $250 a ticket.
Yeah. You find it?
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. Just due to all of his partying, he needed to push it back a year.
Yeah, a whole year. So something's wrong with him. He said he was going in to get a surgery,
Well, they only award those things once
a year. The Kennedy honors.
Yeah, Kennedy Center.
Yeah. So that's what it was. They think that they feel that everybody should show. Randy Meisner, everybody should show, but the Eagles are like, nah.
I feel that too.
4 of us.
I feel that anybody that was there to keep you going through the eras should be up there, even with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You can't. When it came down to Kiss guys, you got Peter and Ace definitely should be there, and they should play together. Don't you think so?
I don't know. I think Kiss is really an anomaly.
Yeah,
because it's kind of like like a team, and a team by that I mean it's uniforms.
Right.
There's a Kiss uniform, which is their costumes and the makeup, and it's even there's a copyright to those things, right? And well, look at Kiss without the makeup, business-wise.
Yeah,
wasn't as big as Kiss with the makeup when they got back together again with the makeup. And I mean, we're talking different between, as a matter of fact, Kiss supported Whitesnake in 1990 without the makeup. They come back with the makeup and they're headlining Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
So that's really an anomaly in the business.
I'm just talking about Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or awards where guys were on records and wrote songs and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. From that point, as far as musical contribution.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I would have to imagine that since the love is so big for those people you were talking about, that the hate will probably be just as big. If you hated somebody, you're probably not going to want to be in the same room with them.
When you as a band get into a room and decide, listen, guys, we're going to be completely different from everybody else, rewrite some of the rules of rock and roll and the music industry, and we're going to put these outfits on. That's really going to separate you from everybody. And that, to me, that becomes a corporation. That's a business decision to do that. They say, listen, we can't really compete with Led Zeppelin or whoever because we might not be as good as they are. But what we can do is create this. And they created this mega, corporation, Kiss.
Yeah. It's a show.
It's a show. It's what it is, And it's, to me, they're really good players. I think Gene is a really good bass player. I think he's really underrated.
Yeah.
But business-wise, that was genius. That's where the genius of Kiss really lies, in creating Kiss. The whole Kiss is the Kiss world, Kiss empire.
Incredible, right? Even the manager,
genius.
Bill O'Coin.
Genius.
I mean, it's just fucking,
the whole thing is totally genius.
Never done again. I mean, tried to, but never
Never,
you couldn't do it now because of TMZ and shit. You never saw those guys' faces for like 10 years.
That's right.
It was just bandanas.
I tell you, when I moved to LA in the mid 70s, I got a job at a place called McNaturals right across from Tower Records on Sunset. And on my first day, I'm learning the register, and I'm like, and I look up and there's Paul Stanley.
You knew it was him?
He looked like Paul Stanley without the makeup.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, like, oh my God. And so he's ordered the same thing at every time that he came in. Was a Wonder of the Orient, which was a Brussels sprout and salad with a scoop of tuna and a small carrot juice. He had that every single time.
Wow, your memory is incredible. I love it.
Yeah.
Like when I had you on the podcast, he can drop dates and you know.
Well, how many times had Paul Stanley come into your?
I know. I mean, you got a great memory, man. Because sometimes I start getting foggy. It was like, what year is that? You know what I mean? It's like I saw Sabbath and Ozzy or whatever, but then I only know like maybe 1 or 2 years because of when Blizzard and Diary came out. After that, you're like, I don't know. It was in the 80s or 90s, you know what I mean?
You know, I was thinking about the other night when I was in New York last week. I was driving and Heaven and Hell came on. And I thought about how much I wanted to hate that fucking album. Like as a true Ozzy fan, like when they split, like I was going with Ozzy, like fuck Black Sabbath. All right, fuck Black Sabbath. I don't need this shit in my life. And Heaven and Hell came out, the album. And I remember like, I ain't buying that shit. And then like Guy Tabasco, the Tabasco family next door, they all had long hair. They went to Van Halen, they bought it. And they were like, you gotta listen to that. Dog, I'm not listening to this shit. There was no more of an album that I wanted to fail than that album. And today I love the fucking album. Love the album. And Dio bothered me. First time I saw Dio was in Philadelphia at the Spectrum with Shakin' Street and what's his name? The singer from Van Halen.
Sammy Hagar.
Sammy Hagar and Shakin' Street and Ronnie Montrose.
Wow.
And I drove from Jersey to Philly.
Was it Gamma? The band Gamma, Montrose band?
No, it was Ronnie Montrose. Then I saw him again open up for AC/DC at the Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah.
Ronnie Montrose, but it's so weird. I was Montrose, Shakin' Street, and they were spitting at Sammy Hagar. Because Philadelphia, they got no class. They're savages, those people. At the Spectrum, they couldn't spit long range. So they would spit on their fingers and flick it. And you would see Sammy Hagar singing and the spit flying over. And then Dio came out and they opened up with War Pigs and I was insulted.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, what is he doing? And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And we had 6-row tickets and my friend did purple. He thought it was acid, but he fell asleep at the show. So for years we kept saying, no, remember the time we did those purple ludes? They weren't fucking ludes. They were acid, asshole. I was tired. But when he came out, he's like, generals gathered in the masses. I'm like, no, we gotta go. We gotta go, dog. We gotta go. This guy's out there fucking butchering Ozzy. I was furious. He was a short little guy, Dio, dressed in black. And then they did War Pigs and he did something different.
Yeah.
Like it was different. And I was into, let's give this guy a shot. And then he stole my heart, man. In a weird way, Dio had me competing. You know, it was the album you wanted to fucking hate with everything I got. You know, I wanted to hate it. I ended up seeing the tour like 2 times.
Yeah. Well, we got lucky they broke up because we got 4 masterpiece records. We got the Blizzard, Diary, Mob Rules, and Heaven and Hell.
So see, Mob Rules I had already tapped.
Oh no, that fucking record
Really?
is
Actually,
masterpiece.
also
Dehumanizer. We get 5 fucking
It
records.
was Dehumanizer.
It was right after Mob Rules. He left for a minute. They got Ian Gillan, and then he comes back and they do Dehumanizer.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
Is it really good?
oh yeah. And I'll tell you what.
Well, I was done. What year was that?
Oh, I don't know.
Late 80s?
Yeah, late 80s.
Okay, because I remember still
It's
Lonely
good.
Diver, whatever the fuck.
Oh well, that's a solid stuff.
That's a song. That was 83.
Yeah, you got Holy Diver.
Whatever was in
Last in
83.
Line.
I was Last in Line, all that shit.
We should let you listen to it for the first time. What's a good song from Dehumanizer?
Oh no, play Dehumanizer, the actual song.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable.
Really?
Yeah, check it out.
What year? Yeah, 89. I was doing something different.
Yeah.
I was
Also,
holding people up and shit.
I talk about this record over and over and over and over. Born Again, which everyone hated, and I saw the tour. It was Ian Gillan in Sabbath. Hands down, one of my favorite records ever made.
Really?
And I saw the tour. It was empty at the Cow Palace, and it was really weird and a weird vibe, but I loved it, man.
When we were on the bill, it was sold out every single night.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I think we mean Quiet Riot.
Yeah, right.
We were the opening band for them on the East Coast.
How
What year
great was that
this?
record?
83.
Here you go. Here's some Dehumanizer. Show them what the cover looks like.
This is Sabbath.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's great. Listen. You know.
Let's go high. Yeah. You used to play that with Ronnie. Yeah.
Yeah, this is too much.
Yeah.
I'll be smoking some bong hits when I listen to this
How
shit.
great is that? Yeah, we used to do that song with Ronnie on tour. Go I.
It's
I
incredible.
wouldn't even dare try, to sing, It would be so funny. We would be, touring with Dio, and we used to do a lot of Scandinavian, countries, Finland and so on, And Finland, they're very, Norway are very well known for like black metal, the bands that go on and burn churches down, and like, if they have a chick singer, she sings like,
Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster chick singer, and so they would always, come in and pay respect, to Ronnie. After their show, they would come in and into our dressing room and say, "Oh, Ronnie, you're the reason why I sing."
Oh, that's hilarious.
And Ronnie would like, "Oh, shake your hand, be polite," and then they would leave and go, "Do I sound like that?"
I tell you what, Mob Rules has Dio's best song ever, "Sign of the Southern Cross."
Oh my God,
it's his best song ever.
Yeah.
And if you don't know it,
No, I remember the album. I remember listening
the
to it a
actual
couple
song,
times.
"Sign of the Southern Cross," is the most epic Dio song ever. Check it out. It's
Falling Off the Edge of the World. That's another.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Children of the Sea. Oh my.
These ones where they're really kind of ballady and he can get into it.
When Ronnie joined Heaven and Hell, the band Heaven and Hell, which is Black Sabbath by another name, we stopped playing Black Sabbath songs, so we actually went deeper into the Dio catalog and Rainbow catalog, where that's another incredible Ronnie James Dio era.
Terror Woman.
Oh my! Terror
Come on.
we
Are you
open up with
kidding me?
that, yeah.
He only did 2 albums with Rainbow.
I
Right?
think three.
Three,
Two
yeah.
or three.
Yeah.
Three.
Stargazer.
That would be the first one.
That's the first one.
With the original, well, actually with Elf,
Yeah.
the Elf band without the original guitar player. Yeah. And then Rainbow Rising. And Long Live Rock and Roll.
That's it. Long Live Rock. It's the huge one.
That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Huge. But Terror Woman. I remember one day I was going down the road in my car with satellite radio, and I go, "What Dio song is this? I've had all the Dio," and I was like, "Holy shit, Rainbow!" And it's only like $4.99 on iTunes right now. That record. It's got Terror Woman, and it's like 6 songs, and it's an incredible Rainbow record.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the genius of Richie Blackmore.
Oh,
What an
those
underrated guitar player. Because everybody talks about Jeff Beck and Eric Clapton and Jimmy Page. Check out Richie Blackmore.
Were you friends with him?
With her.
Richie?
No, I never met him.
What did you hear about him personally?
From Ronnie, they had the greatest sense of humor ever.
wow.
Yeah. He said he was the funniest guy ever to be around. Yeah.
Why didn't he ever keep a singer?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what I never got Tony Bennett. Why the fuck didn't he ever keep a singer? I always heard little rumblings of him. Or what? Is he alive still?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's coming out this summer. He got a new singer, and they're doing Rainbow.
Yeah.
Here you go. Oh, Tony Bennett.
I want to be around.
That was all his Sign of the Southern Cross.
No, I just,
somebody breaks your heart.
I let go of music. Like once I went out to the world, it was over for me. I had to dive in. I had no more time to sit there. The shit I was doing, I had to dive in. There was no time.
I hear you. I
Put
hear
an
you.
album on in those
You're on the
days.
streets.
So I had lost that whole
Yeah.
that whole music thing in my life, and I was lost. I didn't get back into music till Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. That woke me up out of my musical coma. And I still didn't go see him or nothing. It was just something that I listened to. I bought that, a couple albums, but I was lost for a long time.
Good record to bring you back.
Yeah.
Man,
You know,
I talked to, what's amazing about Rudy is what people don't know is, and I had him on the podcast, is they were the first band, Quiet Riot. They opened the door for Motley Crue and everything after it.
Well, they say that one of the best documentaries right now.
Oh, it's
Quiet
great.
Riot.
That's great.
Even one of my friends said it is phenomenal. It is just, it really breaks down. I guess they had the #1 single of all time, or the heaviest metal album.
First band, man.
You know, the first metal, because metal today is very different from what was considered metal
Back then,
30
right.
years ago. You know, it has evolved. So we were considered metal, and we were the first debut record to reach #1. See, I always thought that Led Zeppelin and everybody else had done that.
Thriller.
No.
They knocked Thriller
We
off the
knocked-
charts.
yeah, we had to knock Thriller off the #1 spot to get to #1. Yeah. We were
Thriller.
selling 1 million a week.
He said
You know.
they were, remember those masks? that
Yeah,
Kevin,
yeah.
They were selling a million of those masks on tour.
On
The
tour.
Kevin DeBro mask.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
$1 million. No, this is
Well,
83.
Okay, check this out. Back in the day, the average was about $750 a head merchandise. You know, so if you have 10,000 people in the arena, the average out to 75 grand a night in merchandising without credit cards. We're talking cash.
And would the band get that?
Well, it was our money, and then we would pay whatever to the merchandising company. You know, they would take a
Make the stuff.
percentage. And this is before the time when like now you have like Live Nation. They own a lot of the venues, and they take about 30 to 40% of your merchandising money.
Back then they didn't though.
Yeah, they didn't. It was
You
all
just
clean.
set up your
Yeah.
shirts and walked with your cash.
They
Yeah.
take 40% of your shirts?
Oh yeah.
Now, yeah, merchandising.
Oh, you
yeah.
guys should just like give them a card to your website then. That's too much to give up.
Well, here's the thing. Now also record deals are done on 360 deals
Mhm.
because there's no record sales. So when you sign a record deal now, you give the label part of your merch, your touring, and your record sales.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or if like for example, Live Nation and all these other companies that have a deal where they actually buy your record. You know, you make a record, and then they buy your record. They give you a set amount of money for your tour and the merchandise. So they own everything. You just have to show up and do your gig.
An all-in deal.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times you'll tell the guy, "Hey, put me on the list," like a huge band, like say Madonna, and they go, "Yeah, I got to pay for your ticket,"
Exactly.
because they've been paid one lump sum for the tour.
Well, the Stones were one of the first ones to do that.
Exactly.
We used to have
That's how I
auctions.
know about
Yeah.
it so much.
Yeah,
you know
we used
what
to
I mean?
have auctions, and whoever promoter won the auction, he owned every seat.
Every
So if you were Keith Richards and you wanted your uncle to come to the show, you had to buy that ticket.
because you were paid a lump sum up front.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. Like people would be like, "What do you mean you don't got no guest list?" You go, "Yeah, you really want that guy to come if he's in your seat." You know what I mean?
It's crazy how the music industry has just changed completely. And it still fucks you guys. It's still out to fuck you guys. It's
Well,
never been
it always has.
it's
Yeah.
never been, music has never been a fucking
Yeah.
paradise on your end.
Yeah.
You hear the stories and you go, what?
No.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
These guys sold more records than anybody. What was the label? Quiet Riot, the first one?
The Pasha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know,
And I still, in order for me to get my money, I have to call my lawyer, which costs me money to get my money. So yeah, they give me my money eventually at some point, but I got to pay my lawyer for that. You know, a lot of money.
for like years he didn't get paid. He had to battle to get it.
Oh God, yeah. For about 7 years, we were, we had to go to court.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
1983.
Yeah.
Quiet Riot gets this album ready. Break it down for me. Break it down from A to fucking Z.
Break down
It's
to what?
not- you don't have to tell me figures.
Which process?
Just break down how it happens. You guys have your 8 songs. Who was the album? Who was the label?
It was Pasha Records,
Who
distributed.
else did they have? Pasha at the time.
They had Billy
Squire?
No, Billy
Ocean?
No, something Children of the Sun. Billy.
Billy.
Yeah, Children of the Sun.
Yeah, I know that tune. Yeah.
All right, so they had Pasha.
Yeah.
Who was the distributor?
Interesting, because Pasha, as a production company, had distribution through different labels. One of them was Capitol.
Okay.
Ours happened to be with CBS
Okay.
Epic at the
Okay.
time.
So now,
Yeah.
you get the album. You sit down. We're gonna do the album. How much do you get paid for the album? There's 5 guys in the band.
4.
4.
Randy Rhodes.
No. Randy was
Oh yeah, I mean, but original.
No,
We're
talking about this
Oh
one.
yeah,
Let's talk about
Carlos
this
Cavaza.
album. Carlos, let's talk about this
Frankie,
first.
Carlos, Kevin, and me.
Okay, so there's 4 guys. Do they pay you to tape the album?
No, it was all done on demo time. Demo is Pasha owned the studio, and let's say you cancel a session, the engineer will call one of the guys and say, "Hey, listen, we got time open for you guys to come in," because we didn't have a deal yet. It was all done on spec.
Spec time, it's
Spec
called.
time, yeah. So, which after you get signed, that's when you pay for the studio time.
It's in good faith. They're thinking you're going to get a deal. You get a little heat, and they go, "Look, this band has heat.
Yeah.
We want to use your studio in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. We'll pay if they get a deal."
Okay,
Exactly.
I see where it goes.
Yeah.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Okay, spec deal.
Okay.
So now you and the boys got a call and you went in. How long to lay the album down? How
Well,
many
you know what?
days?
While the guys were laying down basic tracks, I was still in Aussie. So the first time that I walked in the studio to record on the album was to do one song called Thunderbird that I used to play with Kevin in his band Dubrow. And then when Randy passed away, he asked me to come in to do that as a tribute to Randy on the record. And so that was the first song I recorded. Then we had extra time. And the guy said, "Listen, do you remember Slick Black Cadillac? Let's Get Crazy." Songs that Slick Black I used to play with Randy in Quiet Riot. And then we did that in Dubrow. And then Let's Get Crazy and the other songs, which I already knew from Dubrow. So by the time I left, I had laid down like 4 or 5 songs from the album, but I was still Ozzy's bass player, and again, getting back to the thing about playing from pain, it was very painful for me after Randy died, to keep playing with Ozzy, so here I am with the guys from Quiet Riot, Kevin and Frankie and Carlos, and I said, "God, this feels good. I feel like, this is like a joy. This joy in my playing again, which is what I wanted in my life, So here I am. I leave one of the biggest bands in the world, Ozzy, for like total unknown, Quiet Riot. That's how much pain I had.
Which, by the way, what he's not saying is no one wanted Quiet Riot.
Well, yeah,
for years. So it's a gamble.
Well, not only Quiet Riot, but the whole music scene.
Yeah, heavy metal.
Yeah, 1982 LA. It was all new wave. Yeah, new wave from punk. That was it. If you were not in a new wave or punk band, record companies didn't want to know anything about you. When you said that Quiet Riot opened the door, what happened was Quiet Riot created created some sort of within the industry or opened the eyes of the executives that there is a market for rock bands. And so just like it happened with Nirvana in Seattle. They record companies locally in Los Angeles are saying, "Hey, these guys came from the Strip. Who else is on the Strip?" Well, you have Motley Crue who's been around. You got Rat, and you got Dokken and Great White, and so on. So, okay, well, these guys are ready to go. Let's sign them up too, and promote them and make MTV videos and so on. So basically, that's what happened. It's not like we invented anything. We were there. But so were the other guys ready to go, So that opened the door as far as like creating an awareness that that type of music that we were all doing, there was a market for, And something that I got a glimpse of it because it was already happening in England and Europe, with bands like Saxon. Ozzy opened up for Saxon in 1981. That was part of our Diary of a Madman tour. In October of 1981, November. We also we had Motorhead, we have Def Leppard, so I was aware of like Maiden. Maiden was another band, all those guys that later became MTV staple. That's another thing. MTV was responsible for creating all of that.
Lightning in a bottle, right? Right place at the right time.
All right, so now you put this album down.
Yeah.
They do the cover with the fucking mask and just come on, feel the noise.
Yep.
Correct.
Well, that was the second single, second video. First one was Metal Health. Yeah.
Bang
Right, so
your
now,
head.
when do you see $1? When is your first dollar coming at this time?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the guys were getting gas money during the making of the record. There was no advances, no nothing. It was a production deal. It was like you record the record, and we're gonna try to put this out with a major label as a distributor. Marketing, promotion, all of that. So there was no advances, nothing. Which meant that we recoup immediately. I think the cost of the album was like $32,000. Yeah.
The tape.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Yeah, including electricity and tape and everything. Yeah, 32, which meant that we recoup really fast. But also, you have to take into consideration when you sign a production deal, it's a difference between a cake and a muffin. The cake being the big pot where everything comes out of, and then a production deal is a percentage of the production deal, not a percentage of the deal, because you have the major label being the big pot, the big piece, the big slice. So our slice was smaller because it was predicated from the production deal.
Sideman. It's like a middleman deal.
A middleman deal.
So
yeah.
now, part of the contract is they give you money and then album sale money, correct? To the band as
Yeah.
a whole, or just the writers of the song?
Oh, no. Yeah, record sales. Yeah.
For life, you get this.
Well, we still do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I met people in Boulder who were radio cops.
Yeah.
There's two guys in Boulder. That's what they did for a living. They made sure you guys got your money.
Like
that's-
ASCAP guys.
Well, ASCAP at BMI, yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's done, it's different. Everything, old songs are coded, and yeah. It's a different world. I mean, now I make money from airplay, and we didn't before. Musicians never used to make money from airplay. Now, anything being what they call non-terrestrial broadcast, will make money from airplay. Yeah, it could be computer, XM, Sirius XM, whatever, satellite. Yeah.
I met somebody in Hollywood 15 years ago. Nice kid. And one day I asked him, "Don't you work?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm on tour with the band that used to jump up and down, not the fucking guys from Orange County. I went so hard, in the end, it really doesn't matter." Not those guys.
Oh,
But before
Lincoln Park.
before them, there was a guy in the guitar
Three Doors
player,
Down.
and he was big, and they jumped around, and they were gonna make a comeback, and they were huge. I don't know the name.
Sugar Ray?
Like a Sugar Ray-ish.
Right.
He was a good-looking guy. He was kind of bald. He was in a band, and he was dating strippers. He was,
Oh, the guys,
and now
Crazy Town?
and now they do something
It's
else.
Lincoln Park.
No, it's not Lincoln Park.
And
It
it
was,
doesn't really matter.
yeah, I know
It's
that was
before
Lincoln
them, he
Park.
said.
It was around that area. Anyway, to make a long story short,
Yeah.
they were on tour. They were big, and he's producing now. They kept threatening to come back with a new guitarist for a long time.
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, what's the guy's
Yeah,
name?
Wes Arkeen.
Yeah.
I mean,
no,
Wes,
Monkey. They had
Wes-
Monkey.
No, that's
you got
Korn.
Fred
Wes
Durst.
Borland.
No,
Fred
what was
Durst.
the name? Fred Durst.
Yeah.
But was the guy with the mask? Yeah,
Wes
mask.
Borland.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
He left
band,
for a
this
while.
kid was in a band that was opening on the road. They
Mm-hmm.
had a song on the radio. He told me, he goes, "Let me do," because my song is on the radio. This kid was broke,
Wow.
and I go, "How do you make money?" He goes, "We're going on the road to pay the advance to do the song." I go, "What are you talking about?" I didn't know how. I mean, this kid was living off of me, and I had no money. Like if I went and got a burrito, I'd buy him a burrito or something like that, like a breakfast fucking bagel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "How the fuck are you on tour?" And he was telling me, breaking it down. And he lived around the corner with his girlfriend. His girlfriend, I guess, maintained. But this kid was fucking opening up for Limp Bizkit
Yeah.
on the road tour. Like he was home for 2 weeks, broke.
Wow.
And he was telling me how this is 2000. This is when they were, Napster and all this
Yeah,
shit,
yeah.
98, whatever, all this shit. How is there no money and you're on tour? Don't
Yeah.
they give you nothing? So you're just on tour paying back the record label for the
Yeah.
videos or something like that?
No, that's separate. I mean, the way that it used to be back in the day, the label did not touch anything of your live performance. That was back then.
Now it's a 360 deal, though.
Yeah. Now it's completely different. But back then, there was a separation between label and touring. They were not tied in. Yeah.
So your money was yours from touring.
Yeah, from touring. But then again, but they would give you tour support. which meant
advance.
and it went into the promotion of the album cost.
But you paid for everything: buses, sound man, lights.
and it was all recoupable, of course. Tour support.
Like you look at this guy like Ozzy, who did 9 albums and came out of there with nothing. Right. There's 2 different sides.
No, I mean, this is what happened. Ozzy was signed through management as manager. Don Arden, Jet Management, and Jet Records. He was signed to the label again, another production deal. They were on Epic through Jet Records. So if you look at an Ozzy record, this is a Jet Records label, right? And so again, it was one of those situations. And Sharon was part of the management team.
Her dad was there.
Right.
But I got to tell you, they invested. Jet Records invested money in Ozzy. They believed in him. That's it. All that first tour, Blizzard of Oz, that was financed, advanced by Jet Records, who was also the manager, Ozzy's manager. Yeah. So they really believed in him. Yeah, it was a huge risk.
A couple of weeks ago, we had somebody on here. We were talking about the abuse that the Beatles did to this country. Like, these kids are too fucking young. But if you were around in 66, 67, the Beatles were claiming that Paul was dead. And, he's walking around barefoot and Sgt. Pepper's and all this shit's going on. Beatle fans had it the hardest. Beatle fans are like Catholics. They took a fucking beating. Then when they broke up, they kept threatening they were going to come back. Anytime anybody got popular, I went to see this band, ZZ Top. They're fucking great. Some jerk off in the room will go, yeah. Wait till the Beatles come back. They ain't bad. And you lose the argument. You know what I'm saying? But then John Lennon got shot, and a little piece of you were like, thank God he got shot. Because now the Beatles ain't getting back together, and I win my argument. You know what I'm saying? Led Zeppelin is fucking better than the Beatles,
Oh, yeah.
But it's so weird how, all that shit went down with the Beatles and all that time. That music is so important to bring the country back. Like in the 70s, I was watching that CNN show on the 70s.
You told me that.
And they had 1973, there was $2 billion in music ticket sales. That's how many tours, right?
73.
73. Who wasn't touring?
Not only that, I mean, tickets were like $10 or $5. That's a lot of touring to come up with that much money.
Fucking dollars.
That's fucking crazy.
But if you look and you go, because you know me, I'm a fucking nutcase. I'm in a hotel in some shit town.
Jump down the rabbit hole.
As soon as I saw that, I went online. You had to see. It's like, who wasn't on tour?
Yeah.
In 1973, who wasn't?
Yeah. Stones, Zeppelin,
Deep Purple,
Alice Cooper,
Black Sabbath, Elton John.
David Bowie.
Elton John was killing them in 73. He was just starting to fucking get warmed up.
Rod Stewart and the
That's
Faces.
crazy. If you think about it, each ticket averaged out to $10.
Yeah.
That's 200 million seats.
Yeah.
That they sold.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Easy.
Did you watch that special? They're doing the 80s. Comes out in April.
I couldn't find it, man.
I'm
I
gonna tell you
searched
who
YouTube.
steals the show.
Who?
Fucking
Heart. Incredible.
They showed them. I mean, Jovencita.
I know.
The chubby one was fucking skinny.
Oh yeah.
And that blonde came out and started doing this bolero type thing, like the light was just on her. And all of a sudden she just and that fucking boom, 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 boom. Fleetwood Mac. I mean, it was just a different fucking time, So there was so much fucking money. Where'd this fucking money go?
Eagles.
And you hear all these stories. You hear CCR, another guy that didn't get fucking a dime. He didn't sign something or something, not a dime. And that's the other thing. That's how you wrote that good music. You sit here and you say to yourself, you know what? I did coke for 20 years. I didn't get nothing good out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Something had to come good because all those motherfuckers wrote all those songs.
Yeah.
And they were fucking writing all those movies. The Exorcist, they didn't write that on mocha lattes from Starbucks. I'll tell you that much.
It just brought something up, that just happened, lately. It's I grew up with 60s music, and every single band that mattered to me had a political statement. Politics and rock and roll have never been divided. They've been united. So as a matter of fact, I think that the best music came out of the 60s just because of that. People have something to say, something to stand for. Nowadays, I go online and I don't even make a commentary. I just post something that somebody else posted. I got flamed. People telling me, "Oh, listen, no, we don't want to hear your political views because we just want to enjoy your music." Fuck you. First of all, it's my freedom of speech. My right to express myself. Second of all, this is the problem with music today. It's like most bands, most artists don't have a political point of view just because they're afraid of like, I'm going to offend somebody. The best music, you go back to the 60s, CCR, what is it? The
Fortunate Son.
Fortunate Son. What better political statement than that?
Yeah.
Nowadays it's like, oh, you're going to offend somebody if you, write a song like that. Look at the Doors, Apocalypse Now soundtrack. So freaking Doors music, that's what they were in the jungle. That's what they were listening to. They were listening to the Doors, man. John Lennon doing a sit-in at a hotel room, give peace a chance, all of this, different political views, whatever. But people had something to say, and it was the musicians. Well, most of the time, Bob Dylan, another one, will actually give you something to hold on to, something to believe in, to stand by and say, yes, I agree with you. Thank you for putting it together into a song that I can actually, feel it, get it in my heart, in my soul,
It was very interesting on that special. They spoke about how Marvin Gaye went to Motown and said, "Look,
that's another one." Yeah.
He said, "Look, bro,
Yeah.
I like what you're doing, but I ain't doing that shit with 5 black guys dancing behind me." You think I'm kidding you? That's what he told him. Watch the fucking special. He goes, "I ain't no cookie cutter.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. I want to write a song about what's going on."
Yeah.
And he wrote What's Going On,
Yeah.
and it was brilliant. And then Stevie Wonder went in his office and said, "I want to do what he's doing.
Yeah.
I ain't doing it." He put out 4 albums in a row that only match Pink Floyd's run. That Dark Side, Metal,
Animals.
War, Animals, like Stevie Wonder, because they had something to say. I mean, it ended with Songs in the Key of Life, which I was a little fucking kid. And I remember my mom had it at the bar, my head almost fucking blew up. You're right. They did have something to. And that's what changed the music.
The Stones.
That's what made you
Sympathy
change.
for the Devil.
Yeah.
Listen to those lyrics. If those are not political, social political statements, you're not reading it right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And their whole battle, like against the taxes and going into exile and writing Exile on Main Street.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you ain't taking our money anymore, Back then, 50%, they blazed. Lived in a house and lived in exile. Keep all their money. Rad.
You brought a good point up last time you were on the show, and I'm doing it this year. I'm going to like 3 or 4 shows this year. I plan to go to 3 or 4 shows, let my mind shut down. Black Sabbath being one of them. I don't care what the ticket costs.
Yeah, Hollywood Bowl.
Well, everybody's complaining the ticket prices are too high. They're doing the bowl or the forum?
They're doing both.
Okay, I think I'll do Hollywood Bowl. I'm going to see David Gilmour.
I'm going to that.
Okay, it's
At the bowl.
At the bowl.
Yeah.
Okay. There was somebody else I wanted to see this year because that's it. You're right. You're never going to get a chance to see this again. For years, I didn't want to go see somebody sing with a lip machine or whatever the fuck it is. But you know what? I don't give a fuck. I want to go. Everybody said that for years. Ozzy had a guy behind the curtain that sang from his shit like the Wizard of Oz or something like that. You know what? I'm going to fucking go.
It's inspiring.
Well, the only way to be creative is to get entertained.
Totally.
Sometimes you have to go get entertained. One thing about Rudy is you see all those old Kennison things. Rudy was a fan of stand-up.
Yeah.
Rudy liked stand-up.
That's how we met.
Big time.
He saw me at the Nokia, and he came backstage. He said, "Man, you were great." And I was
Where was this at? Who were you with?
I was opening for Artie Lang.
Yeah, you were opening for Artie.
Yeah.
I went there with Rich.
And he came back, and I was like, "Oh, Rudy Sarzo." I was all over him like a fucking maniac kid, and he said, "You were great, man." And then he came to some other shows and stuff, and did the podcast, and we became great friends, But he was a comedy guy, and then I forgot about the Wild thing and all that, and I was like, "Oh my God, he was with Sam at the store and Wild thing and all that."
I gotta tell you, most musicians that I know, they think that they're fucking funny. They think they're comedians. That's all we do. In the bus, we take our music serious, and then we get off, and we're just like fucking around all the time.
And I think 40% of comedians musicians that didn't have the balls to go through with it. Like, I still have doubts about going and picking up a guitar because I know I'm scared. I know what's going to happen.
Yeah, but how more scary can it be than just to stand there with the mic in your hand and
you don't
tell
understand.
jokes, man?
No. I'm scared of how it's going to take over my life. Yeah. I could see me at 56 doing a fucking Rudy Sarzo cover band. You follow me?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see myself doing it. I could see it. I could just go. I could see myself playing, getting enthralled with it. Now telling my wife, "Fuck you. I'm going to go on the road every week and do comedy." But meanwhile, all I really want to do is get in the hotel room and play my fucking guitar instead of snorting coke. In the old days, it was snorting coke. Sure, I'll go on the road. Christmas Eve, fuck yeah. Alaska, I'm there. Because all I wanted to do was snort coke. That's the only way I could do it, by getting away from my girlfriend.
Yeah.
So I could see me doing the same thing. I love the guitar that much.
You think you would travel with it?
Oh, fuck yeah. Listen, fuck these punk ass bitches who travel with skateboards. Listen, I travel every week, and every fucking week I sit there and look at some dumb fuck bring something on a plane. And I gotta ask myself, is it that important to bring a skateboard, you dumb motherfucker? So it's time for me to bring my motherfucking ukulele. You think I'm kidding you? I'll get like a little ukulele with a little, what do you call them, a pig nose?
Yeah.
In the old days, I'll fucking blast that fucking hotel room from 6 to 6. I know it. I have an addictive personality, and it's something I've always wanted to do. Once I got the head to do it, it's going to scare me. I'm going to get enthralled with it. And next thing you know, I'm going to be calling Dean, how do you start a band? And asking stupid musician questions. And people are going to say, Joey actually thinks he's a fucking musician. Somebody better tell him he's fucking 60, fat, and he ain't going to be able to jump up and down. You know, fuck you. I ain't, what is that? Fuck you.
I ain't doing what you tell me.
Fuck you, that's me at 60. I'll be up there. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Let me give some shout outs. We'll get Rudy out of here. Everything all right, Rudy?
Yeah, we're rocking.
You beautiful motherfucker. You. Tasha Howell, I got the cancer bracelet. I'm going to put it on over the 12 days of Christmas. Bob and Becky and Olivia Linlingus, I love you motherfuckers. Thank you for the Bruce Lee book. Thank you for the present for my daughter. Thank you for Lee's present.
Yeah, they gave me the Red Sox.
Boston
Oh
Red
my
Sox
God,
thing.
those were amazing. Thank you.
John and Ann Coulter, you know how much I love you motherfuckers. I just met John for coffee. Robert Woolridge, Armando Salgado, my main man JT always got my back. Chris Cordwell, Dante Gazzini, and podcast quotes. I love you motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Lisa? How you feeling today?
I don't know what you gave me, but it's strong
I
as
don't know
fuck.
what you gave me, but it's strong as fuck. You know what I gave you? I gave you the same shit they gave Aldo the other night. They cursed that motherfucker.
That was just some good fights.
Those are great fights. Those are great fights, man.
Damian Maya blew my mind.
Oh, please.
I don't think he wanted to submit him. I was just
wanted to fuck with him a little bit.
Oh my God.
So I was did I tell on the podcast what I did the other night, my creepy, addictive personality?
Yeah.
I was telling you before the fight that I went with Jim Norton after the Rogan show in
Oh,
Vegas.
you gamble, yeah. Bet on the
Let's
fight.
go to the casino real quick. Let me go see what the lines are on the fights. And between you and me, I told Joe Rogan I'm betting 1,000 on Aldo, 1,000 on Weidman, and 1,000 on the Cuban Romero.
Oh, you would have lost.
Oh, I would have lost everything. Romero barely won. The Cuban barely fucking won. That little cheat motherfucker. Did you see him holding the fence? And,
On the fence. I love it.
And I walked over and I looked at everything. And again, like the rest of the things in my life, I became a pussy. I was like, I'm not fucking betting on it. And I go, fuck yeah. Why do you come to Vegas, Joe? You don't drink. You don't get your dick sucked. You don't play Wheel of Fortune. You do nothing. You come, you perform, and you eat something, and you leave. Go do something with your life. Go at least have some fun. So I went over and I put $100 on Aldo. But when I'm standing on the board, I go, oh, shit. There's a bet for under 3 rounds. And I put $50 on that. $60. What the fuck I had in my pocket? $50. I went back to my room, and I'm like, wait a second. That's the bet of the year. I don't even fucking gamble.
Yeah.
I can't lose. I can't lose. This fight's going to end under 3 rounds. I called my wife. I woke her up out of a deep sleep. I go, do me a favor. Put $800 on my books. She's like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? I go, I'm going to bet. Fuck, I got to bet. She's like, Joey, what the fuck?
You did not call your wife.
Put 800 on my books.
Yes, I did. I only had like 300 on there. I go, put 800 on my fucking books. And I got up at 5. When I called to get the wake-up call, it was the Mandarin Hotel. These motherfuckers said, do you want a pot of coffee, Mr. Diaz? I said, you know what? bring the pot and leave it in the valet box at 4:45. I go, you guys got breakfast too? They go, yeah, we do. I go, listen, why fuck around? Let's put the order in right now. Let me get 2 eggs, a little fruit, some wheat toast, butter, some juice, and no fucking potatoes. Give me fruit because I don't want really wheat toast, whatever. Bro, I got up before the alarm went off. I ate it. I was already packed. All I had to pack was my sleep apnea machine. I went downstairs and I got a cab for the MGM Grand and I bet the rest of the fucking $950. So I bet Aldo for $100. I never tell this shit. Even Lee, I didn't tell him what I bet.
Yeah.
I bet $1,000 on the fight within under the third round. And I went home. And I knew it was going to win. I was more, I sat there going, Jesus, I could have. And I had a great time. And I told my wife, she goes, what'd you do? How'd you end up making out? I gave her the ticket. I said, mail it in, bitch. Mail that fucking. Mail it in. Merry Christmas, motherfucker. And she just looked at me like, Joey, you fucked up. It's yours. I don't give a fuck. I don't want the money. I was just proving a fucking point. I never gamble, dog. I go to Vegas, ask Lee for 3 days. I don't do nothing, Rudy.
You call me.
Rudy Sarzo. The only thing I do is smoke e-cigarettes. Because you don't do nothing no more. How long can we stand there, Rudy? It used to be in the old days, we got at least put a Coca-Cola, a Diet Coke, and put a cherry in it, or a lime, and lie to people. Tell them we got a rum and Coke.
Yeah.
Now we don't even do that.
It was Pepsi and condensed milk.
Yeah. Pepsi. No, you really weren't.
Condensed milk.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about Cuban eating habits.
Yeah.
And how Cubans could be 400 pounds if you let them. Because when you're a kid, you dip. Cubans get bread.
Yeah.
And they put butter on it, and then they put it in the toaster this way, and they slam. But before you slam the bread down, you take the paintbrush filled with butter, and you put it on top of the bread, Lee. You watching this, Lee? So you take the bread, you cut it, Lee. Then you Italian bread, like Cuban Italian bread, you put the butter in the middle, you close it, and you put it on the thing. You put butter on the thing, butter on top of the bread, and you slam it. Then you get
You got a press at your house?
If you don't have a press and you're Cuban, you're slipping. Okay, that's like a Jew without a yarmulke and a secret bank account. Every Jew has a secret bank account. What do you got in the bank? Look, let's go to the ATM machine. I'm telling you, I only got $90. Come on, show me the real fucking account here. Show me the real one. I'm your grandmother's maiden name, cocksucker. You gotta have a press. Then your mother makes you a big bowl of coffee. It's not a cup like these fucking Americans. Let's go drink a cup of, give me a venti. What fucking venti? Cubans drink a bowl of coffee. That shit that'll kill a mule.
Top ramen.
And they put fucking whole milk in that motherfucker with a tub of sugar. Then they wait for the toast to come out. You take the toast out, Lee, and you cut it across the middle. So instead of 2 pieces, you have 4 pieces now. And you take that motherfucker and you dip it in the milk and coffee. That's Cuban. That's Cuban savagery.
Oh.
That's Cuban savagery. That's after the egg with the fucking egg on. That's after the steak with the egg on top of it over the white rice. And you slice the egg yolk. And the egg yolk covers the egg and the white rice. It's called huevo a caballo. You understand me? If anybody's skinny here and they really want to get fat, contact me. I'll give you what's called the Cuban diet. And then before you go to sleep, Cubans do something for the late night. Like when I first came from Cuba, I was always under the impression, this is how stupid your Uncle Joey is, that chocolate was only to be eaten at night. Because the way I looked at it, it said chocolate late. You know how late? Yeah. So in my Cuban mind, late meant you ate chocolate at night. Chocolate. It's a chocolate late. You have to eat that at night. What the fuck? Cubans think, no, we don't eat chocolate at night. We got something better for you. Go get a can of Materva. Materva is made from what root?
Mate.
Mate, and it's delicious. It's sweet. You take 3 inches of condensed milk. You put aluminum foil to cover it. That's the old Cuban way. That's before the lid. You just get aluminum foil, and you pour that. This is what you do. You would put the condensed milk in the glass and walk away. And it would just drip little by little. It's like when you fuck 18 times, that last nut, it just drips out of your nut and just falls on your foot. It was just like that, Lee. And you take 3 fingers and you put the Materva in there, you stir that motherfucker up. And if you're real Cuban, you get Cuban crackers and you put butter on them. And you eat the fucking Cuban cracker with the butter.
Or a medianoche, which is named after midnight.
Midnight
sandwich, because you had that at midnight, because if you went to sleep without food, you could starve to death. in your sleep because you're not eating for 8 hours.
Oh, I should have been Cuban.
Wow.
Now the medianoche and the Cuban sandwich are different. What is the difference?
It's the pork and the pickle.
And the pickle.
The pickle. Yeah.
That's the medianoche because the pickle might give you nightmares of dragons and Cuban people chasing you down the street.
Yeah. I mean, what's some you got ham and pork.
And pork.
Double hard.
That's right.
Bro, if you really, really want to get fat, like if you're a skinny guy and you want to lift weights seriously and get 30 pounds, I got the recipe for you.
Yeah.
You know, I
How
got
about the steak one? Like,
which
you
one?
have that for breakfast?
Bro, when I was really dingy and skinny at one time, my mom would sit there. Once the emulsive of cod didn't work, because I was raised on emulsive of cod. My mother thought that emulsive of cod was the cure-all, be-all. You know what emulsive of cod is?
Nope.
Emulsión de cod.
Bacalao.
Bacalao, which
Oh,
is just
yeah.
another word for
Yeah.
bacalao.
I know what that is.
Bacalao milk.
Bacalao.
I love that.
It's like a hot dog for fish. The fins, the eyeballs,
Oh,
the guts, the stomach.
it's like you felt the fish.
They blend that up with milk, and then you take it in a teaspoon in the morning. Let me explain something to you.
Oh,
If every man over 50 takes emulsive of cod, there'll be more fucking people being born than ever before.
just boner city.
Bro, emulsive of cod when you're 6 gives you hard-ons. You can't even fucking rest and watch Popeye. You just sit there with your mouth open like you're doing 2 pounds of heroin and cough medicine.
Cuban Viagra.
Emulsive of cod. My mom would sit there and fucking stare at me and go, "You're not going to school till you have this, and I'll beat you."
Oh.
And you had to fucking take it and then drink orange juice. It got to the point where my mom would just pour it into the orange juice like vodka, stir it, and give it to me. But then after that, you got to eat a steak over, you know. Well, if you put a scoop of white rice, get scoop. Méteme un cucharón ahí, compadre. They give you a fucking spoon flat over a thing. And then they put a fucking steak, a thin palomilla. That means they butterfly it.
Yeah.
And you get like an 8-ounce steak, and then they put a fried egg over that. And it's not fried in granola oil.
Yeah.
Coconut oil, it's fried in fucking butter, Jack.
And lard.
And lard.
Manteca de puerco.
Manteca de puerco that sits by the window. It's pig fat. And it gets hard as fucking concrete. And they cut into it. They throw a chunk on the frying pan, and it fucking sizzles up again. And you take that egg when it sizzles on the steak, and that's when you cut the yolk and you make the yolk go on the white rice. Has anybody ever eaten egg and white rice?
Oh, yeah.
I know, we have. And in the back of your mind, it's fucking disgusting. I've eaten it. Don't get me wrong.
Sounds amazing.
But would you fucking stop, Lee? But if you're skinny and you lift weights, and you eat one of those every day, 2 yolks over a fucking steak and white rice, the possibilities are endless.
What's that one you like? It's like meat with a sausage in the middle?
Boliche.
Moliche.
And you tie Cuban pot roast with a chorizo in the middle. And you tie that fucking steak up around the chorizo. And the chorizo bleeds into the steak. And then you cut it and it falls over. Jesus Christ. And you see the chorizo looking at you just there. And you take the white rice and you put it to the side. And you put some black beans and rice. You get a few fried bananas. You cut those up. That's a breakfast of champions. You test positive for everything on that shit.
And don't forget Nochebuena having the whole pig on the table with head and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rudy, you don't eat any of that stuff anymore, right?
No,
When was the last time? No, so really you don't even know. Rudy's done.
I'm done with pork.
Listen, bro.
Yeah.
There's Cubans that after 40, they substitute turkey meat because the meat becomes too much. The amount of food they eat, I miss my mother. It's been 30-some years. And Rudy knows a Cuban mom. I miss my mother. But I got to tell you a confession I never said before on no other forum. My mother took her fucking pork so seriously that they were snorting. In my house on the 23rd, you stayed up all night just marinating the pork. Your family would come over, and like the grandma and grandpa would go to sleep, but the 40-year-olds would get aluminum foil and they'd put it at the table and have Coke Rocks in it. And they'd sit there all night doing little bumps, drinking Dewas on the rocks, my mother and her little crazy whore girlfriends. And they'd have a pig, and they'd marinate that pig all night, orange juice and garlic, and you got to rub it in there. It was like a ceremony, bro. Wow. It's like a ceremony.
Yeah.
It's like it's a family thing. We're going to get together, drink, but at the same time, we're cooking. And and you wake up at 8 and the house would smell like heaven. When you wake up at a Cuban house on the 24th of December, It's heaven. That
Yeah.
fucking pork.
Big
I
city.
just took my wife back for Cuban food. My wife's from a fucking farm in Tennessee. She bit into the lechon salad. The first thing she said to me, she goes, "I get it." She goes, "They fucking, this is work. This is love."
Well, it's the mojo.
El mojo.
El
The
mojo,
mojo
which
is the whole thing.
Garlic, naranja agria, which is the only thing you can get those oranges here, which is a sour orange. It's like a mandarin orange or something. And it's a whole different flavor. It's like in between a grapefruit and an orange, It's like sour. Naranja agria. Garlic and everything else that goes into it. Mojo.
And they would stay up all night preparing it. And then at 8 in the morning, that's when they throw it in the oven. So they would do an all-nighter.
Is it baked or roasted?
It's in the oven.
In the
In
ours
a
was
spit.
in a spit.
In a spit.
Oh, I
Yeah,
got you.
spit.
Like a broiler.
Yeah.
Like a broiler.
Yeah. December 24th, early in the morning, you hear the pig squealing. Because it's getting killed.
It's getting killed, bro.
And
Amazing.
then-
Amazing.
But as a kid growing up like that in my culture, that was like, wow, we're gonna eat good tonight. And which now to me is a horrific, thought.
Yeah.
But and then you just start pulling up pieces of the skin.
The ears.
Oh.
Yeah, the chicharrón.
You
Yeah,
have no idea the
yeah,
chicharrón.
chicharrón.
And those ears are going like a potato chip. You have no fucking idea, Lee.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It's
And
horrible.
and the skin comes next to the fucking.
Did you ever roast a pig in like your house in Jersey?
All the time. My mother, listen, December in a Cuban house is 20 pounds. And it starts December 3rd. There's a Cuban holiday. Then Wednesday,
Chango.
Chango is
Chango,
Thursday
yeah,
night. And then San Lázaro is the 16th. That's another big one. And then the 24th, dog, shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Bigger than Christmas?
It is Christmas. It's
Yeah.
Cuban Christmas.
Yeah.
Then they celebrate the 7th of January.
What is that?
That's when the
Yeah.
wise kings show up with a gram of
El,
blow and
el
everything.
día de los Reyes Magos.
Los Reyes Magos, they
Yeah.
give you an envelope. You get cash on that day.
Grandma blow.
Yeah, you get like a
Which is
gram.
actually the 12th day of Christmas.
12th day of
Yeah,
Christmas.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Brady, you don't eat meat anymore, right?
I eat meat, but not pork.
What kind of diet do you have? Because you look fantastic. And
Vitamins, and workout, exercise.
yeah, is it lightweights or do you just walk and
It'll be-
jog?
no. I mean, I do some weights. I try not to injure myself now because of my age. And
Yeah.
the one great thing about Medicare, it's the plan that I have now. These are the things we're talking about. It's called Silver Fit, which is like Medicare Plus. For like $20 a year, you just join like a regular gym instead of like paying
Wow.
$500. Which in my case, because I spend so much time on the road, I would just like buy like a month here and a month there. But now I just pay $20 a year and that's it. I go to like a 24 fitness place.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then
Something to look forward to.
and the government pays the other half?
Well, you already been paying the other half all these years, been coming out of your
I gotcha,
salary.
yeah.
Yeah.
Social Security.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really, God bless you, man.
God bless you too.
It's
Feliz Navidad.
it's hard to believe that I was watching you at the Palladium 30-something years ago, and here we are in North Hollywood. talking
It's so
shit.
weird, right?
It's like a dream come true. You're the sweetest guy in the world, and here you are, 65, looking beautiful, living your life. Who would have fucking thought we would have still been talking about Ozzy at a table? He's still fucking alive. Rudy.
I don't look any different than when I was 64.
No, you look beautiful.
You look great, man. I
I feel
mean,
good. I feel good.
I played with him last year, and this guy destroys on stage, man. Like, here's a funny thing. This is when I knew that I was never. Sometimes you wonder as a musician, like, I never got to that next level, And then when I jammed with him, Brian Tishy, and Tracy Guns, when they kicked in, I was like, this is why. These guys are next level dudes,
It's just like you guys. You guys put a lot of time into your art. I mean, it just don't happen by accident. You got to take some time and develop your act and your material. Your relationship with the audience. It's the same thing for us. It's just put time into it.
Yeah,
That's all
but the
it
way
is.
you played the bass, I could feel it over there, just the attack, and he was so into it.
Well,
I was
it's the same way when I saw you performance, I got it.
Yeah.
And I became an instant fan.
Yeah.
It's because, you have the connection with the audience. It's the same thing. You have a very rock and roll connection, with the audience. It's like a rock musician. You know, and Coco here, he's just freaking amazing. Every time I watch
Unbelievable.
anything with you on YouTube, you're relentless and fearless.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
right.
He's
Right,
fearless.
I know. It's
Totally.
like you're on. It's unbelievable.
I've
You
learned
know,
so much watching him at the
Yeah.
store, man.
Yeah, he's like an Ivan Weinstein level of comedy. Shredding. It's a shredder.
I did whenever I tell a Cuban story on those Ari things, I always think of you. I always think in the back of my mind, I think of everybody who's Cuban that I know, because we grew up different ways, and everybody, but there's still one basis, like the faith part, you know. And I did this last Ari thing, which will be out this year. And I talked about when I did Santo, you know, as a little kid. I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I'm a Catholic, bro. I'm a Catholic. I don't know. We come from a Catholic country. Cuba's a Catholic country. And I was raised a Catholic. And I still have my beliefs in different ways, but I had a godmother growing up who I loved dearly. You know, she was a Cuban lady. You know, I always talk about pre-revolutionary Cubans.
Yeah,
are the toughest people. You don't want to fuck with them at any level. Pre-revolutionary Cubans, they're the ones that built Miami. They're the ones that had to deal with those Jews the first time. They're smooth, they're fucking, but they're strong-willed. Pre-revolutionary Cubans put ideas in your head. They dealt with shit. You know, everybody talks about Fidel. Batista was no walk in the fucking park either. But there's something about pre-revolutionary Cubans, and she was everything to me. And she used to always tell me growing up, put a box away and put your trophies in there. And she made me put my lock of hair in there. And she made me put my brass shoes in there. She made me put newspaper clippings. And she'd go, once a week, I want you to go sit with that fucking box. It was brilliant. And I go, why do you fucking make me sit with this box? She goes, because no matter what happens in your life, I want you to remember that, who the fuck you are and where you came from. And I would put shit in there. When my mother died, she goes, make sure you take that box with you. You always look at that fucking box once a week, because I don't want this experience to. And she knew my mother was going to die. That's why she'd make me fucking get that box every day and look at the box. And I fucking put the box at my friend's house, and I ended up robbing him years later. He was a coke dealer. I left the box. And when I left New York in '85, I bumped into her. She goes, where's the box? And I didn't want to tell her. I go, it's at Martin the Fags. Martin Maricon. That was his name. And I go, the box is at his house. And she goes, I'll fucking get it back. Whatever. I didn't tell him I robbed Martin. And I lost my box. Through all those years, I lost that box. I had pictures of my mother and pictures of my real father and just little things in there. My son had a bunch of shit in there. And I made a fucking interview for some religious company in England. And they put the video on. And do you know I got my box back? Some lady called me from Miami in 2014. No. We have your box. My godmother's grandson has the box. What? I flew to Miami. I booked the gig. I got the fucking box. 34 years later, whoa! I got my fucking soul back.
Somebody had that box still?
And my life changed. And she brought the box from New York City, 148th Street, to Miami on a fucking bus. Wow. And she kept saying, even when I die, I know that kid. He's going to come back here for that fucking box. She goes, leave that. The kid, all his life, grew up. He's a man now. He works at Miami International Airport. Yeah. He goes, since I was a kid, I go, Grandma, whose box is that? That's Coco's. One day he's coming back for that box. Even after I'm dead, I know that kid. He's going to come back for that box. Wow. Fucking 2015, I got the box next to my fucking bed. I told that story and I thought about you. Because we lose ourselves in our lives, man. Absolutely. I lost myself for a fucking long time. And you know what? Some people sell their soul. They never get it back, though. I sold my soul. I got it back. Yeah. A lot of people don't get their fucking soul back. And I knew some people would listen to that story. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I know Rudy would think of that story and go, Jesus fucking Christ. Because there's a certain faith you grew up as Cuban. I've always had that faith. I've always had that belief. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I'm happy you came on, Rudy. And I'm sorry you only got you a couple potatoes. Fucking Portos, they got smarter. They made the potatoes smaller. Did, They're fucking communists. They're fucking
When you say papa rellena, I figure
the big ones and shit.
Yeah, these bowling balls.
No, these motherfuckers, they don't do it like that no more. Listen, you know what frustration is? When you want to read about the topics that interest you most and you have to mentally search for the content on the internet. For those of us who want premium content, don't have time to waste on finding it, there's a new company called Texture. the best way to read all your favorite magazines anytime, anywhere. Texture is the app that gives you an all-access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse hundreds of magazines and cherry-pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics. Do me a favor, sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads, plus exclusive content, with full access to the top magazines across the board of every interest. I mean, from Lulu to InStyle to Hot Rod to Oprah to 17 to National Geographic, Rolling Stone, The New Yorker, U.S. Weekly, Us Weekly, whatever, I'm sorry, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. They got everything. Here's the best part. Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, get Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about that. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. Order this fantastic gift for you or a loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Again, Texture app is the easiest way to remain culturally curious, with the top stories and new and noteworthy sections updated throughout the day. Plus, you can share your subscription with the whole family. You can download articles and whole issues for online reading. Go to texture.com right now /Joe. What do you think about that, motherfuckers?
I actually like that.
I like that. Texture's not bad.
I still love magazines.
You download the articles before you go on a plane. Yeah. You can read the certain ones. And Rolling Stone, I mean, how many fucking magazines you really read? 3 or 4?
Yeah.
Rolling Stone, Us Weekly, whatever the fuck. As always, on it, my main people. You know, I think that you're on this stuff because you look beautiful. On it, number one product is Alpha Brain. It's a complete earth-grown nootropic.
What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Onnit is like it's tough to describe. Onnit is a company that makes supplements for you. And what they do is that they have Shroom Tech, Sport, and Immune. Like if I fly a lot, like I flew, I took Shroom Tech Immune. I didn't get sick. My wife got sick. Okay. Shroom Tech Sport gives you more endurance. It has quadricep mushrooms in them, and they just give you more oxygen.
Is it a multivitamin?
And not really. They have multivitamins, other things. They have tea oil. They have testosterone boosters. Anyway, go to onnit.com right now /Joey and get 10% off your first order. Church. What is it?
It's onnit.com. You use code word church.
Onnit.com with the code word church. You get 10% off your first order. Also, you can get on the Stay On It program, and they deliver it right to your house on a weekly motherfucking basis. Okay? Onnit's got some great stuff. When I fly, I take the turnaround 160. Which is this with a bunch of other stuff. 180. I'm sorry, it has the same 360.
Yeah.
And Hitty Cigs, the best in hit vapor cigarettes, okay? They're tremendous. 0, 8, 16, and 24 milligrams and a cigar. That's what they got. Usually they go for $20 a piece because you're friends with me. You get them for $10 a piece. They got a special 5 for $50 offer. Go to hittycigs.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
Boom! And get 5 for $50, and that's it, all right?
Oh, I want to pump my punchline game.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Texture.com right now. What is it?
/Joey.
Texture.com /Joey. On it.
Code word church.
/Joey.
No.
What is it?
It's on it. Code word church.
All right. Hit these things. Now, I
Joey
need a big
Church.
favor from you guys. I don't need no fucking favor. September 28, 29, my buddies Dean Delray is going to be at the San Francisco Punchline or at Cobb's?
Yeah, punchline.
At the Punchline downtown. Listen, if you don't go to this show, shoot yourself right fucking now, okay? You know when we go to San Francisco how we do it. Please go over and see them. Tickets are available where?
At punchline.com.
/Joey, nothing?
No, it's
Okay, fuck it. Punchline.com, Dean Delray. And when do you start your little thing again, my brother?
It starts at the beginning of the year with NAM show, and then it goes to I'm doing a Axes and Anchors cruise. It's a rock and roll cruise.
And who's on that one?
I'm doing some shows with Tracy, Gonzo, our band, and then Randy Rose Remember and all of that. So a bunch of guys, Zach Weil and Inbe and just a Bumblefoot, a bunch of
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's in a boat.
And where's the cruise go to?
Key West and the Bahamas, the Caribbean.
Oh shit.
Yeah, for 4 days.
So I'm sending Lee and the girlfriend with you.
Yeah.
Give me live reports. Look at them.
We should, yeah. So
I'll definitely go.
Total rock and roll cruise, and then after that, I'm off to Europe, and in Russia.
With Gunzo?
No, with something else.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good to have you. I love you.
It's love you
Felicidades.
too. Love you.
We
Felicidades.
could do a little something with my man Dean Delray.
Oh,
We
I love,
gotta
it.
do
I
some-
love both you guys, man. Rudy has just been an unbelievable friend, and so have you. So it's just amazing. I would podcast with you every day.
And
dude.
what about Lee? You don't like Lee?
Yeah, I love Lee.
Hey,
I love Lee.
hey.
Lee just doesn't text me late at night like you. You
Okay.
know, he doesn't check up on me.
All right, Lee's got to start checking up on people. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank Rudy Sarzo, also my man Dean Delray and the Flying Jew for coming on. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm in San Diego Thursday night. Second show got added. So go do your fucking thing. See you Thursday. I love you guys. Stay black. You gotta go to the bathroom, Rudy? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go.
What Adam Sandler song did that open? What Adam Sandler movie did that open with?
I'm not sure what that Born on the Bayou.
Maybe it was Waterboy.
That's a bad fucking jam.
Do you
That's
ever-
one of my all-time favorite. That makes me feel like a fucking American, that jam.
Really?
Yeah, that song fires me up in the morning.
Do you ever do like? I know you must, but like something with that, I immediately thought of Waterboy. Like when you hear that, do you ever think of a movie it was in, or like when you hear songs, does that where do you go?
A movie is a soundtrack. Music is a soundtrack of your life. The songs that really thwart you, that throw you for a loop, that make you catch your breath and go, wow, I was there that day, or this is what happened that made me like this song, or this is what made me relate to this song. That's always that. But this particular song was in one war movie I had seen.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what war movie. Could have been Apocalypse Now. I don't know. Maybe it was something else. I could be wrong. But I've always liked this song since I was a kid. Like the first time I heard, I'm not a big fan of CCR, but I like this fucking jam a lot. This jam just means something to me. I don't know what.
It's a great song.
Yeah, it just reminds me of being a kid, hearing this in the Bronx. Like hearing this
In
when
the Bronx, really?
Yeah, my mom had the dry cleaner, and I would go to the Bronx, and I was allowed to play in front of it on Tremont Avenue. And I remember this playing. Like that's what this song reminds me of. If you ask me, that's what you asked me. And then there was another situation where it was in a movie. But this is what this song reminds me of, being in the Bronx. Like this song, War by Edwin Starr. Those type of songs take me back to. I barely spoke English. I spoke maybe 70% English. And this is how I would learn my English, by listening to these songs. Then like Michael Jackson came with ABC and I Want You Back. And that album really helped me out a little bit. So that's what I still remember walking down Broadway. I can't remember with who. Could have been my mom, could have been my godfather. I still remember walking down Broadway with the money in my pocket that I had saved from working at the bars like a 5-year-old, like whatever job they would make me do, going to buy ABC.
Really?
The album ABC. Like I still physically remember that. I still physically remember walking from 88th Street to like 100th Street with like some fucking ratty kids to buy James Brown hot pants. When it was just a 45 single, when they cost like $1 or 75 cents or some shit. Like that's what, I think about the 70s. Like that was that music for me, the early 70s. But music has always been a part of my life. My mom always fucking had music on,
And was it playing at the dry cleaner, or were people playing it on boom boxes and
boom boxes?
Really?
Like I still
just
remember,
on the street in the Bronx?
I still remember that particular CCR song. Me like just breathing and hearing that song and just liking the beat. Like somebody had it on playing in a car or something like that, and just me it was a hot day and me being like in front of there playing with like a rock or a fucking whatever I played with in those days. And it wasn't a great neighborhood, it wasn't a great neighborhood, but I remember the sun was shining that day. And on the corners, the reason why I really liked going to my mom's dry cleaner at that time was because on the corner there was an Italian ice pizza joint.
Oh.
They had the pizzas out on the racks and the Italian ice. And I would go in there and he'd give me a sherbet Italian ice with Sprite or 7-Up, and you shake it up really good, like you stir it, not shake
like
it up.
lemon lime Italian ice?
Yeah, no, it was a sherbet.
Oh, like orange.
And they called them something like something up there. But that's why I went to the Bronx. They give you a long spoon and you had to beat the ice cream around with the fucking soda. That's what I remember. And that was the only place ever at that dry cleaner where I really have had an altercation where kids chased me to take my money.
No way.
Yeah, like a block and a half one time. Because the dry cleaner was on like Tremont, and if you went to the corner, it became like a really popular street. Or maybe I have my streets confused. It was like Tremont and something else. And this, like when you walk down and have shoe stores and Woolworth. You remember what Woolworth was?
No.
Woolworth was a national chain.
Oh, like a Macy's or something?
Yeah, but a lot smaller, and it was like the original. It was like a little higher than a dollar store. You went to Woolworths to get notebooks and maybe a pair of socks and an eraser. Everything was like a fucking $5 bill at Woolworths. And I remember going to Woolworths for something. It was around the corner. It was like there was a toy store. And I remember like having like shorts on, nice sneakers, a t-shirt, and like a gold chain. My mom would always give me like a gold chain. These 3 kids spotted me. But just the way they were looking at me, I fucking started running. And I looked back and they were chasing me, and I made it to the dry cleaner before they came in.
How old were you, do you think?
5.
And you could just tell, like this.
Yeah, they were maybe 7. I could just tell the way they were looking at me.
And you were allowed to walk around that area.
I had a permission to walk to the corner, but I would go, hey, I'm going to go into the store, and then I would come out the side door. Like places on the corner, doors, they have like one door going in and one going out.
Yeah.
So I would go out the side door, walk up the street, and walk back in that door and walk out the side door.
Just so you like the rule?
Yeah, what took you so long? I was in there. There was a big line. Gino was talking to whoever. I don't remember if that's a guy's name or what. But I remember those memories in the Bronx and the dry cleaners. I remember the guy upstairs. There was a black chef. The black chef doubled as the ironing guy. Okay, and his name is Mike. And I really liked Mike. I talked to Mike a lot. He had just come back from Vietnam. And Mike was the guy that took the clothes off like these pseudo hangers and then put them on a thing, and he would press them.
Yeah.
That's what Mike did.
My grandfather was a dry cleaner for his entire life.
Yeah, that's what he did.
You never really talked about the dry cleaner. Like, how long did she have it for?
Maybe 2 years of my youth. It had come along. What happened was it was a partner's, it was somebody else's, and then when they became partners in the numbers operation, there was a co-pseudo office for my mother. It was her little pit stop in the Bronx. She'd go upstairs, check out the numbers. But that guy, Mike, we used to call him Black Mike. We used to call him Mike Black because there was 2 Mikes.
Okay.
So it was a Negro Mike, Mike Negro. Mike Negro and Mike Blanco. Mike Blanco had something on the corner. He did something. And Mike Negro was the dude who ironed the clothes. But at 3 o'clock, Mike El Negro, no, I'm lying to you guys. At about 11, Mike El Negro would go upstairs and cook for the bookies upstairs. So upstairs on top of the dry cleaner wasn't a small bookie office. It was a central office where all their bookies called in their action. So
like a main bookie?
It was like a main bookie. So my mom split the details with this dude named Nelson. Nelson was a good friend of my father's. So it was maybe on the 3rd floor. And Nelson would have a blackboard. And he would have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 9. And under that, they would yell numbers at him. 604, $10. And he would look to 604 and put $10 on it. And if you called back and said 604, $20, then that board had $10 on it already. If you called $30 on it, it became 40. And they watched that number until money was too high on that number. Then they call off half the number.
Oh, so they
wouldn't take a beating. So if somebody called and if you got $8,000, if somebody put $8,000 on 604 and 604 come out, you're going to take a beating that day. So at a certain amount of number, you cut that off and you call that to a different bookie bank and go, hey, I got action for you. Take $30 on 604.
Oh, okay. So
because you only want it up to a certain amount so you don't get your ass busted.
So if let's say I called you're a bookie, I want 604, but it's too much. You say,
let's say you call me,
right?
And every day you bet $10 on 604,
right?
But today $10 wins you $5,000.
Jesus.
Okay, cash. At the end of the day, I'll come to the bar where you drink at.
So it's 500 to 1.
Right.
Wow.
Whatever it is, right? So it's $10 is 5,000. So you call me up and you say, Joey, I want to bet $25 on fucking whatever. That's 12.5. That'll bust my ass if I'm a small independent guy on a corner. So I'll call $20 of that to Lisa Ayat. Lisa Ayat, take this.
So do you say no to the person calling, or you just say yeah,
No,
and then you
you
move
say
it on?
yeah, and then you move on. You never want to tell that person. No, you take everybody's action.
Okay.
You don't want the word around that Lee called Joey Diaz and he wouldn't take his action because it was too high. I'll tell you. Let me make a call first. Let me get the right line. I'll tell you some line. Let me get the right line. Hold on. Let me get the fucking information from the track and see how the horses are running. Let me call you right back. With numbers, it doesn't really work like that. I got to take that number. It's like when somebody goes into a picket store, into a gas station, and says, hey, I want to play. Like yesterday, I went to Higgins, and then I went to get water at the gas station. There was a guy in front of me playing fucking tickets and getting 6 tickets with a lizard on it and 4 tickets. You got to take their action. The state has to take their action.
Okay.
But with the same with gambling. If you call me up, okay?
Right.
And you go, Joey, what's your line? You're in Boston.
Okay.
You call your bookie in Boston. And you go, Joey, what's your line on Boston today? On the New England, I'm sorry. And I go 11.5. Let me call you right back. Hold on. My mother's got on the other line. You're going to call your buddy, Joey, who's got a buddy in Vegas. And you're going to go, Joey, what's the line out there? 9.5. It's 2 more points because it's in Boston. You're local. They got to raise the line. Everybody's going to bet New England, right?
Right.
Nobody's going to call against New England. So this guy's going to take a beating. So then you call me, and let's say the guy wants to bet, you want to bet 50,000 on New England.
Okay.
I take your action, right?
Right.
But I got to get something. Who's New England playing this week?
The Titans.
The Titans. So I got to get somebody to bet 50,000 on the Titans, so it's even.
So you don't lose either way.
So I don't lose either way. I can just take the juice. I could just take the fucking vig, which is if you call me and bet 50,000 and you lose, you got to bet me 55,000 because it's 50,000 to bet,
But
5,500. It's a $500 commission.
Oh.
So that's how I make my money on the fucking action.
So wait, who pays you the 500?
You do when you lose.
You have to pay an extra 500?
Yeah. So if you call me and you go, I want to bet 50,000 on the Jets,
right,
and they lose, you got to pay me 5,500. There's a 10-point vig on that $5,000.
Jesus Christ!
But the guy that just bet me 50,000, he wins 50. So I get 5,000 for my actions.
That's amazing. So you don't lose either way.
I don't lose either way. That's why I created Utopia. A Utopia is an equal balance on both sides. I don't lose a dime. I make 5,000 just exchanging a motherfucking phone call.
How do you find that other person to balance your bet?
They're in Cleveland. They got a bigger bank. I've been doing business with them for 7 years. See, the money in this country, the people that tell you they went to Vegas and bet 20,000, they're fucking just regular Joes. The people who make a living gambling, they don't want the government to know what they're doing.
No.
So the biggest gambling cities are like Mississippi, Cleveland, Akron, all that Ohio, they gamble a lot. And they control a lot of banks. And yes, there's banks in New York and there's big banks in Florida, gangsters who have banks who are willing to take a $250,000 fucking gamble. There's people that you call up, there's people who are millionaires that want to gamble, but they don't want it on their tax returns. And yeah, you could, Lisa, I got to come here for a second. Do me a favor, call Vegas and put $500,000 down. You win, you got to pay taxes on that.
So the 10% that you're paying as a VIG is worth it.
It's worth it.
Okay.
Nobody knows your business. Lee, call your buddy. See if he'll take 50,000 on the fucking New England Patriots this weekend. And that's how you make money. So you try to create a fucking utopia. And Vegas does the same. Vegas are called the casino next door. That's why they have a few casinos. That's why they just don't own one property.
Oh, okay.
You own a couple different properties so you can move that fucking gambling money around. It's a very interesting way how the gambling is like I've told you, if I couldn't do a comedy and I didn't want to be legit right now in my situation with my daughter, I could become a small-time bookie and still pump out $1,000 a week and be safe.
Wow.
Maybe $1,500, maybe $2,000, build it up to maybe $20,000 a month. My heavier months are fucking basketball, college. You know, I got 7 months. I walk out. If I can make $150,000 a year in 7 months work, not have to fucking carry a broom, I didn't do too bad for myself.
No. Did you ever experience, because you worked at those sports betting services, was anyone there a bookie undercover just to get the people calling him?
No.
That wouldn't work?
No. The guy, he hired his friends. The guy I worked for hired friends and people that were in. There was no bookie. You couldn't call somebody and go, take this action and then call me back. There are services that'll say to you, we can provide somebody. You know, there's people who do that. I guarantee they do. In my world, I think that's entrapment.
Yeah, that seems
I
like...
could sell you information. I can't find you a fucking broker, but I don't know. I don't know how it works, but I never did.
It just seems like the perfect, like the already calling for betting information. Then you could be... Now, they'd probably record it and you'd be fired. But back then, you could probably be like, hey, I'll take the action for you.
No. You would give them a number to call and somebody else would take the action. But you'd still be connected to it. You still get a little piece of that fucking action. Do you know what I'm saying?
Like they would give you whatever you say, a portion of whatever you send them.
That's why they lose $7,000 fucking dollars. That bookie's gonna kick back $200 to me or something.
How big do you think is like? I'm gonna call it like the underground, like the underground economy, like the black market economy. Like there's betting, there's drugs. Like how much money do you think is spent on that stuff?
Yesterday there was a show on Las Vegas last night before I went on to sleep on Nat Geo.
Okay.
And they were talking about how much money that goes through Las Vegas. They had 2 professional gamblers, 2 professional thieves, like people who go into clubs and play card sharks.
Oh, okay.
They had some whack fucking black guy driving around with a shotgun looking to rob bookies and stuff like that, little bookies and stuff like that. And they said at one point, I don't know what the exact number was. Let's pretend there's $15.9 billion going through Vegas every year, whatever they reported last year. I don't know exactly what the numbers were. Don't quote me on that. I just saw a number they put up last night. I don't know. But there's a lot of people that you think when Michael, I don't know. Do you think when Michael Jordan was putting in all those bets, he was betting in Vegas?
No.
I would, if I was somebody, I wouldn't want my degenerate gambling skills to be fucking out there. But you take a guy, I tell you, who was a degenerate gambler, and who was betting $250,000. I know 2 people who are degenerate gamblers. I don't know them personally. I'm not saying this, but I know one guy for sure that was a degenerate gambler, and I heard of the stories of the other guy. And one guy was the Sheen that has the AIDS.
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen's 15 years ago was putting $250,000 across the board every weekend. $250,000. Now, in gambling terms, if somebody's listening to this and they're a bookie, I don't know how big this is, but as far as somebody, $250,000 minimum on a Sunday and
That's
Saturday.
$1 million a month
In college basketball. Not what he was losing,
but just betting.
What he was betting.
Right.
Okay. John Gotti, well known, degenerate. $12 million a year, making, netting, and probably gambling $6 million of that away.
Jesus. What about? And I don't know him at all, but Ben Affleck has been kicked out of almost a ton of casinos. That's what you're saying. You don't want it on display, and he's on TMZ getting kicked out of casinos for playing too much blackjack.
Is that true?
Yeah, he got kicked out. I think it was the Hard Rock last year. He wins too much money.
Well, he's not a degenerate gambler. If he wins, obviously he's doing something. Maybe he gets accused of counting or something, whatever. But my point being that you don't want people to know you have that habit,
right?
Or you don't want your, you can't back if I put a bet in tomorrow for $75,000 in Vegas, I don't know if they look at my tax returns. I'm not sure. But let's say I win and I win $75,000 in Vegas. I'm sure an IRS fucking guy's going to call me up and go, hey, so you make $100,000 a year, but you had the balls to bet $75,000 on a fucking football game?
I think over
right.
$500. I think you have to sign something.
Yes.
Jesus.
Well, no. Yeah. 600. Oh, yeah. When I was a kid and I used to go to the track with Mr. Bender, I would be that kid. I would use their winnings to my Social Security card.
And it never came back on you?
No, I was 13. How much could I make in a year? 6,000, 5,000? It never bit me in the ass again. 13, and the age is like 12 to 14, I must have made thousands just going out to the track. And when people would win that, the government tax liens or whatever, I would fucking do that.
That's unbelievable. And it never, like now, it would come back on you. That's amazing. That just never came back on you.
Well, we don't live. I didn't grow up in an age of computers, so I caught a 6-year break. I had to get my police record, and I was looking at it a couple of weeks ago. And I'm like, first of all, there was a lot of shit that's missing from there, but there was a lot of shit on there that I didn't do.
Really?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was a possession of cocaine. I never got arrested for possession of cocaine. There was a lot of shit that was added and a lot of shit that was taken off.
Like another Jose Diaz?
Oh, yeah, but Jose Diaz, I've told you, is like John Smith.
Right, that's so they put another Jose Diaz thing on your report. So did you have to get it fixed?
I'm going to have to get it fixed. I'm going to have to call Cliffside Park and say that wasn't me. That wasn't me that got arrested for blow. I never got arrested for fucking blow, for carrying possession, nothing like that.
Really? Your whole time you never got picked up with blow on you?
No.
How did you manage that?
I only had it on me when it was time to get down.
But you never got like arrested when it was time to get down? No.
No.
That's unbelievable.
No, it's really weird. We lost 3 cats. We lost 2 cats this year. We lost Harry and Sissy. And I was thinking about Harry. Fidel. And I was thinking about Fidel the other day. Like when you'd have shrimp, how Fidel would grace out towards you like a ballerina. Like his chest was strong. He would always show you his whole chest. He didn't walk crooked. He got a big head, so he would come at you and go, wow, and then put his hand up to you. Even if you were 6 feet away, he'd put his hand up to you like, come here, motherfucker, give me a piece of shrimp. Then we had Sissy. Sissy was a great cat. But there was something about Sissy that I never talked about for a long time. Sissy didn't say boo to me for 6 years. When I tell you, she wouldn't get 10 feet close to me for 6 fucking years. And one time, I finally picked her up when Terry had her in the house, maybe 18 months. One day she lost control of what she was doing. And I found like she misplaced herself, like she didn't know where she was. And she bent over and picked her up.
Right.
And as I went to give her a kiss, she ripped my fucking arm open. She ripped it, not like scratched it, like maliciously. She was so scared that her claws from her back legs, she pushed off. And one of the claws got me like a 3-inch gash, and I bled, and I fainted, the whole fucking deal. I was never mad at her, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Well, guess what? Like a week after I stopped doing coke, she started warming up to me. And by the time I was like a year clean, she would sit on my lap. Wow. And then after that, the relationship just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. So yeah, I had Sissy for 14 years. But I really only had Sissy for 7 of those years. And I've always thought about that story, how Sissy had no contact with me while I was doing cocaine.
Do you think she could sense the cocaine, or do you think it was just your personality on
cocaine? It was
cocaine?
my energy. At that time, my energy was just so fucking rotten at that time. I don't know what this had to do with what we were talking about.
No, but it's interesting.
About gambling or whatever, but people know. You could feel it. You could feel that desperation. Animals feel it. Kids feel it. Sometimes people feel things for different fucking reasons and you don't know why. Maybe it's the universe warning you or something. But it's just really weird. When I was doing all that blow, that cat would have no contact with me. That cat would not stay in a room if I was in that fucking room. If I walked into the bedroom and she was in the bed, she'd jump off the bed. I couldn't figure it out.
Was she cool with your wife?
Tremendously. People would come over. She'd sit on their laps.
Oh, wow. And when did you figure it out? You figured it out after you had...
I figured it out after like 2 years, after I wasn't doing blow, that she was my fucking Goomba now. But when I had that shit running through my system, she wouldn't come close to me.
That's crazy. Cats are weird, man. I told you I had a lot of fun looking after your cats, but I've always been a dog person because I was allergic to cats. And then all the cats that I interacted with were like the hiding cats, the cats that you never see when you're at their house. But I don't know what it is about your cats that just, I'm not going to say they're like dogs, but they
gave them love.
Yeah.
I gave them a lot of love. I saw where they came from. I don't know either. I sit there some nights and I look down, there's 3 of them looking at me and I try to give them more love. I get on my hands and knees and I'll go get a brush and I'll brush them. And I have no problem with him. We have to give one of them Prozac. Superbad is just an attack thing.
Really?
He just keeps fighting with Harry all night. You hear it back and forth, the noises. And this was never like this until Fidel died because they created a power vacuum. So now somebody's got to be the fucking unadulterated leader. Superbad, Demi's cool, but Superbad beats up on Demi. Superbad's main war is with Harry, and they go back and forth. Some weeks Harry runs away from Superbad. Some weeks Superbad runs away from Harry. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I gave them a lot of love. I gave them respect. I didn't give a fuck what people said. They're my animals. I made a commitment to them. So now you got to put your soul into this shit. You know, and it's funny how I never did that when I was younger. Last night, we had the opportunity to go to Gabriel Iglesias' Christmas party. Okay, now Gabriel Iglesias has been doing a Christmas party for about 10 years now.
That's amazing. I couldn't believe that when you told me that.
But he would always have them December 20th, December 21st. I was always on my way to Houston, Texas.
Okay.
So for years, I'd do Houston. Then I'd come back and he would have them. Once he had them for 3 years at the Ha Ha. And then he started doing them at the Taste of Texas. And he started doing general invite. Anybody who wanted to come to these fucking things.
And you would pay for everybody?
And he'd pay for everybody. Put the food out, poker tournament, raffle off a TV, catered. I mean, you should have seen this shit. Mexican food at its best. The Taste of Texas. Just, excuse me, off of West Covina. West Covina. Just a great fucking place. And I ended up driving down there one year, but it was 40 minutes each way. And you couldn't really drink. You couldn't really do nothing because you got to drive back. So I never really went back to them. And then a couple of years ago, did you go to one with me?
No, this is my first time going.
Okay, a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I went to one. It was at a different place. And I really had a good time. And I really liked those guys. But I noticed one at that one. I noticed that there was a lot of people there that had nothing to do with Gabriel. And I remember looking at him and seeing a circle of people talking to him that just wanted something. You know, like they went there with the wrong intention. Like, that's it. It's Christmas. We don't want to talk about business. And I remember going over there and I remember hearing like one guy, so Gabriel, when are you going to start showcasing for season 2 of
Stand-Up Revolution?
Stand-Up
Jesus
Revolution?
Christ, really?
And I fucking went over and I saw a bunch of comedy club owners that didn't belong there and comedy club bookers and whatever. It had nothing to do with me. Jesus, he's a great guy for doing this. But I knew this couldn't stay the way it was. I kept hearing worse and worse stories every year. People contacting him to fly him in for the party. And
What?
shit. Oh, man, it got fucking crazy. So I get this invite about a month ago, and I look at the date. Bam, I'm in town. You know, it's Wednesday night. We usually do a podcast, but we'll probably do it in the afternoon, or blah, blah, blah. And I go, Lee, you want to come with me? I was going to take a friend of mine that's a Gabriel fan, and I said, fuck that shit. I'm taking Lee. Lee's my partner. I'm crying with him. You know, he knows Gabriel. You know, let him go down there and mingle and shit like that. We call Steve Simone. Steve Simone was also invited because this year, like I said, it got so big. And even when I left and I was driving home 2 years ago, I was like, this is too big. There's too many people here. And sure enough, this year I got like an invite and you had to put cordially invited and how many people you were bringing and that shit. I put your name down and the whole thing, so there was no misunderstanding. You could tell this year. So I called Simone, and I know Simone's dear friends with him. And the only person I didn't see there last night was Jerry Rothschild.
Yeah, that was surprising, but it was...
I think Jerry's out of town. So no worries. I call Steve, and we all meet at 7:45, and we drive down there, and we pull into the place, you know, and we weren't high, right? We didn't eat edibles, nothing. We were straight, but fucking hungry.
Yeah.
We were starving, you know. It was Lucille's barbecue house down in Long Beach. And we drove up, and there was a parking spot right there. And we walked in. There was tables everywhere, and I guess they needed one more table. And they gave us a table. Myself, Lee, Justin, Steve Simone, a couple other guys. But they put the table 6 feet from the fucking food, which is like a steal for us. And all of a sudden, they announced, eat. And we just jumped right in the fucking line, and we ate. And we were giggling, and waitresses came over, and she got us some strawberry lemonades, and I don't know if they were serving alcohol.
Oh, yeah, they had everything.
I just got a strawberry lemonade and a water, and the food was great. You know, you ever go to a party, like the food's perfect, like the coleslaw was great. The potato salad was off the fucking chain. The brisket was delicious. The other steak, the other beef, that thing they had was delicious.
Oh, tri-tip, yeah.
The tri-tip was delicious. I didn't get any of the sausage, but I did eat some of the
Ribs.
the baby back ribs. I got like one dish, and you can see a huge line. And I'm eating this, and as we're eating, more people coming in, and we're giggling. A magician came over, and I got creeped the fuck out. Magicians just creep me out sometimes. And this guy was a sweetheart of a guy, but he wanted me to hold my hands up. And I don't know. I just got magician anxiety.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before. Both you and Steve were like, no, I don't, not feeling it. I love it.
Anxiety. And I went outside to breathe a little bit. And there was Gabe and Martin Moreno and Alfred Robles and a bunch of guys.
Just hold that down, buddy.
And I'm sitting there and I'm getting this fucking different type of anxiety. I'm getting this anxiety that comes with you, but that just comes with a age. It's the anxiety that life is going past you. One day you decide what you're going to do with your life when you're 28 and you get involved, and along the way you meet these people, and all of a sudden 20 years later, these people are making $10 million a year. I saw Gabriel come on the scene, and I saw him book a room and do this, and he was still working a construction job, and he was living on somebody's couch, and all of a sudden he did K-Locos, and then all of a sudden this and that, and this is where we are 15 years later, and I have no jealousy for the kid. But what I saw in that room last night, there was no place where you took a picture. You ever go to a party now, you ever get up and go on Facebook, and there was always a board with sponsors.
Right, yeah.
There wasn't none of that. There was no Hollywood thing. He took it back to the hood. It felt like being in the hood, which is really good food. And yeah, there were some industry people there, but even they were taken down a notch. It was just a really beautiful thing. And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at this kid, Gabriel. He's overweight. He's no Eric fucking Estrada. He's no great looking Mexican. He's just a dynamite, warm-hearted guy that was genuinely funny. But this is the American dream. His hard work ethic is fucking amazing. Nobody gave this kid nothing. He made everything on his own. Every step along the way. And you want me to tell you what else he's doing along the way? Laughing. Having a great time. They do 2 shows on Christmas Day. Years ago they did Love It. And after the shows, they took everybody to breakfast.
Really?
Yeah, Denny's. He took everybody to breakfast. All 180 people at 3 a.m. were at fucking Denny's, sitting down in ships. This kid does things that as a comic, you sit there and go, Jesus fucking Christ. I never thought about that, and I could never pull that off. Gabriel could pull that off. I could never pull off the Gabriel stuff. If you gave me $1 million, I could never go to breakfast with 180 fucking people. I'd have a nervous breakdown.
Really?
Yeah, I could never fucking go to a Denny's with 180 people. Gabriel has just done things that it's not a genius or it's not a business mogul. It's just something that comes naturally from your heart. And I saw it last night. I saw it in the team of his managers. I saw it with his agents. I saw it with the friends he kept around me. Mental note, there was no Latino comics there last night. From George Lopez to Willie Barcena to Carlos Oscar to Felipe Esparza, no other comics. I was the only other really comedian there. Me being Spanish had nothing to do with it, but there was a lot of younger comics, like a couple, but there was no big time Latin comics there.
No.
And that's what I thought about on the way home, how he grew up, he came up so fast that a lot of people looked at him and actually looked at him as an enemy.
Really? Just because he came up fast? That's so sad.
And that's something people will never understand that are listening to this at home. And it wasn't, he's caught in slack from a few comics. Couple of them Spanish, couple. And me, I've given him nothing but love since day one. Last week we sat here and I told you why I had Theo Von on the show and why I try to have little Esther on the show. And why to try, I put Steve Simone on and Jerry Roach and all these young comics. Because the more love I give to these comics, the more love I give to these people that listen to the podcast, is the better I get as a comedian and a human being. A lot of comics don't know that. Look at all your really successful comics right now. Bill Burr has a young tribe of comics that he helps and works with. Joe Rogan, Jesus Christ, I'm indebted to him. Ari, Duncan, Tom Segura. All the really great fucking comedians have put their soul out there in one way or another. And that's what I saw last night. When I was looking at all those people eating and smiling, people chewing those ribs and people giggling, he had this Christmas sweater on. I didn't feel, like I had to be anything. Or you follow what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, you weren't on. You didn't have to be on. What you have to be a lot.
It wasn't being on. It was that nobody was there being something that they weren't.
Okay.
And it was just a beautiful thing to watch all these people. And then, it really felt like Christmas. This is a hard holiday in California. And you people going, oh, Joey, how hard could it be? Listen, there's no snow. The camaraderie that I grew up with in the East Coast, that little people walking down the street and shaking each other's hand and you come in and eat cookie, that doesn't exist here. And it exists in some neighborhoods and some like our, immigrant communities, maybe in Glendale, maybe down in Little Mexico.
Right, yeah.
But in this area here, you see all these people and they talk all this shit about saving whales and doing all this shit, but it's not the same. Doesn't have that home feeling, Gabriel gave me that home feeling last night. And I feel bad. I had to leave. I had a spot at the store, the dollar show. We had a great time there. But it was just to see, I learned a lot last night from watching Gabriel. But we did our own little Christmas party this week, Monday night. Me, you, and John Budd went over. Greg Powers sent me a fucking, I want to thank him and his wife, Lynn, for sending us a gift certificate to Ruth Chris last Christmas. We had never used it. John Budd has been our jiu-jitsu teacher, and he takes a little time to spend with us, and I figured if anybody deserved our little church Christmas party, it was John Budd for getting us in shape and shit. We had John on the podcast. So we had our own Christmas party. The year before, we all went to see a movie. I tried, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I think from what I saw last night, next year, we're going to have a church Christmas party somewhere.
It would be great. The best part for me, it's just, it was just amazing to be invited to that. Just, I was saying, because I met Gabriel's son, who, when I first saw Gabriel's first special, he was talking about him being like 5. Now he turned 18, which is unbelievable. But the thing about Gabriel for me is most people you introduce me to are very nice to me. They're not rude, but they say a couple things and then they talk to you. Like I could feel like said hi to Gabriel, give me a big, like I went to shake his hand, he gave me a hug. It was just when you're not like a star, when you're not big enough, it feels like people kind of overlook you. But no one there did. I didn't feel that at all last night. I didn't feel like I was butting into a conversation or anything. It was a great night.
Nothing feels worse in your life than being overlooked out here. For years, I would go to parties with Joe or something, or go somewhere with Joe, and nobody would. You know how many times people left me in a room, and Joe would have to come back and get me and go, "What the fuck happened?" You know how many times? You know how many people didn't talk to me then that talk to me now that wouldn't talk to me when me and Ari were opening for Joe?
Right.
I remember there was a story in San Francisco that Ralphie went up there and the club owner said, "Why does Joe bring Ari and loser Ari and loser Joey to the gigs with him and fucking Duncan?" Like, this guy was actually saying this shit. Nobody fucking liked us,
Jesus.
Being overlooked, and that's one thing that I've never wanted for you in our relationship. When I go in somewhere, I go in with you heavy, top dog. This is Lee, bitch. Take it or leave it. Like I told you last night, if I don't introduce you by name, it's because, Lee, it's too many fucking names. I smoke too much reefer. This morning, I put down Wednesday instead of Thursday. And I wasn't even high when I woke up. I did that in the morning with a cup of coffee.
And I never have once felt like that with you. Or, I don't care. I don't need to be introduced to everybody, but and I felt it even before I met you when I was just working in TV. People would come in and we'd make a big deal. It's like when you go in for a meeting, the whole day before that, there's PAs, cleaning, straightening up things, getting water ready. Mr. Diaz is coming in. Don't look him in the eye when he comes. I got told the guy who played the mean Dr. Cox in Scrubs, he was coming in to do a voiceover for something at a place I worked. And my boss said, "Don't look him in the eye." And I was like, "Why?" And she was just like, "Just don't do it." And I was like, It's weird.
It really is amazing. It's
Yeah.
disgusting to see men act that way.
Oh, but no, it wasn't even him. I guarantee. And I bet people say that when you're coming in.
No,
Don't talk to Mr. Diaz.
no, it's just embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. You know, first of all, I was raised, everybody puts their legs on one leg at a time.
Right.
We all put our pants on one leg at a time. So, you know, Mr. Diaz is coming in. Who gives a Frenchman's fuck? Guy smokes dope at 8 in the morning. I don't give a fuck about that guy. But it's, I never ever wanted you to feel left out. I never wanted you to feel left out of the conversations. Listen, I've been around a long time, and I know the people that are solid from A to Z, and those are the people I want around me. And those are the people. I don't put anybody on the podcast because it makes me look better, or because to show people at home I'm friends with them or I'm not friends with them. I put them on the podcast. I think they're solid. There's something about them that fucking makes me fucking love them even more. They're solid fucking people. And the more of those people you have around you, the better you do naturally. You just do better naturally.
Right.
Because they're doing well. It's not about a jealousy thing or he has or she has. And that's what this town could become for you. That's what this town could become for you.
Like I could become jealous of people?
They have this. I have to get this. You know, you have to make a statement when you drive, what car you drive. I just want to do stand up.
Right, yeah.
You know, I've been getting a lot of fucking little mails lately. And I'm going to clear this up. I'm happy we're on this subject of getting left out. I want to congratulate Conor McGregor. It was a great knockout. If the fight was not fixed Saturday night, it was clean. It was one man that was better than the other. But on the other side of this, you know, I've been getting little tweets. So Joey, you know, how do you? I never hated the guy. I don't have time to hate a fucking fighter. And sometimes I talk out of content. I don't know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't know how to communicate what I'm thinking sometimes. And I think that's my biggest problem, that sometimes I say something and I'm not communicating what I'm really thinking. That's why I'm having a hard time writing this book, because I could write a story. I could tell you 1,000 stories, but I'm not communicating to you what I really feel. And what Conor McGregor made me feel like when he's around is being left out. You know, I saw the pictures. Conor McGregor's a great fighter, and he deserves to get paid millions and millions of fucking dollars. And Aldo was the king for a long time, and this happened. I just didn't like the treatment. I know what it's like to be left out. When you're a fighter like Frankie Edgar or Clay Guida or Donald Cerrone, or I'm just giving you guys that have been around for a while. And these guys have slept in hotel rooms with their trainers. You know, what you don't know is that the UFC has Frankie Edgar, and Frankie Edgar gets like 2 rooms for the UFC. If he comes with 6 trainers, it's 3 guys in a room.
Jesus.
The champ gets to bed, so one of the guys has to sleep on the floor or whatever. Okay, that kind of stuff. But then you show a picture of Conor McGregor in the suite across the street in the Fertitti Hotel. Those were the things that bothered me about Conor McGregor. But I thought about the other guy. I thought about how Frankie Edgar felt and how Clay Guida felt. And even though they're not champions, it's not about that. It's about a certain loyalty.
Right.
You know, they did a press conference where Conor, and I don't hate Irish people. Guys, if you really think I give a fuck about all this, you're so confused. There's more to life than all this shit. That's why I get on Lee about watching 8 fucking football games or whatever, because I never, it's just a part of life. And someday when you guys get older, you go, what was all the fucking commotion about?
Right.
Well, I give a fuck. What's it got to do with the fucking price of eggs? I'm going to sit here and argue if it was an early stoppage of Chris Weidman and want to talk to you about it for 3 hours. Don't you have a fucking life? What the fuck is wrong with you? But on the other side of that, you know, Frankie Edgar's been fighting for a fucking long time. If you put one guy in a hotel, you got to put another guy in that fucking hotel. It was little things like that. You know, in my heart, listen, and I didn't see this until Saturday night at the fight, guys. I'm not a genius. I wasn't at the fight. I didn't even stay for the fights. I came home Saturday morning and watched it in my living room and fucked around with you guys on Periscope. But I figured something out as the fight was starting. That Aldo was like Kennedy going into Dallas. He wasn't coming out of there alive.
You didn't think so?
No, something was going to defeat him that night. He walked in there a defeated man because all he had around him was defeat. It was like the UFC wanted him to fucking lose, and all their advertisings and all their little UFC tonight, whatever. And they had a game coming out or whatever coming out. I'm not defending nobody or putting anybody down. I'm just defending what my feelings were, that people thought I hated Conor McGregor or he was a one-trick pony. No, I just thought that they were nurturing him a little bit, giving Frank Yeager, he's not a good wrestler. Now they're saying he's going to fight the winner of Cerrone, whatever, and then he'll fight whatever. That gives you another year to fight, catch up to Frank Yeager. Frank Yeager is 1 year older. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like the fight we always wanted to see. That's my only beef. That they've, I didn't like the Dennis Seaver move. That should have been Frankie or maybe Nick D. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anybody but Dennis Seaver should have fought that fucking fight. So in my mind, it was like he got some prep. Listen, one thing a lot of people, and I've talked about this before, was the mafia, especially the Gambinos. What happened with that? Everybody, I watch all these dumb shows on TV. I'm sitting there in a hotel late night and I'll watch something about the mafia. And they'll talk about John Gotti. I was watching something last week about the Lucchese family, and they were talking about how the guy from the Lucchese family hated John Gotti and what they did. Let me tell you what happened before John Gotti came along. A guy by the name of fucking Carmine, whatever, Gambino, whatever, died. And instead of making the guy who should have been boss, he let his brother-in-law be boss.
Oh, okay.
And right away, it created a friction in the family that they never recovered from. It's like, you ready, Lee?
Okay.
You ever work in an office and there's a cute girl in the office.
Mm-hmm.
She's no fucking Cleopatra Jones, but she's a cute girl. Maybe a little chunky, doesn't have a boyfriend, has a cat, is very sweet, makes cookies, gets there at fucking 7 in the fucking morning, right? And stays there till 7 o'clock at night. She gets raises, she gets treated well. She can't complain about that. But all of a sudden, a 22-year-old chick comes into the office and has fake titties, blonde. And all of a sudden, this girl sits there and sees every other guy in the office get her coffee. Within 3 months, she gets promoted. Within 6 months, they're all going to dinners together. She's not getting invited. It's called being left out. And it's a horrible feeling. So what happens to you now as the individual? You get jaded. You get jaded against your boss. You know what? I worked here for 6 years. Nobody sort of peeped to be about my ass. People bring her flowers. People go to Subway and bring her back a 6-inch sub. And she gets promoted. The girl works. She calls in sick. She comes in with alcohol in her breath. But they accept it because she's hot. Then what happens? She either fucks the whole office.
Yeah.
Or she doesn't fuck nobody. And what happens? They get the same fucking result. But this girl that's been working at the office, her ass off for years, sees this. That they never gave a fuck about her. They gave a fuck about this chick because of her pussy. They never gave a fuck that this chick, it wasn't even about the work. They never appreciated what the work was about. I'm comparing it to that. That's what I'm comparing it to. The person that feels left out.
Yeah.
And that's why I know what it's like. I watched the press conference where he was at the press conference just saying shit to people at will. The Cowboy Cerrone and Rafael Dos Anjos and Frank. I mean, he was just saying shit to people. And, the fact that Dana lets him go off and not go, listen, and I know you're trying to sell fights, but you're selling the fight against Jose Aldo. Why are you talking about these guys behind you? Little things. And like I said, it's not that I don't think he's a great fighter or he can't punch or whatever the fuck. It's just I didn't like what he brought, the aspect that he brought to the UFC.
Right.
That's all I'm complaining about. And it's just feeling left out, like that girl at the office. Like, Lee, you're a straight kid. Maybe when you went to work at these offices, you didn't say much. But also some kid came in and he kind of gets high and everybody in the office gets high. And now they go out and get high and they don't include you. It goes back to that shit. That's what I didn't like. The aspect of being left to the side because this guy brings in more money. That's a horrible feeling.
It's terrible.
But at the end of the day, this is all about money. For some people.
Yeah.
For some people. For some people, they look at it and they go, you know what? What can I do? But listen, at the end of the day, it's all about money Well, like the hot girl that comes into the office and everybody flips out over her. They're opening up doors for her. They give her an own office.
Yeah, it's I've been left out my entire
life.
And you know what, man? I used to get upset about it. Like, I didn't go to parties in high school. I went to a couple. I've always been a quiet guy. It takes me a while to warm up to people. Like, I'm kind of shy, and once I like you. But I'm not like I love Steve Simone goes into a room and hugs everybody, and everyone's happy to see him. I want to be like that in some ways. And like as a kid, like I always wanted to go and hang out, and every once in a while I would do it, but once I got to like middle school, high school, when your parents are...
I mean, I could take you to a party tomorrow where we leave that party, even though they have better food than Gabriel's.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take you to a place tomorrow night that has better food than Gabriel, and people be dressed up, but you'll feel there, you'll leave there feeling like death.
Yeah, I won't talk to anybody.
This is how the conversation is. Hi, Joey. Oh, my God. Very nice to see you. I saw you at the store the other night. That joke was always ravishing. Come give me a hug. And who's this little charming fellow? Lisa. Hi, Lee. And what do you do? I work with Joey. I'm a producer. Nice. Oh, my God. Look who it is, Mike. See you guys later. Bam.
Yep.
And you'll get that 18 times. You'll get no eye contact. And the conversation ends when you tell them what you do, because they decipher within 10 seconds if you could do something for them or not. And that's the bottom line. Did you feel like that last night, Lee?
Not once.
I could take you to a better party with white people and everybody's shaking hands and telling you about gluten and how they care about the horse meat in China and what a sin it is that what they do to the dogs in Hong Kong and Wales off the coast of Pacifica. I'll take you to that party tomorrow night, and they'll valet your car and give you a little trinket on the way in. But I guarantee that after 10 minutes, you'll need therapy. You go, wow.
Yeah.
Those people just look through you, and when they look at you, it's what they can get from you. How can they use you? Oh my God. It's like I watched the last hour of Michael Jackson. He was getting drugs from 30 different doctors.
Jesus.
The parties he went to, when he met a doctor, he would put them together because that's what they had to do. There's certain parties that people just go to, and you look at me going, Joey, you're such a cynic. No. What's the square root of these parties?
To be seen?
For you to see what you could get out of somebody for the most. And for you to be seen with Hugo. He's such a great designer, Hugo. Fuck Hugo. Hugo's fucking that little 16-year-old at the zoo. He's fucking a little 16-year-old at the zoo taking pictures of it and sending a pussy to fucking the Philippines or some shit. But meanwhile, you think he's a fucking great guy. Those are the people. I could take you to those parties, Lee. I could take you to a rooftop party overlooking Los Angeles, and people eating gluten-free kumquats and drinking a rare. Get the fuck out of there. We know what I was drinking last night? Strawberry lemonade, and I had a glass of water in one fucking hand.
And you had a better time.
And I had a better time. So there's two types of parties I can take you to. A party where people want to see you, or a party where I remember years ago, I had this goofy fucking buddy. And he was telling me how him and this girl that did this horrible movie, we're going to go to the Cannes Movie Festival. Listen, Lee, how long have we been together?
5 years.
How many premieres have I gone to? Just the one.
Yeah.
And it was because I was in the movie. Do I go to parties?
Not
Do I
usually.
go to rooftop parties? Do I go to bars to sit in the VIP section and drink champagne and bottle service? Is that what I do, Lee?
No.
Not in a million fucking years do I want to do that shit at all. You know what I mean? And I could go to them. I'm just embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. But it was so funny. I'm looking at this kid while he's telling me this, and I already know that this kid is just off base completely. He didn't get to go to Cannes. She went because she was the director of the film. She was calling home for money after 5 days.
She ran out of money?
No, she wanted to come home.
Oh.
Because she was mistreated so badly. People don't care about your little fucking movie at Cannes.
No.
People don't give a fuck. You will sit there with a drink in the middle of people kissing cheeks and shit, and if they can't have any use for you, they won't even talk to you. And that's and I tell you, I went to 2 of those. I'm not gonna lie to you. I probably went to 2 of those in my 18 years here, and that's why I don't go to them. I went to an Adam Sandler Christmas party after The Longest Yard. It was amazing. I would sit there with Lobo and Nick Turturro and like Michael Irvin. And everybody else would talk to everybody else, like, the wrestlers and shit like that. It was just crazy. And I felt left out, but I didn't care. I was just happy to be there. I just knew never to go there again. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, you don't put yourself through that.
No, I wouldn't put myself through that. And that's why I could, like, my wife was even in shock. She said, I can't believe you're going to, I got to go. I got to fucking go to Gabriel's. This is what it's all about. You know what I'm saying?
And
Family.
He could have had one. He could have had everyone at Ruth's Chris if he wanted to. But it probably, do you think it weeded some of those people out, being like, oh, Long Beach barbecue, I'm not going to go to that.
Mm-hmm.
That's smart.
He's always done it far to take it out of Hollywood. He's always done it 40 minutes away to take it out of Hollywood. That's how cool he is. I guess when they were doing it to HaHa in North Hollywood, he didn't like it. Too many creepy people going up there. But he took it out 40 minutes to take it, that whole sensation out. He planned that. He didn't want that down there. And it was great. It was great that I went last night. Like I said, I didn't leave there because I wanted to leave. I would have smoked a joint and stayed there and giggled for a fucking hour and eaten more food. That was the plan. But the kids asked me to do a dollar show. It was the door guys put those shows together.
That was a great show. It was the busiest show at the comedy store last night.
It was a busy show at the comedy. The dollar fucking show. Like, listen, man, I have to get more involved at the comedy store. I can't go above and beyond. Like, I can't do shit I can't do. But if I'm out and they're having it, like I tell them, people hit me up all the time for the 8 o'clock show. I can't get out of the house by 8:30. I have too much action at the fucking house at 8:30. I got the kid running up at the tub, my wife getting to the next day. I can't. If you could put me up at 9:45, but those shows end. So I have to do the 10:30 show, but it's not too much. It's not, they don't have too many late shows in the belly room. I guess Red Band had the earliest show in the belly room last night.
Right.
And the dollar show was the 10:30 show. Listen, man, this all goes back to the Gabriel thing. I was talking to somebody maybe 6 years ago, the black guy at Kung Fu Earl, the karate teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about that to be, he goes, you have to start getting these young guys and talking to these young guys about comedy. And I had never thought about what he was saying. And I saw it last night, like it came full circle last night when I was standing there. Because did you see, I just stood there. You sat down. You stayed sitting down. I just went out there and laid there. I laid against the stairway.
Right, yeah.
I think just my team was there. And then the section started moving. You came over and we all started talking. And that's what I saw last night. I saw the full circle come. That part of this is because of his hard work and, his determination and his great material and stuff. But the other reason he has all this success is all the love he genuinely puts out. He loves Martine. And he loves Al Robles. And he loves the other fucking guy, the bald-headed guy from Texas that's really cool.
Oh, Rick Gutierrez?
Rick Gutierrez. He loves those guys. The same love that Rogan has for me on the road. When Rogan's in town, he's busy, man. He's doing his thing. But when me and him are sharing a fucking green room together, oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Even last week when I got off stage in Vegas, he came right over and put his arm around me and was telling me about a joke I had done. He loved the one you like, but he was hugging me, telling me how I can make that joke better. And I went to my hotel room, they went out to eat that night, Joe and Jim Norton and OG Everlast and all these other guys. And I go, guys, I got to get back to my hotel room. I don't really want to eat that late. I don't want to get that fat. What I was really doing was taking his advice. I went back and wrote it out for like 10 minutes.
Really?
The next day I called him and I said, thank you. I'm not allowed. I wouldn't take that criticism. He didn't criticize me. He just told me how to make the joke better. Who tells you how to make a joke better? The kid that was in front of me last night.
Yeah.
The kid that was talking about Bloody Marys and how people drink in the morning.
Right.
When he got on stage, he walked towards me like he had to walk up the stairs. And I cupped his waist and I pulled him towards me. And I said, that was some funny stuff. And you should have seen his face.
Oh, really?
He looked at me, he goes, thank you very much, Joey. And he looked at me again like, thank you very much. Was it Richard Pryor material? No. But just the fact that he was killing, and he was killing up there with conviction. And you know what? I remember what those little things do. It's not the big things. Like you said, I could go to Ruth Chris and get 20 steaks for comics, and sure, they'll love me, and we'll hug and take pictures, and we'll put them on Facebook. That's not what it's about.
No.
It's that little thing of hugging that young comic. I don't know what that comic went through all day. I guarantee that comic, bro, I have to assume that motherfucker had a horrible day yesterday. Because at that level of comedy, all my days were fucking horrific.
Really?
Yeah, because I had nothing going on. And all you're doing is sitting there dreaming, writing jokes, talking about hopefully you get a spot. I've never seen that kid before.
I've heard his name. I'm forgetting his name right now, but I've heard his name before. But it's we were talking how much food, especially when you're poor, is so great. Like that's what Gabriel did. I noticed something. They put out to-go boxes after the party was done last night, and there must have been young comics there who would have loved to take home some food. And then, like when I worked at Legal Seafoods and a movie theater at the same time, I would bring clam chowder all the time, because when you're working in a movie theater, you're making $8 an hour, and people would devour it. It's just like the little things make a huge difference, and it's amazing that Gabriel brings Martine on the road for so long. I've never seen Martine. I'm sure he's a great comic, but at the level Gabriel's at, he could have literally almost any comic open up for him, and he still brings his friend after I don't know how many years they've been on the road.
Okay, so Gabriel's got Martine,
right,
Rick Gutierrez, and Alfred Robles. That's 3 mouths, and he pays them generously. He's got a manager, an agent, a publicist, a law team, a whole agency behind him. But did you meet Ivan?
I don't think so.
He came over to me with a beard and glasses.
Oh, then maybe I did.
He came over and he said, hello. Ivan is one of the best kids you'll meet out here. Ivan's just one of those kids that we all hung out with 16 years ago at Wild Tortillas or Wild Coyotes on Wednesday nights. Wild Coyotes was a bar in Montebello, next to Montebello there by the hospital. And it was owned by the cartel. And they would change names every 8 months. And it used to be Tortillas, Wild Coyotes. Then it went back to Wild Coyotes, Tortillas. And Wednesday nights, if you went there, you basically picked up $40 and a burrito. And sometimes you went there at 10 and you stayed till 1. And sometimes you went there at 10 and you got out there at 10:30. You never knew, because you never knew how much time the host was going to do.
Right.
But all of us went through that place on Wednesday nights. That was my first $40 pickup. And then I'd stop somewhere else at 9:30, pick up 40. Now I got 80, right?
And a burrito.
And a burrito. And then I go to the comedy store with $80. And I get my grandma Coke, and I go to the bar and have a cup of cocktails, and nobody would know nothing. Do you understand me? That's how I made a living. Meanwhile, I was getting better at comedy because I was going out every fucking night to all those places. But the main one on Wednesdays was Wild Coyotes, Casa Latina, and all those guys went through that.
And you would go every week?
Every fucking week. That was when I was on the road. Okay, Mondays, when I first got here, like Tommy Easter level.
Right.
Tommy Easter level. Mondays, it was the Laugh Factory for the Spanish show.
Okay.
Universal City. They used to do Mondays in Universal City, and that you picked up $25 to $40 up there, and Mexican food, like a little bowl of chicken or a drink or something, a drink coupon. I forget what the name of it is. It's right across from John Lovett's. Before it was John Lovett's.
Okay.
So you went to the Laugh Factory, did your spot, shot up there, did the 10 o'clock spot, and then I would shoot to the store and do an 11:45 spot. And I would close out the store till 2 o'clock. Tuesdays was Black Night at the Comedy Store, so you avoided it if you could at all costs because it was too jam-packed. You couldn't park. So you would call in from Monday and then Tuesday off, and then Wednesday through Sunday at the store. So Tuesday nights, I would go to either, there was something. They used to have something off the 605.
Okay.
And I would go there and pick up $40. And then there was another room by King Taco.
Yeah.
And that was like $60. It was like a little jazz bar. And we'd go there, and then I'd go to the Comedy Store. It always ended at the Comedy Store. So I always try to do 3 spots a day. Wednesdays, we had a full fucking house. Wednesday, you had Casa motherfucking Latina. You had Wild Coyotes. Jeff Garcia would have a room in fucking West Covina. And then you had the Comedy Store. Thursday nights, you had the fucking contest down in Redondo Beach.
Oh, my God.
So we go all the way to Redondo Beach. 7:30 it started. So you had to drive in traffic like a motherfucker to Redondo Beach. $100 winner. On the way up, you stopped at one of Rudy Moreno's rooms on Thursday night. He used to have the Irish pub in front of the strip club. In front of, like, I forget what the name of that town is. It's a whole block strip club. Like, what's that thing? 52 ugly ones and one pretty one.
Oh, right.
It's that chain, but they would have the whole block. And in front of it, a little Irish bar in the corner. And one of my first dates with Terry, I went in there. I had no money. It was a $50 Rudy. Oh, Thursday nights was the Commerce Casino.
Oh,
Rudy
okay.
Moreno. So I knew Rudy had something, but I think Tuesday nights he had the Irish house. And one night I went down there on one of our first dates with Terry. And I was on stage rocking and rolling, talking about blow. And when I was on stage, some guy threw his wallet at me.
Why?
I don't know. And when I got off stage, there was a little door there, and I opened it up, and I took a $100 bill and gave it to the guy and put the 100 in my pocket. He's like, thanks, man. And I ran out of there with Terry and went and bought fucking blow for me, not for my wife. But I was out 3 spots a week.
How many miles do you think you were putting on your car a year back then?
First off, I didn't have a new car. I had a fucking thing that was a nightmare from death.
Right.
And I would just drive that motherfucker. No brakes, no registration, no insurance. That's it. I just took my chance until it got towed. And that's when, hence the story. My apartment got towed because I lived in my car.
Right. But you were driving, like, for people who don't know, just the Laugh Factory to Universal City. It's probably like what, a 30, 40-minute drive?
No.
If traffic.
In those
going
days,
from
it wasn't that traffic. I did 8 o'clock at night. I could be up in Universal City in 25 fucking minutes. So my spot would be at 8:25, and I wouldn't have to be up there till 9:30, 10.
Okay.
So I would have tons of time.
But you have tons of time, but it's still like, what, 20 miles? And then you have to go back for the Comedy Store.
But I have to go back to the Comedy Store later on that night. Yeah, no, it's commitment. It's fucking driving. You got to put your soul into it. And once you get in the rotation that you learn, and Sunday nights, Hollywood used to do a bunch of comedies, like the Ivar Bar, and what's the bar we go for chicken wings? Over here in North Hollywood, right here.
Oh, the Magnolia one?
Right here, that chicken wing on Lancashire with a sports bar.
Oh, Big Wings.
Big Wings. There used to be a Big Wings in Hollywood on Cahuenga, and they did stand-up on Sundays.
Uh-huh.
So we'd go there, we'd go to the Ivar Bar, and then I'd go host at the Comedy Store and do the 10 o'clock hosting.
How much could you do this before you were getting paid for comedy? Like when you were just doing open mic?
I was getting paid then.
Well, no, I know up here you were, but like if you're not making anything and then you have to pay for gas, that's like, I don't know how people would do it.
What do you mean?
Like when you, let's say you started in LA, right? And you were doing open mics, you're not getting paid for. Sometimes you have to pay to get on.
Right.
If you have to drive all of these places and pay for gas, how can people survive?
You gotta get a fucking job. You gotta hustle. Gas was the least of my fucking worries. It was getting on fucking stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get gas. Lee, give me $2.
$2?
That's it. Give me $2. I'll make it work because $2 will get me to the destination when I get to 40. What I need to hit you up for 20 for? Just give me $2, though. Give me $2 to get me there. People give you $2.
Yeah.
People will give you $2 to supply your fucking dream any day of the week. You come to me and say, you need $3 for a gallon of gas to drive to a gig. I'll give you the fucking $5 because I've been there. You just want to get there. And then once you get there, I used to drive like that to contests.
And then you'd have to win or else you couldn't get home?
Yeah. I'd have to win. When I was in Seattle, there was a contest in Tacoma every Monday, run by some chick that's still doing comedy there. And on Monday nights, if you won, you picked up $100 and you come back the following week and hosted and picked up $100. So I would take a week off and keep going back there, dog.
Really?
I think I lost one time. I'd go back there and fight for my fucking $100.
Jesus. It's a lot of commitment, especially when you're broke. Because
that's the backbreaker.
It's easy to have commitment when you have money.
That's the backbreaker. It's easy to have commitment when you have money, but you don't have the same fire.
Right.
The fire you have, when I know, wait a second. Listen, there was times, I think, wasn't he saying it? He would eat the cherries and the peanuts from the Comedy Store. Who
Probably.
said that last night? Didn't fucking Steve Simone say that in the car?
Maybe.
Last night. You know, when you read Kennison's book, him and Carl LeBeau used to eat all the fruit at the Comedy Store from the fucking bar.
Yeah.
You know, listen, man, when you want to do something, this is how you do. This is why I know When somebody comes to me and they go, man, I've been doing everything in the world, nothing's going on. Well, where do you go at night? You can't tell me because I know. I know the eyes. I know the eyes. I know the savagery. I know the fucking commitment it takes. I know what you're feeling when you wake up in the morning, your heart's beating and you're frustrated and you got 3 fucking cigarettes left. And it's 9 o'clock in the fucking morning. You got $1.50 for fucking breakfast. You know, and you got to figure it out, man. You got to figure it out. How am I going to make this work today? You got to stop at Josh Wolf's house and get an English muffin just to hold you over and hope that he left $1 on the table for one of the kids. And you clip that. And then I'd go over to the gas station and I'd talk to Avi for a while. And he'd go outside to pump gas and I'd steal a pack of cigarettes. Then I'd go to the comedy store and take a shower. And while I was at the comedy store, I'd drink sodas and shit. And then somebody come in and go, hey, man, I got a half a sandwich. You want it? And bam! I got some nourishment. Now I can fucking do some creativity. Now I can go make some money. And I go back to Ralphie's house and get on his phone and call a couple clubs or talk to Ralphie about a lead or something. And that's it. All fucking works out. And then some days you pick up $50, and all of a sudden you bump into Mike Ricker, and he's telling you how he needs money for a sandwich. So you fucking hook him up, and it's an ongoing thing, man. And I don't come up to you 6 weeks from now and go, hey, Lee, fuck you, man. What about the time I gave you $2? No, don't give me the money then. If you're going to call me out on it, don't give it to me, dog. You gave it to me, and that was it. It's air. It's a brotherhood. It's a price you pay to do what we want to do when you're putting money into the universe. You know, sometimes people think that you put all this effort into something. Sometimes it's like the other day I went to a meeting and the guy goes, well, with the acting, I go, when I come home, the first thing I do when I come back from an audition is I walk in my room and there's a stack of thank you cards under the computer. I take it out, I look at the address of the casting director, or I look it up. Because sometimes just where you went to read is not her address. You just went to read this. You just hired that.
Right.
So she's got an office. You fucking type it in. You say, thank you for seeing me. Much love. Stay black, Joey Diaz. Between you and I right now as men, you know what the chances are of her seeing that postcard?
1 in 10, something?
10%.
Yeah.
I know this going in. But I'm sending it because I'm putting the work onto the universe. I did that. You put the work onto the fucking universe. The universe takes notes. Trust me when I'm telling you, man. I don't care how fucking bad you feel and you're thinking you're not making stride. The universe is taking notes. The problem is we don't have the patience to outwait the universe's rewards.
Right. Because it never comes as fast as you want.
It never comes as fast as you want. So what do? We stop putting effort into the thing we love and depending on some stupid job to pay the bills. Knowing, and I see this every day, that if they put 110% into that losing battle, you give me 60 days of sweat and tears, and I guarantee you'll eke out a living. What does eke out a living mean? Eke out a living means that you will pay your rent, you will pay your car payment, it will cover a little weed, you'll pay your school loans, and you'll sustain. I'm not talking about putting money in the bank.
No,
I didn't say that. I didn't say about you saving thousands. That's not going to happen. I'm talking about eking out a living and looking at yourself in the mirror and going, Jesus Christ, I'm doing this on my own. Now, the smarter guy goes, I don't know how much longer I could do this. The genius says, if I eked out this much with this much, how much can I eke out if I put this much in? That's when your time becomes much more valuable.
Yeah.
That's when you go, ooh. I heard a fucking interesting expression one time. If I put all the effort I did into copying a gram of blow into something positive, what would the result be?
Yeah.
It would take me 8 fucking hours to copy a gram of blow.
Would it really?
Because I'd be sitting there, who can I borrow $20? Lee, let me borrow 20. Now I got 20. And when I come to the office, Lee, what's that fucking thing there? It doesn't work, Joey. If you want it, fuck it. I take that stand to the fucking pawn shop. I get 15 for it. I just made $35. Then I go home and now I got $35 and I've already cooked the cook. But now in an hour, my sister gets home and she'll give me $20 that she owes me for gas. You know how much commitment I could do in that hour? Nothing. I'm just thinking about my sister. So in those 5 hours I waited for those $50, I could have wrote 10 fucking jokes.
Yeah.
And it's that first eking living that you get that you go, I don't know. I'm just eking. But you're not thinking about the positive side, though. Wait a second. You were getting up 3 months ago, driving and putting up with shit. You're doing this on your own right now. We're onto something. We could double this. Well, how much effort am I putting in now? I'm putting in 55 fucking hours a week. Wait a second. If I work and get a part-time job making $10 an hour at 15 hours, I could at least make $150, but I gotta go to work somewhere. What if I take 55 hours of work and I add, instead of 15, I add 10 more work to this thing? Let's see what happens. And you'll get the money you were going for the 15 hours. And now you're like, wait a second, I'm eking out $1,500 a month from this job of doing stand-up. And now you're halfway there. Once you're eking out $1,500 a month from doing stand-up, you're halfway there. Even if you're doing graphic design or if you're painting houses, you're halfway there. You're covering your nut, you're paying rent, but you're doing what you want to do, and you're not taking fucking orders.
How exciting was it for you the first time you paid your rent with comedy money?
Took me about 8 years. I'm not here to lie.
8 years?
With just comedy money.
Yeah.
Not stealing, not bringing back a receipt from a toaster. The first time, and I'm lying for you if I tell you 8 years.
How many years do you think it was?
I was sharing rents. I was barely making rents. I was living on floors. I was living in cars. I was living on buses. Not gonna lie to nobody and tell you it was fucking glamorous. That wouldn't do anybody any fucking good. But something made me believe, Lee. Is that you or me?
What?
The phone. Should I stab you now or later? I'm just teasing you. Something makes you wake up and go, well, I'm going to stick this out one more fucking week. Especially when I came here. When I came here, it was a nightmare because I kept saying I could be in fucking in Colorado working at the sports betting business.
Right.
By this time, I would have been making $7,000-8,000 a week. Meanwhile, I'm out here living on Ralphie's floor, arguing with my ex-girlfriend. It was horrible. It was horrible, but I just had something in my heart. Something kept bothering me. That was...
Yeah, it's what you just said is how the last year or two of my life, not to an extent, I'm not going broke or anything, but it's amazing for me, and I for you, I would imagine. I didn't want to give up. I put so much work into this that for me to even consider not doing it, and maybe it's just too much pride. Maybe that could be a downfall. But I would never want to put all this work into something and then just go, like, you would never, if you got an offer to make, I don't know, $1 million being a sports betting service, I don't think you'd do it right now.
No, I wouldn't. I put too much into this. Listen, don't get me wrong. In 2009, I was not going to quit the business. I was going to quit an aspect of this business.
Right.
I wanted to turn it around. I wanted to get a day job, or at least I thought that. Because that's a fantastic dream for a guy like me, is going back to sell cars, is doing something like this at this point. Why? I don't know. For some reason, I have this stupid belief that, but what was the subject?
About not giving up.
You can't.
Right.
You can't. You can't. My knee is killing me. My knee is killing me. Do you know that? I can't even walk straight anymore.
Jesus.
I tore the cartilage. I tore everything in that motherfucker. But I got a jiu-jitsu eyes for 3 or 4 more months. I'm up to like 3 5-minute rolls right now. If I could get 6 rolls in 3 months and start doing those 6 times 5 minutes, I'll go down to 260 in no time. I'll go down to 260 in no time. I want it before I go back to surgery and get out of shape again and have to start all over again.
Oh, Jesus.
You follow what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Sometimes we put so much effort in, now you got to stick around and wait for the fucking miracle to happen.
And that's exactly, you could do it and it would help your knee, but it would set you back. And you're like, oh, fuck it. It's going to hurt me for a little bit, but it's worth it.
It's worth it. I want to go in there with stronger legs from the kettlebells. I want to go in there, you know what I'm saying? So the knee surgery is a lot easier. I'm not feeling bone on bone yet. I'm not dying. I'm not living on a leave. I'm not living on painkillers. It's not that type of pain. I'm not going to lie to anybody. It's just uncomfortable when I drive and my leg twists and shit like that. stuff like that. Let me give some shout outs here.
Okay.
To my girl, holy shit, Carmelita 69J, Danny Rodriguez, Dave Drancel, my man, the Australian Warrior, Andrew Burns, Dante Gazzini, always sending a fucking letter. I love you. Solo, Polo, Derek, and Tom Owens. I love you, cocksuckers. And that's it. You know, I just want to talk to these people a little bit and just get it out there a little bit. But I just saw all the hard work he had put in last night and it inspired me, man. It really inspired me. It took me to a different level that it's not about money. It's about giving back sometimes, you know, and not so everybody knows. Gabe just served food last night and he hugged everybody. And that's a big gift for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's a big gift for a lot of people, man. That a lot of people, I think I reached over and I said something to Simone. I go, how many comics do you really see doing this? So it just fucked with me last night. That's what I'm talking about on the podcast because it fucked with me, and I wish I could do that. And I know the more I do it, the better I'll become. And
it's funny. D.L. Hughley was on Periscope the other night at his Christmas party, and he was Periscoping it, and there were people there, and a DJ and all that stuff. I follow Gabriel on almost everything, I think. I didn't see one picture, one mention about it. Not I had a great time at my Christmas party. Nothing.
Nobody needs to know nothing. Real motherfuckers move in silence and shit. So you're taking mom up to the cabin of Dick, aren't you?
Hell yeah.
You
it's
already
great.
got it planned out.
Yeah, it's Big Bear. It's like $100
Where
a
you getting
night.
the food from?
There's a couple grocery stores right up there. And there's a lot of stuff up there, but it's like $100 a night. We're gonna go for like 3 nights. We have a whole cabin to ourselves with a hot tub. She just finished her last final. It's gonna be fun.
You got TV up there. There's no.
Oh
TV.
yeah, there's TV. There might not be cell phone service. We'll find out. But they have a phone at the cabin, so we'll find out.
Perfect. Who gives a fuck? You going up there to love and eat some stars?
Hell yeah. Oh, I went and got a whole big thing last night. I was worried that they weren't gonna let me buy stuff, so I bought like half of what I was gonna buy. But it's gonna be fun. You're on your way to San Diego. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, 2 fucking shows tonight. I think they're both sold out at this point. And that's it. It's over. That's my last day of the year. And then it's New Year's with Rogan. And then the Savage Dad tour starts in fucking January 28th.
Now the Hong Kong Inn.
At the Hong Kong Inn. I'm also at the Hong Kong Inn next week. Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome.
In Ventura on Wednesday night with Uncle Joey Christmas show and shit. Lee, you coming?
Absolutely. I'm not turning down Chinese food. I love it. When you said spare ribs, that's all I can think about now. So I want like 18 spare ribs.
18. No, they don't have spare ribs up there, don't they?
That's fine. I'll find
fried
something.
rice and shit like that. No, it's the holiday season. I'm starting to feel. Next week I got the baby all week. I got it all week, so I have like a limited schedule. But we'll be here at night, 2 nights.
What do you got planned with her?
Well, I told you my dilemma last night that, you know, the big thing with my daughter is she gets all excited and then I take her there and she goes, no, thank you. You know, like when we were Halloween, she kept watching vampires and ghosts and shit. And then I took her to some spooky house and every time a vampire would come and go, boo, she'd look at me and go, no, thank you, and walk away. So now, you know, she's on this Santa fucking kick. But last year when I took her to Santa, she threw a fucking fit. We got a picture of it in our bedroom of me holding Santa, Terry howling, and Santa looking at her like, what the fuck did I do? Mercy's like, get away, get the fuck away from me. So the last 2 weeks she's been on this Santa kick. So yesterday I just looked at her and I go, because all this terrorism shit, Universal, if I was a terrorist, I'd definitely bomb Universal. When I go to a place now, I always say,
don't give them the idea.
No, but when I go to a place now, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, I would bomb this place if I fucking was a terrorist, right? Like I went to Eddie Bravo's, did I tell you about Eddie Bravo?
No, you didn't.
I went to EBI 5, fucking tremendous. Acting was great. Gary Tonin won. I want to congratulate Gary Tonin on winning it again. That fucking guy's the king of leg locks. One of our own, Denny Prokopus from San Francisco 10 Planet, lost. I love him to death. He was the reigning champion. Javi Vasquez lost to Gary Tonin. So it wasn't like Javi Vasquez lost to some fucking stiff down there. And I went down there and I was having a great time. I walked in, I saw Brendan Schaub and Rogan and the guy from the UFC. Both of them were there. Ben Saunders and another kid from the UFC, the 170 welterweight. And I sat there and 20 minutes in, I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the front row. if they come in with submachine guns, I'm getting fucking shot first. That's the first fucking thing I thought about. I'm like, Jesus. And I looked to the exit signs. There was no exits. So I would have had to turn around and got shot execution fucking style without a cigarette in my mouth. So I'm like, fuck this. I got up and sat in the middle. And I was just nervous, but I'm not taking nothing from Eddie's event. Eddie's event was fucking great. Eddie did a great job. The screens were great. The competitive was great. It was a lot of high level stuff that I didn't understand, Lee.
Really?
Yeah.
At that level, you can't even see it. Oh.
You don't see it, and it just moves so fucking fast.
And you were saying that Javier Vasquez was calm, even though he ended up losing, he was just calm, like he was just sitting there relaxing.
I'm going down to the train. I'm going down to do a 4 o'clock training, and I'm to do the Ontario Improv.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because his breathing was, to be honest with you, all those guys. I saw Gary Tonin take on 2 people, and one time he got up, he didn't break a sweat. Their breathing controls everything. But I could sit here and try to cut through corners. You know how you get that breathing like that?
Rolling for 10 years?
Rolling for 10 fucking years.
Jesus.
So it's that fucking simple. Let's get the sponsors going and we'll get the fuck out of here. Again, tonight there's a few tickets available for the late show in San Diego. 10 o'clock show, the American Comedy Company. Next week, what is it? Wednesday night, the 23rd. I am at the Hong Kong Gardens in Ventura. Tickets are available. Call the Hong Kong Gardens and ask them. I'll put a link up tomorrow. And we want to start with something, whatever you have, resolutions for the New Year's and whatnot. I'm going to tell you what's a nice little service. And since I've been providing this for the listeners, I've gotten some great responses. And I got a box from them last week. And I was really, really, and I'll tell you what it is. It's the last thing anybody wants to do after work is wait in line at a grocery store. Nobody wants to schlep home and you want to cook a meal. And it's expensive. Unhealthy takeout is hardly better. That's where there's a new service. It's called Blue Apron. That's where they come in. Blue Apron will deliver farm-fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes to your home, allowing you to create healthy, handcrafted meals right there without going to the grocery store. So you don't have to leave. The box shows up at your house, okay? For less than $10 per meal. They'll send you fresh ingredients, perfectly proportioned, making cooking healthy meals really easy and fun. No trips to the grocery store. You forgot this. I forgot the green onion. Plus, you'll learn how to cook with specialty ingredients that are normally hard to find. Blue Apron is perfect for date night, cooking with friends. You got a football game. People come over. You want to show them. They got kid-friendly ingredients so the whole family can eat well and have fun preparing meals together. Each balanced meal, in case you're looking at to go on a diet or something, is 500 to 7 calories per serving and so tasty you'll never know it. Cooking takes half an hour. Shipping is flexible, but most important, it's free, and the menus are always new. They won't send the same meal twice. Let me tell you what they got this week. They got chicken tortilla soup. They got spicy pork chops with poblano sauce. They got a caramelized Meyer onion lemon spaghetti.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah,
you sent me the picture.
Yeah, they got a seared steak with mashed potatoes and catfish tacos with roasted sweet potatoes. That type of stuff, all right? So do me a favor. You'll cook incredible meals and be blown away by the quality and the freshness. Blue Apron, it's a better way to cook. So do me a favor. I'm going to give you the first 2 meals for fucking free. Free. Go to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, my treat. I'm telling you, the first 2 meals are on me when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. You're going to be blown away by the quality and how easy it is to cook these meals. So do me a favor, go to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, let's talk about comfort because I love these things. And again, I wouldn't get rid of them at all. And that's MeUndies. Why? Because they are the best underwear out there. Point blank range, period. Comfort. Yesterday I went to jiu-jitsu and I put jiu-jitsu underwear on, those Velcro, the nice things like the one I gave you.
Right.
And the whole day my pants were fucking falling off. The whole day I felt like one of those black kids with their fucking pants around their knees. But I fucking wear my MeUndies to jiu-jitsu, and even if I get out of jiu-jitsu and I put my pants on, they stay up. Not only that, I'm comfortable. Why? Because it's a material more comfortable than cotton. It's made of modal. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro-modal fabric, which doesn't sound sexy, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to regular old fucking white undies or whatever color your undies you're wearing again. MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from, and it's the only place you'll find styles for both men and women and the new signature design every month. They also just launched a boxer line, and it's like wearing nothing at all, only better. And they sent me these blue pajamas I wear now to sleep. Fucking tremendous. Light. I can scratch my nuts. There's air in there. And the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. Trust me, these are not your parents' stocking stuffers. So do me a favor. Go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey. And right now and get 20% off your first order plus free shipping in the U.S. and Canada. Again, go to MeUndies.com /Joey to get 20% off your first order plus free shipping in U.S. and Canada. MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it and get a full refund. You literally have nothing to lose. If you would have ordered by December 13th, I think your undies would have arrived in time for Christmas. But hey, just tell them you can't come over for a few days. Go there right now. Go to MeUndies /Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com /Joey right now and get 20% off your first order of the world's most comfortable underwear. All right? And that's it. Listen.
Onnit.com.
Onnit.com. I can't tell you enough things. You're traveling, you should go to Onnit right now and get the Shroom Tech Immune. If you're working out, you should go right now and get the Shroom Tech Sport. If you're having a little fucked up problems like me this week, trust me, I'm going right back on fucking Alpha Brain tomorrow. I confuse Wednesday for Thursday. Nobody needs Alpha Brain more than me. Listen, I can sit here for 2 hours and tell you all the great things they do. Fuck that. Go to Onnit.com right now, and you get your 10% off your first order. When they press the box, Church, CHURCH. Go to Onnit.com and get 10% off your first order. Go to the webpage. See the great selection of nutrients and supplements that they have. Also, go see the weights and the kettlebells, the gorilla bells. They're tremendous. We use them ourselves. So I can't get you 10% off on the kettlebells and that stuff, but on the nutrients and supplements, you got carte blanche. Tell them Uncle Joey sent you. Go to Onnit.com right now. Press Church, CHURCH, and get 10% off. I want to thank MeUndies.com. I want to thank BlueApron.com and all our other great sponsors that help us out during the week. And I want to thank you guys and wish you a Merry Christmas. And we'll be back either Sunday night or Monday afternoon with a great podcast for you guys. Thank you very much, you bad motherfuckers. Hanukkah is over. It's the holiday motherfucking season. You know what I'm saying? This is a different Jesus. What's up, Lisa?
I had a great weekend, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ, though, man. You had a great weekend.
I did. Other than my eye getting messed up, I had a great fucking weekend.
That's the cool. You still got to deal with.
Oh, he got pink eye on his right eye, and he
Pink
still
eye,
had
he's
a
got
great
rashes.
weekend.
His fucking
What are you
spirit's
normally
broken.
used to catching on a weekend?
A little bit of everything. No, it happened. I didn't even know until this morning. I went into a hot tub. And
How old was the hot tub?
Probably older than me, I guess. I don't know how old. No, it had lights. It had like
Lights underneath.
Yeah, it had lights. It had a whole little board. It looked fine. I don't know.
I told him on the phone. I was thinking
right
about
after I got out, and as soon as I got off the phone, I'm like, he just jinxed me. Just like when you walked away from the blackjack table.
Which don't blame that on me. I was playing out stupidity. You're sitting there next to an old lady. She's taking you to the dry cleaners. I invested in you. How the fuck do you go in a hot tub and get a rash? How does that
I don't know, man. Why
why
does anything happen? No, I don't get. I never got a rash.
You go to John Jocks, you fucking get bronchitis. How does this happen?
Bad luck the last couple weeks.
Bad luck? No, I'm telling you, we gotta toughen you up. That's it. I'm gonna have to fucking.
How else can you tell me if I can't get into a hot tub?
Something. We have to go into the ocean with the fucking homeless people in Long Island that they jump into. That's it. That's your new mission. The church is gonna sponsor you next week to be your first honorary polar bear and jump in the water. January.
I heard it's like $10,000 to get in. So
what $10,000?
That's what I heard.
We know people. Esther Cool's here. She'll go over there with you. Esther Cool, what up? You
What
sexy
up?
motherfucker.
What's going on?
Thank
Church
you for-
of what's happening now?
Oh shit! Thank you for coming to San Diego
shit.
the other night with me and blowing up the room.
Oh man, thanks for bringing me. That was fun.
Tell him what happened with the brownie of death and shit. You were snoring back there.
Oh well, first of all,
And then she got up
so
like nothing happened. I
D'Agostino's in
loved
the
it.
passenger seat, and I'm in the back seat, and there's like a baby seat because you got a baby and shit. So you like we're just like drive. It took fucking forever to get there.
4.5 hours.
No,
to
it
San
didn't.
Diego. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
And D'Agostino. See, listen, guys. Listen. In California and in life, they're gonna tell you that there's all these little things. I've been going to San Diego now for 18 fucking years. You know how many times a year when you live in LA and you're a young comic, you go to San Diego? You go 10 times a fucking year. Every time I pass Garnett, I get chills in my spine. How many times I left, thinking that I could be the king of swing and leave to San Diego 2 hours before. I just barely made it for the show.
And missing your show?
No, I never missed a show down there. But you come close. You always assume those bar shows are going to run 15 minutes late.
Yeah.
Then there's a guest set. Then the Lakers are playing. There's the Heat's playing. You're in Miami. Same difference,
Put up a few more guest spots.
Yeah, so fucking that San Diego run, that guy used to book me every third month. And I'd do the whole thing. La Jolla, Monday, there was something. Tuesday, Wednesday, there was something on the same block right next to each other. Same bookers. So they booked Tuesday at one bar, and then you walked out of that bar on Wednesday, went to the bar next door in San Diego, and that was the other room. They were great, packed, just great rooms, But, no, that was fucking brutal. I'd never seen nothing like that in my life. That's why I don't go to fucking San Diego.
That's why 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours. You're fucking crazy.
That's how long it takes to get from Boston to New York.
Listen, an hour and a half, and we were by the Commerce Casino.
That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck is this?
Well, thanks for driving, because that would have been horrible to drive separately like that.
Yeah, no, we would have never made it.
So I had this like constant flow, like every half an hour you would like turn around and give me a brownie, a cookie. Like I was like, where the fuck are you getting all this from?
You know me, dog. I had a bag.
Man, all these like baked goods with
you don't fuck
cannabis
around.
And man.
So
I'm like, this is like heaven.
When we went down there, we brought Star One stuff. We brought all the brownies, which their brownies are fucking the real deal, and they taste.
Yeah.
Like you take their brownies and you fucking put them in the microwave for 20 seconds. You loosen them up, you get the THC cooking. You take a little vanilla ice cream, you dip it on that motherfucker with a little bit of ice cream. And I'll tell you what, nobody knows nothing. They're eating that thing like, this is delicious. Oh my goodness, where'd you get it?
I know, and then you eat the whole goddamn bag.
Oh yeah, it's 100.
Do you ever like limit yourself and just leave some at home to like make sure you don't like fucking trip?
Listen,
or do you want to trip?
Listen to me. I got no reason to lie to you. I just went to the weed store and I looked around. But I can honestly tell you, I got more edibles than they do. I got rooms, Drew. I got munitions.
What?
I got rooms now at this point. The other day, I found a bag of weed that was so fucking good in the luggage. Somebody gave it to me, and I've been traveling around the world with this fucking dog right in the front bag. One time, somebody gave me wax in a pen already with wax. Gave it to me in an envelope. I didn't know what it was. I put it in the fucking front compartment. I'm traveling all over the country with a wax pen with the fucking thing, which is 20 years. That's a controlled substance. That little
20
wax.
years?
It's not 20 years, but let's assume.
No.
You have to fucking assume.
God
with
damn
your
it.
luck. With your luck.
Fuck.
You know what I'm saying? With our luck that they tested and it was made in Bangkok and it's fucking pure, and now you're going to have to do 18 years. And, you never fucking know. You never know with that shit. Weed is cool. It's that vapor and all that shit where they'll look at you if they really want to break balls.
If they really want, if you rub somebody the wrong, if you looked at the TSA agent the wrong way, they'll jump on you.
Well, it's not the TSA agents. Listen, they could do what they do. Their job is fucking tedious as fuck. And when something becomes that tedious, it makes a greater possibility for error because you're really not paying attention. And you ever go through them and they're talking to one another?
They're always talking to each other.
They're talking and they're not paying attention.
They're never paying attention.
So listen, TSA you look at and it's really like a fucking joke. I'm gonna rest in the airport when I see Marines. Like fucking real Marines from North Carolina at every fucking airport at the door with 2 bombs. That's gonna, Alex Jones, as crazy as he was in 2010 or something, he goes, listen, in 10 years, there's gonna be TSA at the parks. He goes, trust me, it's gonna be like little Cuba.
Oh God.
It's gonna be like little fucking Cuba.
In the parks.
At the parks where your kids play. There's going to be TSA at the malls. People walking around. When you go, have you been to New York lately, Don? When you cross the bridge, go through the tunnel. See what you see at the fucking tunnel. They're not fucking around at the tunnel. And they're not fucking around at that bridge. Did we discuss this before?
No, you didn't talk about it.
They're not fucking around. When you pull up to the Lincoln Tunnel in the morning, or the Holland Tunnel, going into New York City, every gate has a dude with a mask, with body armor, with a fucking gun under his arm, strapped to the hilt like he's going to fucking Saigon. They got dogs. They're right there. They stop the truck. They're looking underneath. The George Washington Bridge had the same thing.
Do they stop every car, or what do they do?
When they go to pay the toll.
When
they go to pay the fucking toll, they're right there. They're not fucking around.
I don't have a problem with any of that. I mean, people TSA, people get mad at because they don't really do much.
I don't have a problem with TSA.
But, just when I was in Israel, they have military everywhere because they have to now. I would be totally at this point with all the crazy stuff happening. If military has to be places like that, it doesn't bother me. I know some people think it's infringing on their rights.
Because you're white, so it wouldn't bother you.
That's also true. That's a fair point.
Right?
But do Asians feel a lot of get a lot of hate and stuff from
cops?
Yeah.
No, if anything, they trust us too much. If we get undersearched. How many gangster Asians are just running drug rings, prostitution rings, gambling rings like crazy, right?
That's very.
And they go undercover.
It's really weird. In 1985, I read this book called Snowblind, and it ricocheted me into another book, And guys, I can't tell you everything I read, but I read one about how the Chinese were putting heroin in this country through Toronto for years. They took proof to the DEA. And the DEA was like, those people are the nicest fucking people in the world. They've never had one. At the time of this printing, this author went out of his way to say, either we're that naive or that fucking smart. I went with the other. I went with that fucking smart. They're professional all the way to the end. The guys that move the heroin, they still go to work every morning. They live in an apartment with 8 fucking other families in the same fucking apartment. They all work at the restaurant together. He's still sweating back there. And then at night he slips out in a little fucking Volkswagen and he goes to meet with these guys and they exchange $200,000 and they got tattoos and the whole fucking deal. The move of the century was the Yakuza, what they did to UCLA when they bought the kidneys and people died and fucking got sued. When the 2 Yakuzas went to the feds and said, we have tons of information worldwide. We do business with everybody. We do major league business with everybody. We want to come in. We're sick of the Yakuza. They went into the feds. The feds said, really? What do you want in exchange? We want federal protection in the United States. But before anything, we want to get new kidneys because the ink they use in Japan for the tattoos.
Oh no!
Killed their kidneys.
And their culture does not believe in replacing kidneys in Japan. So they were like, "Yup." And I'll tell you what, not just me, but also my Goomba. He's coming also. They came into UCLA with a plane. They donated 2 mil, 3. Go online, Lee. It's hard. It's fucking gangster shit. They had a whole thing on 60 Minutes. Gangster. They went and donated 3 mil here, 3 mil here, 3 mil here. Got put number 1 on the kidney. Got 2 fucking kidneys. They got back on a private jet and went right back to Japan. Told the United States, suck my dick and call me shorty. I was born in 1940. Never came back. Big embarrassment for the United States.
Wow.
Big embarrassment for the United States.
That's crazy. Yeah, it happened in 08.
Wow.
The UCLA Medical Center and its most accomplished liver surgeon provided a life-saving transplant to one of Japan's most powerful gang bosses. Holy
and there were like
shit.
9 people on the list. We're next. Japan went over, gave everybody like $1 million. Here. Fuck it. You got a dive, you got $1 million, you got sushi, whatever you want. Come to Japan. Tattoos are on me. Fucking he went right
Holy
back.
shit.
Gangster shit. Listen, man. Mike Kessler grew up in New York City. I grew up going over there. And then as I got older and they told me what it represented, Chinatown, I went, Jesus Christ, all of these people here. These people were so powerful in the mid-'80s, they pushed the mafia out. They shrunk. Little Italy used to be huge. They shrunk little fucking Italy. Old school, shooting them, telling them to suck their dick, they're taking their heroin back. Yeah, because the Chinese people, they're nice people. They don't bother nobody. They don't karate chop you and blow a dart at you. But besides that, they don't bother nobody, these poor people. They cook, they do the whole thing. So they would give the heroin to these fucking gangsters for $50,000 a kilo, make $25,000 a kilo. These gangsters were making $400,000 a kilo, cutting it in half and selling it to fucking the brothers in Harlem, the Puerto Ricans in the Bronx, and they fucking became millionaires. The Chinese found out about this and said, we got to renege on this deal. And we're not going to just renege. We got to take these money. You can't take money out of somebody's pocket like that. You pull your money out like that, they're going to slay us, or we're going to slay them. So it started like in 83, little by little. They just kept moving up and said, listen, we're taking the heroin trade back.
Did they have guns or?
Oh, no. They went in there with karate suits and wrestled them to death. They had fucking machine guns and fucking balls of steel. You know, it's amazing. It started like in 82 when the Chinese said, fuck it. We're first off, we're way smarter than them. Way smarter. They just sell it for us because we have no muscle. We bring it all the way from the fucking jungles of Burma, where there ain't no law. It's every man for himself. So we're bringing it all the way over here for the set price was making. I don't know if it's $50,000. I'm just telling you a price. But they weren't getting a cut of what was coming from it. It's like you shooting Spider-Man 3 at making $200 billion and you're just getting scale for the day. Right or wrong?
Right.
You're like, somebody's making fucking bank. The Chinese took command of that back. And, you know, what they do is the Chinese, I guess, teamed up with gangsters in Toronto. There's a family up in Toronto, a popular family. And they teamed up with motorcycle gangs. And they were the direct link to the bananas. They had that white, because that white heroin, it's where it's at. Yeah, Mexican heroin is great, you know, but that fucking white heroin that De Niro was doing in fucking Once Upon a Time in America, that's the shit right there. That's the giddy gat. With the little fucking boy, that's opium, really. I fucked up there.
So is heroin a powder?
It comes like a white powder. Yeah,
and then
like
you mix it and
yeah.
put it in a needle and then shoot up?
And fucking blast it off to Lallaville.
Wow.
So it's fucked up how it's weird because when I came from Cuba on 88th Street, where I drove by a couple of weeks ago, it's a complete different neighborhood. 2 doors down, there was a Chinese family, and the father drew for Schultz. And I was friends with the girl. I was like a boyfriend. I go, we play. I ate there. They had the candy with the paper on. I'll never forget that, being a little kid. And then on Saturdays, he would invite 10 kids over to the screening of, Disney, whatever his fucking name is. But I always talk about this. It's so weird how Bruce Lee changed everything. once Bruce Lee came, fucking Asians were like, now what, bitches?
They were walking around like pussies before?
No, not pussies. They were just their culture is not a flashy culture.
Right.
Except for maybe Japan. Koreans are crazy. Like, your family's crazy, right? Like old school Koreans, they drink. Koreans are like the Irish of the Orient, I heard. They're whiskey drinking.
They're like the 5th most drinking country in the world.
In the world. They don't fuck around.
Yeah, it's like drinking is a big problem for a lot.
And they don't drink Zima either in Korea. They drink whiskey.
Soju.
What's soju?
I don't know. It's like sake, but Korean, you know? But it's like, it has a fruit taste to it. So you can get watermelon soju and get fucked up.
I see what you're saying.
And you don't even know because it's delicious. It's like candy. Yeah.
Now, were you born in Korea?
No.
Chicago.
Is my English that bad?
No. Just curious.
I was born in Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
And was there a lot of Koreans in that neighborhood?
Yeah, my parents moved to Chicago with a bunch of other Koreans from Korea. Yeah, and they decided on Chicago for some reason.
Nothing wrong with Chicago.
Well, you know what? It's like it's similar weather. You know, it's cold. It gets cold in the winter, like a motherfucker, and then gets hot like a motherfucker. You know, so they were kind of used to that, and maybe that was an easy transition, but. Yeah.
And then you went to the University of Illinois. You were fighting in Illini.
Yeah.
And that's where you started stand-up, or way before that?
No, after that. I started stand-up after college when I was working.
In Chicago?
No, in Boston.
And how'd you end up in Boston?
Because I got a job, right? And this company said, I got a sales job with a company. And they were sending out salespeople all over the country. And they said, what city do you want to live in? And I said, Boston, Atlanta, or Chicago. And they gave me Boston. And I was like, I'm going to Boston. And I went to Boston and I had a company car and my life was set up like instantaneously.
And they got you an apartment, they gave you per diem.
No, I found my apartment.
Right.
And then I worked and I traveled all of New England selling pens. So I learned the comedian lifestyle from being being a sales rep, where I have to check into a hotel. I have to, learn how to get from point A to point B, even if you got to take like the backwoods of Maine and, you still know how to find yourself, where you're going.
Let me ask you something. It's very interesting. You brought up the comedian lifestyle. Before you got into comedy, it kind of told you what you were getting yourself into, in other words.
Yeah.
Like when I thought about what I was going to do for the rest of my life, I was working on a fucking roof. All right. And everything was going well. I had a car, I had a nice place. There was no harmony in my home. But I knew this wasn't it. I was putting a little bit of money in the bank. I could have gone back to school. I had 1,000 options. But I just fucking knew this wasn't it. And I took a stand-up comedy class for 3 weeks, and I thought about it. And then I talked to some people and I got on stage and I asked around. And it was just weird how it fit my lifestyle, the type of person I was.
Yeah, totally.
I like to travel.
Meeting random people constantly. And just having fun. Being alone. Having time to jerk off all day long.
Eating at different places. Not having a day job was key for me.
Not having to wear a suit or a pantsuit. Not having to wear a uniform.
It's really, I love to look at the numbers of how many kids go to school thinking they're going to be like office reps, and after 5 years go, fuck you. I'm going to go sell copy machines where I could be outside and drive and shit. Fuck this job. Fuck my degree. Because you don't think, you really overlook those things. Like sometimes I go to jiu-jitsu sometimes. And then Tuesdays we're going to get kettlebell class. It's always inside. Last week, I was like, fuck this. I'm going to throw kettlebells outside, out in the sun. I like being outside. I've always liked being outside.
Being outside is so nice to see green and have your eyes be stimulated with different kinds of trees and birds, and let the birds sing to you, and like check out different like landscape options.
I like all that shit.
Right?
That's why I like selling cars, because you have an office, but you have to go outside and talk to people. So
you could be introverted all day long,
right,
if nobody comes in.
Right. You could go in
and
between
then you
the
just
car.
like write in your computer all day.
You could take 3 hits off a joint in between the car and just sit out there and listen to the birds chirp and listen to the cars go by and listen to kids speak and yell and it's nice just to shut the fuck up and just listen to the noises and the surroundings around you sometimes. But weed picks it up even more. It makes it more sensitive.
Totally.
It's like what happens to a cat after midnight. They become more fucking, they get all fucking crazy and shit. Like, they get all fucked up.
What do they get? Like,
their levels of hunting come out because they're nocturnal.
They're on the prowl?
They're nocturnal. So, they're not really nocturnal, but what's that expression? The freaks come out at night?
That's all cats.
Cats at about midnight, 1 o'clock.
That's why you always hear cats fucking outside your window. And they're in heat.
About 1:30, cats
and they
come
sound
to
like
life.
babies crying.
Cats come to life.
Right?
Well, this is what happened. The cat's dick, the male dick, has a hook on it. A lot of people don't know. So when he has sex with the female cat, when he pulls backwards, he's scraping her insides.
Oh,
They're
God.
like little knives on his dick, and it scrapes the insides to make room for his sperm. So she has old sperm laying around. Like I have a cat, Superbad. Superbad and the 2 sisters came from the same mother, but a different father, but from the same litter. Because she had sex with 2 different cats in the yard. And Superbad, Lulu, and Evie are all brother and sisters, but you can't tell because Superbad is black and white. But Evie and Lulu are Siamese because she was having sex with 2 different cats.
Wow.
So that's why when a cat pulls his dick out,
Ew.
they go, because it's really ripping them apart.
Oh, God.
Okay? And then they fucking put it in.
Is
and
a cat penis thorny?
It's like,
only when they pull out, right?
I've never given my cat a hand job.
I imagine it's like one of those things when you got to clean out like the faucet in your bathtub and you need to clean out all the hair.
Yeah.
That plastic thing that has like pulls it when you pull it out. It doesn't pull out just smoothly. You gotta pull it out and yank it out.
It's something like that.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
Fuck. Cats come harder than humans, it seems like.
But no, it's just the way they do it. I don't know why, I watched her have like 4 or 5 litters in my backyard. So I was really, at the time, I was just fucking lost. So I really got involved in it. I really watched how she treated her cats, how the fucking father would kill the kittens. Because the quicker he would kill the kittens, the quicker he could fuck her again. Because she would stop making milk.
Oh my God.
So he would kill the fucking kittens. Some mornings I'd wake up and there'd be 2 dead kittens in the fucking...
Oh, how sad.
Yeah, because this cat was fucking crazy. The samurai was crazy. So, and he wouldn't even take food from
What do you do with these little dead kittens?
You pick them up, you bury them, and you say a prayer.
I mean, they're tiny, right?
Fucking tiny. But he was fucking... Okay, let's say he would fuck the regular cat mama. And for some reason, mama would have 6 kittens. And 3 of them would live. And 2 of them would live in the yard. And let's say one of them was a female. He'd come back and have sex with his daughter. And then she'd have 6 kittens. And then he'd come back and just keep having sex with all those kittens. I have tons of generations of those cats. Like that backyard had 6 or 7 generations of those cats because he kept fucking his own daughters and having kittens. He was a neighborhood cat that lived outside. That was like 8 or 9. You know what the life expectancy of a cat who lives outside is? Look it up, Lee. It's not long.
4?
So, not even.
Really?
3 years, maybe 2 tops, maybe something like that. So for a cat to mature outside, like people who lived in the building were like, that motherfucker was mean when he was a kitten. Somebody left him here when he was a kitten. He just kept getting his head because...
Less than 2 years.
Yeah. So for him to
Wow.
be 8 and his head was huge from the testosterone, nobody ever got him neutered. He wouldn't fall for that shit. He was too. There was a lady in Hollywood that was part of a program that would leave
Did he
cats.
talk?
That would leave. He would meow and fuck with you. He did with a Siamese did. From time to time, he would loosen up and fuck with you on the roof. You'd see him on the roof stretching and getting sun and making noises. But he was a fucking primitive. Like, for example, he saw Superbad's dad in a tree. You know, like it had nothing to do with him. Like he could have just kept walking. He looked up. I was in my bathroom and I heard something. And I open the window and I look outside and I see fucking Demi and Harry's dad fucking with his tail. It looked like a pole. Like it looked like he had been harpooned by a stick. I didn't know, and he was walking weird, and I didn't know what he was looking at. So I didn't know if somebody had shot him with something. It was the weirdest moment ever. And then I see him run up a fucking fence like a monkey. He jumps on the roof, and he goes from one end of the roof to the other, pacing. And I see what he was looking at. He was looking at Superbad's dad, my cat's dad. That was just on a tree, not bothering nobody.
Harry's dad.
No, Superbad's dad. That's black and white.
Oh, okay.
And he looked at Superbad's dad, and he was fucking going back and forth. And finally, he walked 50 yards and jumped up a tree in a garage just to get at Superbad's dad. I saw him
fight him.
Dog, they fought on the tree to almost.
Did you videotape it?
No, I wasn't that hip at the time.
Oh man!
I was scared for both of them. I didn't mind videotaping. I was scared for the both of them. I liked the both of them. I didn't want them to fucking.
Yeah.
They were on that tree, fucking going at it for like 50 seconds, and they just fell down, and you heard them, and then I lost them. And I go fuck. And then I went outside and I saw the father licking himself, samurai, like just licking his wounds. He had like a stitch over his eye. He was bleeding and shit. But he didn't give a fuck. I would go out there and leave cat food for him. He would never eat it. That's how he would spit it back at me like, fuck you. I don't eat that shit. That's what pussies. I'm a fucking cat, Jack. And he was Siamese beautiful, but his balls were black. Like he had huge black balls. He had grown so much the testosterone that he would even walk like a bull. His balls would just bounce like a bull. You don't know how many times I saw him. We lived on Selma and Schrader. And you don't know how many times I saw him chasing a cat by Highland, which is 4 blocks away. Like he didn't want no male cats in his neighborhood. Like he wanted it known. Like I'll fucking kill you. And I don't know, the last time I saw him, my wife gave him.
How does he walk? I feel like he's got like a badass walk.
I mean, we left that neighborhood in 2009, and we hadn't seen him in about a year. And the last time my wife saw him, he had a big gash over his eye, and it was infected. So she gave him like something with an antibiotic in it. So the swelling would go down or something.
A cream?
Something, some.
Bacitracin?
And he wouldn't eat it. And that was the last time we saw him. I have a picture of him somewhere.
He's gone?
Who knows? Who knows with that motherfucker? I mean, in my mind, motherfuckers like that never die. He's somewhere just getting stitched up, like Rambo or something. He's like on a farm somewhere.
Wow.
But it was really an education to have, and now to still have those cats and to look at Superbad. Superbad is a rare motherfucker because I fed him. He was dead pretty much. He had gotten that disease where your stomach swells up from living outside, Lyme or something like that, Lyme disease. And my wife just brought him upstairs to die pretty much. She didn't want him to die outside. So she brought him and his brother up, and his brother died the first night. So Superbad was dead the next morning. And I'm like, I don't want another cat dying in my house. That's not going to happen. So I started feeding them oatmeal cookies. My wife had these soft and gooey oatmeal cookies. He wouldn't eat cat food. He wouldn't drink water. He was pissing on himself. His legs were yellow. Superbad was white. His legs were fucking yellow. And I kept, just, fuck, all I know is if I was dying, I'd want somebody to give me some fucking lobster tails and butter. Don't show up with a fucking Slim Jim and a fucking Snickers bar. I'll spit in your face and I'll haunt you from hell. You understand me? You come over, you drop a fucking mozzarella sandwich with fucking prosciutto on me with a tomato and sliced peppers. I'll fucking make sure you get laid every day from hell. I'll send postcards. I'll make sure you bump into women. I swear to God. He's dying, so I didn't know what to give him. So I went in there with oatmeal cookies, and he started eating oatmeal cookies. And he went from eating a little oatmeal cookie, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. I kept going in there every hour. He kept eating, and you know what? 2 days later, he was getting his 2 front legs were up. So I kept giving him the oatmeal cookies and a little bit of milk, oatmeal cookies, a little bit of milk. And that motherfucker got up. You ever see those people in churches? You ever stay up till 4 and you see those retarded people in churches? They show up at a church with like a fake wheelchair. They're on the floor drooling. And the white priest comes over with a lot of white teeth and he hits him in the head and he goes,
and he starts speaking in tongues?
Yeah, and he hits him in the head and the heel. Dog, I was sitting on my living room floor watching TV.
I've seen that live.
And all of a sudden I look to my left and there's Superbad next to me. And he just collapses because that 5 steps from the bathroom to the living room must have killed him. And he came up like this cat had never come close to me, never talked to me, never winked an eye on me. His brothers and sisters would play with me, not that motherfucker. But for me giving him those oatmeal cookies, he walked out to thank me. I'll never forget that. He actually made it out, walked out, rubbed like his nose on my fucking elbow, and fell down. And I played with him a little more. And I'm like, we were like in shock. We gave him some more oatmeal. He didn't make it back to the bathroom. I picked him up and brought him back. But 3 days later, he was walking back and forth. And today, 8 years later, I still got Superbad in my house right now. The point of the story is, look, every time I have oatmeal cookies now, he still comes over to me, that motherfucker. The other day I had oatmeal cookies after Thanksgiving. Somebody gave me oatmeal cookies. And I got home one night, I go, look at that oatmeal cookies. And I looked, and there he was. Can he eat a whole oatmeal cookie by himself? If I break it up into pieces, no, he'd get sick. I would just break up a couple pieces. Like a fourth of a cookie. Yeah, and you listen to him, he goes, oh. He really gets excited. Like today he was with my wife. He was 10 feet away, and I could still hear him purring. Like he's like, out of all the cats, he gets fucking excited. Like he fucking purrs, Jack. Wow. You can hear it. He goes fucking ape shit.
Was Samurai Fidel's father? Because Fidel used to do that.
No, Harry. Fidel's father was Harry's Superbad's father.
Oh, okay. Because Fidel used to do that to me, just stare at me and meow, just the entire time I was there.
He'd just boss you around and shit. He would paint you into the corner. He'd paint you into a fucking corner. It's really weird. When I was a kid, a friend of mine said his cat would. He goes, don't ever yell at your cat. If you ever get old, don't yell at your cat because they go under the bed and they write a note and they get revenge when you sleep. That's why I never got a cat. Shit. And it's kind of true.
Well, why did you get a cat in the first place? Now you have like 5 of them.
My wife.
She's a cat person.
My wife had a cat, a little kitten, when I met her, and I became tight with the kitten, and then they had these fucking cats in the backyard.
So having a cat as a pet was new to you, though, but she was used to it.
Yes. No, she was used to having animals on a farm.
Yeah.
I don't know dick about nothing.
But did you like it at first?
I thought he was a pussy.
Did it take some adjusting?
I thought he was a pussy. I thought he was a little fucking pussy, Finny. At first, so I used to chase him with the vacuum. I'd get the vacuum and we'd go like that. And he'd run around and run at me, and we would just play like a game. And then he just showed a weird affection. You know, cats and dogs show you different type of affection. A dog shows you an affection when you walk in, and they play with you, and they throw a ball. Cats come by, and they rub against your leg, and they walk away. Cats know when you really need them. Like when you're fucking time in need, they show, and you don't even know it. It's not till a week later you go, that motherfucker. Like Finny, for example. I get anxiety sometimes. especially when I see blood and I'm not prepared for it, I get anxiety. You know, sometimes I bang my head. You know, I'm bent over one day and I bang my head. I thought about this. What I do when I get that anxiety, like one day I was in the shower shaving and I cut myself and that hot water hit it. And I looked at it 2 minutes later, my whole head was covered with blood. And I went into a panic mode.
Oh my God.
So I ran outside. I fucking ran out there naked and just sat by the chair by the air conditioner. I put the air conditioner down to 60. And I just sat there and breathed out of my nose. And I started seeing spots and shit, you know, before you faint. In the middle of all this, Finney jumps on me while I'm naked. And when he lands, to show me he loves me, he puts his claws out. You know how they just put their claws out. They purr and they put their claws out. Listen, and I don't have to lie to anybody in this room. If this wasn't my cat, I would have punched this fucking cat right off my fucking hip. You understand me? Michael Vick style. I would have punched this cat that this cat would have flown across the fucking room. You understand me? You have no idea what it is to be fainting and for a cat to land on you naked and one of his claws is in your leg and all of a sudden he starts to drop his claws into you. But the reason that I love this motherfucker, I just kept saying, Finney, get off me. Finney, get off me. Finney, get off me. Finney. And finally I would just hold him and pat him. He would stop clawing me. But guess what? I didn't faint.
He kept you from fainting.
Do you
He
understand?
saved your life.
So then he did it again.
Oh my God.
He did it again one time. Like I got food poisoning and I went on the couch and sat there and I'm like, I'm like, all of a sudden there he is. I had jeans on. And there he is. This time he put 2 claws and pulled himself up. Which that shit drives me crazy. I will choke that motherfucker.
That
And
fucking
again,
hurts.
I'm like, God damn it, Finney again. If it was anybody else's cat, I would have left hook that motherfucker. But I love this cat so much. So I'm like, God damn, Finney. God damn it. God damn that whole goddamn. God damn it, you mother. And I would just, I'm sorry, I yelled at you. And then in that whole process, I'm giving him a kiss and I realized I didn't faint. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Finney saved your life.
Not that he saved my life, but for the moment, he was there for me. He filled that void. Yeah.
Because if you faint, that's almost like getting a concussion.
Yeah.
It feels like
God.
it, right?
It's fucking horrible.
Yeah. So because you don't want to like not remember shit in your life.
I ate some edibles before I came up here and I ran up the stairs real fast. And when I came in here at first, I lost my breath. And it kicks the anxiety in. Oh my God, I thought I was going to pass out. I took
Just
my
now?
jacket off just before you came, 10 minutes before you came.
Oh my God. Are you okay now?
Yeah, don't you see? I'm breathing. I'm having a good time. I'm telling cat stories. I'm in my fucking heaven. You know what I'm saying? Esther fucking cool in the house and shit. Esther cool don't fuck around. She took that stage in San Diego the other night, all jokes aside, and fucked them up. Fucked them up. Whether it was, and she was stoned as fuck. Let me tell you how stoned she was. She broke her fucking thumb. Charlie, take my horse. She broke her pinky. Same difference. Pinky, thumb.
This is what you consider a thumb.
No, I'm sorry. I just looked at it.
Man.
So how long you been doing comedy altogether now?
About 12 years now.
And how long were you on the show with Nick Cannon? Did you do one episode?
I did one season.
What did you think?
Oh man, I thought that was the greatest.
What episode? What year did you do?
I did season 6, I think.
Okay. And what are they up to now?
7, in between 7 and 8.
Oh, that's what they're up to now?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. I thought they were up to like season 13. I watch it when I'm on the road. I know like Spanky and
Spanky Hayes.
A couple of the guys on the show, so I'd watch it for a little while. You know, I remember when I first got here, Nick Cannon would do comedy. And he would show up there with his mom. And he'd have to stand outside the comedy club till he was
when he was like 18?
Yeah, not even 16, 15.
Yeah.
And he would have to sit outside the comedy club. And they'd come out and get him and go, Nick, you ready? Yeah. And he would run in. He couldn't be in the club because they sold alcohol.
And his mom was outside?
His mom was outside. Or his dad or his guardian. I forget who it was. Nice people, long, long time ago.
Church people.
Yeah, he was always a very, very nice kid,
Yeah.
And then you did, what's the other one? The Girl Code?
Girl Code.
What the fuck is the Girl Code? Because you're like the third girl that I've met that's on the show. Tell me what it is.
It's like a talking head show for teenagers,
Okay.
And it's like they put cartoons to our stories and we tell stories, you know, talking about like they'll do like a topic, you know, like texting, sexting, and you know, Valentine's Day or something, you know, and then all these comedians will riff off these topics, right? But it's geared towards females, and it's all female comedians on the show, or it's all about the female perspective, you know. So we like wrote all of our own material, you know what I mean? Everything that we said was just our original thoughts on camera, you know. So it was kind of like it's a very female writery show, you know what I mean?
Right.
So
Now, do you get a lot of offers to play TV and movie roles?
I have gone on auditions, yeah.
It's just interesting. I think that they would you do well because you're what they look for more than, you know what I'm saying? You have great looks, plus you were born and raised here. But
Right.
you could play the other hand too. You could show up
Right.
with me so horny.
No,
and
one
fuck that
time
world up.
I was an extra in one of those cop shows in New York, and I was a waitress at a Chinese restaurant, and I didn't have any lines. I'm just bringing takeout food, you know, to a customer, whatever. And when I watch it back, they dubbed Chinese over my image, you know, but they didn't like have me say it because I don't know Chinese, first of all, and second of all, they'd have to pay me. So they just got somebody to read some
How
Chinese.
dirty is that? That's hysterical.
Yeah.
It's just, do you follow Margaret Cho on Twitter?
I do.
Okay, what is Asian face?
What
What the fuck is she talking about today?
Asian face?
I don't know. I'm asking somebody who's Korean just in case. She said the statement was, fuck Asian face. I'm sick of Asian face. Let Hollywood pick the right roles for Asians or some shit. You know.
Oh, did somebody do Asian face and they're white on a TV show or something?
I don't know.
Because there's blackface, you know?
What happened, Lisa? I don't
I'm just looking right now. I'm not sure.
Listen, man. I tell you who's a bad motherfucker actor. Has anybody seen that movie Focus
Mm-mm.
with Will Smith?
No, it's good.
Listen, what's the psychiatrist? Remember the gay psychiatrist in SBU? Like that they go to him all the time with questions, and he's very gay, and he's an Asian guy. I don't know if he's Korean or Japanese or Chinese. I don't know. Whatever the fuck he is. If you haven't seen the movie Focus, you have to see his scene. There's 3 brilliant performances I've watched the last couple of weeks. Is Focus, that guy in that scene. The Brazilian in Narcos in episode, you know, whatever to 9. He's brilliant. If he was English and Australian, they'd be sucking his dick. But this fucking scene. Oh, and I saw Carlito's Way last week one day. And Viggo Mortensen, a Puerto Rican in a wheelchair. Are you fucking serious? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Hilly.
Which I type in.
Viggo, type in Carlito's Way, Viggo Mortensen. You ever see this? And then he says a word. He says, "Que non pase." For somebody to coach you to say "que non pase," even fucking Tony Montana didn't say that in fucking Scarface. That's the way Cubans and Puerto Ricans talked in those days. It wasn't called anything else but un pase. That's what a bump is called. Get un pase. That's it. Get un pase means
Get un pase.
Get un pase means you want a bump.
Oh, a bump of coke.
Get it un pase.
Un pase.
Get un pase.
Get un pase.
Just like that. Yeah, Lee, hit it. What's going on? I got no signal. I'm over here like patient on a monument here. Lee's all fucked up today. I know my brother Lee when he's fucked up. He's not fucked up in the THC. This rash is fucking him up. He's all fucked up.
No.
I told him just.
He's my dog, though. He doesn't
put eyeshadow on the other eye, and nobody will ever think something's weird.
He's all Lubats tonight. I understand. Shit happens.
No, must have.
You what?
Get un pase.
Get un pase.
Get un pase.
Jesus Christ, look at this fucking guy. Yeah, like I told you, he's all crazy. Que don't pase. But it's the way it's said is the whole thing, because pase has to be low because you can't get that much attention.
Right.
So the way que don't pase, you got to offer it out. Que don't pase. Vamos a un pasecito. And then if you really want to simplify it, you call it un pasecito.
Un pasecito.
Un pasecito.
Dame un pasecito, mi amor.
There you go.
Mis labios en fuego para ti.
There you go. See?
Which one do you want? This one?
Keep going. Yeah. That one.
Come on. Look what I got fucking walk around with. Fucking diapers, man. I got fucking diapers. I shit my pants every day. I can't walk. I can't hump. You know? Go ahead and kill me, you cocksucker.
And I got to find the other one before that. Just pressing Viggo Mortensen, Carlito's Way, and watch this motherfucker take it to the next level and shit. Hopefully they'll have it from the beginning. He plays a point. That's the only slip he has, isn't it? He plays the fucking, he slips right there. Keep going, scroll and see what else they got. Maybe they don't have it. What do you got to do? Wait, where's that Lilo? Whatever. Keep going back upstairs. Up. There you go. Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe they're going to take us to fucking Germany and show us some fucking. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? What is this, Lee? Yeah. Fucking me up, Lee. You're slipping.
Fucking diapers. I shit my pants every day. I can't walk. I can't hump.
No. What is this shit? Techno fucking Pacino?
I think Lee necesita un pase.
Lee necesita un pase.
No,
Keep scrolling. See what's on the bottom.
Pases.
There's got to be there. There's got to be somewhere there. Keep going. Keep going. You got to see it. You don't see it, no one? No, it's not there. They fucking took it out, these cocksuckers. But he's fucking great in that. Jesus Christ.
But how's Will Smith?
In focus?
Yeah.
It's not Will Smith. It's the Asian guy.
Oh, okay.
The Asian guy, fucking Will Smith plays like a scammer. And he goes into a press box, like one of those boxes with people, high-level people. And there's this fucking, let's just say he's a Chinese fucking gangster. And he's in there and he's gambling out loud. I'll guarantee you the guy who does this, and he would beat him. And they kept escalating the bet. And all of a sudden, Will Smith goes, let's do this for $3 million or something. And the guy goes, fuck it. And all of a sudden, he has sympathy for the devil. And this fucking guy takes it to the next level of acting. I mean, you sit there and go, Jesus Christ, he's badass. And then he throws Will Smith out of his box after he beats Will Smith or whatever. I mean, it's just fucking tremendous. It's one scene, which is all you need in the movie if you're going to fuck them up really hard. He went in there and fucked them up really hard, man. You forgot Will Smith was in the fucking movie for 3 minutes. You're like, God damn, this guy plays a gangster. Damn. What's up, my little fucking angel of death? We met on the set of Doug Benson.
Doug Benson's getting Doug with high.
Smoking some fucking reefer in there. I got to go back on there. I feel bad because they're good guys, but it's always Monday or Tuesday early, and I'm busy, and I'm running around. And we try, but I told them I'd do it once they go back in January. I'm definitely on there.
Yeah, you're definitely a fan favorite.
Eat some edibles. I like it on the show. Doug's a good guy. It's a fun time. That's what we're looking for. A studio we can smoke pot and light ourselves on fire. And we won't get a fucking rash and shit.
Let's hope not.
What's up, dog? You all broken over there?
No, I'm good.
You haven't sent me another star?
No, I don't want to. I already had 600. That's good.
No, you didn't have 600.
I always have that.
We need one more. We'll give you a 125.
No, I'm good, man.
Wait, sure? Which one did I eat?
You weighed half of a 200.
Half? There's 200 milligrams in it?
The purple ones are 200.
What? In one star?
Yep, the regular
Jesus
ones are 125.
Christ, I'm like...
So nothing happens, so you might as well eat the other half. What the fuck are you complaining about? You already pushed the envelope. You might as well go deep and shit.
Damn. That's a lot.
So who cares? It's Sunday night. What do you got to do now? Monday, December 21st. 4 shoplifting days left.
I want to be around to pick up the pieces when somebody breaks your heart. Somebody twice as
Tremendous.
as I.
So what are you thinking? Talk to me.
Great song.
What are you thinking, man? What's going on in your world right now? Are you going back to Miami tomorrow?
I'm going back to Miami tomorrow.
For how long? How long do you stay in Miami for now?
Well, I think maybe a week or something.
And then where do you go?
And then back to New York and stuff.
So you keep yourself pretty fucking busy with this comedy shit.
Yeah, I travel a lot.
You're always on the move. You have to fucking travel. It's the only way you can,
Yeah.
It's the only way you get really good at this.
You gotta be an expert traveler. You know what I mean? You gotta know the shortcuts. You gotta know like the family style bathrooms when nobody's using them, just to fucking use them and not feel bad.
I know. I
you
use
know
the
what I
family
mean?
style bathrooms all the fucking time.
Like you just take up a whole like.
If they ask me what's going on, I don't know. I'm waiting for my wife and kids. I don't know what the fuck they're asking. You know how it is. They're gonna fucking wait here for them. They told me they'd be here.
Yeah.
I do all. Listen, I just got my Southwest A-list card, and I'm like, I already had all these benefits because I stand on this line anyway.
Yeah.
Whether I travel A-list or not, I still travel on the fucking line. It doesn't matter. People actually believe this shit. TSA won't let you get in the first class line if you don't have a first class ticket. But the airline, if there's a long line, you get on first class. And you say, oh my God, I didn't know. They're not going to send you to the back of the line.
No, I hate those people. You always, because I'm priority, and there's always motherfuckers like you who are like, "Oh, I didn't know."
I didn't know nothing.
And like,
I don't know nothing.
And it's like everybody's standing there going, "You know, he doesn't have a priority ticket."
No, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing when I fly. That's the way to fly. What are you talking about? I don't know nothing. I thought I bought the early board. I didn't buy it. What are you talking about? Let me talk to a gate agent. Don't worry about it. Just get in the fucking plane. You got to work it like you fucking own the joint. You know what I'm saying? For years, I traveled. I shoplifted. I didn't have money to fucking buy stuff at airports.
I shoplifted from the company that I worked for.
Where did you shoplift?
Well, I got laid off from my job, right? I was a sales rep, and I had this company car. And I got laid off, and they forgot to get their company car back. So I just took it with me to New York.
And what happened?
Nothing happened.
What'd you do with the car?
I had this car, and I was just like, just using this car. Like, I'm not on their books, but these companies are so big, they forget about the expenses of, oh, we have a company car out there. So for 6 months, my first 6 months in New York, I had a car.
Did they call you?
That I didn't have to pay for. And I started selling Coke.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Out of the car?
Yeah. How did I not meet you guys, man?
We were already gone.
Oh, yeah.
Already long gone. So how'd you get the car back?
They called me for the car. And I was thinking I should bring it to like a tire shop and sell it for parts. You know? Like, how much money could I make off of it? I had a Chevy Equinox. Nice car, you know?
5-4 grand, 35.
Right? I was so tempted when they called me and they said, yeah, you have that car.
Yeah, but see, today they got GPS and they got Google Maps.
But back then they didn't have that.
Oh, they didn't.
What were you gonna say? When they said, where's the car?
I was gonna say like, oh, I don't know. I parked it here and now it's gone. You know, that's what my plan was. But I gave the keys back because I was a pussy.
No, but you could have just said I called somebody. Who did you call 6 months ago? And they told me to drop the car off at Hertz. Why would you drop a car off? I don't know. That's what I told me. What was his name?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Fucking name, man.
See now, listen, you can't take a fucking lighter anymore now.
Yeah.
They got you because all these cars got GPS, bridges, cameras, tolls. times on them. Tires have ID numbers. You're fucking dead. It's tough to be a fucking criminal today. It's gotta be fucking tough to get away with murder, anything today.
I know a girl who got caught stealing 12 sweaters from Marshalls.
Oh yeah, that's a losing proposition. You ain't gonna shop.
I'm like,
You're just walking.
Did you
into
have to take 12 at one time?
Yeah,
like,
no, if you're gonna walk on ice, you might as well dance. You're not gonna walk in there and take one sweater. If they're 200 apiece, you
just
go
go 12
times
times and take one.
Yeah, but that's
each
small
time.
time.
Yeah.
Fucking going there for broke, but they're gonna get you with security now.
Yeah.
It's over. It's over. It's tough to shoplift too. I guess.
You got to go to different countries where they don't have cameras to shoplift. You know, shoplifting is getting expensive. You got to buy a plane ticket, then shoplift there, and then.
We're gonna shoplift in Mexico. What do you think they're gonna do? Give you a ticket in
go,
Mexico? They cut your fucking hand off.
You could go to.
That's what they're gonna fucking do in Mexico. Are you crazy? If you're gonna get caught shoplifting,
Let's go to Canada.
Fuck that. They'll hang you too, and then you can't travel. You can't do dick. If you're gonna shoplift, you gotta
Canada doesn't
shoplift
have
here.
that much power.
You gotta shoplift smart. And there's no shoplifting in your world. You're a high-level fucking comedian. There's no shoplifting no more. You can take a lighter and some rolling papers from time to time if nobody's watching. But you can't shoplift a fucking album or something like that.
No,
It doesn't
no.
pay. It doesn't cover the spread for you.
No, I know.
You're the real fucking. You know how I did it? Mike Kessler tell him. I was the king of the returns. I caught the tail end of the evolution. This time of the year, this was cash. From December 10th to February 14th. I probably made every year $25,000-$30,000 because in 1993 there was a big espresso boom in this country. So espresso machines were $3.99 at Kmart and shit on sale. I would just walk up to a coffee machine, pick it up, and go back to the exchange line. And say, my wife bought this for my mother. My mother's got one already, and I don't have the receipt.
And they just give you money.
Cash plus the tax.
Wow, you just.
So if it was $3.99, you get like fucking $4.60 back plus tax. And you walked out of there. That was the first time. The second time they asked you for an ID.
Yeah, so you got to go to a different store.
But you could get a receipt also. You could hang out in front of the store like a Puerto Rican and wait for somebody to drop a receipt. I remember one time somebody dropped a receipt for a lawnmower. Don't think I didn't get in the car and go to lawnmower and fucking bring back a lawnmower like a motherfucker. I wouldn't walk out of the store with the product.
Yeah.
I would just walk right up to the fucking thing and say, I got this. I would just cut into the line like I owned it.
You know, I worked at a movie theater, and I would have kids from my high school come, and I say, you know, you give me $40, I'll let all of you guys in to the movie.
Lee used to do
You were smarter than anyone I ever. I worked in movie theaters for years. People would just let their friends in. You
for free?
Yeah,
I made them pay me.
Fuck you.
I'm like, you don't let me sit with you at the lunch table, and you're like out having fun.
Oh,
I'm
that.
working.
Oh,
no, I wouldn't let anyone I didn't like. But I was not like friends.
Yeah, these were like the popular kids, you know?
Oh,
They'd be like, yo, let us in. And they'd be like, yeah, what up? What up, cool?
When I was a kid, there used to be a place in Jersey. And I would go in there and I would buy an album. Okay? But I would actually walk up to the counter with 12 albums, or 9 albums, or 10 albums, or a stack of albums. These gorilla hands would cover the thickness. You could never tell because I'd walk up to you like this. You follow me? But right before I paid for it, I bent over and left the albums on the floor and came back with the one you saw. So the other album, I was like a magician.
You are a magician.
And then I come up to the counter, pay for it. Okay, these albums would still be standing against the counter like this.
Wait, but you put like your jacket down there or something?
Nothing. So the albums would still be standing against the counter like this. There'd be a wall. She couldn't see through the glass. People were busy. This is 1982. People were busy. She couldn't see. She put that fucking album in a bag. I'd take that bag, bend down like I was switching, and pick the fucking albums up so they would cover. The bag would cover the albums that I picked up. I picked them up with my thumb and walk right out of the store like that. So all she'd see is the bag now. But she didn't see that my thumb was holding on to 10 fucking albums.
Wow.
Did you practice that at home?
Yeah, I practice it at home like a fucking magician in my mirror. No, you don't practice it at home.
It's a complicated move.
No, his hands are fucking huge.
You figure that out.
You don't need to practice when you got the size.
You have all I needed was just to get my thumb on that plastic.
What would you do, Lee, if those were your hands?
He would go in a jacuzzi, I'll tell you that much.
No. I don't know what that means.
I don't understand. I never met a Jew with more skin rashes than you. You used to get a rash from jerking off. Like you caught diseases from jerking off, haven't you? Like fucking mild skin diseases on your little fucking Jew pinguita, haven't you? Look at you.
Try, next time, point away from me.
20,000 people that show up to a fucking jacuzzi.
I know.
Only you come back with a black eye. It's time we have a talk. You got to intake your vitamin C. It's time you eat 2 eggs for breakfast. That's it. We got to kick up the fucking pace for 2016. Last time you had the sty on the other eye?
Yeah, I had it for
a month and a half. We kept saying, and then the mother-in-law, the Mexican mother-in-law wanted to put, witchcraft on his eye, like blow smoke in it and shit. He wouldn't let it.
No, it wasn't blow smoke.
What was it?
He was taking a burning hot jalapeno pepper, put it on the fire until it's burning, and then put that on your eye. I asked about that today, and she said it's not the right kind for that.
So what kind of pepper do you need for this thing you have on your head?
I don't even want to know.
What really happened with your eye?
I wish I had a better story.
So what is that?
You should just tell people I was with this girl, and she fucking was like, I'm a squirter. Are you okay with that? And you're like, yeah, sure. I never seen that. And then she fucking started squirting in your eye. Like Spider Woman, and it just like covered your whole damn eye.
So let me ask you something. So when you dropped your Paula off tonight,
yes,
you went upstairs and the mom saw your eye.
Yeah,
and you showed it to her. Once she said, you said, "Do you?"
No. I asked Paula on the way home if her mom would do it, and she said she would. But like, there's one where like something is like sticking out. I don't know. It was gross, but I don't know. Like I went in a fucking old hot tub at a cabin. Not the smartest move, apparently. Looking back on it, fucking I got it back.
It probably, yeah.
Did
it have like leaves? Did it have leaves in it?
Yeah.
Did you leave your dick in the toilet, or did you hold on to it while you were shitting?
Why would I hold on to my dick while I'm shitting?
Because you don't leave your little pinky.
Because he's been watching you shit.
Because if you got a rash in the jacuzzi, you know what rash the toilet's gonna give you a dick if you left it on the inside. If I was you, I'd just go to the doctor tomorrow and get checked out. You're all fucked up. Who goes to the jacuzzi and comes back?
Because of you, because you always jinx me.
I would fucking jinx it.
You hate Airbnb for no reason. The first day, 8 million people go to Airbnb. Nothing happens. I got a one ever in my life. And use them in the bad juju one with like all the sperm in the hot tub or something. I don't know.
Listen, if you see a hot tub, people, listen. I want you people, you listeners, to listen to this. Look at my face. If you go in a hot tub, I want you to think before you jump in a hot tub or a jacuzzi. I want you to think that Joey Diaz took a shit in that thing and jerked off in that. Because I've jerked off in all those jacuzzis in my cocaine days.
Why?
I got no pussy.
Somebody should draw that for you.
I would always whack off in jacuzzis just to see the sperm disintegrate in the fucking Poseidon.
Just have Joey Diaz
When I was
like
in
on the side
Colorado
of the
and I was
jacuzzi.
21, I whacked off in those things all the time. So you have to assume that somebody whacked off in those fucking jacuzzis, and you're going in there to drink champagne and be Tony Montana.
This is his way of hazing you.
In a jacuzzi and a fucking. So every jacuzzi you see has got to be a minimum of 25 fucking years old.
It all comes full circle.
Nobody uses jacuzzis no more. People jump in ice cubes and tubs or whatever the fuck they do anymore. Anyway.
No. What it is? You know what, man? The rest of it, Big Bear was pretty great. I had a great time up there.
I know you did. The air was there.
Yeah. Oh my God. Every bag we had expands. It looks like a big balloon as you're carrying it around. It's pretty crazy. I don't know, but it was fun. It was snow up there. It snowed last night. It was a good time. It was nice to get away.
And you went to the zoo. What'd you eat up there?
There's not much to eat up there. We got Chinese food, which wasn't great. And then we went to this local pizza place, which was just kind of okay. But we had fun. We just, she had just finished all of her finals. So just had a couple days away just to relax. I don't know, man. It was
So
a
now
good
what?
time.
She's lurking around for the holidays till when?
She's home for like 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Then she has her last semester.
Then when does she go back to school?
Like the 12th.
Beautiful.
Yeah. It's
That's a long vacation.
3 fucking
January
weeks.
January 12th?
That's good. That's
Wow.
all she needs. That's it. She's a fucking lawyer. They're in training. You know, when you're a lawyer, you got to prepare yourself for the future. What do you think? You become a lawyer to do less work?
Yeah.
So 4 weeks is a fucking gift to a lawyer. That's a fucking gift. What they're about to run into, what she's about to go into in the next 10 months is going to be hell. There's no fucking days off. You know, it's like a comic. There's no fucking days off. That's what people.
Lawyers should get more time off, probably. They work so hard, right?
Well, no, you know, there's a lot of fucking lawyers now. There's a ton of fucking lawyers, you know. So you got to go out there and hustle like a comic now. You got to go out there and get that work.
You gotta make that cheesy commercial.
You got to go to hospitals and give out cards. When people get hit by a car, get electrocuted. Last night on the way back from the comedy store, I saw 3 fucking accidents. People going into fences and shit and walls.
Yeah, I saw that on TV.
Yeah, this is the time of the year where you got to fucking drive defensively. You got to pay attention because fucking momos are out there.
All the amateurs are out shopping right now, and people who aren't expert travelers. You know, like when you go to the airport on Thanksgiving or day before Christmas, and you make that mistake of like flying that day. You're just like, this is when everybody's out. Like all the amateur flyers and drivers, because most people, they just stay in all year round and they don't really like do stuff. A lot of people stay home.
It's like New Year's Eve comedy crowds.
Exactly.
A lot of people do not like performing on New Year's Eve. I've had the Miami Improv in the late 90s was a great club. One of the first bombings I ever took on New Year's was there. And the headliner bombed, but the beauty was I saw Chris Rock get booed there 2 days earlier by black people. It was Black Night on Monday and Tuesday. That's how crazy that improv was. Like during New Year's week, it's tourism. It's different people. I think the Super Bowl was there or something. No. It was too early for the Super Bowl. It was New Year's Eve. But I was there at a Super Bowl one time, and I bombed that week with Richard
Maybe
Jennings.
it was a college football game.
No, it was Super Bowl. I was there another time. One time with Richard Jennings, like in 99, the Super Bowl was in Miami in 98 or 97. And I was down there with Richard Jennings, and I fucking ate shit till Friday, till I figured it out that this was not my usual Miami fucking crowd. These people were tourists that were in town for the fucking Super Bowl. And they were staying in Coconut Grove at the time instead of staying in Miami like the regular fucking rich people.
Wow.
So those people are a little bit more weird, they're a little bit more Christian, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, I love the whole Miami comedy scene. I always thought the Miami comedy scene would really blossom big. Like somebody would set up, 6 or 7 little rooms, satellites, and Hollywood is right down there. Telemundo's right down there. They could do like a Laughs type of TV show down there. But it never really panned out. And like from 2000 to, I heard all these rumblings how they were going to shoot all these movies in Florida, and then they shot like 2, and that was it. Bad Boys, they shot a couple.
The tax benefits need to be better.
The what?
The tax
the
benefits.
The tax benefits in Miami, but they always change. Every year they go back and forth. So
and then they shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, they do.
Hopefully, like Florida's the next state to legalize weed. And hopefully, people can grow marijuana.
What the problem with Florida is the same problem with California. That you have Miami up to West Palm Beach where people are hip. Then from West Palm Beach up, WKNZ, it goes fucking deep. And that's the Bible Belt. No matter how you look at that, Tallahassee, all that shit, that's a different state. Those are white people from other places that went to retire, that do not really want that riffraff in their city. So at first, I was like, Miami, West Palm, and Fort Lauderdale, shit, that law is going to pass. When I found out that it didn't get legalized, I was like, I get it now. That's still the Bible Belt. It's like California. California is a huge state. You have San Francisco, you have San Jose, and those states up there, little thing we have up there, and then you have San Diego and Los Angeles. What happens when you get on the 5 and you leave fucking The 170. What does it become, Lee?
Cows and fields like berries.
You think those people voting for fucking weed?
Right.
You know, they're just trying to fucking exist. You know, all of a sudden we have no water in fucking LA, but we got water to grow weed.
Right.
We got water like a motherfucker to grow weed.
Nobody else can use water unless you're growing weed.
Yeah,
because that's what's making you. That's your cash cow.
And there's benefits. I think there's pros and cons to having legalized marijuana. You know, whatever the fuck they are. I don't know. I'm not gonna count them down and tell you what they are. I really don't give a fuck. I'm too high. You follow me? I mean, is it legal in California?
No, still medical.
It's still medical. Yeah, it's the same shit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you guys need to upgrade to Colorado level where you don't need to be registered and, have some California address and get a California driver's license just so that you can.
Yeah, but they don't give you good
shop
weed
there
when you're visiting. And the edibles are only like 10 milligrams or 20 milligrams. You can only buy 100 milligrams of edibles at one time.
In Colorado?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they restrain you like a motherfucker. They don't give you the batch of death. Because you're recreation, you don't visit. They're not gonna give you the weed.
Oh yeah.
They're not gonna give you that good shit they hold on to because you might fucking think you're Superman and start take your shirt off and fly out the hotel building. So they say that for the people who live in town or are used to smoke. You know, listen, when you smoke weed in Denver, it's completely different from smoking weed at sleeve level than what it is in fucking high level, whatever that's called. Completely fucking different.
It got me messed up this weekend. Oh my god.
Two different fucking worlds.
Really?
Two
it's a different high?
First time I did a bong hit in Colorado, I passed out.
What?
Fell backwards, had to get up, ice on my head, water, seeing spots. The area, and I did it in Aspen, which is 12,000 fucking feet or something. And I did a bong hit, thought I was Joey Bananas, like I'm Doug Benson. And all of a sudden, blacked the fuck out.
Wow.
Yeah, the air is that much thinner, so it gives you a different effect. When I went back to Denver this time, I was really, like, Chiba Chews showed up, and people were showing up with edibles, and I'm like, I'm going to cut the level at 200, 150, because I don't know what's going to happen at that altitude. My heart might go crazy.
Wow.
You have to get, what's that called? When you have to get whatever that's called, 6 weeks to get, when your body transforms up in high altitude. Acclimates. It takes 6 to 8 weeks to acclimate. And you know what? When I first went to Colorado, I wasn't heavy in 83. I was like a big muscle kid. And I lost like 10 pounds because you lose weight in the beginning because your heart has to beat more. You're always working out for 4 weeks. You just walk it makes your heart beat like you're working out. You're like,
yeah, so you can only take like a baby hit or something.
You can take baby hits until you get acclimated. See,
it's like sometimes when you like have a show where there's only like 5 people, you still got to do that show.
You got to do that show.
Because you just take those baby laughs and then you translate them into like, regular laughs in your head to gauge like what's working and what's not.
You like stand-up, huh? You like it a lot. I could see you the other night that you're really into what you're doing and you're really good at what you do, for how long you've been doing it.
Oh my God, I love stand-up. That's, I've always been a stand-up. I started out as a writer in my high school newspaper, though. And that's, I just naturally went into being a comedian because people were just like coming up to me every Wednesday when the paper came out. They're like, oh, I always read your columns first. They're so funny. And I was like, thanks, and they'd be like, you're so funny. You're so funny. And then so you just hear that so many times and you're like, I'm funny. Like, that's just how it happens, right?
What was the first time you got on stage?
At my 8th grade talent show. I was the host of the talent show. The librarian was like, hey, you're always making your friends laugh. Why don't you host the talent show? And I was like, okay. So I would just take bits from like Aladdin and like recreate them. I dressed up like as the Energizer Bunny. And I borrowed my band director's like drum set from marching band, and I went across the stage like as the Energizer Bunny. I did a commercial while I was hosting it,
So you had shit going on back then.
Well, I mean, that was my first time doing stand-up.
Right, but at least you had something.
Yeah, but what? I was used to speaking in front of crowds every week because of the church that I grew up in. And I had to perform music in front of a congregation of 75 people every week. And also on Fridays we would share like a testimony where you're supposed to like reveal what sins you committed that week and like ask God for forgiveness. So I was just so used to being in front of a small crowd of people in this like makeshift church.
What church was this?
It's called UBF, University Bible Fellowship.
And is it open, or is it just Korean, or is it American, or is it?
Well, the founder was Korean, and then they would They would try to recruit North Americans.
They're the ones that show up with the little van with the Korean things on the side and pick you up.
No, they don't have vans. They're more like ghetto. They just have like beat down cars.
It's very interesting. And you grew up in the church. So how old were you?
Till I was 17, I left.
Your parents mad?
Were they mad?
Yeah.
You know what? The people at the church were more mad than my parents were. My parents never really said anything like, hey, come back. But the people at the church were like, you shouldn't be doing this. And I'm like, why?
I'm done with you, motherfucker.
Yeah. Don't tell me what I have to wear. Don't tell me I can't wear a tie-dye t-shirt to Bible study because of like the connotation to drugs and hippie culture. And I didn't know that. I was just a kid. It was my chemistry project to make a tie-dye t-shirt. They tried to control you. And they call everybody sheep. They like the new recruits who come into the church, they call them sheep. So like already, like you just attracts people with low self-esteem, who've been through a rough time in life. And then they get you by like feeding you, like love bombing you. They take you out to eat when like nobody else wants to take you out to eat. They like fuck with your mind, It's like a cult.
You can't find somebody to take them out to eat. I'm a fat ugly guy. I always bump into somebody to take me for a cheeseburger.
Some people don't have friends.
A grilled cheese. I got no friends either, but you bump into people.
Some
and they
people want to
friends.
meet their friends all in one day. Some people are like want to be part of an organization.
I was watching that CNN thing, and they were talking about Jim Jones. And I got home. I was just unwinding, and they would, you see all these people in Guyana, and they were like black, white, Asians, and I'm looking at these. Okay, some of it. I'm looking at every nationality and I'm questioning this. Like, why are you there? You're white. You should have no holes in your game. Like, I was a young kid. And I'm looking at the black people going, you should be ashamed of yourself. Why the fuck are you there? Black people never fall for this type of shit. And I'm looking at like this Asian people from San Francisco because that's where his church was from. It was from San Francisco, Jim Jones. So I'm looking at this going, these people were raised like the most solid fucking people in the world. How'd they fall for this Guilo, whatever the fuck they call them? The Chinese people call the white devil. And you can't figure it out, but they all have the same denominator. They caught these people on the right day. You know what I'm saying? It's like a chick that won't suck your dick on Tuesday. Well, maybe suck your dick on Saturday night at 4 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? She won't suck your dick at Tuesday at 4 if you bump into her in the afternoon. But 4 in the morning behind a Wendy's, things could happen. You know what I'm saying? Right or wrong, Lisa, look at you. You're sitting there.
I haven't experienced the one.
All rashed up with fucking a black eye. Let me give some shout outs. We'll get everybody out of here. My man, Paul Ireland. My girl, Brandy Lynn. Merry Christmas to you and your beautiful boyfriend, Cal Walker, Arturo Rodriguez, Brian West, 256, Luca Banana, Jordan Lee. I'll see you Wednesday night at the motherfucking Hong Kong Gardens up there in Ventura. And my man Jay said so. I love you, motherfuckers. And that's right. Wednesday night I'll be at the Hong Kong fucking Gardens up in Ventura, 8 o'clock. It's the last gig of the year before my New Year's gig with Rogan on the 31st. So if you're not doing that in Ventura Wednesday night and you're getting ready to fucking for your family, you want to do one last hold down before you fucking tolerate 36 hours of bullshit and fucking family shit and Christmas bells and bad food. Come on up to the Hong Kong Gardens in Ventura and we'll rock your fucking world. What are you doing Christmas Eve? You going by the White House? What are you going to do?
Yeah, they party on
They
Christmas
party.
Eve.
What do? They play games, right?
Yeah, Loteria. Oh, my God.
Loteria. And then what are you doing Christmas Day? You sleeping over there? You bringing it back to your crib?
I don't know. I'm not going to sleep over there.
You're going to bring Mama back or you're going to come home empty-handed? You're going to bring her. She'll wake up to the real Santa Claus, you know what I'm saying? A little red Jew dick with a black top hat. Forget about that motherfucker. He's ready to sling dick. He's getting his sins back. He's got to get his. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing Christmas Day?
I don't know. They're not baking Christmas Day, but I'll probably let her sleep over there.
Sure. You gonna sleep over there?
No, let her sleep over there. I'll go back to my house.
Let her sleep over there. Are you crazy? Tell her, I forgot your Christmas. I gotta come back to the place and get it and wink at her. What you gotta do? You gotta bring her back. It's Christmas night, Christmas Eve.
I don't know. The last one she's gonna go with her mom.
Fuck that shit. Tell her who's the fucking Captain Kirk of the Enterprise, all rashed up and shit. You just caught a rash because of her. You know what I'm saying? You got a black eye in the jacuzzi. You gotta do what the fuck you gotta do. You see, I gotta deal with that stick.
Wow.
No, she might want to. What one is fucking Christmas Eve? Yeah, everybody wants to see Santa. Right? Right or wrong. Everybody, what are you doing Christmas Eve, beautiful?
Just opening presents, I suppose. Hopefully.
The boyfriend back.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything hunky dory in Miami.
Yeah, man.
And then what are you doing for New Year's?
For New Year's, I'm just hanging out with family.
Good for you, down
Yeah,
there.
I hate New Year's as a holiday, so I don't like going out.
I don't blame you. I'm saying it's not a good night for you.
Yeah.
People might have free cocktails and tackle or something like that. What are you doing New Year's, Lisa?
I'm going to see Bill Burr.
You are, that's right. 8 o'clock
Yeah.
show, 7:30.
7:30 show.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You're out of there by 9:30. You're in your car. You're on the 101 North. Nobody bothers you.
Yeah.
Knowing
I've
you,
never
are
seen
you gonna go get dumplings before? Or are you gonna go after?
Maybe. Let me ask you: have you ever been to Myeongin Dumplings on Olympic?
No, what is that?
It's a Korean dumpling place, but he always makes fun of me for going there.
Oh, is it good?
It's great. Yeah. The Bourdain went there when he was here.
Yum Yum dumplings?
No, Myeongin Dumplings.
Myeongin dumplings.
Yeah, it's on Olympic.
Oh, I'm always down Olympic. That's Koreatown, man.
That's Koreatown now.
Yeah, this is the headquarters of Koreans in this country.
Is it really?
LA is. You guys didn't know that?
I thought Koreans were everywhere.
No, Koreans are like mostly here. Like LA has a thriving Koreatown, whereas in New York it's just a block.
Where's Koreatown in New York City?
It's on 32nd between 5th and 6th. It's literally a block. And then there's that's like the mini Koreatown. That's like the sample. It's like, walk down this block. If you like it, come on to Flushing, you know? And Flushing is kind of like
Flushing
Queens is
right.
like Chinese Korean, you know?
And Fort Lee, New Jersey, too.
Oh yeah.
Because Fort Lee
Palisades Park too.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They run shit down there, down in Powell Park.
Yeah.
They got good fruit places. Oh, they got a place down there. I used to go to, like, just recently, 2 years ago. I didn't go this last trip with my wife, but there's a place you go for breakfast. Got the yogurt, the fruit sliced nice and clean. Place is fucking spotless. Spotless. My friend goes in there. He don't believe in dirt. That's how I knew. Nice. He keeps, yeah. When I was a kid, I used to go up there to eat at Deli 666. The Koreans made the best shrimp salad fucking ever. On a seeded roll, on a poppy seed fucking roll. Unbelievable. A slice of tomato, a little shrimp salad with some salt and pepper. Who's better than you?
Yeah, they invented like cutting up all that fruit and selling it in delis and shit.
I love it. I fucking
Lee,
love
have you ever been to a Korean spa in LA?
No, I haven't. Is it fun?
You like jacuzzis? You should go. They have like different style jacuzzis with different temperatures, like ones at 94 degrees, ones at 103, and they have like different stones next to them.
I've never been to any I've never gotten a massage. I've never done any of that.
You've never done a massage?
No.
Oh my god, massages! One time this guy was giving me a massage so good, I almost turned around and fucked him. I was like, this massage is like I'm on ecstasy, you know? Like I smoked a joint before going in there.
And where was this?
In Shanghai. Yeah, I know, it was crazy.
How many massages do you get a week?
Like once a week.
Once a week.
But when I was in China, they were so cheap. I was getting like one a day. It was ridiculous. You know what I mean?
It's kind of fucking creepy.
What?
I can't get massage. I can't close my eyes. I don't trust.
You don't get
nobody
massages?
rubbing my back. Fuck no.
Oh, really?
I don't even like my wife touching me. Get the fuck out of here. You're creeping me out with your cold fucking mortician hands. I need this shit in my life. You know what I'm saying?
You'd rather have a cat, like, digging its nails in your back.
No, on my front. He would jump on my legs. Like I'd be on my couch looking like I was watching.
You'd rather get attacked by Finney.
No, I don't want to get attacked by nobody. That's my fucking point. I just.
Do you ever have nightmares that your cat's like somebody? You know that Honey I Shrunk the Kids zapping gun? Like if somebody zapped your cat and they became like bigger. You know? Do you ever have nightmares about that?
Not fucking really. Not
No?
lately. I don't dream of nothing happening to my cats.
Oh,
But
okay.
good things. I don't want nobody zapping my cat. I don't want to zap nobody's fucking cats. You know what I'm saying? No, I just. What was the question? I'm sorry. There was a question. I don't know what the fuck he was saying.
I don't know. Can somebody fill us in?
I don't know.
I forget everything.
What?
The star jelly
It's tremendous.
weed trip is like every 10 seconds it's deleted. So what happened?
What were you saying?
No, but I at the zoo in Big Bear, we saw there were these two leopards just going at it, and I was like, just watching them, and they're just like little cat. I was like, these are like cats. Like, do you ever like go to the zoo and just like realize like how crazy it is? Like, just like your little cats are exactly the same.
It's Papa has that joke that you realize that these two cats are like fucking descendants of two fucking lions in your living room at night. You know, which is true. They're little fucking animals that somewhere along the line somebody took and gave a hug to and they never left. And the rest is history. It's mind-boggling. You really can't. I'm still amazed sometimes at my cats or animals in general, like how you could get them to love you or how naturally they love and how good they make you feel.
They calm you down when you pet them.
Whether it's people, they say that if you have a pet, you live longer. They relieve a little bit of stress in your life.
Because you start communicating with them, and you have this connection and this bond, and you can speak telepathically to your cat, and they understand you. You know.
When I went over to watch his cats a couple weeks ago, I couldn't find Superbad, and to give him ham, and you're like, oh wait, go look over by the thing under the door, and he was like, you looked at the time and you knew exactly where he was. The cool bond you guys have.
No, I know exactly where they are at every minute. I check on them.
Are they neutered?
Yeah, they're all neutered. I didn't.
So they're not like humping things.
No.
They're never in heat. Like it just cuts it off.
No, they're done. They're done.
I wonder if any cats get suicidal when you neuter them.
Oh, I bet that they come home, they're gonna lick their balls. Their balls are missing. It's a complete fucking, it's.
What the fuck do you do? I mean, that's a life changer, you know.
I didn't want to neuter them either, but then they do a lot of crazy shit. So, then they try to break out and fuck cats, and now you have a problem. They get more.
Now you have more babies.
Just tames them down.
Yeah.
It relaxes them, and hey, listen. I'll tell you what. After I lived through 90-something, 2000, there was like a little earthquake in LA, and I saw what it did to them. So I don't like being far from them. When I got my animal, I took a responsibility. When most people got an animal, at that time, you just shattered a bunch of fucking ideas and shit that you want to do. Because I don't know how the fuck people leave for 4 weeks and leave their animal or something like that. I couldn't fucking think. Even though I had to do it. I had to do it 2 times in my life, and it broke my fucking heart. The first time is after my mom died, I had a dog that I had to give up. And for a year after I gave up that dog, I would get high like once a week. I would get high every night. But one night I would get drunk and I'd walk over to where the dog lived and I'd break into the backyard and sit with him in the house. Like I was heartbroken about this dog. Like I had to give this dog up, not because I wanted to, but because my situation changed in my life, you know. And then when I got married, I got divorced. I had to give her the fucking dog. I left the dog with a friend for a week. And
do you have visitation rights?
I had Dick. She just used to tell me what the dog was doing, and then the dog passed away, and that was the end of that.
You never got to say bye?
No, just in my heart.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
So I know the feeling of having to give away an animal for a situation. You know, you move, a kid's allergic, things happen, but people who just move and leave the cat behind or the dog behind. That's fucking ridiculous to me. I never understood that shit. You know, you make a mental commitment to this animal. This animal puts a certain trust in you. You know, when I walk in the kitchen in the middle of the night, when I come home tonight, I go to the bathroom, take a piss, I'll wash my hands really fucking good. I've been out all night shaking hands and shit. And I go in the kitchen. and I'll look around at them and I'll see if they're all right. And I get like a decaf coffee or whatever, and I smoke a bowl. And after I'm set, one of them come over to me, like to say, "What's up, dog?" And they'll just snoop around. I'll touch their head. And it's like the same for me, and they'll disappear. But about 6 minutes later, somebody else will come out. And they'll jump up and they'll let me pet them and shit. And then as I go to hug them, they'll fucking leave. And then Dimmy will see this, and Dimmy will be sleeping, and he's my main guy. He'll fucking come over and lay down with me. He'll fucking sit there with me for 20 minutes. As long as I hold him and pat his head, he'll sit there for as long as I'll stick my fingers in his ears and scratch his ears from the outside. He ain't going nowhere. That's a sucker for those shit. But it's so weird. I go to bed and I made a bond with him. Every day I focus on brushing a different one. Like getting them all sharpened up and shit. It's rough, but you got to brush them and hold them down and tell them you love them. And if you brush them with the brush alone, they get angry. So you got to touch them with your hand so they feel the love from your hand. You learn all these things, you know, and it's really interesting.
Wow.
I could write a book, but Allie, if you brush Allie 4 or 5 times, she'll fucking put a claw in you. But if you pet her in between brushes and grab her face and rub her eyes and take the dirt out of her eyes, it's a different Allie. Demi won't let you brush him with a metal brush. You brush Demi with a metal brush, he'll fucking bite your fucking hand off. But again, if you make him look the other way and you scratch his neck and brush him gently, he'll take it. And I don't have to work him with the other brush. I'm work double. It's so weird what you learn from them. Harry, I can hit Harry with a 2x4. He don't give a fuck as long as I brush him and give him love. Harry's the only cat that won't move. Harry will just tip over like the Leaning Tower of Pizza. You know, like when you put your leg out, Harry will just put his head into your foot and just tip over onto your leg. So his ass is basically on your fucking knee. He's easy to brush. He'll just let you do whatever the fuck you want to do. It's pretty interesting. I'm sorry we ended up talking about cats tonight today. Who gives a fuck? At least we have, what do Gentiles call it? We had provocative conversation.
Very introspective, Roger.
It was very introspective, the conversation.
What I found the most interesting, though,
and the way they referred to Lee's rash. They showed pity for Lee's rash. No, we didn't. 5 seconds. Next time, don't jump in the jacuzzi.
Never again.
Never again. The next time, make sure there's a maid around and shit. Something to clean up your fucking. They have maids.
Next time when you finger your asshole, don't rub your eye if it itches.
That's another thing. That's why I think
wash your hands
got that
first.
Fucking shit again you had last time in the other eye. Something you do. It just stuck. You need another star. Come here.
I do not need another star.
All right, just double checking because you're acting all fucked up here and shit.
If you guys had a choice now, like starting comedy again, would you have to start in LA? Or would you have to be in LA? Like, because you guys were talking about all those comedy things earlier, all like the comedy scenes earlier.
I think it's better to not start in LA.
Yeah, I think it's better to not start.
LA is like so many comedians that live here, you know? It's like you only get 3 minutes of stage time because there's so many. Like, don't start here.
Well, not even start here, but like, could you have a successful career in other cities for longer than you could like before? Like, cause you're in Miami.
You never know. Like, you never know. You could do, you could do it and everything, but there's like so much industry here. I wouldn't want to start here, because like the city where you start in, people always see you just starting out, and you don't know when you're starting out, you don't know what you're doing. So you don't want like everybody watching. At LA, I feel like is everybody.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, the thing that bothers me the most about here is that if you did comedy here, you wouldn't really concentrate on what's important. See, when I start in Michigan, I go to an open mic, I get on stage. I go to another open mic, I get on stage. I go to another open mic, I get on stage. And the 4th open mic, Esther Koo comes up to me. And she'll say, "That was a great joke, man. What's happening? How are you? Great. What was that? Your 4th time? Oh, I've been doing it for 8 months." And you get a comedy buddy and they start talking to you, and what's my next move? Well, Tuesday night, say, "Dude, Joker's wild. Come on down." And you do Joker's Wild. Then you do that for like 3 months, and you do open mic. And maybe if you get it after 5 months, the club owner comes and says, "Hey, do you want to host or do guest sets?" And you do guest sets, and then you just do this more organic type development. I don't want you to worry about what you don't need to worry about in comedy, because if the first year you're doing comedy and you're gonna call me and ask me, "Do you think there's industry at that coffee shop on Starbucks in Beverly?" It's not gonna work out for you. This is not going to work out for you. What makes you go down is that you want to do it from your heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to do it. There's two types of comics. There's people who want to be comedians. There's people who want to be comedians to be famous. Those people don't last. Very few of them last, or maybe somewhere along the line they get it. My point being that I was telling Esther Koo and you is, when a comic is at the 2-year mark, he shouldn't be worried about a webpage or a headshot or industry or an agent or management. He should just have this organic type of like innocent, childlike comedy career where you still have a day job, you still meet your friends at 7:30, you still go do 4 or 3 sets around town, you drink a few beers, you leave with the waitress. You have this organic growth, man, that doesn't include industry and headshots and, well, you got a friend to do your headshots, Esther. That's not going to work. We need for you to spend $6,080. You know what I'm saying? Where if you're in Michigan and Lee takes my picture of me going like this with an iPhone and I make 100 copies, it works. It works. But here they want, you follow me? Well, you don't have a web page. Oh my God, you have to post your dates. Why? I'm an MC. I don't got to post nothing. I don't want nobody to know what the fuck I'm doing.
Still developing.
When I could start building a fucking, so you understand, there's so many things that I don't want you to worry about. We come in tonight, let me tell you, and he'll tell you. We come in tonight, I get here 20 to 8. We're talking, we're going back and forth. I tell him, listen, take out this, we got to do this. Esther Koo's coming, whatever the fuck we're talking about. One thing leads to another. This motherfucker, I see him taking a paper out to tell me about an idea he got over the fucking weekend. And I just shut him down. He'll tell you. He didn't even see it. I just said, for this music. And then 2 minutes later, you know what he asked me? When are we doing the next podcast? Tuesday or what? I don't want him. Why is he worrying about Tuesday? Or why is he worrying about an idea when we're doing a podcast?
Right. Save that for later.
I want the same thing when you're a comic. I don't want you to go on stage thinking somebody from fucking 3 Arts might be here, or the girl from New Wave, or the guy from Capital Entertainment. I just want you to go on stage and have a good.
You just need that like crunchy, career. Organic beginning.
I want you to focus
when you're
on
just like
what's
in like
in front of
good
you.
Soil.
Yes, you did it right. You did it the right way. You got a good base under you. You've gotten booed. You got a heckle. You drove to every fucking spot in your state. You featured New Year's, Christmas.
I've driven comedians and watched them get paid in front of me, and I'm the one who drove them.
Oh, please.
And paid for the gas.
Yeah, no, they're vicious like that. But that education, you need that generic education. Because if not, you can come out here and guess what, man? You can come up with a funny 8-10 minutes out here in 3 years, and just some dumb agent walks in and sees you and thinks he can make a buck with you. And next thing you know, you're in Montreal getting $200,000. And now your work ethic slows down. They're telling you you're going to be on a TV show. You never cut your teeth yet.
Yeah.
You've never cut your teeth and just what? How the fuck are you going to be talking to TV execs? And let's pretend because you're so lucky the show does get picked up for 13. Then you get a second season. Well, guess what? Now you thought you were high and mighty. You kind of left stand up on the fucking back burner a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now they cancel the show, and there you are. You didn't do stand up for 2 years.
Now you became an annoying actor.
And now you became an annoying actor.
And
you got to go all the way back and do it.
Annoying actor.
When I was growing up, there was a commercial for Pennzoil. Pennzoil was an oil type, and their motto was, "You can either pay me now, or you can pay me later." And from that motto, from that stupid anecdote, I did my career. I paid my dues. These people, I headlined after 5 years. I just look at them and go, that's great. That's great. You're in for a shell shock, Jack. I hope I'm not around to see it because I'm going to remind you the time you told me. I headlined at 5 years. Okay. And it could be done. It's like BJ Penn got a jiu-jitsu black belt 5.5 years. All those goals could be done. I'm talking about, I always don't, nobody is a good headliner because I'll be honest with you. I didn't become a good headliner until I was doing it for 18 fucking years. Until I got headlining. Oh, yeah, I could do 50 minutes. Any fucking moron could do 50 minutes. I give some girl a hit of ecstasy and 3 bumps of coke. She'll do 50 minutes about her family right in front of us. How she got molested, how she went to summer camp, and they did this and that. Every fucking woman, anybody can do that. I'm talking about putting together 50 creative minutes that flows, and you feel a different confidence up on stage. That's headlining. And a lot of people really don't get that.
Yeah.
You know, I got it and I understood it. You know, when I got made a regular at the store, it was become the host on Sunday nights, whether it's the first host or the second host. I fought for that position. I did it for 5 years. Every Sunday, if I was in town, I was at the store hosting, watching new talent and just working out. I always wanted to keep myself hosting. Even if I would headline somewhere, I'd come back and I'd host at the store because I always knew that was the most important position on the field. That's the quarterback, because once you learn how to control a show, you got it. It's just a matter of time before all the dots connect and you start hitting home runs, and now you have a career as a stand-up. It's very important to keep yourself grounded in anything you do.
Yeah.
And that's how I kept myself grounded. Here I was in Indianapolis, headlining some C room and getting, doing good. And I come back to the store on Sunday and bomb. God damn, it's time to fucking get back to paperwork. Talking to paperwork, give me the paperwork for this thing here.
You wish you could just erase that from your history, right?
But you can't. That's what makes you that much better than the next guy. I got to talk to you people. Fear, anger, stress, anxiety, depression, sleeplessness. These things all begin in the head, and they can wreck your fucking life. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a major difference in just 10 minutes a day. This change comes through guided meditation with the new app, the new Headspace app. Headspace is meditation made simple. You listen up, you're talking to me going, Joey, what are you talking about? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. When I wake up at 4 a.m. and I go outside and I put the coffee up and I sit there for an hour and I don't put the TV on. I put a notebook and I put it in front of me with the coffee cup and I go to bed. And I write down these stupid things. War, whatever, candles, and I find myself crying some mornings or giggling by myself. I go through all these emotions, and it's maybe the way I meditate. It's just a little time for yourself that you don't hear nothing. You're just breathing and talking to yourself, and whatever's flowing in your mind is a flow. That has to be a type of meditation.
You just stop what you're doing and just breathe.
Because
we do so many things and we forget to breathe.
And we forget. So, this is why Headspace is meditation made simple. It's guided meditations that you listen to whenever you want, wherever you want, right on your phone, computer, or tablet. Meditation is rooted into thousands of years of tradition with thousands of scientific studies that show its positive effects, like improving focus, relationship harmony, and decreasing anxiety and stress. Join over 4 million users already getting Headspace for free. That's right, for free, right now. So do me a favor. Download the free Headspace app and begin their Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation at headspace.com/Joey. Guys, you're laughing. I'm going to start tomorrow. The Headspace Take 10 program is 100% free way to experience the benefits of meditation in your busy modern life. Train your mind for a healthier, less stressed life. Start with your free, Uncle Joey, again, free trial today at headspace.com/Joey. That's headspace.com/Joey. Take 10 is just 10 minutes a day for 10 days. You can do it anyway. You go in the bathroom. You can do whatever you want. Also, do me a favor. Reference Andy Puddicombe's TED Talk, which has 5 million views. It should come up in Google as Andy Petticombe TED Talk. Andy is the founder of Headspace and the voice you hear in the app. So you don't need to put away loads of time or immigrate to Tibet or all that type of shit. Just do me a favor. Go to headspace.com/Joey. That's headspace.com/Joey and start your 10-day subscription on meditation.
I watched the TED Talk today. It's
really
really interesting.
The web page is interesting. It's interesting shit, man. Unless you go to it, just do me a favor. Go to headspace.com/Joey and read around. That's it. Start with that, all right? What do you want from me, Lee? Hey, it's the holiday season. New Year's is coming. You got to show up at these people's houses. You don't know what to bring. Wine is always the easiest and best thing you could do. The problem is you don't know what the hell to bring. There's so many things, you know, unless you're a fucking professional wine connoisseur, you walk into a liquor store, it's like, I don't even know what the fuck it's like. It's like you don't know. You got to stop and ask the kid. He don't fucking know.
You're like, should I get Argentina, Chile?
Yeah.
What should I look for?
And now you end up buying shitty
Napa
wine.
Valley, should I go local?
No more. No fucking more, right? This is how, for 9,000 years, we've been drinking wine. That's how long we've been making wine, and that's how long people have been confused about what wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. For many of us, it's the shopping that causes a headache. So I'll tell you what the best thing to do is, all right? I have a way that you can get wine with, it's easy, it's beautiful, and it gets delivered right to your door. That's the easy thing about this. I joined a new wine club called Club W. It changed everything. I'm not a big wine drinker, but I wanted to give it a shot for the holidays. Listen, you go, they have a profile, they look at your algorithms, you answer a couple questions, and all of a sudden they start suggesting the wines that work for you. Whether you want a fruity wine, a sweeter wine, whatever the hell you want, they match it to customize your taste, and they direct it right to, and they deliver it right to your door. Club W is the leading grape-to-glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards, and they cut out the middlemen, which saves you money and time. So at Club W, you get premium wine customized for a third of the price that you're paying at the store, and they even have a no-risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they send you. And right now, Club W is offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you call it Club W/Joey. That's right. Stop wasting time looking around, banging your head. You don't know. Just do me a favor. Go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% of your first order, okay? That's clubw.com/Joey. And all this holiday thing. And they even have rush orders if you want to get it rushed to your house before the holidays, 3 days away. As usual, on it.com, the best nootropic in the market, Alpha Brain. Again, money back guarantee. That's the key word. You don't lose dick. You don't like Alpha Brain, you don't have to send the product back. They'll send you the cash. They don't
Money
want dick
back guarantee.
Money back fucking guarantee. It's like shoplifting in the 90s.
Wow.
Also, Shroom Tech Immune, Shroom Tech Sport, Turnaround 180. It never fucking ends with these people. It's unbelievable. They have kettlebells, weights. Just go to onit.com and press in church and get 10% off your first order. Again, delivered to your door. And also, the best e-cig in the market. Hitty cigs, fucking tremendous. From the cigar to the Hitty cigarettes, 4 different 0, 8, 16, and 24 milligrams. If you want to quit smoking for the new year, usually they're $20 a piece. My listeners get them for 50%, $10 a piece. Go to hittycigs.com and press in
Joey's Church.
Boom! And get 5 for 50. Get 4 cigarettes and 1 cigar. You won't be sorry. I want to thank Club W again. I want to thank Headspace again. I want to thank Honor, and I want to thank Hitty Cigs. I want to thank my Uncle Mike, especially my girl Esther.
Joey's Church.
Cool. Who was,
that's your code, man.
You really impressed me the other night. I really.
Oh my God! Thank you so much for bringing
me.
me.
You really made me fall in love with you. You asked me for the date, and I said I had it available with the Agostino. I took you down there. I'm sorry about you sitting in the car, but you really impressed the shit out of me. So, if and you have any club dates you want to promote right now while you're here that you remember,
yeah,
I'd love for you to just say a couple. I mean, you're a great lady. You know, we had a good time.
We had so much fun. Thank you so much.
I felt bad at night not feeding you, and I went to eat that night. I was fucking starving.
Oh my God.
I
was starving.
I only got 2 eggs, some bacon, and some fucking wheat toast.
I know. We were all starving, but we didn't want to stop Stop the Driving. January 6th, I'll be in Delray Beach, Florida at Catch a Rising Star. January 12th, I'm in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and listen to my podcast. It's called Coup and the Gang. You can get it on iTunes and Stitcher.
This is what I'm talking about. I love you, motherfuckers. Listen, Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I'm at the Hong Kong Gardens Wednesday night. The Savage Dad Tour starts January 28th in Charlotte, North Carolina. Dates are coming soon. And that's it, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll be back this week.
Merry Christmas. Thank
Merry
you.
Christmas.
I need the headspace paper. I'm pumped. I don't know why, that just got me in the mood. I had the best. As a kid, I grew up, and my dad's like best friends always had these great Christmas Eve parties, like this Italian family. And I used to go over, and they used to so many gifts. Like they had someone dressed up as Santa. They were giving me gifts, like 20, 30 people. I knew them for my entire life. The Lombardos. They're like,
where are they now?
They still. Some of them live with my dad in Florida. Most of them still live on the East Coast. But now the kids who are my age are taking over the family business, so it's pretty cool.
What's the family business?
Lombardos. They have
food.
Yeah, it used to be a grocery store, but now they have like a banquet hall and like a nightclub. That's where my dad met the guy. So it's just, I was always jealous of Christmas as a Jewish kid because Hanukkah's not. I mean, it's okay. There's more nights, but it's not.
You don't get presents like Christmas?
No, you do. You still get presents, but it's not. The first time I ever experienced Christmas Day, my cousin married a Christian girl, and I went and stayed over when the kids were like young, maybe 5 and 3 or something like that. And
how old were you?
Maybe early high school, maybe just going into high school, somewhere around there. No, because that was one of the first times I drank, so probably like late high school. And Christmas morning, I'd never seen anything like it. They had so many toys, and they were so excited that they fell asleep under the tree. They were just so happy. They were just like, they felt, and they still had toys to unwrap. And I've always just, Christmas it seems like the best. Like, there's Jewish people now who are doing Hanukkah bushes so they can have like a Hanukkah tree. And my mom hates it. Nothing pisses her off more than like a fake Hanukkah bush. Because it's not real. But it's like,
it's just, some people's traditions or the culture. Like, for example, you went to school and the kids are talking about Christmas. You're like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah.
So you want to Americanize them in a way. And you get a Hanukkah bush. And I know where your mom's coming from. I'm the same fucking way, a stickler about that shit. But these kids are Americanized. You have to Americanize them. Can you imagine going to school and you don't get fucking gifts?
Well, don't
the Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't celebrate Christmas either.
They don't celebrate anything.
So those fucking kids got to go to school next week. And everybody's got new T-shirts on and shit. And these kids still got their same muggy fucking clothes on, feeling like, So I never understood that. I never fucking understood that. Religion is religion and children are children. Religion is religion and children are fucking children, Nothing counts, really? You're not going to give gifts because you're a fucking Jehovah's Witness and you're a knucklehead that wants to knock on people's doors and fucking bother them. No other religion bothers you at your fucking door. No other fucking religion bothers you. These people come to your fucking door when you least expect it. You're like just sitting there going, wow, this sandwich is great. Don't sit here and knock. And you're like, you know what? Maybe I won't get it. And you're like, well, let me go get it. And you open the door and you see them with their 3 little fucking dudes with a chick at the bottom floor. And they got their little brown case that they're going to discuss business with you like they're Trump. And what they want to do is fucking irritate you. And, the Lord and Jesus. You know what, man? It's fucking Monday at 2 in the afternoon. I'm watching Sons of Anarchy on fucking Netflix. Catch me. I had them strung out for like 6 months. You remember that?
They kept knocking on your door when I was there. I've never seen it.
I would talk to them for a couple minutes and then tell them I was busy. But you know what? Come back next week. And the guy would come back and knock again. I tell him again. This went on for fucking months. They disappeared. I still see them. They come to the neighborhood and they sit on the corner and they dispatch. Like roaches, like they sit on the corner and they fucking go all 4 directions and they knock.
Is that more? There's Mormon and then there's one that's always by the bus station or the train station. They always have that umbrella and they have like little pamphlets. Do you know those ladies? It's always ladies and they're always like really dressed really nice.
Well, now they have them by the park in North Hollywood. We used to go to the fucking truck, the food truck.
I think it's those same people, yeah.
They got them there in the daytime. So you're there exercising at 10 in the morning, there's 3 people sitting out there in the fucking park under an umbrella giving out pamphlets for Jesus. Stop it. Those are homeless people. Give them $5 and go fuck yourself. If I'm homeless and you come and tell me with a pamphlet, I'll beat you with that fucking thing. Like, I need Jesus now. I need $10. Then we'll talk about fucking Jesus later. There's a homeless kid that lives in that park. And he's a nice kid. He comes over and he's not like a pain in the ass. He came up to me one time at the Roach Coach thing, and I had an ATM card, and I had already paid, but I had the baby. And he came over, and he's like, I'm homeless. Can you help me out, Joey? And I go, dog, I have $3 on me. I'll give you the $3. You're halfway there. You know, I got the baby and the wife with me. If not, I go to the fucking bank. I had like an ATM that day.
Oh, okay.
And then I saw him another time, and I had to go meet somebody. Like, I was in a rush, and I was driving, and I saw him, and I pulled over. And then I saw him the other day with my daughter, and he came over, and again, I had no cash. I was feeding the baby at the park. I took it to the fucking park to play or whatever the fuck that was. And you feel guilty, you know, especially this time of the year, you see him. Listen, man, I fucking hate this time of the year.
Really?
Not that I hate it. It just doesn't feel right to me, you know, and it hasn't felt right since, I don't know. It just, Josh Piscini, he's a black belt under Eddie in Chicago, runs a really great school, Josh Piscini. And he wrote a Facebook entry today about, you know, while you're jumping up and down, there's people who have lost a loved one or, you know, just having a bad time. You know, I have a friend, Mike, in Texas, who I spoke to the other day, and he just mentioned, he goes, it's not going to be a great Christmas, you know. And I didn't want to embarrass him, so I just sent him like $200 just to get, you know, a fucking sandwich or something. I know he's got a kid, you know. I know what it's like to be fucking just busted at Christmas, you know, busted at Christmas. It's a horrible, horrible feeling. It's a lot. You know what the best Christmas I had was? I'll tell you my best 2 Christmases.
Okay.
When I was 7, I went to the bar with my parents. I had heard all these rumors about no fucking Santa Claus. There's no Santa Claus. There's no such fucking thing as Santa Claus. There's no such thing as Santa Claus. And I went to the bar with them, and we were having a great time. And when we got back to the fucking apartment, when we lived in 205 West 88th Street, the fucking house was covered with toys. Oh. And I know both of them didn't leave my fucking side all night. So I really bought into the Santa Claus thing. The house, I still remember, we lived on 205 West 88th Street, and they moved the dinner table and put a tree in the middle of the living room. It was fucking amazing. One thing about my mom was she had the uncanny gift to make those holidays even better. There's some people who do that. Like, they really know how to make those holidays even better. They really dive into it, you know. And she was one of those people, not just Christmas, birthdays, you know, little things. She really knew how to make them better. And then the best Christmas I had, the Christmas I realized what Christmas was about, was the Christmas I spent in jail. Best Christmas of my life.
Those are 2 very different Christmases.
No pressure. It was really what Christmas was about. I want to see a Christmas where a family goes, you know what, this Christmas, there's no expensive gifts, there's nothing. We're going to get together, we're going to eat, but we're not going to give gifts. We're just going to eat and talk as a family and blah, 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 blah.
It's amazing how much pressure gifts are, because that's the only reason people get upset during
pressure.
Christmas. Yeah,
it's pressure. I fucking hate it. I went to the mall to take a picture with Mercy the other day, my wife, and just walking around. Listen, the trip to New York with my wife, that was Christmas, and I got her a ring in New York. I told her, go in there and pick a fucking ring to match your wedding band. That's Christmas. Now, Saturday, I got to go hustle for her birthday on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
If you follow me, I'll go hustle for her birthday because her birthday's on Monday. But Christmas, we're adults. We've done all the Mercy stuff and stuff, but her birthday is her birthday, you know, and I can't go Christmas shopping. It's against, you've gone shopping with me. You know, it's a fast situation.
I thought I was fast. But
you either got it or you don't got it, and there it is. I'm not going to stand here and read the directions there. Let's go. You know, so I don't have the patience. The thing about Christmas shopping is you really have to have patience because I need to know what Lee needs. And that's a real Christmas present.
I hate when people give me ideas. I don't want anyone to give me any clue. I don't want a wish list. I hate it. I want to find it.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're such a sweetheart of a guy. For me, you know what? I like doing that too. So let's do this. Let me give you a small 100. You go get it yourself.
Oh, I like that. That's fine.
That's too.
I love
I'm
cash.
into that too. Listen, cash is a thoughtless gift, but not really. Are you with me? Like it's a lazy man's gift. Like my mom used to give me cash, but then she'd scour the face of the earth looking for something that I needed, combined with something that would tickle my funny bone, like something that would really make you happy to have. Like
Yeah.
you carry it for 4 days with you. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit.
When I was younger, I used to love gifts, but now this year, when my mom came out, I just said, like, can you help me with a plane ticket for next year? Because I was racking my brain for like an hour a day, not an hour a day, but over the course of a couple of weeks, a few hours, there was nothing. Like, I don't need any. There's a lot of stuff that'd be cool to have, but I don't need anything.
I would have changed your life. There's a ton of stuff I like to have.
I used to put all these movies down, but now I'm like, I could just watch it online, or I don't really. I'm gonna buy it yet.
What are you gonna buy it for? It's just, Mercy's a kid. You got to shop for her.
Oh, the kids love it.
But it's. I always felt that I don't have 3 weeks to park, go inside stores, walk around, look, or it's amazing how Amazon and Target and all those delivery people have taken to that shit. And I'm one of those fucking people. If you could order it on Amazon's my best friend. You get geese on Amazon. You get oversized geese on Amazon. You could get belts on Amazon. You get kettlebells on Amazon. You get Adidas sneakers on Amazon. I get the really good catnip for the cats at Amazon. I get everything at fucking Amazon.
I love Amazon, but I had an issue today where I just thought of some gifts for some kids that I Googled toy store, and other than like the hipster classic toy stores on Ventura, there wasn't one. There was one in the mall, but there was no way I was going to the mall. Where I grew up, they had it's called Learning Express. It was a toy store in a little strip mall. Like, I love Amazon and I use it for almost everything. But I do kind of miss like just stores.
There was a chain of toy stores when we were kids.
There was KB Toys.
Okay, okay. But now you have these independents that are like, everything's fucking $22 more.
Oh yeah, and it's not even toys that kids want. It's like the toys that like me, like an under 30-year-old who wants to go vintage would get. And that's cool. But like when I found something different. I wanted to get my girlfriend's nephew's a fart machine. Because I got it when I was like 8, and that's how old they are. They didn't have it at Target, so I got them a little fart machine gun. And it's just like that stuff. I like kid toys are always the best. And I like the reason why it meant so much to me a couple weeks ago when you said like Uncle Lee to Mercy, like I love hanging out with kids, just being goofy, and like her nephews liked me last year, so I want to be like I had really cool male cousins who were like 15 years older than me when I was growing up. So I would love to be that for like Mercy, and I'm not like her nephews. It's just it's fun.
It's different when you don't have kids and you have little kids around you and you really enjoy them. It's fun because you go home.
Yeah.
And they stay there all round up. You give them sugar and Coke and fucking blowing shotgun to their faces, and there they are with their parents like, bye.
Peace out.
And their parents like, Victor, Eddie's friend, had it when his child was young, like 4. He was a jiu-jitsu kid, and he was doing all this shit, and we'd get him. And he'd look at us and go, don't get him started. We're not going to shut him down. If you're going to get him started and leave, don't do it. Walk away. But if you're going to get him started and shut him down, then you can have, he used to say in Spanish, no lo prendas y no lo apagas, which means don't turn it on if you ain't going to turn this motherfucker off.
And you would never turn it off?
No, we just walk away and leave them there choking kids at the UFC events and shit. Fucking hysterical. But Christmas is just, I get it. I'll tell you what I like about Christmas. I like the stocking stuffers.
Yeah, those little small gifts.
Yeah, I like all that shit. My wife gets me a calendar every year. That's the best gift I get.
Oh, that's like a certain thing? Like, do you like pictures of certain things?
No, it's a calendar that I put in this book that she got me like 15 years ago when we first started dating. So all you have to do is just reorder the calendar now.
Oh, it's like a little notebook or something?
Yeah, a little notebook. I'm fucking sad to announce I lost my fucking iPod.
Oh, man.
Again. This is my favorite fucking iPod. Ralphie May gave me a stand from Better Image, learn whatever that is.
Sharper Image,
where you just put your podcast, the thing in there, and it blasts. They don't even make those no more. So I got to get rid of this now because that iPod was for that.
Go on eBay. You could buy that same iPod, I bet.
Really?
Yeah.
Brand new?
I don't know about brand new. Some might say brand new.
Yeah, but listen, those things, those iPods, the longevity of an iPod is how many times you fucking drop it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they dropped it 4 times. It might be that one drop when I get it. That's it. So with an iPod, you got to buy them new. You got to get all your drops in. You know what I'm saying? You got to get all your own fucking drops in. I don't want somebody dropping it 4 times. I bring it home, I drop it, there it goes. Fucking Elvis sounds like fucking Aretha Franklin or some shit.
You don't like having music on your phone? Because you don't even need
I got it on there now. Today I went to the doctor and I put Santana on in there and it was great. I brought my iPod speakers. They were fucking great. I got my iPod
headphones.
Headphones. They were fucking great. I just when you're on a plane, I don't want to use that juice. What if the plane goes down? I need that juice to call motherfuckers. And now I'm too busy listening to fucking Alice in Chains like a jerk off.
Yeah.
So if something happens with the plane, there I am with a half fucking juiced up fucking phone.
Yeah, you're not
because I want to be Joe Jerkoff and listen to music. That's why I like to differ. I like to keep everything different. But I guess it's the way to go. It was pretty fucking loud. I couldn't hear the needle going into my arm, so it was obviously fucking pretty loud.
You could hear the needles?
No, it's just a fucking joke.
I didn't know if you were like
fucking needles. But no, when yesterday I woke up a little fucked up over it. Like, I have a child now. Why don't I feel excited? Like, that's what I felt like yesterday. Like, I have a child now. Why don't I feel excited about Christmas? And last night I was having a hard time with it, and I kind of, I'm not gonna lie to nobody, I started feeling sorry for myself around 8 o'clock, and that's why I left the house early last night. I had to get the fuck out of the house. They were driving me crazy.
Really?
Not that they're driving me crazy. When you feel shitty sometimes, and it's a stupid feeling shitty because I have no reason to feel shitty like this about Christmas. It's just a one-day thing for me, you know? Just a one-day thing where I get kind of sour. So last night I just left the fucking house early. And then I read Josh Bassini's post. And I remembered that this is a hard time of the year for people, you know? And I'll tell you, man, I had some fucking hard Christmases, embarrassing Christmases where you have no money for nobody. And people invite you over to eat, and you show up with fucking like a bottle of booze or something, or like a bottle of wine. And it's just a shitty time of the year to be broke, or be homeless, or be living on somebody's couches. And I had all those fucking years, so I know how bad Christmas can be, you know? So I'm going to be periscoping a lot, smoking pot with people. Just fuck it. We'll periscope a Christmas movie or something like that. We'll periscope the parade in the morning, whatever. Just to fucking, you know, just fuck around. There's a lot of people who spend Christmas alone.
Yeah, I was one of those people.
What about the guys that spend Christmas alone, no girlfriend? You know what? If you don't got a girlfriend, I'm the second best thing. I'll show you my dick, whatever. Periscope, whatever the fuck. I don't know, Lee.
Do you have to show them?
No, but I don't fucking really, you know, whatever takes your mind off that thing. I was telling Terry, you know, I was telling yesterday, and that's what it got me. Yesterday at breakfast, I talked to Timmy, my friend Timmy, and his mom died this year. And this is going to be the first Christmas without his mom. So I called him yesterday morning. I told him, you know, I'll call him a few times and check in with him. And when I hung up the phone, I thought about all the Christmases that deep down inside I felt fucking horrible. But these guys made me forget. You would break up with somebody and you think about them a lot for the first 2 weeks. And one night you go out with one of your friends and you get drunk and you giggle and you talk to a few girls. And like halfway in the night, you're like, holy shit, I'm not even thinking about it no more. Like you have to force yourself to think about that person. That's how it was sometimes with those guys. Those Christmases, like I thought back, I think in 79, after my mom died, I spent Christmas with the Benders and just people in the neighborhood. I must have stopped over by Balzano's. 80, I spent with the Benders and people in the neighborhood. And 81, I spent with the Runnies and people in the neighborhood. You know, because you would eat at your house and then you go to other people's houses and just sit around and watch a game or a bowl game. Or a lot of people would say, hey, you know, we're eating at 7, but at 9:30, people are coming over. You want to come over? And we go over there, maybe do a couple of bumps, maybe smoke a joint in the garage, something, you know. I never forgot those people because they really made me forget. And I think it was till about 86 when I needed to forget about the holidays. Then after that, I started dealing with them. And I started making them the best I could.
Right.
And then when I went to prison that year, that was my best Christmas. Because I realized what Christmas was about. The gifts and everything, it's something else. It's a state of mind that you're supposed to have during Christmas. And here were guys in a prison that had the proper state of mind. I guarantee that those guys were just in shock as I was.
And you're in the AIDS unit, right?
Well, I spent the Christmas in the AIDS unit. Every guy went down there and brought food. They had, big TVs. They had a stereo in the AIDS unit. The AIDS unit was, in 1985, 1988, AIDS was fucking rampant. And people were petrified of AIDS. So these prisoners started suing the prisons because they didn't have normal places of their own.
Oh.
So they had to build a unit just for these fucking guys. And it was state-of-the-art cabinets, refrigerator. I mean, all this shit. It makes you want to get the HIV.
I was just going to say
that. It makes you want to get the HIV
HIV
in prison. They had better beds. They had a bunch of better things in there. Refrigerators, freezers. They got hide shit in there. 2 or 3 of them. I think there were 6 guys in the AIDS unit, 5 guys. 2 of them were still shooting dope in there.
They're like, we already have it. The AIDS might as well go down.
I didn't frown on them. It was none of my business. They would go in the back. They would have lookouts. But that Christmas I spent with them, I never seen so much food. Like I was sitting there going, I can't believe I'm in prison. There was tamales and burritos and tacos and pizzas and chili and fucking a cake and
all
Chinese
homemade,
food.
Or how did they get all this?
A lot of people brought food in. Like your family's allowed to bring your food in a certain amount.
Okay.
So we all put our foods together. And I remember looking around. There was black. There was light-skinned black, dark-skinned black, African black, white. There was Mexicans, Indian Mexicans, Chautauqua Mexicans, all in a room. Now, nobody had a beef. People were goofing. People were joking. And men with AIDS. And a gay guy. And everybody got treated with the utmost fucking respect. We giggled till about 1 a.m, laughing. Nobody at one time said, man, I wish I had alcohol. Man, let's go smoke a joint. I wish we had a joint. It was just on your own merit. That's Christmas. That's Christmas. When it's just no gifts. I remember waking up the next morning going, wow, that was virtually fucking painless. That's the most painless Christmas I have ever had that I learned about something.
Was that like your first Christmas back into the holidays or not quite?
What do you mean back?
Like you said you gave up the holidays for a while.
It's not that I gave them up. The holidays gave me up. I wasn't in there giving presents. What I'm saying was, it was the state of mind of the holidays.
Oh, no way. I'm saying it was like a nice.
It was the state of mind. I remember looking down the table and seeing, 10 guys giggling, eating. These are guys that are incarcerated. I had like 4 years, but there were some guys in that room that had 8 years. There was a kid that had DUI, a vehicular homicide. Nice white kid. Kid didn't belong in jail, but he killed somebody on New Year's Eve or whatever the fuck he did. Jesus. And he was in there. So nobody was saying nothing. They had Christmas carols on, and it's hard for the people listening to the podcast going, Joey, what are you talking? I'm telling you that it was as simple a Christmas as can be, but it's amazing how I learned about Christmas by going to prison, because it was a bareback Christmas, food and laughter. And that's what it's about. It's that time of the year where, whatever you're thinking about, and it's tough to say this, whatever's going on, you have to put it aside.
Do you think it has to do with just because when you were saying your mom passed away, I had a little mini panic attack because now my mom she's doing fine, but she's getting older. So and then it's getting to be more real that eventually she's not going to be there. And I was just thinking if I lost my mom, the only thing I'd want is to spend it with her. I wouldn't want. Who cares about presents? So it's that maybe why, you didn't care about the presents. You just liked the being with people.
No, man. It's just. Listen, I'm not even talking about a mom. Wait, you could lose an uncle that was great on Christmas. And Christmases will never be the same. An Uncle Vito's again, an Uncle Lou's again, or the Carboneros. What's the name?
Oh, the Lombardos.
The Lombardos. God forbid. I'm just saying that. It's always something. Everybody has either you do or you have something going in. We all dread that first holiday without that loved one.
Yeah.
And people listening today, I guarantee there's 3 or 4 people listening to the podcast, maybe 5, that are going to go into holidays without that loved one. And you're dreading it. You're dreading it. Every time you fucking think about it, Jesus Christ, you have no idea. You have no fucking idea. But it's like I said in the documentary. When you care for somebody, a blood one, you know, and they go on the holidays, or they go with the holidays, they go. Sometimes your life isn't the same as far as like what I told you in the documentary. It's like eating, it's like
there's no taste.
There's no taste in my food. There's no salt in my food. After my mom died, that's what it felt. That's what it felt like about life, that the salt had been taken out of my life. Yeah, I continued to live on. I continued to do things and do bad things and do great things and good things. But what was I saying?
Right after your mom passed away.
That's it. That I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. I'm so high right now. But it's true. We forget. And I know a lot of people listening lost one. Listen, man, it doesn't matter. You dread that fucking day. And when that day is over, you're so happy. I mean, nobody gives a fuck about New Year's. You think about that person on their birthday, your birthday, and the holiday. And then there's always that one holiday that they went out of their way for. Let's say they were good on Halloween or the 4th of July. Every year, Halloween, you go, fuck. She'd be here right now having a good time, you know. And I feel for anybody who lost a parent. Trust me, it's not going to be as bad as you think. Say a prayer for them when you wake up that morning. Spend 5 minutes by yourself on the side thinking about Christmas, what Christmas would have been like, and then just dive in. And throughout the day, you'll get little shocks. And at one point of the day, you might even be drawn to tears. And you might have to excuse yourself. Nobody will see you do it. Just go to the bathroom, put some cold water on your face, you know, pick up your chin, pull down your shirt, and go back out there and live with it, deal with it, and just hope that they're watching and they're there with you. Their spirit is there with you, and that's what you go for, you know, for Christmas. Christmas sucks for some people, but we make the best of it. We smoke a few joints, you eat a few lobster tails or a ham sandwich or whatever you listen. On Christmas, you can make a ham sandwich taste like a lobster tail. You know,
just some Chinese food, but it's amazing.
What are you doing Christmas Day? You gonna swing by?
Yeah, I'm gonna swing by. I don't know, because they don't do much on Christmas. Like, I'm going over for Christmas Eve with them. But have you ever seen on Facebook, they have like these Facebook groups like JRE Island and like other stuff like that? It's like just a group of people. They added me to one, and I don't really do much on Facebook, but they like, there's these people doing like a secret Santa, like they're sending gifts all over the country, and like they do all these videos, and like it really, it's cool to me because I was one of those guys, like a nerdy guy. Like they all seem kind of nerdy a little bit, and maybe they don't have a ton of friends where they are. But with the internet now, like, especially with you're doing on Periscope, like, people are staying in touch now.
You don't have to be alone.
It doesn't matter if they're next. No, it doesn't matter.
You don't have to be alone. You know, you have, and that's this afternoon after I went to Perennial and bought that Gorilla Glue. I smoked some on fucking Periscope, and as I was doing it, I said, wow. Tomorrow, if everybody buys some weed, and Friday, we'll get together a few times. We'll smoke. I read the fucking comments. I answer back, you know, and we'll just do it for like 10 minutes here, 8 minutes here. Not to be Johnny annoying, but just to give you a break. Just to give you a fucking break, man. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm going to fucking whatever, but I guarantee you it's better than just fucking sitting there like I'm looking. You'll be helping me out. Because maybe I'll be going through my own shit at the time. So I'll say, you know what? I don't need this shit. Let me go smoke a joint on Periscope. With these fucking savages of savages. So we were talking about that 2 weeks ago. I got up early one morning and I went to the store. On the way back, I parked the car and I was talking to somebody and I ran up the stairs and I must have held my breath and I got upstairs and my world, like I had to run to the bathroom and take my shirt off and sit, and I couldn't sit. I was getting an anxiety attack. This is when I used to have these breathing things before in jiu-jitsu. When I first joined jiu-jitsu, oh my God, I was getting these horrible anxiety attacks. So I stopped eating edibles before jiu-jitsu, and I stopped smoking pot. Sometimes it would do it to me when I was weightlifting. You know, like if I'd be doing deadlifts or something, like I'd go a little one extra, and I would miss my beat on the breathing, and I would get, and it went away. You know, I went to see this doctor, and she told me what to say when I got those feelings, and it went away. And all of a sudden, 2 weeks ago, it came back again, and then it came back Sunday at jiu-jitsu. But it really fucking hit hard. yesterday, a kettlebell class.
Yeah, that was strange. It was weird because we just started and you like kind of like went to the side and like were holding on to things. It was scary.
It was fucking up. I could not breathe. And the anxiety level goes up, and it's been teetering. I had the anxiety attack at the store, and I got to be honest with you, last night when I got to the door of the store, I got anxiety. If it wasn't for Sarah Tiana talking to me, she threw it off. Now, I went to acupuncture yesterday, and I talked to Dr. Amy, and I told her to stick a couple extra needles in me for the anxiety. So I had already a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I was going to go talk to him to see if I have ringworm. It's not ringworm. I showed it to him. It's just a rash.
Okay.
I thought you scared me with all those diseases you fucking get. So the other day I get this thing on my knee, and I'm like, that's ringworm.
I didn't touch your knee.
So I went to the doctor, and he goes, it's not ringworm. And I said, look, doc, let me tell you what's going on. I told him my situation. He gave me an AKG, and he drew some blood this morning. I was supposed to go to jiu-jitsu this morning. I stayed at the doctor's office till 11:30. So I'm waiting for the results. Before I left the house, I heard the computer go off, and he sent me the results of the AKG. And he says that it's a first-degree something in a valve, electricity, but he goes, it has nothing to do with the symptoms I was saying. So that's why he called for a complete screen and my thyroid and everything the fuck else. So let's see what happens. I didn't faint. I didn't even feel the fucking needle today, G.
Whew.
This black woman, there used to be a black woman there that used to wear a wig, like different colored wigs, like blonde wigs and blue wigs and purple wigs. She's not there no more. The chick that replaces a thicker wig, like Aunt Jemima, like a blacker thicker, she's beautiful. She's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
And she's sassy and shit.
Oh, that's
But dog, I don't feel her fucking needles at all in my arm.
because she talks to you or something.
No, I put Santana on. I only put Santana.
She's just good.
Yeah, she tells me, you ready to put your earphones on? I put my earphones on. I give her my arm. And I mean, she does it like that. Quickly. No bullshit. No chitter chatter. No, when she comes in, that bitch is ready. Once she ties that fucking junkie strap around my arm, I know it's time to go down to the fucking murky waters. Didn't even get anxiety. Nothing.
Oh, well, hopefully that go like with the acupuncture helps. But how, like, does he seem worried about your heart or?
No, we'll see tomorrow with the blood test. He says he's going to give me the results tomorrow morning. No, he sent me a thing. He sent me the results of the EKG. He goes, no, that's sleep apnea type shit.
Oh, okay.
When you have sleep apnea, it wears on your heart. And all those years you don't wear a machine, it really wears on your heart, all that snoring and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's why if you have sleep apnea, they want you to take care of it as fast as you can. But nobody knows they really have sleep apnea. So, they just keep thinking, oh, I don't have it. I just keep waking up.
I think I did when I was heavier. I don't know if I still do. Like, Paula used to have to wear earplugs.
Really?
I used to snore. Yeah, I used to snore.
You don't snore no more?
No, she doesn't have to wear the earplugs anymore. So, I don't know, maybe it's less.
Yeah, it's less. You lost 100 pounds, so it's a lot less. So that's, yeah.
I used to never want to fall asleep on planes. I'd be embarrassed. I would be like, I don't know if I snore. Like,
I don't give a fuck. You pay for that plane ticket. That's your space in the air. Fuck it. If you snore, I hope you brought earphones, bitches. Everybody's got earphones now.
Yeah.
Very seldom. That happened to me on a plane once. I got thrown off a plane.
For doing what?
For falling asleep and snoring on a plane so loud before the plane took off. Before the plane took off, I did one of those. Like, you're choking? And the fucking people around me got up, and the stewardess came over. She's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, why? She goes, you were just choking at that. You can't do this. What's wrong with you? And I go, I got sleep apnea. She goes, you can't fly on this plane like this. I had done like a one day without sleeping, like one of those shows.
Oh,
like
no.
I stay out till 3, and I get back up, and I got to fly at 4. It was 5:30 or something out of Houston. They put me on a later flight, man. They were scared.
Jesus.
Yeah, I got thrown off the fucking plane. I mean, I was choking to death. In those days, Terry taped it for me one time. And she's like, you got to hear this. And she taped it a long time ago. And you had to hear this. You had to fucking hear this at night. It was horrendous. Horrendous.
Jesus. I was always, people, I had a girlfriend record me once too. And I never knew. People used to say, you sound like you're choking. I was like, I never woke up not being able to breathe. But it sounded like I had sleep apnea.
That's the worst. That's the
You would wake up?
Oh, you have no idea when you wake up and you're out of air.
Oh,
and
no.
You got to fly off the bed and get up.
So would you just like sleep on your stomach?
I wouldn't sleep. I would sleep 2-3 hours a night. That's it. I was looking fucking terrible. I saw one of the pictures about a month ago. Terry showed me. She goes, I want to show you when we first started dating what you look like when the sleep apnea. You just wouldn't believe it. You just wouldn't fucking. I was really swollen.
Just swole. Like, how big were you, do you think?
Swollen. I was 360, 350, 360. It was 2001. Easy 360.
Yeah.
Terrible health. No working out whatsoever. Not even a fucking bicycle. Nothing. Years. Sometimes I would jump in a pool at a hotel. Sometimes. But besides that, never fucking worked out. Never walked. Never did nothing.
Would you have used the little hoverboards if they were out there?
No. That's for fucking momos. No, I don't do that shit. I never did nothing, Lee. I drove to the comedy store and I drove back. That was it. My wife went to the store and got cigarettes. I stopped at 7-Eleven and got them from time to time, but I wouldn't walk. I didn't believe in walking at all.
Why not? It was just too hard.
I would make Rogan drop me off in front of the hotels. I got to park over there. You're going to fucking drop right here. You better not park over there. You better drop my ass off right here. You want to be an Olympic walker? Do it on your own time. You drop me off in front of that fucking hotel. These motherfuckers used to walk a mile away and walk. Fuck you. I don't need to walk, Jack. Right there. Drop me off. Joey, but no, I don't give a fuck. I ain't walking.
That was the worst part about Vegas when I was big. Because Vegas, you just non-stop walking.
I wouldn't leave my room in those days. There was nowhere to fucking go. Once I had the blow, I would sit in that room till showtime. And right after the show, I'd run back to that hotel, lock that door, and do fucking powder. I was in horrible shape, man. That's why that sleep apnea overtook me that strong. I used to fall asleep and burn the carpeting with cigarettes and joints. The carpeting in that apartment, I had to buy new carpeting.
Jesus.
I had to fucking buy new carpeting for the whole living room.
Did you ever set the floor on fire?
Oh my God. Terry came out one night and caught it just in time. The bottom of it had gone through. It was just basically a lot of times I would just drop the cigarette and fall asleep for 10 minutes or something and then catch it and put the flames out. This night, it burned through the carpeting and started burning that shit underneath.
Oh, Jesus.
And it was like from 1920, so the stuff was fucking, and she woke up and smelled it. And she was pissed.
I bet.
Pissed. At that time, there had to be, guys, I'm not lying to you, 40 burn marks in the carpet.
And what would your excuse be?
I fell asleep. She knew I had sleep apnea. In those days, I used to go to bed at 2 and wake up at 3:30, and I was up. That's it. Up.
Would you nap later in the day?
What nap? What would I nap for? To wake up choking?
Jesus, not getting sleep is not good.
No. And then I went to Little Rock, Arkansas. And I fucking had to get picked up. You know how the club picks you up in the front of the hotel? They'll say, be down at 7:45, we'll pick you up. I sat on the couch and I fell asleep. And I started making those noises. And some guy woke me up and he says, he gave me his card. He says, I'm a physician. Do you live in town? And I go, no. He goes, listen, man, we just sat here and watched you. You're going to die. That's exactly what this guy said to me.
Oh, no.
He goes, I could tell by the color of your skin, you're not getting oxygen. You have no oxygen in your blood. He goes, I want you to go to the doctor when you get home. This is an emergency. You will not make the month.
Really?
He told me I was not going to make the month. He goes, you're choking in your sleep. And he started asking me questions. And he looked at me seriously in the eyes. And he's like, here's the deal. You have sleep apnea, but yours is extreme. Not to mention you're overweight to the gills. He was like, I hope you're not embarrassed by me saying this or angry with me. He goes, you're really overweight. And he goes, and you're just telling me that your blood pressure is really high. And I was lying to him. I'm like, oh, it's like 140. He goes, no, it's not. He goes, listen, let me take your pulse. And he was taking my pulse. And he's like, listen, you're 3/4 dead. You don't even know. You're going to have a heart attack. Because every time you do that, you get stuck. Your heart does something. Not that it stops, but it puts a strain on your heart.
Jesus Christ. Just in a hotel lobby?
So, dog, I got home. I told Terry. Terry fucking called me. She went down there with me and held my hand throughout the whole fucking thing. Because I kept saying, if they give me one needle, I'm out of there.
And you were just going to, like, take it? Just be like, yeah.
No, I was just going to go down and see what they said. And then they did the thing. Then they sent me in for a sleep study where you have to put the machine on. They take the air off and they see where you choke. And now they know. They give you an accurate number. And then I got a machine. And I tell you, man, within 60 days, it changed my life. You have to take care of this thing.
Maybe I should go get checked out.
I'm really no, because you're losing weight now, and it's this weight around here that really helps.
Oh, okay.
It's just weight around your neck. You know, if you lose that, you know, when you have 19 fucking necks, that don't help nobody.
Yeah.
You know, I got this little chicken neck there, but that's from being old. That's not having the fucking 18 fucking necks. My neck, when I look at those pictures, you ever see my driver's license? My neck is huge.
That's the worst part about a picture.
It's the best.
I hate it.
No, so if you have the sleep apnea, you really, really fucking have to take care of it. You don't know what I went through with that thing. You have no fucking idea. And now I have it down to a science. Like I don't put it on unless I go to sleep. I don't go in the bedroom. There's a science behind it. Like people won't use it because they train to do it wrong. The guy that trained me, Jimmy, I still communicate with. 15 years later, I still talk to my sleep apnea coordinator. I send him presents from time to time. He comes to my shows when I'm in Orange County. He came to Irvine.
What do you do? Like, how did he help you?
Because he told me the process. The process isn't just getting your machine and going home. You know, it's like the numbers are staggering. How many people go home, get the machine, get the fucking sleep study, and then put the machine on and feel uncomfortable.
Because of like the mask?
Because the mask.
Okay.
And then they give up on the mask. And then they sleep apnea and they get all the problems that come with it. What I did was he told me all these little things. He goes, I don't want you to go into that bedroom till you're going to go to sleep. He goes, I'd rather you fall asleep in the living room and walk in and put the mask on than go in there and put the mask on and try to fall asleep.
Because then if you're that tired, you're not going to give a shit if it's a little tight.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my dad tried it once, he said he couldn't deal with the mask.
No, he couldn't. People can't. And they either do the mouthpiece or they have to lose weight or do the surgery. You know, there's a bunch of different options. The surgery is just your it takes you out of the game too long. The recovery is painful. The older you are, the worse it is. They got to open up shit. Rogan had it. But he didn't have the full sleep apnea thing. They just cleaned out his nose.
Oh,
for him to breathe better, which I need to do. I need to clean out my fucking nose to breathe better. That's another issue I have.
Just
I don't know what they do. I don't know what the process is called.
I kind of wanted to get my ears done. I think
what's wrong with your ears?
Nothing. Just get like the wax taken out.
Well, then you got to go to a place. You don't clean your own ears every day.
Well, I do, but they say don't use Q-tips. They say
what do you
it's
clean
bad.
enough with?
No, that's what I use sometimes. But I've seen videos. They have like these little scrapers, and they just go in and like really get it out of there.
You watch videos on people cleaning their ears?
Yeah, it's the internet.
What is wrong with you?
I don't search it out, but people post it on Facebook. I don't watch
listen, man, Q-tips suck. Q-tips are the biggest rip-off there is because everybody knows a big pen is the best thing you can get to clean out your ears. The cap of a fucking big pen takes all the chunks out. It pisses me off. When you go home, take a shower, you come out of the shower, the reason why I use Q-tips is to take the moisture out of my ear. Excuse me. That's what I use Q-tips for, to take the moisture out of my ear.
So you don't get like an infection?
So I don't get those fucking ear infections from swimming. That's what happened to me. I leave the water in there, so now I take it out. Sometimes I get in the car and I have fluid in my ear and it fucking pisses me the fuck off. So I got Q-tips in the car now.
But you would never get it like scraped out?
If it was that fucking bad, but I take care of my ears. I mean, I get pissed off when I put a Q-tip in there. I see wax.
Yeah.
Because I just cleaned it this morning. Where'd this fucking wax come from? Where'd this buildup come from? Sometimes you forget and you pull out like a fucking purple chunk. That shit's disgusting. But they have places now where you can steam clean your ears or something.
Yeah.
How much are they?
I don't know. I could look it up. Have you ever done what's a hydrocolon thing? Like they cleanse you?
No.
You would never do that?
Listen. It was bad enough putting the camera up my asshole and taking the pictures for the colonoscopy to do the colonic.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Colonic, when you stick a coffee colonic up your ass, the tube, and then they clean you out. I would consider it. It's just embarrassing. My ass smells.
Oh, yeah.
I got to bend over and let somebody put a tube in your ass. If I could do it myself, I'd do it. That's just a little embarrassing. And then seeing people what comes out of your stomach, there's chunks and legs and chicken bones. God knows what comes out of your stomach with that Subway sandwich.
That's what I was thinking, like all the fast food I used to eat, it might be because didn't like Elvis have like 50 pounds of like shit in his stomach?
Now, where can you do a colonic around here? Where have you heard?
I've seen it.
Have you seen the sign?
Yeah, I've seen signs. I've seen coupons for it, which kind of scare me. But yeah, I don't know. I've thought about it.
I tell you, if you're gonna do one, Groupon is the fucking way.
You don't think that's like, why are they on Groupon? Like, I want to pay like full price for.
Because there's 20,000 of these things. Listen, there's 1,000 great jiu-jitsu schools. 10 of them are on Groupon. Even Cobrinha. Cobrinha's got one of the best schools in California around here, and he's in fucking Groupon. But you can only use it for certain classes at Cobrinha's.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's certain things. When I got my toenails fucking blowtorched to get the fungi out of them, where do you think I got the special from? Fucking Groupon.
Where do you go to get fungi?
On Ventura Boulevard, right there in Sherman Oaks.
Is it like a salon?
It's a salon. It's like a tattoo removal. They do everything there. As long as they got a blowtorch. That blowtorch burns everything down. No, you go in the back, you take your socks off, and they put like this air conditioning tube on your toes.
Okay.
So your toes get cold, so you won't feel the torch.
They have a little, like, it's a fire torch?
It's like a little torch that, like a laser. It's a hot laser that burns the fungi under your nail. And then I'm supposed to put ointment on my nails after the shower and keep them clean and shit. My nails look like fucking death.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. So I told the doctor today, and he says he's not looking to give me a pill to kill that fungi, but that's what he gave me the blood test for, to see if I had any funguses, what the extent of it is in my blood system or whatever, which I do. I do have a fungi. That's why you get that fungi now. There's a fungi that lives in your fucking toenail. A lot of people don't know that shit. Now you know, cocksucker.
I had no idea that the fungus. Isn't there a commercial for that, like Lotrimin? Or
yeah, Lotrimin. There's a stuff but I'm beyond Lotrimin.
It fights it off.
Oh God, it's the nail swells.
Oh God,
and the fungi goes under the nail, and you have to get like a thing, soak your nail, and then take a clip and take those things out. And I save them. Fucking throw them at people on a plane. No, you don't. You just, I just fucking whatever the fuck.
You ever smell them?
Oh yeah.
What do they smell like?
Horrid. So let me ask you a question, because I did not know about this. Somebody asked me the other day, and when Esther Koo was here, they asked me, what happened with Anthony Coolman?
I think I haven't seen a follow-up to it, but the article I read said his girlfriend started periscoping, and she was like, he hit me, and he's like, get out of my house. And then it cut off, but then I think he got arrested. But he did a show, so he must have got bailed out. I can look it up, see if there's
No, he made bail. I saw something on the news that Anthony Coolman from Opie and Anthony hit his girlfriend. And I, you know, like when you're involved in something and you see it online, but you don't digest it.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. Like I didn't really fucking digest it, but it happened.
Yeah, it's great. It's and then I didn't listen to all of it, but then there was a thing with Opie and Jim that they were fighting about Anthony a little bit. So, and that he doesn't seem like he's that nice of a guy. I don't know what happened. Pinned her against the wall and strangled her.
Tremendous.
And then stomped on her hand.
No, he didn't.
That's what it said on CNN. Jesus.
Oh, I wish him luck or whatever happens there. She was like a drunk something. She was drunk or something. Were they drinking?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, it was after an argument.
And were they in a bar?
No, they were at his house. They were at his house and see if there's anything else.
Well, I wish him luck. That's always a tough one to get out of. I had one of those. It's a fucking nightmare. Some drunk chick comes over your house yelling and fuck. So it was his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's not a drunk chick. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it was his girlfriend. It doesn't say anything about drinking. That's messed up. It's happening a lot now.
Did he hit her on Periscope?
No, Periscope came after. She was just saying it happened.
Yeah. If you hit somebody on Periscope, you're done. They got you on fucking camera.
Oh my God.
It sucks. All that shit sucks when it happens. Jesus Christ.
Like fighting with somebody?
Oh, all that shit sucks when you have to get involved with people and then the cops come. And so I feel for him. I just didn't know he got arrested and stuff. I thought he got into an altercation. That's what I had thought or read or whatever. But what's the fucking difference? You know what I'm saying? An altercation, you get arrested.
No, and I mean, we don't know both sides of the story. Maybe she's crazy.
Yeah, well, to every fucking, there's always two sides. Let me give some shout outs. First off, I want to give a Merry Christmas to all you motherfuckers that have stuck it out with us. And if whatever I was talking about hit a chord with you. You know I love you, and I got your back tomorrow. Send me an email. We'll talk about it, whatever you want to do. I'm at churchgmail.com. But I want to give shout outs to Leon, Constantine Rain, my main man, Waterbox, Cleo, you know, Ookie Spooky, who I haven't seen on there for a couple of days. Maybe she's in jail. You know, Ookie Spooky loves yelling at people and shit. The Tuna number 1, Michelle Guggenhan, John Wolf J, The Art of Combat, Misty Mayhem, JT, and Jim Nunya. Jim Nunya was the one that was telling me about YouTube and all that shit. Whatever the fuck happened.
Oh, okay.
YouTube was out. When I got home, he emailed me, tweeted me and said, YouTube was fucking out. Why am I stuttering fucking mumbling here? You know what I'm saying?
Because we had 600 milligrams.
Well, I had like 200.
You son of a bitch.
I can't eat 600. I'll go get the anxiety attack. I wanted to just tiptoe around it for a few days just to see. So, how long you know? You know I'm back. You know I never give up. I just got to wait till I get the blood test, and then we'll confirm if there's nothing wrong. I'm eating edibles for Christmas Day, bitch.
Did you ask them to like just get a THC level on your blood just because they're doing it? You should do it. You should like, how much is it?
Leave those THC people alone. What is your infatuation with this THC shit? Leave it alone. I don't want to know what's in my blood. I don't want to know what levels are in my fucking blood. I don't want to know how many carbohydrates. Nothing.
You just want to know if you're going to live or not?
What's that,
Just want to know if you're healthy or not?
Yeah, I just want to know what the fuck was causing this. Maybe it's my thyroid, the medication, because the medication they give me is made from cow thyroid. So sometimes they got littler cows than bigger cows, so they give you the wrong amount. So maybe that's it. So he's going to look and see what the numbers are and maybe prescribe a different thyroid medication for me to either speed it down or shut it down, whatever the fuck's going on with my thyroid. I told you what happened last night, right?
At the store?
Last night was fucking craziness.
I'm jealous.
It was just craziness. But it was something that kept me up and woke me up early this morning. It really was. The art, when people really like you, you could say whatever you want. When people really like you, when you got them sucked into your world, you could say whatever you want. And nobody has that going on more than a guy by the name of Dave Chappelle. I have seen it before, but last night it was fucking spectacular. You know, I was sitting there with the first time I got to the store and they had two special guests. They had Arsenio and Norm Macdonald. Bobby Lee was on stage. Nikki Glazer was on stage. Ari was on stage. Ari was bringing me up. As I'm sitting at the bar inside just talking to Jerry Rocha, Dave Chappelle walks in. He comes over. We start chit-chatting about Ohio, why he lives there. And I go sit down, and next thing you know, they come in, they go, hey, he wants to go on next. You mind? I go, fuck no, he's Dave Chappelle. I'm happy I'm here. I'm going to watch him, you know? And because you always learn something when you watch those guys, you know?
Because there's not a lot of people that I think you would let bump you. Like
No.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm the type of guy that I don't play that ego shit. If you have a legit excuse, you know, and you're the man, I don't give a fuck. It's the people that come on and try to give you some story. I have another spot. No. You're going to do this spot when you're supposed to do it. That's it. And they look at you all weird, and they work it out. Because half of those guys will tell you they got to go somewhere else. And when you go off stage, they're still there talking in the hallway.
Right.
I thought you had to go somewhere else. Yeah, they just called and they said they were running late. No, they weren't. You just didn't want to follow me. You follow me? You just didn't want to. So don't worry, but don't ask.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask. So a lot of people just want to get on stage, a showcase, whatever. No. He's Dave fucking Chappelle, okay?
Yeah.
When I was an open micer, I paid to see Dave Chappelle in 1993 when Robin Hood Men in Tights came out at the Boston Comedy Club with Nick DiPaolo and Felicia Michaels and the fucking amazing open mic. So, and then I got to work with him a few times, and then I did the tour. And I saw him, and that's when he was like, where the fuck you been? And we talked a little bit, and then last night we talked. So I have nothing against the guy. I think the guy's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, and the show was so cutting edge, but they have not forgot about him. Listen, I've been at the store when Louis C.K. goes out, and I've been at the store when Chappelle goes out. And I gotta tell you, they give more applause for Chappelle. And it's white people.
Well, I never see him around. I saw him right after he came back from Africa.
Where?
At the Guinness Arena, at like BU's arena. And it was I remember all I remember. My friend got the tickets, but I remember I was sitting in the one joke I remember was like, he was like, how would you like to get like $60 million? But then someone puts like a big huge dick on it. I'm like, go get the money now. I'm not gonna. I can't do what he did, but that's like because that show was huge, the biggest show for kids my age.
He was talking about last night that he should have taken the $50 million.
Really?
Yeah, he was talking about Cosby, that fucking Cosby is gangster because he's suing the bitches that he raped. You know,
that is pretty fucked up.
He said some great stuff. He's so insightful. That's what makes him a good comedian, but at the same time, it's the time he's put in. You know, he was an apprentice for a while. You know that, right? He was an apprentice to one of the funniest guys of all time. I mean, I love Charlie Barnett. I adore Charlie Barnett. Nobody has made me laugh more than Charlie Barnett.
I've never even heard that name.
Put on Charlie Barnett YouTube and let's go to the screen here. Charlie Barnett was a black guy from the 70s. He was in a movie called, with Mr. T. And I guess he was doing stand-up and Michael Mann seen him somewhere and put him on Miami Vice. Let's put it on the big screen. See what we got, Charlie Barnett. The legend goes that Charlie Barnett used to take Dave Chappelle with him to Washington Square Park on Sundays. When I was a kid growing up, you could go to Washington Square Park and there'd be a black guy doing comedy every week for free. That was Charlie Barnett. There you go. There you go. Check this out. Look. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? At Washington Square Park. That's Charlie motherfucking Barnett. Do you think he gave a fuck? Zero fucks.
We got a nice crowd here. I love a New York audience. I mean, look at this crowd. We're in the village. I love the village. We got a nice mixed crowd. I mean, look what we got. We got white folks. We got black folks. We got Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans. We got a lot of fucking Puerto Ricans. But I'm not going to fuck with the Puerto Ricans.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Because y'all born
This, I just gave you motherfuckers a history lesson. You understand me? Keep playing it.
And when you finish, you go, ¿Qué pasa, bro? Because I got into a fight with a Puerto Rican kid, and I was winning. I was bouncing around like Sugar Ray Leonard. I was bam, bam, bam. It was only about that tall.
No microphone.
Then all of a sudden,
in a park, in the middle of a park, people.
And I was surrounded by a small Puerto Rican family of 4,000. Let me borrow it, okay? I like pocketbooks. I love pocketbooks. I like the way white women walk with their pocketbook when there's no Negroes around. I don't see no niggas.
Where do you think Dave Chappelle? Do you understand me, people, what you just listened to?
Everybody goes to work different.
That was his apprentice.
Caucasian businessman. I need some white people glasses.
Did they do it on the street together?
Look at, Dave Chappelle was in the audience. Dave Chappelle would open for him. In a fucking park.
Damn, you can't see shit.
That's improv, guys. At a park.
How do white guys go to work? They got their briefcase. I can walk just like the white man going to work. Watch this, white guys. I love when they stand on the corner and go.
I put Charlie Barnett on Miami Vice.
Black folks go to work. We be talking about.
If you've never fucking seen Charlie Barnett, this guy, he died from AIDS. And it was something. Right there, the first one. The first, right there. This is when he deals with Mr. Castellano. Right here, watch this. This was on the other morning, and that's what...
You got your Ronald Reagan, you got your Lee Iacocca, you got your Geraldo Rivera, and that's how you stay on top. That's how you get the job done. Organization, eh?
tremendous. This is so. I guess he saw him. Look at Charlie.
Really freaky looking guys, but I figured somebody wants to move 2,000 pieces. You ought to hear about it.
Can they deliver?
I mean, they talk like big business.
That was
Yo, man, get to
TV.
the part about the money. The little man's got plans for the evening, and he needs his cash money dollar bill.
This guy's got a lot on the cabeza, man. He's gonna spend all his time in the swimming pool. He's gonna need an underwater camera.
All right, whoa. Now, maybe you're not familiar with Mr. Castellane's style.
Move yourself, Jack.
Well, maybe you're not familiar with Mr. Nook Man style.
I'm not familiar with Mr. Nook Man.
Are you fucking kidding me or what? That's Charlie Barnett right there, the noogie. So I guess, and then he got fired when he beat up Don Johnson. This guy was the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. Any other tapes of them that Charlie Barnett doing stand-up?
There's one of Chappelle talking about Barnett.
All right, put them on. That's it. Guys, you have no fucking ideas. You have no fucking idea how strong this guy was. I had a conversation with Andrew Dice Clay and Paul Rodriguez, and Paul Rodriguez said he went to see him in the hospital, and that he was still fucking hilarious.
You started out the street, right? Washington Square Park. Yeah, how do you know? I'm Tony. I used to work with Charlie Barnett. Oh, Charlie Vera? Yeah, how you doing? The fire guy? Yeah, how you doing?
See?
I remember you. Yeah, but and everybody. Yeah, because I went back to New York. I saw you in the fountain. I was amazed. Yeah, they used to ride the unicycle. That was the in Washington Square Park, man. Washington Square Park. We don't Britney Spears. You know, I do pap. I quit drinking and smoking, so I do pap work. It gets me high, you know. And really, they said you were here, and Britt's coming in right now. Britney Spears, she'll be in about 20 minutes, but we didn't care. You want to come in? We didn't care. You were coming in, and I had to get you.
Yeah, man. You have no idea. So you could see by the first three lines that Charlie Barnett said where he got that little racism highball from. You know, when you go up in front of, and when you work with Charlie Barnett all the fucking time and you watch this guy, that was what we just saw was improvised. No microphone. You know, the microphone's a control.
That's what he's like. The
reason why you have a microphone is because to show the audience it's like a control. You have control. When you don't have a microphone, you're just any other swinging dick talking. He was doing that with no microphone every Sunday and Saturday. He'd do that for hours, Lee. Hours.
How long were the shows? Like 20, 30 minutes?
Well, I just tell you, hours.
Well, I thought maybe he'd stop.
He'd stop. He'll go eat, and Chappelle would do time. And then he'd come back and do another fucking 35, 40 fucking minutes. That's unheard of, Lee. And they did that every Saturday and Sunday. Washington Square Park. I used to go around the corner of a place called McSorley's Ale House. And they would give you 3 mugs for $1. And while I was in there, my friend would go into the park, that same park, and buy Valiums and heroin. And he'd come back to McSorley's and give me my Valiums. And he'd take his heroin and go shoot it. And I'd eat like 2 V's and drink 3 mugs of beer. And I'd walk around Washington Square Park all fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
That was the old days, Lisa. But you know what? I watched that. And I got to be honest with you. When I watched it, I'm not going to lie to you, I had no inclination of comedy in my life at that time. I saw him and I was like, this guy's brilliant. But like in those days when I knew about Charlie Barnett, I was a fan of Charlie Barnett. Everybody else was a fan of, you know, George Carlin and Richard Pryor. I was a fan of Collins and Pryor. But I was a bigger fan of Charlie Barnett because Charlie Barnett had what I wanted. When I started getting into comedy, then I really got into Charlie Barnett because he had what I wanted. He had something that a lot of people can't do. He could be talking to you, do stand-up, and act, and he's all the same person. Now, there's somebody who's listening to this like, Joey, then why act? I don't know. I like what I mean is, he put personality into his characters that he was in a movie. Look up Charlie Barnett on IMDb. What was the movie he was in? Fucking great movie. It's like a Mr. T and a bunch of other guys.
Let's see. He, Chicago Fire, The Happy Sad, Men in Black 3, Gaby, Private Romeo.
No. Charlie Barnett. Look him up again.
Oh, yeah,
he only had a couple credits, like Miami Vice, but he was in a movie about a junkyard or something like that.
He's on IMDb.
All right, press Mr. T. How's that?
Okay, hold on.
Let's see if Mr. T's been in. Because Mr. T was in the fucking movie with him, that movie.
DC Cab.
DC Cab. There you go. Charlie motherfucking Barnett. So when I saw him in DC Cab, I'm like, wait a second. What year did DC Cab come out?
1983.
Yep. Way before fucking Miami Vice. And when I saw DC Cab, I was like, this guy is doing something. Like, he's being himself in his acting. Listen, I acted for years, and I could never be myself till I was in the Marin show.
Really?
I do Marin, that's me.
That was the first time?
First time I was ever Joey Diaz in a show. I was in Marin, that's when I was me. That's why I really liked that episode, because I got it. After fucking 15 years of acting, I got it. I learned how to put me into a role. I was always very scared. I just read the lines from the paper and did minimal movement. When I did Marin, I got it. What comedic acting is. I got it. And if you look at when I did Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I had it, but I didn't want any movement. I just sat in a chair. So I had to find ways to be it. So I just killed myself and said, how about I just don't move? And just look at him. And don't move. And don't only move my left hand. Because, you follow me? It's very tough to put your personality into a role. He figured out a way. And he did the same thing in DC Cab. And he did the same thing in Miami Vice. Even though it was two different characters. He was the Noog Man on Miami Vice. And he was the Noogie, but he put his personality into it. Which to me is really fucking impressive, man. I love that shit,
Like good actors.
Like good actors.
So what does it feel like when you're not in the zone? Like what if it doesn't feel? Can you not get into it, or?
We saw something this week. We might as well talk to the people about it. We saw the special this week that was shot in Vegas. Okay, you did a great job. Salami did a great job. You know who did a shitty job? Me.
I know we all have to.
I'm telling you, I was just talking through emotions. If you would have taped Sunday night set, when people left mad, and I was just up there rapping, that's what we should have taped.
We actually have Salami taped it. It's just like a one static shot of it, though.
Right, but that's who I am.
Maybe
that shit I did on the special, that's not me. I was doing a special. I was saying the words. It takes somebody. I could have blamed everybody. I could have put the blame on a lot of things on that special, but I didn't. I wasn't in the zone. No matter what you do to it, put sound to it, whatever, we'll release it later in chunks. Just so they see it. We'll get a bit from it that maybe I wasn't, maybe something I said, but I wasn't in the zone. And I didn't know that till Sunday night.
Oh, after you'd already taped?
Yeah. I knew this going in. I wasn't in the zone. I repeated lines, just what you showed me. I repeated lines. It just wasn't the zone. You're supposed to do a warm-up first and then that. And I just wasn't in the zone. And it's nobody's fault. The last 3 days, I learned more about stand-up. You always learn when you watch yourself. I don't watch myself because I hate watching myself. I don't want to ever look at me. Ever. I don't want to hear my fucking voice. I don't want to do nothing.
Yeah.
But when I sat there and watched that with you, why do you think I left here like my asshole was on fire? Because I went to the car and made notes. And then I went to the store last night and I had to follow Chappelle. And the same thing happened. I went up there and I did material, but I wasn't in the zone. I wasn't me. I was too caught up in Chappelle. It happens, man.
Right.
It fucking happens.
It was tough for me the past couple. I was really excited to work on it, and I put I really did I thought a good job. But it not, and I have to give you credit because there's a lot of people like you brought it up. And Patton Oswalt is one of my favorite comics, but he has a special that came out that he has a string on his jacket. And the first thing I said to you after I saw it was, how could someone not do that? So for you not to release a special that you think isn't up to par, I think a lot of people wouldn't do that. Some people
It's not what I do. It's not what I do. I didn't put any thought into it. I wore the wrong clothes. I didn't have a production assistant. Somebody to walk me through. You know, we thought people were going to show up on Saturday and never showed up. They left us with a dick in our hand. You know, we didn't really have a relationship with those camera guys, so we couldn't really sit them down. We had a meeting for how long? 20 minutes?
Yeah, they had a tiny room.
You know when Ronda Rousey got kicked in the head?
Yeah.
When Ronda Rousey fell and she got back up and they were talking to her, remember the UFC released that footage? And they're like, do you know where you are? Whatever questions they were asking her. You know what Ronda was thinking about?
What?
All the mistakes she did leading up to that fight. That Sunday when she didn't meet the trainer because she was tired. Or you think about all the things you didn't do. Okay? And that's what happened when I looked at that special. I thought about all the things I didn't do. I reacted a lot better than I did when I went to meet Kev because that pissed me off that day. When we met with that guy, he was telling me what I wasn't doing.
Right.
Okay? We did it. We shot it. And that's where the pride is. The pride would have been if we would have backed out and said, nah, let's not fucking shoot it like I've done 1,000 times. We did it, and now we're stronger, and we know for the next time. The investment I lost, forget about it. It happens. What are you going to do? We'll make it up later. I didn't want to put out a bad product to these people. It just didn't look right to me. Let's send it to our guy. Let's see what he looks like when he comes back, and we'll make a final decision. But just from what I saw, I wasn't myself. Next time when I shoot a special, I don't want to know.
You don't want to know what?
That I'm shooting the special.
Okay.
I don't want to know. I just want to shoot.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I just don't want to know.
Oh, I could totally have it.
I'm just going to give you money and say, shoot a special. Don't tell me where. These are the cities. You got an option. You just do it on your own. And you show up to all of them to keep tricking me. Don't just show up to one city. I just came to watch. No, shoot it. Because if you don't, then I'm not going to take you for granted.
Okay.
So I don't want to know. The best sets I've had is when nobody tells me they're shooting me. And after I do it, they come up to me and they go, hey, dog, I shot that. I taped that for you. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. You know, San Diego last Saturday, Thursday, first show was fucking, I improv for the first 20 minutes. And fucking Esther Koo taped it. So she sent it to me. So do you follow me, Lee? All these things now. And then last night following Chappelle, all those little things are going to make me better. I could look at that special as two things. Let's set it out so I can get what I recoup back, but it's not really me. Anyway you put it, we're going to get a special from somebody this year. So I'm not really worried about it. Or Joe, the manager, will hook me up with the people who will do the special correctly. And we'll get a Live Nation joint and we'll do it correctly.
Yeah.
But to put that out, to insult people, you know, the people who are going to look at that are people who can't see me in Ireland and England and people like that. I don't want to fucking, for the $5, I don't want to insult them. I'd rather fucking just light the thing on fire and move on with my life and we'll shoot another one. That's how you do it. But I'm not going to put nothing, you know, most people release a CD every year. I release one every 2 years. Is it because I'm a bad comic? No, because I want to give you.
And you just released a CD.
The CD, I love the CD. I love Savage Dad. The one before that, Eating Pussy, that's another thing. That's garbage. I didn't really, it wasn't my best. The one before that, You and the Priest, I love it. I love it. I really do. Night at the Three of Spades, you know.
That's before my time. I still haven't listened to that.
No, that's a long time ago. So, but at least I'm honest. A lot of people tell you that this is great. No, it's not, man. And not every album could be great. Nobody tells me more about bad specials than yours truly, you.
Yeah.
Nobody comes here every week and goes, oh, my God, I watched this special. Jesus, it was bad. What was wrong with it, Lee? They shot it bad. They did this bad. They did this bad. Nobody. Correct or no?
Right, yeah.
So that's the fucking other side of this. I want to be honest with people and just say it. And, you know, people ask us every fucking day, when is the special coming out? When is the special coming out? We got other shit we're going to shoot people. So don't never fear the reaper.
Yeah, and I'm gonna finish whatever we have, and we'll send it over. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Maybe Netflix will pick it up. Maybe we'll add something to it. Maybe we'll dope it up. I have no fucking idea.
Maybe you can cut it down to like 15, 20 good minutes or something.
Even I'll chop it down to 30 minutes. Yeah. Put it on, do a 15-minute fucking special. I really don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to release something that they're not going to be happy with me. I want people to be happy. I want you to be happy. And most importantly, I want to be fucking happy. You know what I'm saying? Right. Speaking of happy, you want to be fucking happy? Underwear. That's what makes me fucking happy. It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. It's got to look good. It's got to feel good. You just don't want to you just don't want underwear that are comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies. I've been pushing MeUndies for a fucking year, and there's a reason. I love them. I got a black pair on right now. Every pair of MeUndies is made with a micro modal fabric, which doesn't sound sexy, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to regular fucking cotton underwear again. With MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. Not to mention, MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from, and it's the only place to find styles for both men and women with a new signature design every goddamn month. And now the holidays are here. You can't get one, but hey, you could still order them, and they make a perfect gift after the fact. Oh, I didn't see you for a couple of days. If you order right now, I guarantee you'll get them in a fucking few days next week. So trust me, these are not your parents stocking stuff. Do me a favor. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now. I'm going to give you 20% off your first order plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. I'll ship them to you for free, all right? MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't like the first pair we send you, you keep it and you get a full refund. That's it. You have literally nothing to fucking lose. You know, like I said, it's too late to order now for tomorrow or whatever it is. Friday. But you can still order today and get them like Monday or Tuesday and just show up. Oh, my God, look what I forgot to put in the bag. So for your 20% off your first order and the world's most comfortable underwear, head to MeUndies.com, press in /Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com/Joey and get 20% off the most comfortable underwear you ever fucking put on in your life, all right? Other people I want to give a shout out to today is my favorite. That's another thing. I'm not like, and I didn't have Shroom Tech.
Jiu-Jitsu? You didn't have it before Jiu-Jitsu?
No, I didn't have. I'm out of it. I had to call them, so I didn't want to call them last week because it was the holiday week. I knew they would be busy with orders, so I just said, let me hit them up the first and tell them I need more hemp protein, more Shroom Tech Sport. So when I went to kettlebells, I had those heart palpitations. Usually I'll get one of those, but I'll move on with the Shroom Tech. Gives you that extra fucking boost like you got. But I didn't take anything. That's why I'm scared. If I would have taken the Shroom Tech, I would have gone, oh, it's the Shroom Tech. But it wasn't the goddamn Shroom Tech. But anyway, we're just talking about on it and the things I use before I work out, whether it's a Shroom Tech Sport. I use the Shroom Tech Immune before I fly. You know, I don't use the T booster because I'm Cuban. I got tons of testosterone. But the Hemp Force Protein is fucking the best, sweetest tasting chocolate you've ever tasted in your life. Go to honor.com right now and /Church, CHURCH, and get 10% off your first order delivered right there to your house. On it again, the best. Whether you want the kettlebells, the Hemp Force Protein, I mean, they just got, and then keep going on it.com because they keep adding great stuff all the goddamn time. They just got a jiu-jitsu. They're 10-player jiu-jitsu now on it. Go to on it.com right now and press in.
Church.
Boom!
And they have a bunch of great videos. My dad got a kettlebell DVD from them. He said it's great.
It's fucking great. They got great stuff on it. I'm telling you right now. Go to on it.com right now and start you for the New Year resolution. You're going to fucking love them. Also, Hitty Cigs, 5 for how much? 50?
Yes, sir.
$10 a piece. They're that cheap now. They used to be 20 a piece. They're 5 a piece. Go to hitty6.com. Look at the great selection of Hitty Cigs that they have. They have different styles for smoking. Not styles, but different levels, like 24 milligrams, 16, 8, and 0. And they've also got a great cigar you can take to a casino and smoke it while you're playing blackjack or whatever the fuck you do. Anyway, I'd like to thank MeUndies.com.
The code is Joey's Church.
On.com. And I want to thank Hitty Cigs. What's the code?
Joey's Church.
Joey's Church. And get 50% off Hitty Cigs. And that's it, man. Like I said, I'll be periscoping Christmas Eve and Christmas. Lee's coming over Christmas Day, so we'll smoke a joint and periscope with you. And beside that, from the church family, we love you all, man. Cleo, all you motherfuckers, I love you with all my heart, and I'm happy what you do for me. Talking Lair, who's the main man. If you need a fucking a Uber in Vegas before the 31st of New Year's, hit me up on Twitter, and I'll send you Larry's fucking info for Uber, and we'll get you a good taken care of Uber if you're going to Vegas in the next 10 days. All right? And that's it. Merry Christmas. I love you guys with all my heart. Thank you very much. I'm at the Hong Kong Inn tonight in Ventura. If you want to come on up tonight, 8 o'clock show. They got great pork fried rice and other food. And that's it. I love you guys with all my heart. Savage Dad Tour starts January 28th in Charlotte, North Carolina. What, bitches? I love you guys. Have a Merry Christmas. We'll be back next week or maybe Sunday night. We don't know. Ari's in town. We might be doing an acid podcast soon. So strap on your motherfucking seatbelts. Again, Merry Christmas to all your families. Love you. Thank you.
There it goes.
We're here, 2/16. We didn't take the week off because I was sick last week. We took the week off because there was nothing fucking happening. You know, what we're going to come in here and talk and burn the fucking gas and fuck it. We just took the week off. We're refreshed. We hope you had the same. I'm sorry if we left you on the fucking hook. I got a lot of emails I answered last night. People like, what the fuck, Joey? Are you okay? Blah, blah, blah. Nah, it was just that. Listen, man, we've been doing this straight for a long fucking time. And I'm taking some time off of comedy. The next 2 weeks also, nothing. Staying at the house with the family and enjoying this. We're moving offices. So shit's fucking happening. What's up, dog?
I had a great last couple of weeks. It's I don't remember, and not that my life compared to a lot of people who work 9 to 5 is pretty relaxed, but I don't think we've taken time off ever. I don't remember like the last time, like 2 years ago when I went home to Boston in the winter. I don't remember.
It's just that you know, I went away in November. I mean, it just got to the point where you need a break. It was between the stand-up. You know, I changed my schedule this year a lot. I'm not going out as much, you know, because I want to pay more attention to you guys. We're moving offices next week. Same backdrop. We're just going to have a little office, a TV screen. We're still going to be bad motherfuckers. We're just moving to an office closer to the house. This was the first office I wanted a year ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, more than a year ago.
4 years ago, a friend of mine had an office over there. And it was just a convenient place. We weren't in a hallway, so we could spark up a fucking number. And we can make things at home for you. And that's it, man. So that's what we're doing.
Everyone needs it. Like there's something like sometimes when I talk to my parents, because I try to talk to them 4 or 5 times a week, there's only so many things you can talk about, and so many times you can tell the same stories. So it's nice. Like I was just sitting at home, and I was like, oh, I haven't thought about this story in a while. I haven't said this. So I'm sure for you, it's nice to just not have to talk as much.
Well, you know what? I was focusing. I couldn't wait for the end of the year to come. I cannot wait, guys. Fucking in November, I cannot wait for New Year's Eve so I could just take some time off. I knew it. I knew I just wanted, I could not fucking wait. And the more I tried to slow down, the busier it got. Little things kept popping up. I still got the podcast. I still got my family. I still got all these responsibilities. You know, the worst thing to do is that people do, that I did for years, and then used to get pissed off, was I became a regular person. And you guys are going to go, what are you talking about, John? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. I bought into this shit. I bought into the mindset that people slowed down after Thanksgiving. And I played into it my first 3 years here. And then I started working. I never really liked dropping the ball during the holidays. It's the fucking holidays. Once Christmas Day is over with, my mind, I'm about to kill somebody. Like, I'm ready to go to work. I'm ready to fucking start doing stand-up. I'm ready to start acting. Whatever the fuck is going to happen, let's make it happen. Like, I'm one of those guys. Like, I get fucking anxious. Like, I'm ready.
Is it because, like, if you take a couple of weeks off of working out, when you start working out again, it's gonna suck, and it's gonna take you a while to get going again. So is it because now, like you've been saying for the past few days, this week it's not like everyone's gonna be doing stuff.
In my world, this is dead. Like, this isn't dead for me. I still want to rock and roll, but I can tell that everybody else is dead. Like, it's today, people are just telling stories and what they got and what they ate for Christmas and how the flight was. A lot of people ain't flying back till today. The flights go straight now till Wednesday, maybe Thursday. If you're smart, you stay home till Thursday or Friday.
If you can, yeah.
Yeah, if you can. Why you out? You know, I'm talking about generalities here, how people like to travel. I would never fucking travel over the holidays, Lee. Every fucking year you see people stuck. And they make sure they show them to you on the news in those cots in Chicago and shit.
See that young girl crying? Oh, I felt so bad. She was just sobbing.
Hey, listen, man, this time of the year, you throw in a 50 fucking 50%, whatever the fuck it is, 50-50 chance.
Even if it's not even if you're flying from here where there's no snow, the plane could be coming from Chicago or somewhere else. It's scary. Like, that's for comedians. It's amazing how nonchalant you guys are about flying, even though you could get your big money week could be canceled at the drop of a hat if there's a whole bunch of snow.
Okay, but the week starts on Monday, so you already have you already know what's going on. You already know what's going on Monday. If you're a smart person, you're looking at the national weather on Monday, and they're telling you there's a snowstorm in fucking Chicago hitting Monday, dropping 24 inches. You ain't going to New York City on Friday. I ain't no fucking weatherman. But if something's in Chicago on fucking Wednesday, it's going to be alive and kicking in New York on Friday.
Right.
If it snowed 24 inches in Chicago, guess what? We're going to get 9 to 12 in fucking New York. You don't need to be a fucking thermologist, whatever they fucking meteorologist. They all call themselves like Johnny Storm or, Mikey Thunder. You ain't dick. You're making a hypothesis, whatever the fuck that is, an educated guess.
The ones in LA are scary.
They're terrible. But they're terrible. Listen, my wife wake up. Is it coming down out there? I go, no, it's sunny and fucking 60. She couldn't believe it this morning.
Yeah, they've been saying
stay in. It's going to come down Sunday night. They're scared the shit out of these fucking white people. Now they're doing 40 instead of 60. That's all this is. So if that's what I look at. I look at the weather. Remember the situation we had in Boston? And I kept saying, you get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
I know on Monday. If you know anything about weather patterns, if they got hit. Now, Colorado's different. But if it's headed out Iowa and east, you're dead. And you see what direction it's going. And let's say it throws off a little bit. If it throws off a little bit from Iowa, Boston's getting killed. That's right in the way of Boston. So it doesn't take. So you in contact with the club. Hey, man, what's going on? Well, now some club owners are fucking morons. Some club owners will take the chance. And guess what happens, Lee? Yeah, so you get 12 inches on Wednesday night or Thursday. You cancel the show Thursday. But Friday, ain't nobody going out, even if you shovel the roads.
Right.
So you understand? You see a big snowstorm coming. You know your area as a businessman. You've lived there. You know, listen, let's call it. Let's reschedule this motherfucker and bring a magician in this weekend and handle our losses. We still got the ticket to people's money. They're not going nowhere. They're going to come see Joey. We'll just reschedule them real quick. What's your schedule look like, Joey?
Right.
For me to go to Buffalo and for them to get 2 feet of snow, and for me to do one show on Saturday night or two, it's happened to Tom Segura last year. He got somewhere and ended up doing like 1.5 shows.
Jesus. Do you ever get bummed out about the weather? Like, my dad was in nightclubs for the majority of my childhood, and if it rained, I knew he was going to be, he wasn't angry at me, but he would be angry. Like, it would ruin his night because he knew at 3 p.m. that no one was going to come to his parties.
Well, anybody who's a successful bar owner knows, except for fucking a tornado or a 12-inch snowstorm, and even then, people will come out. If you got a real bar, listen, you're not going to get the 190 you expected, but you're going to get 60 alcoholics down there. Okay? You're going to get 60 alcoholics out there. Everybody knows when it's going to snow, and they're going to go, let me go get a couple. Let me go get a few packs of cigarettes and a bottle to bring home. I might as well stop at Joe and Mary's and get a fucking cocktail.
Yeah. And on the East Coast, it's different. Out here, like you said, it was going to rain and the whole city was going to shut down because of some rain.
Some fucking rain. But I'm talking about somebody who's going to go out. Do you think when I was doing blow and I wanted to get my dick sucked and I was getting an 8-ball and I had money in my pocket because a foot of snow scared me? Right. I'd get those fucking snowshoes and I'd walk all the way up to Joe and Mary's, or when I lived in Colorado, I'd walk up to the Stone Bridge, or whatever the fuck I was. I walked up.
Yeah.
If you're doing what you're doing, if you're real, you're out. The weather don't stop nobody but pussies. Rain don't stop a coke fiend or somebody's going to do some pills and go to a bar and have 3 cocktails. Rain don't stop nobody from getting a piece of pussy.
Right. Well, you had a thing for a few years that you were going to like really snowy locations during like the winter months. Is it because you figured like those people will be able to handle it and they'll come out either way, or it was like when I first heard of it and you did it a couple years in a row, I was very surprised.
I go to Columbus and I go to Buffalo in January usually.
This year I switched it around. And then Minnesota the last couple of years too.
Minnesota. Oh, one year I went to Minnesota. I like the cold weather. I like it, so I want to feel it. I want to feel what they're feeling. I want to make them come out in their fucking weather. I like that shit. Buffalo's a great city, man, and they don't give a fuck about weather.
They had 11 feet of snow last year, and they were still going.
They don't give a fuck about weather. If you're funny and they want to party, they'll come down. That's what I'm saying. So the weather affects it to a degree, you know, in the wintertime. But I've seen people get stuck in cities, people shut down, you know, and you can't do nothing for 2 or 3 days. That I wouldn't mind. If I got weed, I got a way to get weed and somebody delivers to the hotel, I'm good. I'll just sit there for 2 days and write jokes. You're doing me a fucking favor. I'll do laundry. I'll do my own laundry downstairs. I'll get a whole new set of clothes. I'll wash my workout clothes. And I'll keep fucking working out until the plane leaves.
That's something that I actually wanted to work on this year, is not getting as upset when there's like nothing, when there's nothing I can do to control it. Like I'll beep or get mad at someone driving really slow in front of me, or if like my flight's canceled, I'd get upset before. And there's nothing. I've gotten better at it, but there's literally nothing you can do to make it better.
I had a bad thing. I had Mother's Day, and my flight was at 6. I didn't get home till 9 o'clock at night. 10:30 at night, I didn't get home, and I got a little hot. But I knew I got hot when they didn't tell us the information. That's what gets me hot. When American Airlines puts you on a flight and you sit there, you have the connecting flight from, you go to LAX to Nashville, and then you go to LAX, Chicago, and then you connect at Chicago to go to Nashville. You board the plane in Chicago. They tell you they're going to defrost the fucking plane. Then defrost, and they tell you there's something wrong with something. They got to bring apart to get off the fucking plane. That's what pisses me off.
Oh, the airlines are the worst.
Makes me fucking hot.
I'm not saying
not the fact that you know that they're delayed. Things are going to happen. Right? Yeah. That's why I take the first motherfucking flight out, because those motherfuckers are never delayed. They'll push them out because they know, let's at least get one flight out there to get it there to pick up the people that are coming back or wherever the fuck they're going. The airlines will take a shot with that. That's what I do have to give them. But I got one delay last year. I really can't complain. 1 or 2 delays last year. I really can't. One was a 10-hour one.
Yeah, that was a long one.
But I had weed. I had a pen, a vapor pen. I had an e-cigarette. I had everything covered. So if something, I got my iPod, which I lost this last time on the way back from Vegas. I got to call Southwest again. You know, you just travel. You just get used to it. It's life. You just get fucking used to it. You know what I can never get used to? When I first got here, I had the worst thing going on. I can never get used to working on a set.
Really?
Oh, I hated it. Basketball, I fucking hated it. Hated it being on that set. That was my first big time on a set. Hey, how you doing? Hey, you call tomorrow 7 o'clock. Okay. 7, I get there, eat some breakfast, and we'll get back to you. So what's going on? Well, I don't see my number on the sheet. They give you a sheet with the number of the scenes they're going to shoot and who's in the scene. You're looking at the sheet going, okay, I'm number 38. Number 38 is the last scene of the day.
Oh, no. And you're called 7 in the morning.
7 in the morning. So what do? So you got 2 options if you don't have prepared. Sometimes they put you in a box, bro. Sometimes in the big movies, you get a little trailer, but you got TV. You don't get no reception. You get WK, you get like fucking different channels from Europe and shit, and Telemundo. You ever notice how Telemundo comes through? You don't need an antenna, nothing. You don't even need a TV. Just put your hand up with aluminum foil, and you'll get fucking Telemundo.
And Korean stations around here.
And Korean station will get through. They fucking play on the radio and shit. They don't give a fuck. Telemundo always comes up. Anywhere I've been to, Telemundo. Don't say you hear maracas and people dancing or fucking telenovela. But what was he talking about? I don't even know. Travel. Yeah, no. Listen. The movies. You fuck those sets, and then
the movie. Sorry.
And then I think by the third movie, I figured it out. I think by American Gun, I had it figured out, and that's the first time I brought a book, and I brought a notebook, and I brought a pencil. You know.
Yeah.
And I wrote a little bit. That was the first time. Then I figured out people were bringing iPods. Wow, I could take a walk and smoke a joint. And then I figured out people were bringing DVDs. Like in The Longest Shot, I had a DVD player. So I just started bringing Bruce Lee movies and shit. We'd just watch movies in my trailer with the air conditioner on.
What was that like? So on some movies, you're there for like a day.
Right.
If you're there for weeks, do you have to be on set every day, all day, just in case they need you for something?
No, you get there and there's numbers. All right, so I'm number 6 on The Longest Shot. I was number like 11 or something like that in The Longest Shot. So they have different scenes. Scene number 38 doesn't have me. Scene number 62 doesn't have me. Scene 11 has me. So I got 2 scenes till I work. Now I go on the set and I see how quick they're moving. They're moving like fucking molasses. So what do you think, about 12 o'clock? Yeah, 12, 1 o'clock after lunch. Shit. I go back to my trailer. I roll a joint. I go for a fucking walk. I burn that motherfucker and I come back and put a movie on and I sit there.
So you wouldn't be nervous about missing? Like I'm the king of nervous about stuff like that. Like I would always be nervous.
They won't switch.
I'm gonna miss it.
Sometimes they'll switch your number. Where were you? I was in the back looking at a bird. I go, hurry up, suit up. They're looking for you. That's, but you know, if they're into a scene and they're in the beginning of a scene, oh, you got time. Especially if people have to fall or something, a firecracker has to go off or something. They have to turn the cameras around. If you're shooting on a TV show, it's 2 ways. If you're shooting on a movie, maybe they take it from all angles. When I analyzed that, I was on the set from 8:30 to fucking 7:50.
Jesus.
Me and Anthony Lampaglia all day with fucking what's his name from Stripes directing all fucking day.
Ramis.
Oh,
cool.
And he was in front of us. They shot us from you. It was De Niro. So De Niro shoots from 12, 10, 2, 3, 9, 4, 8, and 6 o'clock.
And you have to do it all those times?
All those times.
I was shocked by that. I went to go see them tape the Matthew Perry show with my mom. We were there for like 4 hours, and they taped like not even the first act of the show yet. And we just got up and left. It was just too much. It was like we were there for like 4 hours.
Well, that shit takes time, and they got all the money in the world. So if the director wants to move, it's 3 takes. Boom, boom, boom. 1 for you, 1 for me. Do it the way it says on the book. Do it the way he wants to do it, not do it your way. Move on to the next one. Let's shoot from this angle. Let's shoot from this angle. I don't need you in this shot, Lee. Go sit down for 5 minutes because I don't see you. I'll just have a stand in. Me, I'm a professional. I stand in. I'll wait there and stand there.
Oh, so for like over the shoulder shot?
Over my shoulder, you can't see, blah, 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 blah. They're not going to see you on this shot. Go take a walk.
So with like stars like De Niro or something leave for that, all those shots are never them?
No, sometimes they walk away.
Oh.
I'll get water. I'll stay there. Sometimes if I'm not doing what I'm doing in my room, let's do it. I mean, all I'm doing is getting better. With De Niro, I wouldn't leave. I sat like glued with the next one.
Yeah.
I'm learning. So why not do the take? Keep doing the take. I'm only going to get better. I'm only going to get more confidence. I might learn something in the fucking takes.
Do they always shoot movies in single camera? Have there been any multi-cam movies? I was just thinking about how that might work
Well,
while
when
you're
they
shooting
shot
the
The
movie.
Longest Yard, for example, when I shot Spider-Man, there was cameras everywhere.
Oh,
The bigger the budget,
let's put a camera.
They put cameras everywhere. You know, at The Longest Yard, it was the first time they used that technology they're using in the NFL now, with the camera on the string.
Oh, yeah.
So there was some scenes we shot with a camera on a string, fucking, catapults and cameras and people hanging down.
And all at the same time. I guess for the football game, it would make sense.
For the football game, you have to shoot it because you have to have a camera on the running back, on who's ever going to make the tackle, on the quarterback. You have to have cameras on different people. So in editing, you can put it together. So you have to have all those cameras on the stars of the fucking team. The Longest Yard, they had shot, the same people that shot the other football movie had shot The Longest Yard.
Okay.
But I guess it was slower for some people. So those football scenes, you have to hike, and then the guy has to get the ball, and there's a camera there, so you see him running through. But you want to see him from the fans' perspective, and you also want to see him from the other side. It was very hard to shoot a sports movie. It's very hard to shoot a lot of fucking movies, man. It's just hard. And now that I've done it, when I watch movies, I know what they're going through. You know, I know what they're going through. When I see a movie getting shot, and I understand. You know, I shot Law and Order SVU in fucking January. You think they gave a fuck? It was 92 below zero, and the winds were coming off the Hudson, and fucking I was down on Canal Street, so those little winds were making me fuck. And in the video, you see me with a T-shirt on like it's fucking yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Like a robe on, like it's yesterday. In between takes, you put your jacket on, you warm up, they warm up your hands. But when you're right there, Jack. That's you talking like normal. You can't go, it's fucking cold. You got to fucking sit there and go, okay, this is what's going on. You know, when I shot that movie, I also talked to the guy that was in that boat movie from the guys from Boston, The Perfect Storm.
Okay, yeah.
The guy from Buffalo, the quarterback from the other team, from the Mean Machine.
Oh,
was
yeah.
the guy from Buffalo, whatever his name is. And I got friendly with him, and we were talking about that movie. And he was telling me it was 4 weeks of just underwater training. So before the movie, and they pay you for this, but before the movie starts, you got to go and jump in the ocean, and there's sharks, and they take that fear away from you, and you got to say that shit in the meetings. So what does this entail? You're going to be in the water, you're going to be in the ocean. You know that, right? It's cold. There's no heaters. Some of the scenes they do in a pool, and they throw ink in the water, and it looks like the ocean. But some of the scenes you got to jump in for 2 seconds. When we did the fucking thing scene, when we all jump in the mud in the longest shot, we get there. We got there that morning, and it was frozen. Nelly was concerned because he had a tour that weekend. He didn't want to get sick. It was fucking freezing. But once motherfuckers started jumping in, though, they were like, Joey, you jumping? They came up to me like, you don't have to jump in, and you don't want to. I was like, what, are you fucking kidding me? I'm jumping in. All these gorillas are going to jump in. What are you going to think of me if I don't jump in?
Right. And for stuff like that, though, did you do multiple takes of that? You probably can't.
We did 3 takes of that.
How do you do it? You have to take showers and change clothes?
They wiped us off. We went, cut. Then we all ran off. They take your clothes off. They dried us down. They had heaters there. We got heated up. We put shirts on. They dry our hair again. So it took like 4 fucking hours to do 3 takes.
Jesus.
They had to smoothen out the water, dry off the patches where people don't see the fucking thing.
Is acting really fun? Is it just super? Because everything I hear about it, from the audition process all the way through, doesn't seem like it'd be fun at all. But is the process of acting just a great time?
It's fun. I think all of this is fun. Did you watch the fights the other night? Carlos Condit says something at the end. He goes, I love doing this. I could tell you love doing it. If you don't love doing something that much, don't do it. If you're doing it for your dad, don't do it. And if you're doing it for your friend, don't do it. That's what makes things easy. I always thought, coming from a stand-up background, doing acting was always like my break every 90 days. Like, it took my mind away from stand-up, and I worked on a set for 11 days, 3 days, 6 days. I will cancel 3 weeks of work, not because of the money, just because I wanted to savor the moment. I like it. A lot of comics don't like it. I fucking love it. I love just dropping this shit for fucking 4 weeks, going to New Orleans and working 3 days on a movie, and even though it's overnight, whatever. That don't bother me, man. That shit don't bother me. I think it's fun. I think all these aspects for me are fun. But I really enjoy acting. But I also enjoy stand-up. The problem with stand-up is it's a business. And the business side of it fucking gets me depressed.
Even more so than acting?
Well, the business side of acting, you know what you're getting yourself into. It's scale. I'm a fucking union guy, so they pay me scale. So I know that sometimes if it's a TV show, you get more than scale because you're doing a guest star. But for the most part, you're working for fucking scale, which I know, and I have an option whether to do it or not. You following me? Everything's fun until you throw the business aspect of it in. At least it is for me. When I gotta ask you for money, it sucks dick. It sucks dick. Doing stand-up Monday through Friday when you're starting off, it's like, I can't describe it. But I could just imagine getting into photography for the first time, or getting into drawing art, or just taking colors and putting them on an Edsel, whatever the fuck the sheet's called. I'm not an internet or anything you do for the first time. That's what makes you fall in love with that. Now you want to seek more knowledge about it and fucking hunt it down and learn from different directors and anything. I'm not plumbing. There's some people, to you and me, plumbing is all a bunch of pipes. But to some guys, their family's been doing it for fucking 8 generations. And this means everything to them. When they weld a pipe, when they fucking prep the pipe with the copper and mold it, you're fucking, like that's what it is. A job is something that you do from 9 to 5. Something you love, you do all the time. It's not work. It's not work for me. When I answered 63 emails yesterday, it wasn't work for me. I enjoy talking to people about addictions, and thank you for listening to the podcast, man. I'm happy that you're getting something out of this, If not, I wouldn't fucking do it. I want to hear what people have to fucking say to me. Daniel Gant sends me a letter every fucking week of his family and trees and pictures, and it's all very interesting to me. These are the people that listen. Why is somebody this nice that takes pictures with a fucking sweater on and shit, even listening to the junk we got to fucking talk about? But that's what it, you always want to seek more knowledge. When I look at fucking Carlos Condit. They were talking about he's taking movement classes, and Carlos Condit never stopped. Never stopped.
And was something like he had like 500 strikes or something?
People always go, well, I'm taking time more. What time are you taking? What have you done? What have you fucking done? There's no time off. I was talking about how the holidays taper off, how people get lost in the holidays. And I get it. I understand for some people that they taper off during the holidays. I did it for years. And then I realized that when I was in town, I would book shit because everybody else was gone. For years, I would hit my biggest jackpots in December. I shot an NFL commercial Christmas Eve one year. I swear to my fucking daughter.
I've never heard of this. What happened?
An NFL promo. I booked it on the 22nd, and we shot it at 7 a.m. the 24th of December.
They must have really wanted that. Stuff doesn't really happen around that. Like, what was it for? Was it for the playoffs or?
For the playoffs. NFL. Let's go. Let's do this shit. I shot 2 promos. I still see the guy around town. He lives around town. He was going, hey, Joey, how you doing? He shops at Sherman Oaks. That fucking Rouse.
Oh, okay.
So I see the guy in there all the fucking time. So this is the shit that happens when everybody else isn't paying attention. I used to pay attention. I met Nick DiPaolo at an audition.
Really?
When they were going to fire Artie Lang from the Norm Macdonald show. You know when I went in on that? December 20th. The year I fucking went all the way to the end for Get Shorty, the sequel, they told me December 19th. But I didn't get it. All these things happened. The movie with Ving Rhames and the other black guy, Blade, when they were going to box Undisputed.
Okay.
That I booked it that time of the year. Around here was when they went to see me at the Comedy Store. Shit happens, but people are like, oh no, I gotta go back home for the holidays. My buddy had the job on fucking Training Day.
Which one?
Listen to me. He had the job on Training Day of going into Paula's neighborhood and talking to gangbangers and getting them all in the movie for $200 a day. They were paying him $400 a day. They offered him like a 6-week position. He was coming home telling me how he would hear Denzel rehearsing with Ethan Hawke in the other room. Like this was an education of a lifetime. He came to me after 2 weeks and he said, I'm going back home for the holidays. And I said, what are you going to do about that job? He goes, I just want to go home for the holidays. And I remember looking at him. They were giving him $2,000 a week. And he left the job after he got 2 checks because that's all he needed. He didn't care about the outcome. Most of the good things that happen when everybody else is fucking doing something else. And
well, he just didn't want that job then, because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
One year, like January 10th, I used to get the breakdowns in those days. The breakdowns, you get them at like 4 a.m. Somebody gets them, steals them from an agency and sends them to you, and then they send them to Lee. And that was my career. The breakdowns are where all the roles for movies come out. They let you know what's getting shot, who's looking for what, how many days, blah, 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 blah. So let's say it would say Breaking Bad. We're looking for a fat Cuban with a mobster look. We're looking for a Jewy guy that's bald, and he has to be under 5'6". You follow me? We're looking for a black dude with a big dick and one arm. And you look at that, and I remember, I'll never forget, sitting here like everybody was out of town working. And I'm like, this year I'm going to sit here. Because I would leave the whole month of January in the past.
Where would you go?
Syracuse, Miami Improv, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach Club, the Comedy Cabana. Yeah, I would disappear for the month of January, go to all those places and work, and then come back in February for pilot season. And there's one year, boom, characters wanted. Extreme looking guys, New York City looking guys. I looked and it was Spider-Man 2. And they said male headshots to whatever. I looked at the address. I had my wife look it up on the map, and she goes, that's an office. I said, you know what? I ain't doing nothing today. I put that envelope in and all, my headshot with a fucking letter. She cast Pretty Woman. The lady who cast Spider-Man 2, whatever her name was, cast Pretty Woman. So I said, I love Pretty Women. I know something with Cretendon. Go ahead, look it up. Something Cretendon. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? So I I went to her office in Beverly Hills, and I walked up the stairs, and I went to get the door, and the door was open, and I walked in, the assistant was sitting there, and I fucking gave her the envelope, and she's like, "What's going on?" I go, "No."
Diane Crittenden.
Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, dog? I'll never forget that name as long as I live. You understand? She put me in Spider-Man fucking 2 because I went down and put the envelope in. Because I basically did the work, you know? And that's what happens that time of the year. Nobody else is prepared. And there I am with my dick in my hand, ready to fucking go.
I think that's the most frustrating part for people trying to get jobs is that it very rarely, it seems, matters all about like your qualifications. I think probably close to 60% of it is who's there, like who they know and who's there.
And the hustle that you showed, maybe you showed up at 6 in the morning. Look, if I go get a job, I show up at 6. When you pull up, I want to be there at 7:15. That's the guy that gets the job. If it's a construction job, he's out there freezing. That's the guy I want. He's been out here at attention, saluting the flag for 45 fucking minutes. Everybody else is getting coffee, smoking cigarettes, thinking about their future. I told you this, that before the fucking break, I wrote a list of things I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to Taco Bell. I wanted to go to the strip club. Well, I went to the strip club one night by myself on a Sunday, and I went to the store. And I got off the one side. I didn't even know where that was. I knew it was somewhere in the fucking valley. I haven't been to a strip club, guys, and fucking since Eddie Bravo was a DJ at the one by the airport. And even that night, like I didn't get a lap dance, and I just went to pick up Eddie. One time I went with Joe for something else. That was it. But to be in a strip club like a man and sit there and watch women dance and shit. So I get off the fucking 170, and there it is. Lights and stuff. There's a pool hall next to it. I make a U-turn. I go, if I got to park in the back, I ain't going to go in there. If I got to park in the front, fuck it, I'll go in there. Pull up to the front. Boom. There's a parking spot. I have no valet parking, none of that shit. I walk in there. The place is dark. Right? I walk in there and I see fucking some people getting private dances. I walk into the back. I look around there. Nobody says dick to me. Guys are sitting there like fat chicks at a dance, waiting for somebody to come and ask them to dance. They're just sitting there like. I go, you know what? This is as creepy as it was the last time I came to a strip club. I'm out of here. I walk out. I get in the fucking car and I look up and there's a girl going like this. Hi. And I go, hi. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I look at her and she's like, come back. And I'm like, what? She's like, come back. I get out of the car and I go, what's up? She goes, oh my God, I can't believe you're in here. She goes like, I listen to the podcast. I'm sure her boyfriend listened to the fucking podcast. So I start talking to her. She's really fucking nice, you know. She's got a great body and stuff. And she goes, here's the menu. What do you want to do? And I go, I don't know. I haven't been to a strip club in years. They got like a 40-minute lap dance or a 20-minute lap dance or something. They got a 10-minute one nude.
40 minutes?
They don't serve booze.
I
got a 20-minute one. I said, fuck it. Give me one for 20 minutes. I was okay for about 8 minutes. I had like a nervous breakdown the first 6. And then after that, I loosened up. My dick got hard. You know, that's when you realize you're okay. Once your dick gets hard, you're fine. The first 3 minutes, it was brutal. The first 3 minutes, it was fucking brutal.
What was going through your head?
What was going through my head? Suicide. If I had a gun on me, I'd shoot her and then shoot me right there in North Hollywood, wherever the fuck I was. I'm not used to that stuff, Lee.
Was she facing you or was it like...
Oh, yeah, she was facing me. She was gorgeous. She was 28. She was Russian. She was beautiful.
I've never been in...
It freaked me the fuck out. And you know what? Like, I got a hard on. I nut in my pants. I fucking sat there for the last 8 minutes while she rubbed on me like half dead. Dizzy, like I was having a diabetic fit. And then once she got off, we talked for a little while, and then I went home, my little load in my pants, and dried it with a tissue and fucking watched that. The Honeymooners or some shit last Sunday night. That's what I did, dog. But I got it over with. Now I got to hit Taco Bell.
I was going to say, can you please tell us, the people, what the next thing on the list was?
It was Taco Bell. It was like cleaning out my closet. It was all shit that I fucking hate doing. And I had like 6 things on the list, and I did 4 out of the 6. 6 things that give me fucking anxiety. That's what I put on the list.
Did you do Taco Bell?
Not yet. That shit gives me anxiety. When was the last time you went to Taco Bell? Was it that fucking bad?
I like it when I'm drunk and high, but other than, especially here, it just seems stupid. When I can go get 4 tacos for $10 that are like actual tacos. It's the only time I would go.
Wait, let me ask you something.
What's up?
You and I drive on that fucking road all the time. Have you ever seen that Taco Bell not packed?
And
have you ever?
Never.
Never. I mean, the lines around the fucking block. Not lines around the block. I'm exaggerating, but the lines are around the island to the end of the parkway. Constantly.
All fast food. Fast food is always busy. And that's, his diet
Why don't other people think like you about the tacos? How much of the tacos are Taco Bell?
Here, I don't get it. Here, maybe $1. Maybe it might even be $1 here. I don't know how much tacos are there. But it's, the only reason I ever went is because like I was just so tired. Like after a day's work, I didn't want to get out of the car. So like I can see that if you're busy. But if you live, it'd be like in Buffalo, going to 7-Eleven and getting a buffalo wing at 7-Eleven rather than going to Anchor Bar or something. It's gross.
I just wanted to get some shit over with because I don't do shit, you know. Let me tell you something, man.
Oh, I'll eat the shit out of it. I'm just saying I feel that's the one I feel bad about. That and like KFC I haven't been to in years. That one always made me feel like shit.
I make notes in a notebook. I go to jiu-jitsu. I throw kettlebells around. I do a podcast. I hang out with my wife and my kid. That's about all. Anything else I do, I'm scared of doing or something. Like I talk myself out of it. And something really interesting happened last week. I saw the fucking 7-5 for the first time. And do you know what struck my head about this guy Mike Dowd and Chicky and Walter? You know what struck me? I was a little off last week, wasn't I not, Lee?
Some days I was. So it was because of this. Like, no, I mean, not super off, but I could tell some days.
It was because I felt something when I watched that fucking thing. I felt that. First off, that was me. You know, it's. And then I realized that wasn't me. That was still me. That I've been lying to myself for fucking years, like lying about who I am. Like, what happened was, Lee, at some point in my life, I got really fucking scared of something. Like something scared the shit. Remember I was telling you, man, that my friends, Fernie and fucking Conti all became Bible beaters, and my other buddy became Bible beaters, and it was like they saw something that one day made them slow down with the drugs or whatever the fuck. Well, one guy's not really a fucking Bible beater. He says he's an old Joel Osteen head, but I just found out he was doing blow a year ago, so it's all a lie anyway. But I think I was fucking out of my mind. Like everybody who saw that, they're like, Mike has no respect. And, you know, when we saw the one guy, he looked like a cop, but Mike was a fucking real deal. And the other guy was like, Mike was a perpetrator, whatever, a perp or whatever.
Yeah, that was the creepiest one.
When I heard Mike talk, you know, I never signed up for anything, Lee. I never signed up for anything in my life. I was a Boy Scout for 3 days. I never belonged to nothing. You know, it just never fit me. I always felt out of place. You know why, Lee? Because I was different in my head. Not because I was a comedian or something, because of the thoughts I would get as a young man and what I wanted to do. You know, when I was 16, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wasn't going to get a fucking job. I never had an aspiration of getting a job. And once I found out you could take shit, I knew I wasn't getting a fucking job. Like, I was like, I'm not fucking getting a job. Like, I'm telling you the truth. As my friend, I'm telling the podcast listeners how I fucking felt. You know, like, guys, I got in trouble for fucking putting a machine gun to somebody and taking the coke. Like, I didn't give a fuck. And the only thing that really stopped me from doing a crime spree was that I couldn't get anybody from North Bergen that I trusted. See, because having somebody with you that you trust is a different fucking story.
As a partner, yeah.
Now, I got locked up in 88, and I came back out. And I still fucked around with drugs and sold coke and made little moves. But when I went back home in 93, I did a couple more of those little fucking drug heists. I'm not going to lie to nobody and tell you that I didn't. And I made really good money on the second one. It got me started with my comedy career. It got me an apartment. It got me a little car. It paid off a lot of the debt I had. It paid off. And I liked it. When Mike Dowd is talking about that shit, my neck hairs was sticking up. Well, I know what it's like.
What about Chicky when they're talking about that first one where he called Chicky to go get the bag of money? And he was saying like how your heart just doesn't stop beating even until like 20 minutes after.
I am on adrenaline. I am still hooked on that jump. Like that was my biggest thrill. Like when I shoveled snow in Snowmass Village to watch some guy's house that sold coke, and he would leave, and I figured out a way to go into his apartment and just take a half ounce of coke every day without him knowing what was going on. And then at night, I go back there and buy $40 worth of coke and tell him I was broke and nothing was going on. But like I just played this role of a guy who didn't do blow. Meanwhile, I'm robbing the guy every fucking day without even no remorse or not thinking twice about it. Do I feel good about this today? Not at all. I'm not glamorizing this at all. I'm just telling you who the fuck I really was deep down inside.
So when you're watching this documentary, did a part of you ever be like, fuck, I should have been a cop? That would have been a great cover.
No.
Like, it worked great.
I wasn't a cop.
No, I know you
Listen
weren't a cop.
Me. I'm a criminal. There was no charade in my life. I never want a charade in my life. I could have been a cop. All those guys that I went to school with got hired as cops early on. I had no police record till later on. That's not who I wanted to be at all. I was not going to, embarrass that fucking thing and do that. I didn't like dirty cops when I was young, when they would come into my mother's bar, or when my mom had the place in the Bronx and they would come in for payoffs for numbers. It's not that I didn't like them. They just didn't appeal to me. I'm not talking about Mike as a cop. I'm talking as Mike, the mental state of Mike and my mental state.
Okay.
Like when he didn't know either. See, he didn't know. He became a cop early on, and he didn't know.
Yeah, he said he was clean for like 2 years.
He didn't know he was really a gangster. Once he saw it, once you see the opportunity, he was all in. I mean, listen, when you're about to go kidnap a woman, that's what it drives you to. When you're that crazy, listen to me, bro. I had done a lot of weird things up till I kidnapped Vella. Kidnapping Vella was a little high for Uncle Joey. Uncle Joey wasn't that fucking smart. I wasn't that prepared at that time. That was an unprepared move on my part. I knew it going in. I knew it wasn't going to work going in, but the addiction was making me do something different. The addiction was always there, and it makes you do something. It helps you a lot in making really bad decisions. As we all know, that's what part of the addiction is.
It's crazy, and he spoke about it in the documentary. He had a drinking issue and other things, and I was just watching it, and then with some of the stuff that he did, you wonder, like, and some of the stuff maybe that you did, if you weren't an addict, would you have done half the stuff the same way?
And listen, it could be an addict to the money.
Yeah,
you get addicted to the money.
Fuck yeah,
$8,000 a week. That's $4,000
minimum. That's just a
week.
start.
That's $16,000 a month cash.
No, $8,000 each a week. I thought.
Oh, $8,000 each a week. I didn't know.
That's
sure.
what I thought.
It's very interesting. When I was watching it, I looked at it from a different perspective. I got sad, but in a way I got very happy because I realized that I got to this part of comedy not as a criminal, but with a criminal mentality of sorts, like with the twittering in a way and all that shit. It's, for me, it was like everything else. I'd go into a bar, I'd see Lee, I'd ask Lee if he wanted a bump, I'd give him 2 bumps, and I'd cut him off. Eventually, you're going to come up with $40 to give to me.
Right.
You're going to go, where'd you get that? I got another package right here. Let's do this. And the next thing you know, I got you for $80.
So did you ever have a relationship with like the cops like that Barron did? And like that?
I had a relationship with 2 cops. I had a relationship with a cop in Jersey, and I had a great relationship with a cop in Aspen.
Jesus.
In Boulder, I got arrested because I probably didn't have a relationship. In Aspen, I didn't get arrested at all. Cops only came to my house one time in Aspen. I had no police contact in Aspen, even though I ran a fucking ton. I'm lying to you. I had police contact in '83 before I left. That's when they figured out it was me who was burglarizing things. But they didn't arrest me. They didn't have enough proof to arrest me.
Now, did you ever, like when you say relationships, did you ever have to pay them off, or was just you were friendly with them?
I paid them off with blows sometimes. Sometimes I gave them information, something. You got to give them something. They keep you out there, you got to give them something. You're not a snitch. I wasn't ratting nobody out. I would just know that Lee was getting 30. Lee fucked me one night on a pound of coke. Also, I find out that Lee holds his coke at that Honda dealership on the corners. He gets his deliveries there on Friday. You know what? You need a bust. You know what? When you bust them, though, don't forget about giving me something off the top. Because they're going to steal something. If they pick up 6 keys, you think 6 keys make it to the fucking police station? No, 4 keys make it to the police station. And then if you look at the fucking history of New York as a whole, okay, What kills me about the 7.5 is that everybody's going crazy like they never heard this shit before. For me, this is what I knew about every day. So for everybody else, they're like, oh my God, you know. Okay, so the coke gets to the warehouse. Once they book it into fucking, processing and it goes into evidence, the cop who booked it goes and gets 4 pounds of fucking dust. And now he goes back one night when nobody's watching. He takes 2 pounds of coke and puts because a kilo is 2 pounds pretty much. It's a couple fucking pounds. It's 32 ounces, 32.2 ounces or 34.2, something to that effect. It's 2 pounds. So you go back with 2 pounds of cut. You take an ounce of coke, put it in there just to sort of passes the test. And that's what these cops are doing. All of them became drug dealers. All of them. They would bust you and sell your drugs back to you. Cut. You're like, what the fuck is this?
What do you mean?
So I would take 2 pounds of coke from Lee.
Right.
Come to the car, pull you over. Lisa, yeah, boom, smack you. What do you got in the fucking trunk? Nothing. I take out, you got a kilo of coke, right?
Okay.
I take it with me. And you got
a call coming in.
Go ahead. Yo.
Joey.
What's up, my brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. How you guys doing? All right, Mikey Dad?
Yeah, we're hanging out here on Las Olas in Fort Lauderdale right now, me and Walter.
Okay. Everything all right? What's happening with Walter? You guys eating dinner down there? Did you eat some Cuban food?
Well, not yet. We might have touched from a Cuban restaurant buffet. We'll have that in tomorrow, but we had to bounce and do the whole Lauderdale trip, shooters and right now Las Olas, we've been driving a lot on the road the last couple of days, quite a bit.
Good for you, man. How long are you staying down there?
We're going to be down here only till Thursday. I'm flying back Thursday. I did my uncle a favor. He moved his rest of his contents from his home down to Florida because he's going there full time. And he did the Jersey to Florida for about 8-10 years. Now he's moving full time. So, got to do the right thing for the family. So
No, I hear you. We were just sitting here talking about how the last week and a half or so, the 7.5 has been all over Twitter. It plays on Showtime, and people from farmers, in white America see this shit and their jaw drops, and it's just a sensational story about one of many, one of many that was one of the worst precincts in the country for a long time. And here you are. I mean, you did your fucking time, Mike Dodd. I mean, you don't owe nobody nothing. You did your time. Nobody could fucking judge you.
You wouldn't believe that. You're saying that shit. Am I on live radio? How much does this work?
Yeah, you can talk.
No, my thing is I did my time, but you wouldn't believe the haters that are out there. Like, this is America, a second chance place of opportunity. We were built on corruption to begin with. We all make mistakes. We pay our dues. I got people hating me. You should be dead. You should die of cancer. What am I supposed to do? I'm sorry. Can I say it once and be over? Or can I keep going on for the rest of my fucking life? I don't know.
It's amazing how for years I also avoided responsibility. Once you do your time, you learn how to claim responsibility. I tell people that who shot Kennedy? I did. Just to end the conversation. That's how you start thinking. The other night I had an argument with a friend of mine at dinner. As I dropped her off, I went out, I hugged her and I said, hey, it's a bigger man, the bigger the fucking mistake. And she goes, I know, I love you. And that was it. That's it. You're not hiding in a fucking bush, hiding. That's why I give you all the credit in the world. There has nobody in the history of this shit that I've seen get more enthusiastic when you're telling the story about finding fucking money. Only I used to get that enthusiastic.
Listen, there's nothing to sensationalize about the crimes we did, But the fact is, money, that's what we got our bed for. We put our pants on, we put our shoes on to go make money. So when you find money, you're not thinking about the blood that was spilled over it. You're thinking about what I got in my hand right now. I want it. I need it. If I don't need it, I know someone that does. I gave a lot of money away, but, they don't write about that. They write about, the condos on the ocean and the fucking Corvettes and all the bullshit, But, I don't want anybody to pat me on the back for anything I did. I just want to take responsibility for what I did. And the thing that I found is that the more responsibility I take, the better I feel. And, if you don't like me for it, then I'm sorry. But that's what we do in life. We take responsibility. You can't be shy to talk about it because there's others out there that wish they could and they can't because they never came clean.
Mike Dowd, my life. Oh my God, my life changed once I started talking about the kid. Something I was so embarrassed about.
Right.
Something I was so embarrassed about. And one day I started singing about it, talking about it, and everything fucking changed. My life changed. Some people handled it and they went away. They couldn't handle it and they went away. And the people who did handle it, they're still here.
You know why? Because the people that we meet should judge us for how we treat them. You know, and listen. I'm not condoning any criminal conduct, and I don't think you are as well. You know, but we still have to live a life, and you know, you have to put your arm around somebody that turns their life around and goes forward, and wonder how they do it. I mean, because I didn't know how to do it. I just do it one step at a time every day. It's like almost like an AA program. You know, one step at a time. You know, so.
What's great about the documentary is that we see the evolution. Whoever directed it or you as a storyteller, I could see how two young guys become cops, you know, get shot at, blah, 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 blah. You look around and all of a sudden one day you find an envelope, you find another one. And you got in so deep that at one point you're drinking just to keep you fucking sane. That's what a lot of people don't understand. But at one point, you're doing so many things. You got so many things going on in your fucking day that the alcohol is the only thing that makes you focus and put you to sleep at night. So you don't have to think about that shit because that's when the ugly comes out. Once you're home by yourself at night, you had a couple drinks and a couple tuturuts, and you're sitting there going, are they going to fucking come in through the floor? Who's going to know that they have a camera there? You know.
Oh, God. Oh, I've been on a lot of cameras, so I don't know how they didn't catch me back in 1988 or 89. I just don't get it, you know. Which is why the thing turned the way it did, because, I mean, if you ain't going to catch me now, you people suck. I mean, and I don't mean to put anybody down. I mean, I put my Corvette in the lieutenant spot. I mean, come on. I was making $33,000 a year, and the car was $36,000. I just lost $1,500 in the casino, and everybody in the police department knew it. I mean, it was embarrassing in a way. I was like, when are you going to grab me? For Christ's sake, rescue me from myself, because I couldn't do it, you know? But, hey, it is what it is.
You know, and those...
You know what? Walter's sitting here fooling around with his Twitter and all that shit right now.
I want to put him on, but I got to ask you something else. Well, a lot of people also don't understand. A lot of the people that are watching this are young. I left New York, Walter. When I I grew up in Manhattan, but my mom had the bar in Jersey, the whole thing. But I had a Santeria godmother on 148th and Broadway.
She did the candles?
Everything. She was the baddest bitch in the world. When I see you, I'll talk to you more about it. I grew up on 148. And on the corner, they sold weed. Since I was a kid, even if I didn't smoke weed, there was a Puerto Rican kid, and then he became a Cuban kid, then he became a black kid. And one day in 85, I went to see my godmother before I was leaving for Colorado. And I went on that same fucking block. And do you know what, Mike? I could not find one seed of marijuana. It was crack.
Oh, yeah.
Crack had taken over the city. From 85 to 91, what he's talking about was just something that you couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
Those pictures, that's not...
You know, it hit the police department the way it hit the street. I mean, not to deflect, not to take responsibility, just it hit us all by storm, you know, and it was like, you know, you watch a tornado whip into a neighborhood, and when the tornado walks out, you know, the neighborhood's devastated, and people are like, wow, it's a beautiful day today, the sun's out. That was the same thing like it hit the city. It was amazing how destructive it was. And, you know, a lot of people got sucked up in the winds of the tornado, the funnel, whatever you call it.
Yeah, you know, I left New York from 85 to 91. And I was telling Lee when I watched you on that show the other day, I kind of got sad, Mike, because you want me to tell you, first off, Mike, if I move to New York, the first guy I'm hanging out with every night is you. And I'll tell you why, because what I don't have out here is the quality you have. You might have fucked up, whatever. I'm out in California where people don't look you in the eye. Here you are telling me the truth, and it made me think about, you know, this comedy thing. I did this as a by the way, Mike.
Right.
I did this as a by the way. Something happened to me when I hit my 31, 32. I got really scared, Mike. I had done my last drug rip the summer of 93 on 178th, right by Washington, up to Washington Heights. That's when the Dominicans were up there, and we followed the car, and the guy ran out of the car. It wasn't even, we didn't have to say tie you up. The guy before that.
They thought we were the police.
They thought we were the cops. And that was it. Hilarious. And that was it. And I left away. But I got to tell you, what you did is what I always wanted to do. I love all that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. You want me to lie to you and tell you I grew up to be a comic and I wanted to hang out with these fucking morons that have no loyalty and nothing? I wanted to grow up with men who had fucking loyalty. And yeah, you fucked up a little bit. And you had a good time. You laughed. You went to Atlantic City. You know, the fucking whole thing. You ate the all-you-could-eat crab buffet. But there was something, I like that. I wanted to always be that. But the problem that happened with me...
I grew up watching Miami Vice, you know what I mean? There's all about Tubbs and the other guys, Crockett and Tubbs, these guys in their Capezios or whatever the hell they're wearing with their white slacks and their nice little paisley stuff they were wearing. It just made, you always want to be that,
So
there's something about it.
This morning I get up at 5, I'm writing, and all of a sudden at 6 I turn on the news and I see Miami Vice is on. And I turn it on, it's the episode where Crockett loses his mind. Towards the end, when everybody lost their mind, they were all doing blow. So they came up with a subplot that Crockett lost his mind. Joe Santos is in the episode. The other kid, the gay guy, El Gato, he was in the episode.
Say that. I must have took contract over that word.
El Gato. El Gato. Oh, you can't say the gay guy?
I got in trouble using the word fag or something.
You can't say the word fag no more. But this guy was a gay guy. But in 1980, he was a fag. See, that's the difference. Now he's a gay. That's the evolution of the fag. They used to be fags. Now they became gay.
I love them all. So don't disparage.
No. Please. I got a cousin who came from Cuba.'s gay as hell. I love him to death. I don't give a fuck about that. Right? I'm just saying I watched this episode today, so for you to say that shit. Where's Walter at?
He's right here.
Let me talk to that savage.
Well, say hello to Joey and his people. He got a couple questions for you specifically. Not about the network enough. That.
Walter.
Joey, how are you, Joey?
How are you, Walter? What's happening? Happy New Year, my brother.
You too, man.
Are you still Are you still 6'6", 300 pounds?
6'9".
6'9".
Yeah, 6'5", about 285 now.
How you doing, Walter?
In different places.
How you feeling these days?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good about this.
How was that part of your life? Just a fucking nightmare, huh?
Well, it was bumpy road, but I enjoyed every bump. I can't say I didn't do it. I did. We had fun. Landed on my ass, though. That's all.
That's it. That's the problem. You landed and you got right back to fuck up. You have a question for Walter? This is Lee Syed. He's the co-host here.
Hi, Walter.
Okay.
It was just crazy. I was watching it again today, and they described you as like a ball of adrenaline just like crashing through. Like that's who I want to be. I'm a short Jewish kid who never did anything, and I would love to be the muscle for something. That's so cool. Just like to know that you're there to like kick ass.
Well, that's what we did. I mean, we did do our jobs. We protected people. We protected the public. It was the extracurricular activities that the police department didn't appreciate.
Well, it was crazy how you said that like the police department trained you for those robberies. Like you used the formation that they taught
They trained us for the robberies, exactly.
It's crazy how you said a word that when I got locked up, I worked in the kitchen, and there was a black kid. His name was Etchy, and he would always come in every day and go, "Freeze!" And everybody would actually go, "What the fuck, Etchy? Cut the shit out." And when you said it, it took me back to fucking Etchy saying freeze or whatever. But it was watching it. You were there. It took me there. I'm a fan of Mike's. I'm a fan of yours. You turned your life around, and here you are to tell your story, man. And if you really look at it, that's the American way.
A lot of people, it doesn't say in the film, but a lot of people don't realize I went to prison twice.
Oh, you did get locked up also?
I went twice. I went in 89 and again in 92.
For the same crimes?
No, I got arrested in 88 for knocking off a bodega, according to Internal Affairs. But it was just like what we said. It was a front, and we were picking up money. And it just went through the system. That's all it did.
And then the second one in 92, you came back, and you weren't a cop now, obviously.
No, I wasn't a cop when I come out in January 92. And then 4 months later, these guys got locked up, and I got sucked in right along with them. only because I knew him. And it was actually Kenny. He asked me one of these days that when I got out of jail. You still there? When I got out of jail, he asked me, he says, "Can you deal?" And I turned him down. And I started trying to lead a straight life, and I did. But just got caught up in a whirlwind. After Michael for years, and anybody that was attached to him in any way, shape, or form. And that's how I ended up in jail the second time too. But Michael's like my brother. He took me in my first bit. When I got arrested, everybody turned their back on me, including family. And Michael took me in. Kept an eye on me for a year and he drove me to jail. So hey. So
it's
the way that went.
You got a story and a half, Walter. I'm happy you survived through this. I'm happy you got a second chance. We learned the lesson, and that's it. You move forward, man. Enjoy your little vacation, and hopefully I'll meet you guys in New York in February. Or Mike's going to come out. And we're going to show the 7.5 in the office in the studio here. We can talk about it. Whatever, you're welcome. I'll keep you guys posted, and that's it, my brother.
Sounds good, man.
Let me talk to Mike real quick and just give him one last one if he's not busy there.
Appreciate the reach out. Be good.
Thank you, brother.
Joey.
Mike, so I'm telling these guys, you're going to come back. We're going to come in studio. We're going to play the movie. We'll sit here for a while, talk about it, what you were really going through. Because a lot of times you watch stuff like that and you leave out certain things. Say, I wanted to leave this in, so make some notes and we'll chit-chat about that. And that's it, man. I got nothing but love and respect for you. You did what you did. You told your story. You did your time. Listen, to make some eggs, you're gonna, to make an omelet, you're gonna have to break some eggs. I'm sure people got hurt along the way, but they were in the game also. Sometimes.
There's no innocent victims here. Thank God. Of course they're gonna say I had people murdered and shit, which isn't true. But I want you before we shut down. I don't know if it's going out live or not, but themikeDowd.com or themikeDowd on Twitter and Instagram. I wish people just give me a shout out. I try to get back to everybody that sends me a private message. And also John Cardillo show on iHeartRadio is what we're down here for. John, he's a little NRA nut job,
right?
A little conservative psycho, but he's entertaining. And you know what? This is all about a little bit of entertainment in my life too. So it's John Cardillo at iHeart and themikeDowd.com or themikeDowd on Twitter and Instagram. I'd appreciate it if you could shout that out. Say hello. I try to get back to everybody.
Okay, no worries, man. Listen, like I said, you got nothing but love from me here, and we'll talk. We'll have you in studio.
God bless you. My love is back at you, Joe. And my peeps say hello.
Love you, man. Stay black.
I love you. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Bye.
Little Tony Bennett. Let me give some shout outs to my main man, David Christensen. Always talking back and forth with me. Buffalo Magic. I love you guys. Valdemar, Richter, Mark Thomas, Rob Bradley, Heidi Gelbis Young down there in Arizona holding it down. Edwards Automotive and Space Monkey Sean. I love you, motherfuckers. Remember the Savage Dad Tour? Starts in Charlotte, January 28th. The following week in St. Louis at Helium.com. But go to joeydiaz.net for t-shirts and for all your tour dates. He refixed the webpage. We're going to start doing the blog on there pretty soon. I think the podcasts are up on there. He had the last podcast up, so that's great. So the webpage is looking up. Go to joeydiaz.net and see what else is crack-a-lacking. Yeah, it's. Listen, man. Everybody has a system, and couple of years ago, I was on a tour with a comic who was very nice. We got into the conversation about a dirty cop, and this guy lost his mind. He couldn't believe it, and I get it. I had a lot, as an American, you have a lot of respect for cops, and sometimes, but this was a different time, and this was a different era, and the only way you could fucking really judge it is if you were in there, and I knew those neighborhoods. I knew those fucking neighborhoods. I wouldn't go there. Really? I wouldn't go there for drugs. Fuck no. Even that Washington Heights in the 80s got scary. They killed a cop with a bucket of spackle. They were throwing spackle from the roofs at the cops. Jesus. These motherfuckers were running, this was street game. And sometimes, you look at your paycheck and you're getting $600 a week, but that's what you signed up for. So a dirty cop is a dirty cop. I just happen to like this guy because these are the guys I grew up with, number one. Number two, like I said to you guys, I watched this show and it really fucked up my insides for a few days. Because my wife said to me in New York, how did you leave this place? This is you from your head to your toes. What you're doing now is like a sham of who you are. Like, you're a fucking city guy. And people understand it was a big sacrifice for me to leave. It was a fucking huge sacrifice for me. I love New York City. I love the action. I love the adrenaline. I love all that shit. But part of me knew I wouldn't survive. And I didn't want to die. Not like that on the fucking streets. Not like that, man. No. And then when I went to Colorado, I was telling Timmy Holloway this morning, I was fucking crazy when I went to Colorado. When I went to Colorado in 85, it was like Joe Rogan said. It was like putting a kid in a candy store. I did what the fuck I sold a membership to the mob. You understand me? You understand how fucking crazy I was? When I got divorced in 91, I went back into street mode. I started selling Valiums, and I started hustling, Jack. I started selling neon door to door, and I just started fucking hustling, and one thing led to another, and next thing you know, I always knew that I could go back to selling something if I got in a bind. Those first couple of years here, I would sell something from time to time. I was always putting a move together. If rent wasn't made by the 25th and I had 6 days to go, that means you got to sell an 8 ball or 2. You got to come up with, $400 or $500. Something's got to be done. So I would do it because I always knew I could go back to it. And number two, I was fucking good at it. It's what I know, Lee. It's what I know. This comedy thing was something I hit under, and it hit because I happen to tell these fucking stories and shit like that. It's scary. It scares the shit out of me.
It's crazy how different people can grow up. Like, I'm one of the people, I watched that documentary. My only experience with cops until maybe like high school was Officer Rocky. He was the dare cop, and he came in like with like a stuffed animal. And like to think about cops going and giving a police escort to the head of a mob is I know it happens now, but if I had watched this at like 15,
well, I think corruption is down now. I think corruption still exists. It's just a little down now because you have more eyeballs, you have more film, you have more camera, you have more, and still cops are shooting people. Cops are shooting people more than fucking ever. But I mean,
maybe because they can't steal. Maybe because they were making all their money from all that.
I don't fucking know, but it's just listen, man, you're paid to protect the public, and it turns into something else, and I get it. And sometimes life turns into something else. Sometimes you come to me and go, Joey, I'm a good-looking girl. I'm 23. I got a great body. I got a boyfriend who's a loser. Every time I take my shirt off, guys go crazy. Why shouldn't I go strip? And I'm going to go strip for 6 months. My friend said I can make $5,000 a week. I don't have to fuck nobody. You go up there, you're stripping. All of a sudden, one day, somebody gives you a taste of coke. And you start doing coke. And even though you're doing the classes now, you meet some guy. And all of a sudden, what you thought was you had a lid on, you don't have a lid on. And I'm just using a stripper. I'm not, it could be anybody. It could be a construction worker. It could be anything. You just get caught up in things. That's why I always tell people to think about what they're doing before they go down there, or think, because you never know. People fucking get caught up.
And to me, I mean, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he was being honest, but it sounded in the documentary like he liked being a cop. And like he was proud of it. Like when they asked how long were you a cop, he knew to like the month. And just stuff like it just seemed like he was.
Sometimes life gets out of. Sometimes life, you just lose hold on it. I know people listening to this podcast, half of you are going one way, half of you are going the other way. But the bottom line is sometimes you lose focus of something.
You wanted to be in the military, right? You almost signed up for the Marine. Which one? Something? Like, what if you had done that? Then this could have been the same path, kind of.
I wanted to please my mom. My mom always said you have to join the military when you get older for a few years and stuff. And I didn't know what I was going to do. Like I said, I had no idea. It's not like I grew up going, I'm going to be a fucking fireman or, you know, I didn't know. I didn't fucking know. But once I started doing drugs and she was gone, I had no family and I had nothing to, you know, in a way live for, in a way. That's why I became what I did. And that's why I took the chances I did. You know, I took the chances I did because I really had nobody at home. Nobody to please, nobody to make proud, nobody to do nothing like that. And when you don't have that, you know, fuck it. I used to tell my friends, listen, I'm going to rob this with you, but I don't want you doing it. Let me do this. If I get busted, I know your mom. I don't want your mom mad at me. Shit like that. I was guys, you know?
Right. And the other guy in the documentary, Kenny, in some way I related to him a lot. And how he just got caught up in it. And it sounded kind of like you. He said the only reason he was a cop was because that test was before the firefighter test.
You don't know. You don't know. You grow up in some of those areas, you really don't know. Some kids are blessed. They know exactly what they want to do when they're 16. They want to be a pilot. They already have a path. Others don't know what they want to do till they're fucking 30. And that's just the way it fucking happens, you know? I mean, it's the elephant in the room, so I got to talk about it. You know, I was talking about how I never joined nothing. I was never really a part of nothing, Lee. You know, I was a fucking criminal. And when I moved back to Colorado in '93, and I did that stupid thing in New Jersey, and I made some money, I went with the intention of becoming a comic. I went back to Colorado with two intentions. First, to become a dad, and then to become a comic. Okay, that was the plan.
When you went back after being in New York?
In New York. This is '93, November of '93. I go back to Colorado, and I work at it. And I'm trying to be a dad, and I'm trying to do the best I can, but I'm getting into arguments with this chick, and I'm getting hot with my ex-wife, and I'm getting hotter and hotter. And all of a sudden, through all this, who I was coming out. I was getting hotter and hotter, and when it comes to that, I don't know the diplomacy side. I don't know anything of that side. I just know the street side of things. I know the street side of things. And you can't disrespect me, and I can't disrespect you. And this can't keep going up. And I got out of control and whatever. And I got hotter and hotter. And like I said, I was a criminal then. I would rob anything in those days, especially after I got out of prison and after I got separated. I was very careful in my steps. I was very careful what I did.
Were you not careful before?
I was always careful, but I didn't pay attention. I paid attention a lot more. I paid attention to what I was selling, who I was with, and the things I was doing. I wanted to keep things under a certain radar, so if I did have to go back to jail, you follow me? And I was in my heart, I just wanted to get out of whatever I was doing and just be a comedian. But it didn't work that way. It didn't work that way. You had to work hard, you know, and I would go out at night, and some months, man, I made it. I paid my rent, and I could pay my car payment, I could pay a little child support or whatever. And some months I didn't. And the months I didn't, I sold pills or I sold coke or, you know, I robbed some, whatever the fuck I could do, like, you know. And I got into comedy. And like I said, I never belonged to anything. I was lost. And from the minute I got into fucking comedy, people come up to me and say, hey, man, is Mitzi Shore seeing you yet? When she sees you, you're going to be at the fucking store. And all of a sudden, I get made a regular at the fucking store. And one thing leads to another. And I got to tell you something, man. I did some fucked up things at the store. Like, I would steal phones, like cell phones. People would do, like, help, lost and found, and put them in lost. And I would take 3 phones and take them to Crenshaw and sell them to this black bank robber I knew. He used to hang out with Eddie Griffin at the Comedy Store, and they were criminals. They got arrested for robbing a bank in L.A.
I know we don't have time for that story right now, but we're going to put a pin in that.
Yeah, which one? The fucking bank robbers? The black robbers from Crenshaw? They used to hang out at the store with Eddie Griffin, and they were from St. Louis. In fact, they did a long stretch for bank robbery here in L.A. One of them got shot right here in L.A. That's why I don't see them. I never saw those guys again. This was 99, 2000. But as I had a hard time there in the beginning, some guy said I was doing it. He was Jewish, and he said I was doing one of his jokes, and I kind of pushed him, and he fell down. I never really had a problem after that. I had an argument with Don Barris. I had an argument with this kid that broke the microphone one night. I told him, don't touch the microphone because you're going to break the microphone, and nobody else is going to be able to go up. What do you think the fucking kid did? He broke the microphone. So me, him, and this other kid went to war for a few months. But it was things that happened with personalities. It wasn't me trying to be a scumbag to other comedians. Before I got into comedy, I read that book by fucking my favorite Jewish comic, whatever, Lenny Bruce. And there's one book, and he spoke about the camaraderie of comics. And I had always believed in the camaraderie of comics. I wasn't a criminal no more. You know, guys, I'm good at some things, but I'm very naive at the others. You know, there's treachery in the regular business world. There's treachery at a Fortune 500 company. There's always somebody trying to stab somebody in the back. But I was so naively, I didn't really believe that happened in comedy until I got to the store.
Why? Did you think it was because it was positive? Like, why would it?
Yeah, it was an art. It was an art. You know, it was just something that I didn't really have to fuck with Lee. You know, I didn't know I had to fuck with Lee to do this. So when I got to the store, people tried to fuck with me a little bit, and I bounced back, and then I just did my spots, and then I got into some beefs, and the word got out that I stuck up for myself, and I really didn't give a fuck. So people left me the fuck alone, okay? And all of a sudden, I'm in there, and this kid comes in, and he's really cool, and we used to talk all the time, John Caparulo. We'd talk about this or that, and blah, 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 blah. And he was a funny kid, and he would go on stage, and everybody giggled, and I used to giggle with fucking Duncan. Me and Duncan had him believing that if he wanted spots, he had to pay $15 a spot. That this is how we did it at the Comedy Store. And he was so naive. He was just a sweet kid. But one day he starts getting success, and Duncan quits after they did the Comedy Store show on TNT. Remember years ago, TBS did the Pauly Shore and all that?
I heard about it.
Duncan quit. Duncan said, fuck you. I'm not being in no show. I'm not being in no show with Pauly Shore. So Duncan quit. So they made the phone guy the fucking the talent coordinator, which wasn't a good move on Mitzi, but she didn't have time to look around. Plus, the kid took the job for fucking peanuts. But after about 2 or 3 years, the kid's job went to his fucking head. And here's this Caparulo kid fucking with Tommy, you know, and they like each other and they have whatever means. And in 2006, I was fucking knee deep in addiction, dog. I would basically go to the store to buy blow. I would do my spot and make a U-turn and go to either El Compadre or to the Martel Cartel and buy blow and go home. And I could see that there was something in the air that was different. You know, Joe Rogan was huge. He was coming off Fear Factor. He would pack the place every week with a fucking MySpace in that day or whatever the fuck was popular in those days.
MySpace.
It was MySpace, and he packed the place out. And I could tell there wasn't a good feeling towards him. He was doing 40 minutes, not on my end. I loved it. He would get me and Ari to go up perform and do 15 minutes, you know, and he would follow us, you know, like he would go, I want to follow these two fucking guys because they make me work, you know. And things started getting heated. And one day I'm sitting on the thing. It's like October of 2006. I'm deep in addiction, guys. I'm about to get surgery on my neck, the fat ball I had on my neck. And I'm sitting out there, and also Joe Rogan's on tour with Tom Segura, Charlie Murphy, and the other kid from Michigan. There's a really nice kid. John Heffron. And they're doing a tour. And I'm sitting out there, and Fucko comes up to me, Caparulo, and he goes, hey, man, when your buddy comes back, he's trying to be cute. He goes, when your boss or your buddy comes back, he's not going to be able to do 40 minutes. And then Tommy came out. He said, did you tell him? And they were both giggling. I go, you know what? Both of these can go fuck yourselves. And I knew what time it was. They went away giggling too. But I knew what time it was. I could see that something was a brewing. You know, the night with the Pauly Shore thing, when TNT came to see him, they didn't make Rogan go up on stage. And then there was an argument between Pauly and this other manager and Joe Rogan. And I turned my back because I thought Rogan was going to knock him out. I wanted, if I had to take a lie detector test, I wanted to pass it. Were you looking? No. Did you hear the smacks? Fuck no. But Rogan didn't smack those guys. Rogan is smart, and he walked away. And that was the end of the conversation. So I knew it had something to do. It was just fucking people, the way they get. Comics are fucking little cunts sometimes. So one day I get a call from fucking Tommy, like January, before I do the surgery and on my neck. And he's telling me how Carlos came in there and bumped John, and that's not right. And I tell him, I said, listen, man, the last I checked Carlos on TV, he gets every right. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Caparulo is funny. I'm like, Cap's a funny guy, but he ain't funny than fucking Carlos, bro. and nobody knows who the fuck he is. So knock it the fuck off with that shit. Well, I wanted you to tell Joe. What they were trying me to do was to get Joe riled up. Eventually, I got Joe riled up on his own, and whatever went down with Carlos happened. I was not there that night. I was recovering from my neck, the surgery. And once I saw that fat ball that came out of my neck, it was the people talking shit behind my back. I could see that fucking comedy store. So I said, fuck it. I'm not going in there no more with those fucking Espiritos Malos. I just made up my mind 2 months before. Like that December, I'm like, I'm not going in there no more. Because I know I'm going to end up knocking somebody the fuck out, number one.
You think you would have hit somebody? Jesus.
I was close. So I said, fuck it. And then the Jeff Valdez thing went down. And I went back in there one more time, and that proved it. I went off on him. A fight. The LA Times wrote a story about it, that I fucking called the guy out for being a creep. Another fucking creepy producer, Jeff Valdez. So I had made that really pushed me over. Like I hadn't been there 9 months. If I had any thoughts of being in there, they were done that night. And I just didn't come back. I wasn't banned or nothing. I walked out on my own 2 feet like a gentleman. But the whole time I'm hearing these fucking ramblings about this cunt Caparulo. I'm hearing these fucking little ramblings, how he's telling people they can't go up in front. This went on for years. You know, Rogan was doing that Friday when they threw Joe Rogan out. The comics were supposed to do a walkout. But Mitzi Shore said if somebody walked out, they wouldn't get spots no more. So they bailed. So right there, my camaraderie belief in comedy went out the fucking window right there. And I told Joe 1,000 times, don't even talk to those punk-ass bitches no more. But Joe's a nice guy. Me, I see him now. I say hello, but I know what they're about. You can't take these faggots into war because they're going to fold. So, go ahead.
I hate to say it. Are you worried that something that might happen with what you're
Oh,
talking
sure.
about now?
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck.
Because that's the biggest. I learned that lesson early. Like,
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck.
People will go rile you up, and then when it's time to fall,
they all walk away. If you listen to the Carlos Mencia tape, they're in the back jumping, yelling, screaming. Once it was time to bail up, nobody did fucking dick. So, but anyway, that's a complete different story. This is going on over the years. I'm hearing this shit. I'm hearing that he's saying I'm not funny, that Tommy's saying I'm not funny, that I was Mitzi's favorite, blah, 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 blah. So I didn't say it. And then one day, I stopped doing blow. And I started thinking about it. So like in 2013 or something, I was doing an interview, and I said it. I said, Caparulo's a fucking cunt. And his buddy Tommy. I wasn't going back up. I didn't give a fuck. And what are they going to do, come get me at my house? Is that what you think they're going to fucking do? They don't have the ball. Anybody who goes to a talent coordinator and tells them that you can't put somebody on before me or after me. Then he started complaining about Bobby Lee going on after him. You know why? Because he was too funny. He wanted to be the star of the whole fucking night. He wanted people to leave at 11 and go, wow, that Caparulo is something else. So he wouldn't let Bobby Lee go up. Then he started on fucking Bill Crystalia. And then, you know, when Adam came back, the talent coordinator from the store came back, he had to call a bunch of other comedians to say, come back. Hannibal Buress, Al Madrigal. He called a bunch of comedians. And yeah, some of them had problems with Tommy, but some of them had problems because Caparulo didn't like him there. Caparulo felt threatened by them. He's that much of a fucking pussy. He felt threatened by that. And that's not what a comic does. A comic doesn't take money out of somebody else's pocket. Okay, I'm very hurt in 2 things that happened in my career. Once, I didn't book The Sopranos because Steve Sharippa went and talked about me to the producers. I didn't like that. I didn't get the job. He took money out of my fucking pocket. Somewhere along the line, you have to pay for that. That's karma when you take money out of somebody's pocket. Just like stealing. You're stealing. It's the same fucking principle.
I feel I never give a bad review to anybody. Like an Uber driver, like I feel bad for that stuff. And I've heard of people being like, I don't want to follow somebody, he's too funny. I've never heard of someone saying I don't want someone to follow me. That's
what he was doing. So and listen, when somebody says they don't want you following me, that means you want to be the funniest fucking guy around. You don't want to be fucking threatened. So people left. People like, you know what? Like a lot of people went down there, and Caparulo probably like, I don't want him down here. And sure enough, Tommy believed him. And trust me, I've heard those stories too of people going down there and being funny after him and never getting a spot ever again, like till late night. You know, just 1,000 shitty things. And Tommy did 1,000 shitty things. Not only that, but he robbed the fucking joint. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar behind the register. Here's a kid with a trust fund that was robbing. You understand me? So listen, both of them suck dick. Both of them are 2 dick-sucking motherfuckers. So Rogan goes on I go on Rogan's podcast Christmas Eve, and I say the truth. Rogan's up there being a nice guy saying, oh, well, the fucking guy, the Comedy Store, the computers, why cool people go down. No, cool people go down there because Tommy and that cunt Caparulo don't go down there no more. So a couple of weeks ago, what's the fat dude from fucking the Goldbergs?
Oh, Jeff Garland.
Jeff Garland goes down there and bumps Caparulo. That's why you didn't see him for a long time. That's why he hadn't been down there, because he was pissed about that. He was pissed about me and Joe being back down there. He was pissed about Magic. He was pissed about the lineups, bro. He's pissed about the heart of the lineups. This is a comic that's just at home. You know, and that's all he's fucking doing.
And haven't the lineups been great?
The lineups are sensational. Yeah. And he's not on them. He's not on them because he ain't around. This fucking smoke, this fucking fire, guys. I'm not making this fucking shit up. This is not slander. This is a human being telling you what the fuck happened. Ari went up to him the other night and was like, this is what you did. He's still not coming to it. Do you understand what claiming responsibility is? If he would have just claimed responsibility, this would have been over. I don't give a fuck if that little miserable faggot cunt gets hit by a fucking car. I don't give a fuck. It don't matter to me. All I wanted him to do is to know what he did. Well, he starts up with me on Twitter the other day. And I said some shit. I went overboard, but I had to give it to him. Listen, Art of War, Sun Tzu. If the fucking guy you're going up against is about fucked up tolerance, agitate this motherfucker to no end. What agitates a motherfucker more? Roberto Duran. You know how he won the fight against Sugar Ray Leonard the first time? He walked up to him in Montreal and he said, I'm going to fuck your wife up the fucking ass. It got into fucking Sugar Ray's head so much that he lost the first fight. Put it on. Put it on. It's a true story about, don't put it on here. Put it on when you get home. True story in Montreal. First time Roberto Duran fought fucking Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray, nice guy of the year, walking down the street with his family. And he sees Roberto. He goes, let me introduce Roberto to my wife. Roberto shakes his hand and goes, I'm going to fuck your wife up the ass. It threw him off for 2 weeks and lost the fucking fight. Lost the fight. Lost the fucking fight because you lose the fight in your head first. This isn't a fight, but I gained nothing by smacking this fucking punk. He's a punk. I wouldn't dirty my hands. I never intended to. I just wanted him to know and to fucking apologize. And if you're not going to apologize, then don't come to the comedy store no more. Don't come to the comedy store because now I aroused this. People know this. You know how many people fucking call me? And not animals. Nice white people call me. You know how many open mics hit me up and said, thank you that guy's a cunt. He's a cunt to us when he walks in the building. That dude's a cunt to everybody. So when Ari's talking to him yesterday, he's still not claiming responsibility. He don't do nothing, this kid. He don't do nothing. Why have him around? So I had to say what I had to say. I wasn't lying. If you watch the Twitter feed, he never accused me of lying. Nothing. He called me names. I'm grandpa, that I'm old, that I wasn't funny, that I was hanging on his jock when he got a deal. What deal? That was his fucking heyday. That was all he's ever done. Bitch, I've done fucking movies with savages. You know, for all the shit he did, nobody follows him on Twitter. He said I was irrelevant and not funny. This kid's a fucking punk. This kid's a fucking punk, and he'll always fucking be a punk. A comic, and then he started putting at the comedy stores a comic. What is that?
Artist comedy.
An artist comedy. Well, then you should have acted like one. You should have acted like one. You never did. You think people are coming after you now and saying these things to you because they feel bad for you? I'm not bullying this kid. I got no reason to. I don't give a fuck if this fucking maggot falls off a fucking bridge tonight and gets hit by a truck and then the fucking lions eat him to death. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't give a fuck. But the point is how he didn't claim responsibility. Everything was everybody else's. And now some of the comics have been happy from what I did, but none of them beside Ari are going to go up to him and go, hey, dog, you fucked up.
Well, you know what's sad? It might be bullying in today's culture. Like in your world, it's just telling the truth, but now you can't even say the truth. Even listen, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No. I know, and I know some people will upset by my comments. I don't really give a fuck if they were upset. I really don't. I'm too old to get worried about what fucking people think anymore. And if you're young, don't fuck. Who gives a fuck? You did it. It's done. This is how I feel in my heart. I'm not saying I'm going to smack the guy. I don't, dog. I got a beautiful wife and a beautiful family. I have a great time with you guys, and I have a great support group with you guys. I just wanted people to know, you know what, man? Aren't you sick and tired of getting conned? You like Bill Cosby. Remember how you liked Bill Cosby? Remember how you liked Jared? He was sweet. You know, I'm sick and tired of you fucking people. Somebody didn't raise you right. You can't judge character right off the bat. Maybe I am a fucked up guy, but I tell you what, call me with a problem. I'm the first fucking guy there. We live in a different time. You don't see me with. I went to the park the other day with my daughter. I seen a father in 50-degree weather, 60-degree weather with a scarf and a cashmere sweater and flip-flops on and a hat like Sinatra. These people have no fucking soul. You know, everybody talks about ISIS is killing our country. You know who's killing our country? These fucking Gentiles. And their home base is right here in L.A. See, the home base of these little fucking politically correct fucking fake, because that's all you are. When you're telling me you're politically correct, you're telling me you're fake. Because if you're a woman, if you've ever had a fucking black dick in your hand or a fucking dick in your hand, or if you're a man and you ever had a woman bent over and you're eating her asshole, you cannot be politically correct. You cannot lie. These people you see all the time. These people you see at these, when my wife and daughter go to church, on that big white church where everybody goes, I've been at those fucking people. Fuck their grandkids. They do a bunch of shitty shit. But they go to church and they're politically correct and they like Saturday Night Live. And did you hear the joke the black chubby kid said? Fuck you. That show hasn't been funny in fucking 30 years. When somebody comes up to you and says they watch Saturday Night Live, that's the first judge of character. I don't want to be around this fucking guy. You know, what did John Lennon say? If you say the truth, you're only going to have 2 friends or something like that. I'd rather just have 2 friends anymore. I'd rather have 2 people listen to this fucking podcast than these people that wear hats and everything is for, you know, it's like what you said you seen on New Year's Eve. People who were just there to go see Bill Burr, just to...
And he was having a hard, he was like kind of getting mad at the audience. Because I went to the early show, which I normally don't go to because sometimes the crowds are a little tighter, but I wanted to get home. And it was just, the people in the crowd were all wearing like crazy, like it was like hipster central, like downtown is all hipster. It's turned into what this season of South Park is. So like they make fun of like Whole Foods going in the middle of downtown. There's a brand new Whole Foods, and it was just the people that I saw down there were just crazy. And then I had the best, just to go off a little bit. You see all these people going out and partying. I had the best time of New Year's. I was home at 10, and I was on the couch by like 10:30 eating burgers that we made. It's so much better than what I used to feel. Remember when we started this podcast? And I used to say I used to feel like I missed out on. I didn't miss out on shit. Nothing. Yeah.
I told you that, bro. When I was a kid, I stopped going out at night, and people were like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, "I'm not missing nothing." It's a sacrifice, but once you realize nothing happened, nothing.
And I did make a mistake. I didn't want to take an edible, but I wanted to get high, so I was smoking a joint, and 2 cops rolled by, so I just threw the joint, and I was like, so I was wondering what you would do. Like if you were smoking out, how do you smoke outside like that?
Keep your eyes open. The cops should never be on you.
What if a cop comes by?
He'll never do, because I'm facing everything. And if you see a cop, it gives you time to put the joint down and stand there with an e-cigarette in your hand.
Wait, but do you throw the joint away?
No, you put it next to your foot and step on the fucking red spot. And just step away 5 feet from it. Or 2 feet and just keep opening your seats and make believe you're on the phone.
I got paranoid. I just tossed it. We just ran away.
No. First of all, he should. How far from you was he?
He was in a car. There was no way he even saw it.
Oh, you're such a fucking amateur. Yeah, there's no way in the car.
Bro, I didn't want to get arrested on New Year's Eve.
Keep it low. We're not going to arrest you for a joint. You're a nice kid. They're
really?
Look up your name. Yeah. You got a license, don't you?
Yeah.
Then why are they going to arrest you?
Can you smoke on the street?
I'll smoke wherever the fuck. I smoked on the street before the fucking license. What do I give a fuck?
I'm so
You just got to be prepared. You got to sit there and look around. You got to have another cigarette in your hand just in case, or an e-cigarette. Go buy an e-cigarette and just have it in your hand, and you hang out and beat the people. And if you see the cop, you don't do this, you don't do nothing. It just opens. Just release. Your arm stays the same. You don't even move. You just go, pop, and your heel goes over. You take care of the cherry, and you put your foot down, if that. And you stand there. What are you doing here? I'm on the phone with my sister. Keep fucking going, cocksucker. And they'll drive away.
That's how scared I am of the cops.
No,
oh my
God.
God.
Don't be fucking scared. You pay taxes. You're a nice fucking kid. You don't do nothing to bother nobody. Listen, everybody's making resolutions. Everybody's doing this. Everybody's doing that, especially for meals and food and what you're going to eat. You want a fucking great deal. Do you know what is just tremendous? Every time I've made them at home. Listen, I've only cooked this Blue Apron at home maybe 7 times. I'm not going to lie to you. All the meals that I've had at the house. But I order good shit. I'm not going to order something like couscous. I don't fucking like couscous. So you can admit it. The last thing anybody wants to do after work is wait in line at a grocery store and then schlep home and then cook a fucking complicated meal. It's expensive, and unhealthy takeout is hardly any better. That's where this new service, Blue Apron, comes in. Blue Apron delivers farm-fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes to your home, allowing you, right, I'm talking to you, cocksucker, to create a healthy, handcrafted meal at home without going to the grocery store. For less than $10 a day, $10 per meal, Blue Apron sends you fresh ingredients, perfectly proportioned, making cooking healthy meals really easy and fun. No trips to the grocery store, no waste of unused ingredients. Oh, I forgot this. Plus, you'll learn to cook with specialty ingredients that are normally hard to find. Blue Apron is also perfect for date night. You meet a chick at a bar, listen, want to come over and lick my nuts? I'll cook for you. Absolutely. It's perfect for date night, cooking with friends, and they even offer family plans for like 4 people. That with kid-friendly ingredients, let's say your kid's a half a momo, he can't eat peanuts, we'll figure out a way. So the whole family can eat well and have fun and prepare meals together. Each meal is 500 to 700 calories per serving, and it's tasty as hell. You won't even know. All right, shipping is flexible and free, and the menus are always new. Like this week, you got Juicy Lucy burgers, you got 3 cheese calzones, and the family package has shrimp scampi with fettuccine and lemon ricotta and Brussels sprout pizza, okay? That's the kind of stuff they have. So they work around your schedule and dietary preferences, and with Blue Apron's experts, source only the best seasonal ingredients for incredible meals like the ones I just spoke about. You'll cook incredible meals and be blown away by the quality and the freshness. Blue Apron is a better way to cook, especially if you're trying to save some money and trying to cut down on calories. Check out this week's menu and get your first 2 meals for free by going to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, 2 meals for free. Check out the menu by going to blueapron.com/Joey. No treat. My treat, really. The first 2 meals are on me when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. All right? They're going to send all fresh ingredients to your little casa, and everything's going to be beautiful. I know a lot of you as well.
I would kill for that shrimp scampi.
I'm telling you, this is not a bad deal, guys.
Oh, my God.
Give it a shot. Go to blueapron.com. Give it a shot. Just go to a menu and see what they got. Even if you just start with doing 2 meals a week. 2 meals you hate cooking, or 2. Trust me, it's not a bad deal. Another thing, wine. Everybody wants to get drunk. Everybody wants to know wine. Nobody knows wine. Nobody really knows it. You know, you get these people that know stuff, and you know how long you got to study for that? I ain't got that time. You got that type of time? You know what's going to take care of you? Club W, okay? Club W, listen, Club W is the new, directly from the grape to the glass wine revolution that's sweeping the nation. They work directly with vineyards to cut out the middleman, which saves you money. You know, for 9,000 years, since Jesus was walking around, he's been drinking wine. That's also how long people have been confused about what type of wine to drink. Do I drink red with chicken? What kind of wine do I get? Am I getting ripped off? You know, did you see the report on 60 Minutes?
No.
They're sending Italian products over here, and they're fake. You know, all these things you don't know. So for many of us, the shopping cart's what really causes the real headache. You got too many choices and too many things to learn, and it's expensive with no guarantee you're even going to like what you buy. All right? So you ever buy a bottle of wine, you bring it to somebody's house, they taste it, they look like you farted, and now you spent $13, $18. You know, you don't need this aggravation in your life. Well, do this. I joined a new wine club called Club W. They changed the game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com and you answer 6 questions. That's it. 6 questions. Their algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. You like orangey wines that are sweet, blah, blah, blah. You eat calves' brains, whatever it is. They'll hook you up. Then they'll send the wine directly to your door, perfectly customized to match your taste. Excuse me.
It comes really quick, and it's packaged. It comes in like 2 days. It's
beautiful. Great. It's beautiful. It comes right to your door. There's nothing broken, none of that. They package it beautifully. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized your taste at a third of what you pay at the store. They even have a no-risk, 100% money-back guarantee that you'll love when they send you. All right? Right now, go to Club W. They're offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. Again, clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time. Stop messing around at retail stores and start drinking wine you know you're going to love. Go to clubw/Joey and get 50% off your first order. That's right. clubw/Joey. Also, my main men over at On It, I seen Aubrey the other day. He was on the Rogan podcast today. Listen, those guys are always doing something fantastic. I didn't even look at their webpage today because I usually look to see what I could order and torment them. I'm living off the Alpha brand. I got sick one time last year. It's not bad with ShroomTech Immune. I fly every weekend, guys. You ever fly? You come back with a headache or a sore throat. 2 Immunes before I get on the plane, and I'm bad. I'm brand new. Let's say you go to a bar, you like sucking dick, drinking wine out of people's glasses. That's where that Immune works for you. ShroomTech Immune, ShroomTech Sport. They have so many great quality fucking ingredients and supplements. You're going to go crazy. Too many for me to name and too many for me to know what even I'm fucking talking about. So do me a favor. Let's cut this shit. Go right now. You got the resolutions. You want to get in shape. Go to Honor.com. Look at the great selection of supplements that they have. If you find something you like, what you're going to like, it gets delivered right to your house. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to save you 10% off your first order right now. Go to Honor.com.
Use code word church.
Church, CHURCH, and get 10% off your first order. Everybody's been hitting me up. They love the ShroomTech. They love the hemp force protein, the chocolate shake. They love this stuff, guys. The tea, testosterone booster, the coconut oil for the coffees and stuff. They love anything from Honor. Go to Honor.com right now and press in.
Church.
And get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. I want to thank Blue Apron. I want to thank Honor. And I want to thank Club W for sponsoring. From food to wine to supplements, I'm always here for you guys. I want to thank Mike Dodd again. I'll let you guys know what we're doing. It's going to be like a 3-day 7-5 podcast. We're just going to break this fucking thing down, see what the guy felt, whatever. If you don't like it, don't fucking watch, all right? You know I love you, cocksuckers, always. We'll be back Wednesday or Thursday. I don't fucking know. We'll be back. We're moving offices, but we're going to continue on with the podcast, so don't worry about none. I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. Lisa Ayat, take it away, cocksuckers. Don't forget Charlotte, January 28th. St. Louis Helium Comedy Club, February 4th through the 7th. Vegas, February 19th for my birthday, for some of you motherfuckers that don't know.
Happy pre-birthday.
Don't bother me, will you?
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and all the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by Club W. Club W is the wine club that changed everything, and right now they're offering our listeners 50% off of your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey and go to honor.com and use code word church to get 10% off all the great optimization.
I loved acid.
Happy New Year, you bad motherfuckers. Joey Diaz, Jason Tebow, and my main man, the Flying Jew, Lee Sayat, coming directly from our fucking cabana here in Oxnard, California. What's going on, brother?
I'm doing great.
Right? You're feeling good. You're looking good.
I had a fucking tough jiu-jitsu class today.
I hear you.
I didn't want to go at all. Like, something I'm working on this year is just being more honest and direct. Right now, I hate jiu-jitsu. I don't want to go at all.
Why?
It's the hardest thing I've ever done. It's hard. I'm not good at it. And it's like, I like the elliptical. I don't really sweat on it. And I like kettlebells. But, like, Joey called me today, and, like, it didn't make me go, but, like, talked me into going. And I came up here, like, I should go back to editing. Like, you like, gave me a talking to, and I'm happy I went.
Listen, man, it's not the big things you do, it's the little fucking things you do.
That's it.
When you
don't I know.
All right, listen, you want to fucking quit what you're doing and do a 9 to 5, and that's fine. That's fine. But you come to me one day and you go, you know what? I don't want to do a 9 to 5 no more. I want to take fucking photography. Mm-hmm. You have to lead a different life. It's a completely different life. And people go into shell shock. What do you do now? Well, what the fuck do? You have to get those statements and put them on coffee shops and say you're going to sell headshots, whatever, for $99. You bump into an actor or a comic, you do free headshots, and hopefully the headshots come out good. It's just constantly moving. Mm-hmm. You're like a shark. But along the way, you're going to get discouraged. And what happens? You need a family. And sometimes your family's not there. Sometimes your girlfriend don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you have this little thing. So what do? You go to the gym, you do this, you do that. You and I both know that if we stop fucking working out, we gain 22 pounds in a week.
Oh, easy.
Okay, so now you have to start thinking about your future. You're 28. Your metabolism is already 3/4 fucking cut.
Yeah, I started off at 3/4.
At 3/4. So now, What's your angle? You really mean to tell me you're going to go to 24-hour fitness for the rest of your fucking life? You know what? If you're going to go to 24-hour fitness, you might as well join a martial arts class. And that's your home away from home. That's your getaway. Every time you hear no, every time you take some scumbag's pictures and he doesn't pay you, or, he doesn't like the sweater he wore, you know what? It's going to be fine because you're going to go to jiu-jitsu and either you're going to get choked or somebody's going to choke the fuck out of you. And it becomes a family. And now, no matter what's going on around you, because even if you're in a program, sometimes you go to a program and you leave there, you go, what a bunch of fucking whiny fucks.
23% of the time.
This is where you go, and nobody knows your business. Nobody knows you do drugs. Nobody knows nothing. All you got to do is do hip escapes, and you're going to get stronger. And then you see people that are 60 and they got a black belt, and you're not out beating people up, but it's peace of mind.
Plus, you also see people that used to be you.
Yeah.
You see people a year in that used to be like, man, all right, that dude talks about, he remembers how I feel now, and like he has his shit together. Like, all right, cool. Like, you get to hang out with the people that have what you want.
And it was nice. I was in a class of all blue belts, which is like the next level up for me.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them sat down with me because we did like a hard class, like a hard hour and 20-minute class, hour 10-minute class. And towards the end, I just had to tap out like we were doing some rolling. And one of the blue belts came over and talked to me. I think he thought I was newer than I was, but it was still. My problem with jiu-jitsu has never been the people at jiu-jitsu. Everyone's always been nice. It's just.
It's hard.
It's fucking hard.
It's fucking hard. They're not giving nothing away.
No.
So what would you rather do? Something that's easy or something that's hard? Ari and I had a great conversation. Ari and I talk at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So let's say I don't do nothing.
Which is noon for Ari.
It's noon for Ari.
Yeah.
So especially he was in New York.
Oh, yeah.
I'd call him at midnight. He's just walking in the fucking door with a slice of pizza. Happy.
Exactly. I did the same thing a lot.
3 a.m. And we were talking about when you're a comic. You go through different phases. You go through the 6-year phase, the 10-year phase. Now you start getting a little bit of success. What's success? Not a TV show. People calling you, they're giving you work. They're asking you to be a part of different fucking things, whatever the fuck
money
it is.
work, too. Money
work.
Like, let me give you $150 for featuring.
You're like,
that's a big show, and I'm featuring for a big guy.
You're not breaking the bank. You're not telling, when you make a deposit, they're not inviting you to the back room or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on back here.
You don't have to sign extra paperwork.
Yeah. No. It's just something. And all of a sudden, you make personal decisions like anything else. This is like, all right, let me put it in layman's term. One of you motherfuckers opens up an iPhone shop. Joey, what's an iPhone shop? You go in, I fix the fucking screen.
You buy a case.
I buy the case. I sell charges. You don't want insurance, so you come to see me. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I don't do too bad at $45 a pop, plus $62.50 an hour, whatever they charge you. In the glass, it's like fucking $800-900 a day in my little fucking place. I pay $1,000 rent, and guess what happens now? Mm-hmm. Guess what happens 10 years in? Some motherfucker moves in and does the same shit I do for $10 left down the corner. What do you do, Lee?
You can't lower your price because then he'll lower his price, right?
I mean, what do? You live with it. At night, you go home as a business owner. Now, this motherfucker wants to open up now, and my kid's going to college. Mm-hmm. Like, my kid's 2 years away from going to college, and this motherfucker wants to open up now. So what do? You get insecure. You start thinking about lighting the guy's business on fire and doing a bunch of shit, but you don't think about
Jewish lightning.
Jewish lightning. You don't think about the essential, T-Bo. You don't go like, you know what? I needed that because that means I got to bring my game to the forefront. No more coming in here at 9:30. The door says 9. Why are you coming? You know what I'm saying? Like, you yourself catch yourself. We all do. We all do go, you know what, man? I've been fucking slipping lately. What the fuck am I doing buying white bread? Like the other day, my wife bought white bread. And I caught myself I go, Terry, what happened to the wheat bread? I didn't think what think? I never said nothing. You're the one that told me that they didn't have it at Ralph's, so you got the white bread, now you bought it again. I don't understand when the fucking rules changed. It was wheat bread for the last 8 fucking years.
Well, that's the thing for me, and I actually wanted to ask T-Bo, is like, I hate change. Like, I get
everybody does.
I get everybody does. But I get anxiety about like I just finished a TV show. I had to pick a new one. I was like, I was sitting at home wondering today, like, is part of the issue with getting like sober that you're scared of like changing, like
Absolutely.
that change scares
100%,
you.
100%. But I think there's a great saying, which is the pain that you're in has to exceed the fear of change before you take the effort. So until you're in enough pain, you're not going to face because the fear of change is high. So your pain level is going to be up and down, right around there. But the minute that pain exceeds the fear of change, you're not going to do shit till then.
Jeez,
so eventually you wind up in enough pain that you go, fuck it, man. I'd rather face this fear of change than be in this amount of pain this much. Does that make sense, man?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I had to get to 315 pounds before I started losing weight. That makes that's
a human condition. Man.
Yeah.
The human condition is like, I'm in enough pain that I'm willing to face this fear of change, which is huge. It's huge, So addicts and alcoholics and people like that always have our level of that, difference is much bigger than most people.
You'll put yourself through a lot of shit.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Cool, man. I'll be homeless and I'll, do whatever. I'll be homeless and sell drugs and sleep on people's couches before I'm willing to change. Like normal people make a change much quicker than addicts and alcoholics do. You know what I'm saying?
I saw this great, because of all the rain here in LA, they did this video series like Fox with like a couple different homeless people. And like the 2 or 3 that they showed were all like, one was like an engineer before, and one was just a good guy, but his wife died. So he couldn't handle it. And I was just like, I couldn't imagine letting if Paula died or if someone died, I'd get sad. But I couldn't imagine letting your life go to ruins. I guess that's the difference with like addiction or something.
It's not ruins. It's that it's a tough thing. What's that expression? One man's pizza is another man's turkey, or something like that. One man's gumbo.
Trash is treasure.
Yeah, nobody knows how people are going to handle things.
Pizza and turkey.
Listen, my father died. My friend died. My mom died. And I'll tell you what devastated me the most. I'll tell you what devastated me the most, the divorce.
Really?
That divorce took 4 years to settle my head in anger.
Really?
And another 5 years to get rid of pain. It was a 9-year thing.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine how somebody feels when they're in court. And this guy that me and you killed together, you and I smoked coke together, you and I fucked the chick together in the ass and dumped her. Just 1,000 things we did together. And all of a sudden one day it ends and you're sitting in court and you're facing 25 years and Joe Diaz is looking at you, telling the court everything he said. You know what, man? If I know Jason Tebow, you think Jason Tebow gives a fuck about doing time?
Mm-hmm.
Jason Tebow knew the life. He knew that someday
Jason Tebow's done time.
He's gonna fucking do time, and he's gonna, he's moving this. He's shooting people. He's involved in loan sharking or whatever. And now this day has come. Do you know what Tebow's angry about? That his best fucking friend is doing this. You can't recover from that.
Mm-hmm.
Some people cannot recover from that.
From like betrayal?
That betrayal, it stings. It destroys who the fuck you are. You can't wrap. Listen, people fold when they can't wrap their heads around something. Do you understand me? People fold when you cannot. A lot of things happen to you, but when you can't wrap your hand around it, your head around it.
Mm-hmm.
When I was 16, I could not wrap my head around the fact that there was a God. Once I buried my mother, I was like, don't you ever mention God around.
Do you believe now?
Yes.
How long did it take?
More than ever. More than ever.
Same for me.
Whether it's God, a Buddha, a black, a Chinese, a Jew with a machine gun, there's something out there that shows you the love of your work. And I'm not getting religious here. I'm not being a whatever, but I see it. Last night, guys, last night, I went through a batch of anxiety, so I stopped eating edibles. I was just smoking pot. I was having a great time. And last night I'm typing, I'm trying to write, I'm thinking, I'm drinking coffee, and I look over. There's a picture of whatever, me and Terry, but there's a little thing there, and there's a cookie, a pot cookie that's been in there for like a month. I think it was old. It had
just on your shelf.
Mold on it. Yeah,
only Joey has.
It was a
moldy, like a treasure.
Because I gave it all away. People gave it to me. I gave it to
and we do get a lot of stuff.
Right. So I gave it away, and I left this cookie that was a strong cookie, and I cut it, and I ate half of it.
A moldy cookie.
A moldy cookie. And I fucking ate half of it. I threw the other half away. Then an hour later, I went back and took another bite out of the garbage. You know me, I'm a professional. And then I threw it away. But the point is, like, at 10 o'clock, I was wiped out and I went to bed. I swear to God, this happened to me, guys. At 3 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even know what time it was.
Yeah.
I just opened my eyes. It was dark. It was fucking freezing. I had the blanket over my head. It's freezing in my room. And the first thing that came to my mind was January 7th, 2006. If I would have said, Terry, can I talk to you for a second? And she would have said, yeah. Listen, here's the deal. I'm going to stop doing blow. I'm going to get my life together. We're going to get married. And we're going to have a baby. Not just a little baby, but a cute little fucking baby. That's a monster. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's no way she would have believed that. There's no way. I sat there in bed and giggled. And as we were walking Mercy to school this morning, I go, hey, I got to ask you something. If I would have sat you down January 2006 and told you we were going to get married, I was going to stop doing blow. Not only that, we're going to have a kid. Would you ever fucking believe? We were both howling. Howling. Like, she's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. All this happened because I stopped doing blow. Yeah. Like, there was another world out there. I thought I was living. That's what people don't get. I thought I was living. I wasn't alive. I was dead. Because there was a whole other world out there that I wasn't exploring, that the coke wouldn't let me explore emotionally. And I think of that line right there. There's got to be a God. You know, I lost my other daughter when she was about 18 months. From 18 months to 5 years, it got worse and worse and worse. I was only seeing her once a week. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I'm picking up where I got taken away. Like I'm just picking this up with Mercy. This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen to a guy like me. So there has to be something out there that the stars align. I love to tell you that. I love to tell you that this happened because I deserved it. No. This happened because I suffered. I paid my fucking dues. Yeah. I paid my fines. I replaced the karma. I fucked a lot of people. And I got a fucking a little handout from somebody. Could be when I die, I don't know who's going to be up there and go, hey, I took care of you. I hope it's a Jew fucking guy that, got fucking like stabbed in Auschwitz. And he loved me. His spirit fell in love with me. And now he's granting me all these good things. You know what I'm saying?
That'd be great.
I was a guy that did a gram on the way home from the store.
I was no stranger to coke.
And then once I got home, at about 2 o'clock, I waited for John.
We talked about this in the kitchen the other night at the store.
To get off work, and he would bring me another gram of blood. That's 2 grams of blood. That's $120 a night.
It's a lot.
That's four fucking nights, 5 nights a week.
That's 2 parties of 4.
By myself. I did this, and one day I just stopped. Did I stop because I was a genius? Did I stop because I had the answer? I tell you, I wish I could look at people and go, I stopped. I could heal you and get $100 a head for smacking you in the head. Yeah. I stopped because something happened up there. Somebody went like this with their hand and said, give this guy some strength. He can't be doing this anymore. That's it. Something happened. So that's what makes me believe in God. That's what makes me believe in God. When I was 16, there was no belief. No. Listen, take that fucking Jew God of yours and shove him up your mother's ass. There's no God. You might as well, because he took away. How can God take away somebody's mother? Fuck God. Fuck God. Who the fuck is, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's your mentality. They break you down. Some people, when you can't wrap your head around something, Lee, it's fucking difficult as fuck.
And what do you mean difficult?
Especially when you're not an adult. Not an adult. Something bad happens to you before the age of 20. It's very easy for you to go, you know what, life is so unfair. Like, I'm just going to ride it out and do whatever I want and not have any, like, I don't accept the ramifications of existence, so to speak.
You know what I saw today? There was like Anderson Cooper years ago. I don't even know where I saw it. Did a story about these gay guys and like right when AIDS came out or was big, and they were having sex to get AIDS. So they wouldn't have to worry about it, or HIV. So they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Could you imagine just giving up that much? Like, do people OD just so they don't have to worry if I'm going to OD?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's technically called suicide.
Yeah.
But I think people that just, I mean, I can relate to the feeling of going, you know what, man, I'm sick of fighting. Like, I'm just going to, I know I shouldn't be doing this. I'm just going to, say, fuck it. I can relate to that a lot. I can relate to, you know, it's a temporary solution to a permanent problem. And that's the problem. Like for me, I can speak about myself. For me, like I can be like, yeah, man, everything sucks right now. I shouldn't be drinking, but I'm gonna get fucked up tonight and I'll deal with this shit tomorrow. And then tomorrow's 2 years later because you wake up the next day and you feel like shit and you have this permanent problem. And I go, well, I know this 12-hour solution. And then it's just 12 hours, 12 hours, 12, you know what I mean? And it's like, then you're, you know, and that's like 38 years old. And then you're fucking 41. And you're like, holy shit. And in LA, every day looks the same. So it's even trippier. You know what I mean? It's 72 degrees. It looks exactly the same. So 3 years can go by. You don't feel even seasons coming through. So all of a sudden it feels like it's been 4 months that I've been drinking. I've been drinking for 2 years. You know, it's like Groundhog's Day. And it's like, it's just like, I say, fuck it today. Tomorrow I'll deal with it. You know? And that's like when you get in recovery, and again, I can only speak for myself. You know, you get this intimidated feeling of like, I can't live my life day to day. I can't just be sober one day at a time. That's stupid. That's what my head says. That's how I drank. You know, I wasn't worried about New Year's Eve on July 9th.
Fuck no.
I just wanted to get fucked up on July 9th.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'll worry about July 10th on July 10th.
Tomorrow's
so I'm awesome at doing day to day. That's exactly how I fucking drank. I could get $120 drunk with $7 in my pocket. I can't pay $120 cell bill with $7. This shit is smarter than me, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it is smarter than I am. It can figure out how to get $120 drunk with $7 to my name. Now that I'm clean, I've been out of drinking, you know, not quite a year, but a little over 11 months. I still, right now, I am baffled at how to get pay $120 cell bill with $7. You know what? Now, if I was addicted to cell bills, I would be hanging out at AT&T. I would know everybody that worked there. All of a sudden, I'm on some weird employee discount. All of a sudden, they're like, hey, man, don't worry, this month's on us, blah, blah, blah. But my addiction is booze. So I know every bartender in fucking Los Angeles. I drank free at the Comedy Store, Improv, and Ice House for a fucking decade. I could go there with $3 without a spot and know that I could leave at 2 a.m. train wrecked and come home with $7.
How much fun is that?
It was fun for about 5 of those 12 years. 7 of those years it was not fun, Diaz, because I was doing it for the wrong reasons.
Just getting $45, 40 for a gram, and 5 for a bartender tip. So you can drink all fucking night for free. That's it. Just give them $5 and all. I just keep bringing glasses, empty fucking glasses, and sipping those things down. It's funny.
I get one draft beer. That's $3. I give them a 10, and I'm drinking all night for free.
Draft beers.
Or, you know, then you switch up to something else later.
A couple Jack and Cokes.
Yeah, that was my move.
Levies and shit.
The only thing I ever like romanticize is beer and whiskey. I wasn't a wine guy. I wasn't a tequila guy. You know, I drink anything you put in front of me. But whiskey and booze and beer was my shit.
And cigarettes.
Yeah, but that's still still part of the mix. And Coke. The minute, especially with alcoholics, the minute you find cocaine, your clock starts ticking. Your doomsday clock. Because I could drink 12 drinks, stagger into a bathroom, do a line of Coke, come out sober,
and go right back.
And then everyone's like, "How is this guy
standing up?"
Yeah, exactly.
It sobers you up, really.
I mean, you could be. I didn't want to say. Probably a lot of accidents will be happening after I say this, but you could be obliterated drunk, do 2 lines, and probably drive home safe if it's within like 2 miles.
I could drink like a motherfucker. I could drink those Budweiser cans.
Oh, yeah.
Like they were going out of style when I was doing Coke. That's how you know I was doing blow. Joey's fucking down in those things. 2 sips, a can of Budweiser.
Is that what made you put on the weight, you think?
No.
I could always tell you were doing Coke because you would always sweat a lot.
I would sweat constantly.
Yeah. If I saw you not on stage, you didn't even have a spot, you were just coming through to say what's up, and you were sweating like Mike Tyson in a spelling bee, I knew some shit was fucked up.
And I wouldn't even be doing blow, and I'd be sweating on stage. It was so in my system.
Because it's like you're conditioned to associate that with...
I wouldn't do blow till after I got off stage. Once I got off stage, then I would do it. Because I learned early on I couldn't function.
But then your body starts associating blow with a set?
No.
Oh, okay. No. I thought you would go on stage and you would like...
I would go on stage, you know, when you do blow 4 nights a week, you're always high.
Yeah,
you're always high.
Because even if it's your day off, you're still cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I'm still cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah,
so I would the next day I wouldn't get sober till like 6, and then I would just get sober enough, like I wouldn't be getting high all day. I wouldn't do anything all day. I'd be smoking pot. I wouldn't drink or anything.
Yeah.
Once I got to the store, I'd get my package, put it in my top pocket. And as long as I went on stage, knowing the package is in my pocket, everything was going to be
good.
I'm good to go.
Now, what if you had a set where you didn't score yet?
I would still do great.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
I just was
It wouldn't throw you off.
No. Half the time somebody didn't have it. I would go to my other guys. I would go to El Compadre on the way home. 50% of the time.
That was a place for me.
50% of the time, I went down there with nothing, with the intention of I'm not getting nothing down here tonight. I'll just
The Sunset and Gower El Compadre, or the one all the way around?
One in Hollywood. The one in Hollywood, and then the one. Well, there was one all the way on the other side.
No, but the Hollywood one.
This is the one over here, right by the Guitar Center. And then I had the Martel Cartel. I had an Armenian guy. I had 4 different dealers. So I would, before I left the house, I'd already have the money in my pocket, and I already had the wheels turning. I was going to bump into one of them, and then worst case scenario, Sergio, and I'd bump him for 2. That fucking cut, that was terrible.
Yeah.
But it was funny. You were talking. I learned from people, man. I've always been the type of guy to look at people and see how people recover from different things. For a long time, I would meet people, and they'd say, "This is my nephew. His name is Tony." And I look at him and they go, "He's 16. I look at the 16-year-old and I go, "Could he go through what I went through at 16? And I look at people and I get sad. I get sad for years. I go,
I can relate to that.
Look at how young that kid is.
I can relate
no
to that.
wonder I'm fucking nuts. But when I was 19, I met this guy, sweetheart of a guy. Guy drank 3 beers and hugged you, but he was in love with this girl. He had been with her. If I was 19, this guy was maybe 22. He drove the bus to pick you up when you went whitewater rafting at the bottom of the river. He was
like a shuttle?
Yeah, he was from Minnesota. And he had a bunch of friends out here. And he had moved to Minnesota with a girl. He had moved to Colorado with a girl. And I would talk to them. And they had been dating since they were 14. Like they were each other's first, right? Whatever. And they went to Colorado and everything was fine. They lived in an apartment with a bunch of other guys. And, you know, they partied. They were young. I was on the first floor, so I would hear them. And I became friends with all. We played tackle football. And I was in Colorado for the first year. And just before I got to leave, there was a rumor going around that they broke up. And one day I saw him, and I could tell he was a little weird. And I asked him, "Hey, man, how you doing?" No. He goes, "You know, me and Keels broke up." "Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that." And then I heard rumblings that she had started dating a guy in the apartment. So she left
that he lived in.
It's like me, you, Lee, grew up together. It was 13 of them in a 3-bedroom house.
Jesus,
you know,
Christ.
And what they did was they all wanted to ski. When you're 20, you do things you don't do when you're 30. When you're 20, you go, "Wait a second, Joey. So if I give you $150 a month, that's my corner right there."
Yeah.
That's how minded. I don't give a fuck. As long as I can put my skis outside and ski and maybe bartend once a week.
I'll take the couch.
I'll take the fucking couch. When you're 20, you do. So I went up there a couple times. The place was spotless. But in that apartment, you know, it was like 12 people, 3 bedrooms and a living room. And the one guy had a tent outside and fucking interesting shit. And they were nice kids and they had parties. But I watched this guy. And it was a daredevil. So in the summer, he drove.
How old are you at this time of your life?
I'm 19.
Okay.
I'm 19.
You're young.
I'm a dishwasher. Comedy is not on my horizon by no means.
Right.
The only thing that was on my horizon was crime. There was no other thing on my horizon. I used to get drunk and do creepy fucking shit back then. I would get drunk and do a line of coke and burglarize places when I was drunk. It was fucking creepy. But
it's crazy. I always picture you as older in Colorado.
No,
you're fucking 19.
I was a kid.
I was a kid in Colorado.
Yeah. And all of a sudden I left. And when I left, I kept in touch with people. And they'd always tell me, "Did you hear what happened? This motherfucker hit under a car one night. The dude that she cheated on." Like, okay, so
the guy that's your buddy?
Okay, so my buddy, and so now there's rumbling. So I leave Colorado and I keep in touch with this kid Mikey and this kid Jimmy. And every time I talk to him, I say, "What's going on with this guy?" And they go, "Dog, we forgot to tell you. He caught her in bed finally one night with the dude." And it was so traumatizing for him that I had to get his number and call him and go, "Hey man, how you doing?" He's like, "You know, he never, and I remember that going, that guy can't wrap his head around this. This is too much for him.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah. From 14 years old?
From 14, now they were 21, and they were going to get married and have kids and go back to Minneapolis. And now she leaves him for a guy in the apartment. Not only that, he walks in one night and she's on top of him, bouncing up and down.
Oh, that would make sense.
He packs his bag, he moves out. Okay. He gets an apartment. He's getting eaten alive. One night, she goes to a bar with a bunch of girls, and they all go into different cars. She goes into a car. As she's going into a car, she feels a hand grab her ankle. He was hiding under the car. She put a restraining order, but she put a restraining order on him before this. He wasn't violent or anything, guys. He just wanted to know why. That's it. I remember calling him, and he was crying. And he's like, oh, I wanted to know why. By the time I got back to Colorado, he was drinking 4 or 5 nights a week. And this guy was a good-looking blonde dude that was built.
Mm-hmm.
He could get pussy the next day. He had no problem. Personality, smile, always smiling, cracking jokes, never had a T-shirt on.
What's the only pussy he ever knew?
Yeah, and now he had to readjust. And guys, I saw this guy's demise in front of me, that his parents had to come from Minnesota, pick him up and put him in a mental health in 1987. This went down in 83.
How old was he at the time?
He was 21, and by the time he was 25 or 26,
he was fucked up.
His parents had to come get him and put him like in a fucking psychiatric ward. That always messed with me because he couldn't recover from her pussy, and I get it. I never know what happened to him. I talked to one of the girls and I said, whatever happened to Big Mike? And they're like, you know what? He went to that place and he was in there for years, supposedly. And it was all because he wanted to know why. The shock of him seeing that woman bouncing on top. And this guys, this girl, I think they put me in a mental health facility too.
Really?
She was no joke. Yeah, she was thick. She had black hair, beautiful face.
Big tits.
Just a body and a half. And she lost it too. She ended up selling blow for a while and some shit went down. But it's amazing how he could not wrap his hands around it. And I saw it. Guys, when I went back in 84, 85, he was 80 pounds heavier, sloppy, body odor, saying weird shit, thinking I'm thinking about joining the fucking service. And he wanted to go over, what was the big war, Beirut?
In what year?
86, 87.
Yeah, that's probably Beirut.
He was talking about Beirut, going to Beirut and shooting motherfuckers. I mean, this guy was a peace-loving fucking American. And all of a sudden, one day, 6 months later, I hear,
he doesn't give a fuck.
His mom came and got him and had to take him back with the father in like a jacket strapped, and that's it. And it's how he dealt with it. I think they would have wrapped me in a jacket if I didn't have my friends and the drugs. I don't know.
What was harder to get, the drugs or the divorce?
The divorce.
Really?
Divorce.
More than coke?
Listen, man, when somebody fucking...
More than anything in your life. That was the hardest thing you went through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the divorce destroyed my inside.
Why do you think that is?
Because, listen, I accept as a man, I accept that you're not in love with me no more.
Sure.
I accept that.
What couldn't you accept?
I wasn't in love with her. I couldn't accept her taking a child's love and switching it around. I couldn't accept how
lack of control.
Her parents were these people that went to church 7 days a week. They donated to the church. When you went over there, they spoke at the church. They were fucking great people. She was raised in this home that I would have given my hand to be raised in this home. I was telling Mick Betancourt the other day, I go, Mick, when we were kids, there's people who came from a mom and a dad family with sisters and a dog, and they had the station wagon. And the summers they went to Florida and they lived like normal people. Then you had kids like us that were missing a parent.
Same here.
Their moms drank. And you know what? You watched the Waltons, and from time to time you said, you know what? I'd trade my mom in to live with the fucking Waltons to say,
when I was younger, my father was a big drinker. Both of my grandparents died from addiction or disease, one way or another. I haven't talked to my father in 20-something years. Child molester, used to fight me like a man when I was 7. Like I saw shit. By the time I was 7, I saw shit most people shouldn't have seen. And then, luckily for me, my mother
left my father for a woman. So I was raised by lesbians from like early 80s, you know, still have lesbian, you know, parents. You know, I was 12 going on 34. You know what I mean? I had seen shit. You know, I've been to more funerals than weddings, even today. You know, I was going to AIDS funerals in the 80s when, like, you know, and I was 12, 13, you know. It's like you grew up in that. And so I don't know. I think certain people get to see a little too much at a younger age, you know. It sounds like you can relate to that.
I always tell people that I'm jaded. There's parts of me that are very much jaded. And I'm jaded from that early age because, you know, and I know Michael Jackson made this a big thing in his life that he didn't have a childhood. You know what, man? I didn't have a childhood.
Kind of didn't either?
Because I didn't want a childhood. When I was 13, playing fucking Battleship was not what I wanted to do. When I was 10, it was not what I wanted to do.
Agreed.
So I always felt very insecure that I wasn't like the rest of the kids. I've told on this podcast 1,000 times, being 12 or 13, and all these kids in the neighborhood telling me about, man, you got to watch this show, Saturday Night Live, Mr. Bill, Samurai Night Fever. And I went home and watched it and said, this isn't funny. I'm not laughing one fucking time. I couldn't fucking figure it out. I was thinking about the kids. You know, there's people who live their life trying to be cool.
Sure.
They just, they do everything. They like the music everybody else likes. They like the fucking clothes everybody else likes. I grew up with this kid, Jose Hurtado. His dad sold a ton of blow. My mom owned the building. So my mom rented the apartment to him upstairs.
Yeah.
And I would hear my mom's rumblings about the old man. And because my mom and we were all friends, he would come to all my parties as a child.
Mm-hmm.
Jose Hurtado was a nice Catholic boy, like a Spanish Catholic boy that was decent. But Jose,
you guys are the same age?
We were about the same age, maybe a year apart.
Yeah.
When we were about 13, one day I saw Jose and he was completely different. He went from being a Cuban kid to a wannabe white kid with a Rolling Stones t-shirt on, and he always had a beard, and then he got caught robbing a car. You know, by the time I was 17, he already had a resume. Like, people were talking about this guy, and I felt bad for him. I knew something was...
Talking bad about him or good?
No, people were already talking. He was crazy. He was fucking crazy.
I got you.
But he was just overreaching. Like, I always knew he was overreaching for these fucking guys. Because he had the same problem everybody else had. I was Spanish. And the fucking 30 kids, I was the only Spanish kid. So you don't know where the fuck your head is at. And he was in the same position with a different neighborhood.
Right.
Jose, and I bumped into Jose every 5 or 6 years, and he always had heavy drugs on him. You know, I'd bump into him like heroin, pills, Tumanols, anything that was out there. Sure. And he always had 3 people, like 3 fucking idiots with him. And he was always like the lead idiot, like giggling. And, you know, it was just one of those guys. And about a year ago, one of my friends says to me, hey, man, has he friended you? And I go, he's fucking alive. When'd you bump into that fucking
lunatic? Recently?
Yeah, a year ago.
Oh.
And he's telling me, I bumped into him. He was standing out of pain. He was outside of a pain clinic, like waiting for pills. He's still fucking crazy. So he goes, he's on Facebook. So about a week ago, I went on Facebook and looked at his thing. He didn't change. Like, it was the same guy from high school. Every picture is him with a beer cup in his hand and a cigarette in the other hand.
That's how I didn't want to be.
With some ugly chick.
That's why I'm
that looks like she sucked 1,000 dicks, missing a tooth. So, you know, I mean, you had to see these, and they're all at like shitty old man concert.
That's I could have.
Oh my God, that was me too.
Me too.
He was at a bunch of like old shit concerts. Like, let's say, you know, when an old shit band gets together, like and they have a show like in Roswell, New Jersey.
Like their last reunion ever, but they have one last year and they'll have one next year.
Yeah, he's there with 8 guys, and every picture he's got a beer can in his hand, like to show everybody that he's partying.
It's like if you find yourself at a fork in the road, you could either guaranteed you're going to be that guy, or I guarantee you have no idea who the other guy is going to be. And that's the fear that we talked about earlier, which is the pain of becoming that guy greater than the fear of the unknown? And that's the fork in the road, man. Take that left turn. Don't become that dude. You know?
Were all of his friends the same high school friends?
No, you're not with these creepy people.
They're all probably younger than him.
All those people like that scared me. Like, I used to live downtown. At one point, I stopped hanging out with downtown people because they would sit together in a circle, listen to music, smoke cigarettes, and they all developed the same goofy laugh.
Downtown LA or downtown Denver?
Downtown in Jersey. When I was
Jersey back in the day, yeah.
And they would blow smoke out of their mouth and laugh. And they all would do it the same. And they'd go like, and they listened to The Boys Are Back in Town by Thin Lizzy. And my blood pressure would go up 60 over 1,000 because I hated that song. These losers couldn't pick up the fucking flu. And they're sitting around. Oh my God. It was like an anthem for these goofballs.
When you hear it, does it give you chills?
When I hear it, I listen to the first verse just to get pissed off.
Really?
Like if I'm in the car, guess who's back in town today? The wide-eyed boy. Oh, you motherfucker. I'm always on the 170. Like I'm always going from the 101 to the 170.
Why do you hate it so much?
That song, because it's like an anthem for knuckleheads.
Because it's like an earmark of a book. Like
it's like an anthem for knuckleheads. The boys are back in town. You ever hang out with guys like that? The boys. What the fuck do you do that you're the fucking boys? The boys are back in town. Where were you, in prison? Where'd you come back from? The fucking home? The tunnel?
When I see guys that love that song, I automatically feel bad for their significant other.
It drives me fucking crazy. It drives me
I feel bad for their girlfriends because they're just like at home, just like waiting for a black eye.
Is it like the guys who like go to Vegas? So you like go to a club in Vegas?
No, it's a certain breed.
More the dog track.
It's 4 guys that get dressed up and like 2 of them really have nothing going on. But trust me, I was part of that crew for years.
It's like strip club during the day.
And the boys were not back in town, okay? The boys were not back in town.
They never left town.
From 83 to 85, I would go in and out of North Bergen. I thought it was cool to go in and out of North Bergen.
What's North Bergen?
North Bergen is where I grew up.
Okay.
And I would go in and out of North Bergen. I go to California for a month and come back. I would go to Miami for 3 weeks and come back with a pound of blow. I would do different things. And in the back of my mind, like, at that time, I didn't think about it. But I felt like I was trying, I don't know. I was like trying to create and I wasn't. I just didn't fucking like living there. People were always looking for me. I was always in trouble. So I always had to like burn somebody, leave for a while, and then come back.
In trouble like you owed people money?
We robbed something, and the word out that it was us. It's just fucking craziness. You know, you look at people who you don't want to become. Right, like
that's part of it. That's a huge part of it. That's a huge part of change.
It's like when you go to
you're intimidated to hang out with people that have something that you want because you don't think you're good enough and you don't belong in that circle. So you continuously, like I was always more content being the guy hanging out with a bunch of dumb fucks who I was like, well, at least I'm not as bad as this guy, you know. But then slowly you become that guy that everybody else. Slowly you be like my biggest fear. I was like. I don't want to be the fucking 50-year-old at a Coke party with a bunch of 28-year-olds. Remember how much when you were 28, you hated that fucking guy?
Just saying it,
but you had to hang out with him because he had the fucking Coke. I was slowly becoming that guy, and then I became that guy where I'm the guy, you know, with a bunch of 24-year-olds, and I got a fucking 8-ball, and I'm hanging out with these people just because they'll hang out with me because I got a fucking 8-ball. But I know they're talking shit about me behind my back because I used to talk shit about that guy behind his back.
When I was 22 and I go to a bar, I feel old, number one.
That's crazy. That's already crazy.
There's always 4 or 5 guys that are in their 40s.
Yeah.
And I look at them and go, what the fuck are these fucking losers doing in here?
Yeah.
Why are they fucking here?
Yeah.
When I'm that age, I wouldn't. It's like when I go to a weed store and I see a guy my age with a ponytail and like a Led Zeppelin shirt on.
Right.
And he's still talking about concert or something. I want to shoot myself in the fucking leg. I really do. I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking, guy? Go mend a sweater. Go play shuffleboard. Anything's better than still talking about this shit and wearing it on your shirt. It's fucking embarrassing. Like, I'll tell you what people drove me crazy the most. When I got locked up, there are cliques of people that sit together every day and talk about the prisons they've been to. Lee, you have to see this.
And so in prison, there are people that are prison elitists.
And other people look up.
Like, I've been to San Quentin, dog. You don't even know nothing about San Quentin.
San Quentin, I've been to Sing Sing.
Shit. I've been to Sing Sing, C Block. And all of a sudden the guy's like, yeah, I know this guy. And it's hysterical. When they're like, yeah, I know Lee up in C Block. You know Lee Sayat? Yeah.
They name drop. There's name drop.
Yeah, I partied with that fool. I partied with him a couple times too. Right. The guy up there, One-Eyed Louie, used to get his heroin. We'd sell the cotton balls, and you're sitting there, and they're telling about the jails they've been to. It's like that scene in The Longest Yard in the beginning where they go, "Where you from? Kansas State." They got nice mattresses there. Like people actually say that. Oh my God, the pancakes at the correctional facility in Illinois are to die for. The chocolate.
That makes sense.
The chocolate chip ones, yeah. Like you want to actually commit a crime in that thing to fucking eat the chocolate chips. Yeah. It's fucking crazy, Lee. When guys would sit around and brag about the different prisons they were at and talk about the guys they knew, like they were like fucking PhDs. Wait, you're talking about a guy that murdered 3 people. Like he's like this great philosopher. Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking retarded? Are you fucking crazy? And then they show up like, he's here. There was like, where I was at, there was maybe 200 fucking losers and maybe 8 people who had a chance. I'm telling you this, I would look at them and go, this guy will be back in jail in a month.
Yeah.
You could just tell, like they did not have a chance. They had no way they would cope with society.
Did you ever drink toilet wine? You always hear about that.
No, I did meth in fucking prison. I did fucking
as a coke guy, what were your like opinions or thoughts on meth? Like, because you're a coke guy.
I was a coke guy when I got locked up, but once I got locked up, I was done. I was like, I ain't doing no drugs in this motherfucker. I'm not doing no drugs. I went to the county jail. People were getting high in there, doing heroin, doing coke, smoking weed. I didn't do nothing. I went to diagnostic, and diagnostic drugs were everywhere. It was crazy.
What does diagnostic mean?
Diagnostic is where you go and they look into your brain. They tell you that you're fucking a thief, or they take your blood. They stick a finger up your ass. They make you cough. They fucking do x-rays on everything. They take your fingerprints. They take psychological tests, math tests. You take every test that can be thrown at you. That all goes to the feds. The feds have everything on you now. How smart you are in algebra, if you could read and write. And they put you through a point system. Do you have a high school diploma? Were you working at the time of your arrest? Were you renting? Were you owning? All those things are point systems when you go through the system.
Okay.
So I was doing great. And all of a sudden they sent me to the camp. And once you get to the camp, that's where you start hearing rumblings. There was a lot of drugs. Nobody was smoking weed because they drug test you. So you had to do shit that went through your body quick.
Okay.
So a lot of guys,
like 2-3 weeks
did heroin. System, yeah. A lot of guys did heroin. Acid you could do because they had to have a test for acid, and speed. They didn't get speed yet. It was coke, heroin, pills, and marijuana and alcohol. They didn't really, the speed guys knew that if they drank water, there was something.
Mm.
So I'm in there 2 months maybe, and the librarian was a nerdy guy that killed his wife and her husband for cheating on him.
Librarian was an inmate.
An inmate.
Okay.
Librarian dude. Gotcha. Small dude from Buffalo. And one night he told me, you want to get high on acid? And we got some acid. We traded with somebody because I had the storage facility.
Like liquid or tabs?
It was tabs. Yeah. It was like blotter. So me and him stayed up all night outside the library and told stories.
What are you talking about?
And the guards were walking by like, you guys, because I never stayed up. You were supposed to be in your unit, but you could watch TV in there all fucking night. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't give a fuck what you did all night. It was lights out.
Okay.
What was in your TV in your room?
Right.
You could stay up all night reading. Nobody else saw the light in your room, only from the outside.
Okay.
And once in a while, guys got up and they hung in the front of the unit to smoke. So the library was right across from the unit I was stationed. So I would go over and sit on the stairs with him, and he would smoke, and we'd talk shit. I didn't smoke then.
What was it like to do acid in prison? Like, did you freak out?
No, not at all. We just giggled and told stories.
You got acid a lot, though.
By that time, yeah, but I hadn't done it. I wasn't an acid. I stopped doing acid in 86 in San Francisco. You can't get addicted to that. The last time I'd done acid was 85 in San Francisco. Everything after that was just straight cocaine and whatever pills I get my hands on. Mm. So it was 87, 88, and we did a hit of acid, and that was it. But then I met this guy, John Clark. John Clark was a white dude. John Clark used to gamble. So he'd always talk to me about gambling. And I knew that the black dudes were scared of him. And a lot of the biker white dudes were scared of him. He wasn't affiliated with nobody. He had tats and shit. but he was from the East Coast. He was a real Philly guy. And I would, like, he had been in jail for so fucking long. I would talk.
For what? For what?
Like murder and like fucking assault. And he was just a badass. So people knew who this guy was. So this guy used to just talk to me. He'd come in the kitchen and talk to me. Like he had a job picking up garbage or something.
Right.
And that's how he was getting the drugs into the prison. So in the mornings, he'd come talk to me about the Sixers he was a real sports fan, but he liked my accent. He used to tell me, dog, talking to you takes me home because then I call my father. You make me sentimental when I talk to you, dog. So he started, and then one day he would tell me, nah, when my girlfriend comes on Sundays, she brings the speed. I shit it out Monday morning.
Oh my God.
And then I snorted Monday and Tuesday. But Mondays we went to a gym to play basketball. So this went on for a while. For like 2 months, I was friends with John. And we exchanged food. He put bets in with me. He bet the cards. He loved gambling. And he was just a degenerate gambler. He would 50 cents a card. He'd bet 10 cards, 20 cards. He'd buy a card, and he would still lose. That's how bad of a loser this guy was. But we became friends, man. He was a solid dude. And one day I go over there. He's like, come here for a thing. You want to do a line of speed? I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm not going to turn this motherfucker. People would die to hang out with this guy. And here I am talking to him like, and I knew he hated spicks and niggas. It was one of those things, like he was one of those KKK motherfuckers. But dog, he worked his hand when it came to me. He even told me, he goes, by my fucking rules, I can't be hanging out with Cubans, but you're the bomb diggity. Like I was friends with a dude who ran a kitchen. And you couldn't get to this guy. This guy was an old Italian mobster. People would die. He had his own customers. And John used to say, Doug, I heard the guy cooks, but he won't even talk to me. I said, I'll get your food from now on. So whenever the guy made nachos or chili con carne or whatever, I get John hooked up. John loved me. So on Monday, John would go, come on over, let's do a line of speed. Dog, one night I went with him to play basketball. That was a complete different experience. I forgot all about that shit, that you can't run on speed.
What happened?
Oh, my God. You know, what do you think happens? You're already at 135 beats per minute.
Fucking heart attack.
I'm out there running. All of a sudden, I realize there's not enough.
You're already running on speed.
Yeah, you're already running on speed. I would jump up and
in the middle of a marathon.
Here I am in prison playing hoops on fucking speed with John Clark on Monday fucking nights.
So you think you're gonna die?
I thought I was gonna die, but I never played hoops again. But I would stay up all night Tuesday on the fucking speed, go to work Tuesday morning, and then like in the afternoon take a nap, and I was fine.
Back in the day when
88, this was speed. It was still speed. It wasn't meth yet.
Back in the day before pot was legal, when everyone still had a guy. You had a guy. You'd go there, you'd buy a fucking, you'd buy a gram, or you'd buy an ounce. And then you'd had 7 guys going out on an 8th, and then you would get your 8th for free. Remember that old fucking scam?
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Classic.
And I'd spray with a spray bottle to make the water go in there so the weed would get heavy.
Yeah.
And I would spray Tebow's double. So by the time he got home, the fucking weed would disintegrate. He'd wake up in the morning. But when he went to bed, there was this much weed. When he woke up, there was this much weed. What the fuck happened to my weed?
And you pinch a little bud from each of the 7, so your 8th was heavy, or whatever, back in the day. So I would go to this guy. And this guy he was like a drug dealer for he had everything. You go there, there'd be dudes, they were cleaning like M16s. 2 dudes cleaning M16s, you would go there. You know what I mean? You're like, oh shit. He's like, yeah, man, my buddy just paid me with these 2 guns for like, half a pound of coke. He always had some other shit going on, but he was my weed dealer. So I used to get coke from him. I used to get Valium from him back in the day. And he used to sell coke and Valium at the same time. Like you can get if you got like an 8-ball, he'll give you 4 Valium also. Like weird shit, shit you shouldn't be taking together. But I remember going there, he goes, I got like I got like an ounce of weed. And he's like, you want to do a line? And you see a line cut up on him. I thought it was blah. I'm like, yeah, man, I'll do a line of coke and then go home and I'm good. Do it. And I'm like, ooh, shit. About just 2.5 hours later, I found out it was meth. It's the only time I've ever done it. Man, it was like doing 30 lines of coke. I was high for 6.5 hours from one line of this shit. Like coke you're used to doing. You could do it, you can get off, you can do a couple lines and you can tap out. You can tap out when you're doing coke. I did 1 line of this shit because I thought it was coke. That's the only time I've ever fucked that shit. But I was like, oh yeah, I could see people getting fucking dicey on that shit.
I did it one time in West Virginia. I followed some dudes to a cabin.
Did you know that's what it was?
No. I asked them, they were in the back room snorting it. And I said, hey, can you get them? They go, no, we don't have none on us. But if you want to follow us, we drove fucking 45 minutes to a trailer. And I'm like, this ain't right. I give the guy like $50. He comes out with like a lump. And I go, this ain't coke. He goes, nah, this is speed. I still did it. You know me. We drove an hour. I'm doing it. One time I did it in Idaho. They put you up, the Funny Bone in Idaho. You used to put you up in this old-fashioned hotel. And it would creak. The floors would creak. Oh, Jesus Christ.
The Goldwood.
I did a lot, but they had showtime, so I could jerk off all night on the speed. And then one night, somebody gave me the bottom of a bag at a comedy store. And I did the line, and it was speed. And it set me off, dog. I ended up doing like 15 grams of fucking blow that night.
Yeah.
I went off deep. I used to go deep.
It's like days. What's the longest run you've had?
The worst run I ever had in my cocaine career started on a Friday night.
3 days for me.
And it went till Monday morning. And I dumped maybe 20 grams. I called the cops twice on myself. I didn't let the dog out to piss.
Did they come? Did the cops come?
The cops came.
What did they say to you? What did they say to you the second time?
The first time, I told them there was a burglar, and they went around the property and looked. And the second time, they said, can we talk to you for a second? I go, yeah. And they go, when was the last time you got sleep? How much coke have you done?
Really?
Yeah. And I go,
was it the same cops?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, it was him and a different one. And I owned one of them.
He switched partners.
One of the guys.
He's been high so long.
Let me tell you, partners. Let me tell you how fucking high I was. No. Let me tell you how goofy I was that night. I started on a Friday. I called the cops Saturday, and I called them again Sunday night.
Okay.
Sunday afternoon. It was daylight out.
Okay.
At that time, I had the coke inside the sink where you put the disposal, where you could pop it.
Oh, yeah,
In case the cops came, I would put the thing, and I would take little rocks and crawl, and I had on
it's a good hiding spot, actually.
Oh, my God. I had a porno. No, I did not have a porno movie. I had one of those freaking movies that somebody shows their pussy, and I would whack off to that. It was just a horrible, disgusting drug weekend. But no, it didn't end there, guys. I called the cops Saturday at like 11. Then I called the cops again Sunday. And that's when the one cop came in and he goes, you really got to get your life together. You know, you can't keep calling the cops on yourself and shit. What did I do? I got a 6 hours sleep, and I walked to the police station the next morning still. Because just because you don't have coke and just because you slept 6 hours
doesn't mean
that electric is still in your mind.
Yeah, man.
Just making you make bad decisions. What did I do? I walked to the police station and said there was a burglar because I finally walked around because I was a house sitter. Okay, and I had this big.
So it wasn't even your place.
No, but they had an extension to the garage. When my girlfriend was there, I did coke in the house.
Right.
But since I was alone that night, I did it in my apartment over the garage.
Okay.
Okay, he did a caretaker. But that night, I called the cops on myself wisely.
How far away was the police station that you walked to?
3 blocks. Walked in and said, I'm sorry about the other night. The cop's like, what were you thinking? But one of the cops at that time, he tapped on to me. He knew I was crazy. He was crazy. You know, we were talking about dirty cops this week. This was one of my experiences with a dirty cop.
Dirty in what sense?
He got high. I sold him coke on a few occasions. And then he came to me and then he goes, hey, listen, I know that you like guns.
Yes.
What if...
Dirty. Definitely dirty.
I could give you guns that we have no history on. You could sell them.
No way.
Oh, fuck yeah. So he was just pulling people over and clipping their guns.
What year is this?
87.
Okay.
What percentage did he take?
Of what?
The guns.
He would show up at my house once every 3 weeks with 4 or 5 fucking guns. Brand new fucking
How would you split the money?
I would trade him coke. So he would tell me, what do you want? What do you want for a 5?
So he's paying for coke with guns.
Give me 3 grams. Give me 3 grams of coke. I give him 3 grams. You know, he'd come to my house and leave with a half ounce of coke, and I'd take 4 or 5 guns from him.
Wow, fuck.
This is a complete. And then this is crazy. I was flat broke, guys. I was flat fucking broke. Okay, and I went, and my friends came out to visit me, and we were talking shit. And at that time in Aspen, cocaine was $1,800 an ounce. My friends came out and said, we're getting it for $8. And if you buy 10 ounces, we'll give it to you for $6.50. And it's 90% right off a fucking rock. But you have to take a plane. So $1,800 they wanted for fucking 28 grams.
So for a $200 plane ticket, you make $600.
For a $200 plane ticket, I'm paying $6.50. I'm making fucking $1,200 fucking dollars per ounce, and I'm not even. And that's without cut, guys.
And that's not in 2015.
This is 1986. I'm sitting.
So that's like $3,000 basically.
I'm making $600-700. I got no reason to lie to nobody. I'm making $600-700 a week in a video store. I'm stealing too. Okay, I'm making. I'm selling a half gram here. I shared an apartment with a girl. We ate out every night until we started cooking. We realized we couldn't fucking eat out no more. That's how I'm experiencing all this shit. When I talk here, we used to eat out every night and go to dinner, and then we cut that shit out. And one day these guys come out to visit me. I'm clean and sober, guys. I'm clean and sober a year and a half. Wow. And they come out and I start pounding. These are my friends from Jersey, and they're telling me that they fucking got motorcycles and trucks, and the one guy had 8 trucks, and here I am in a video store making $800. So I go, wait a second. So if I go back there and I pick up, let's pretend 9 ounces, which is a quarter key. If I pick, and in those days the guy was like, he just put his.
What was a key back then?
It was 30. It was, I think, what's a kilo? 34 ounces. So a key in those days, I don't remember. It was dirt cheap. It was by that time. It was before Reagan sent the troops to Colombia. So they were stuck. They had so much cocaine. Everywhere else in the country was fucking cheap. But in Aspen, it had this high price tag on it. So, guys, I had no fucking money. So I went, I knocked on Lisa Ayad's door. Lee, I know you a long time. Yeah, let me talk to you about something, Lee. You told me once your grandmother left you some stocks and some bonds. And you also told me that some lady died and left you some money. I'm not looking for a loan. This is what I'm looking to do.
You want to make some money.
Give me $5,000 at 8 o'clock Tuesday night. And by Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, I will give you back $6,500 and 3.5 grams of fucking the same coke I'm getting. That was the deal I was cutting people. So I go to 3 or 4 or 5 people, put whatever package I need together, $9,800 or something. I forget what it was. I forget the numbers. I know that I had to take like $10,000. And I would go, and I would already have customers lined up. I'd already go to Lee and go, Lee, come here for a second. What are you paying for an ounce? I'm paying $1,800. What if tonight I give you the ounce of the best coke you got for $13.50? Okay, cash. Okay, and on the plane, on the way back, coming from Aspen to the guy's hotel room, I'd be fucking cutting the coke with 3.5 grams. I'd take an 8-ball out, pop, and dog at the end. You know how much money I used to sell it before it landed? I would sell it before it landed. Sometimes I get a down payment from a motherfucker. Lee, listen, you want 2 ounces, right?
And a 20% loan in 24 hours.
And that's what I would do.
25% loan.
I just knew how to make people money. So I would just keep contacting people. Oh, you want to do it again? Yeah, fuck yeah. What if I told you can make $500 a fucking week off me, Lee? Every fucking week, just lending me money and free cocaine. Are you fucking kidding me?
You would do it every week?
Every week I was flying back on United Airlines.
Could you imagine doing that now? You probably like set off an alarm. You probably like they probably be like, why is he
he had 9 German Shepherds in his back pocket.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, look at now, I do comedy. If I was a greedy dumb fuck on Thursdays, I would take an extra suitcase on first class, filled with Chiba Chews or Stars of Death. I would pack them up if I was a greedy dumb fuck and I had no respect for comedy or my family.
And sell them for like $20 a piece.
I would make a killing.
Did you watch Narcos?
Yeah,
loved it.
Yeah, I'd have Tebow in New York with a menu, like Chiba Chews. I get them here for $22. They're paying $30 in New York
minimum.
And then, but see, a guy like me, I'm a Cuban Jew. I contact Chiba Chew and say, dog, what can we do? I didn't tell him what I'm doing. I'm just telling him I'm going to move volume for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to move. What do you need to move? 22 boxes. What can you do? Well, I'll give them to you for $16.50. That's a different part of that.
You save $3 a box, but you're moving that many boxes.
Sure.
Like, fuck, man.
People on the East Coast will buy those by the fucking box. This weed we smoked tonight, this death we smoked tonight.
Right.
What are you kidding me? These fucking stars of death that my main man gave us, these fucking Star One, these things. It's 3 for $25, these 200
Yeah,
milligrams.
they're expensive.
Okay.
Edibles are expensive.
They're fucking expensive. You could triple your money in New York and people will pay.
How much pot is in one of those?
200 milligrams per star. These are special for Lee. They're like 52 milligrams.
Yeah, no, I heard they're like 20.
They don't do nothing to nobody. No, it's really fucking weird how that's how I made a living. So every week, but to get to the point of the story, there was this one guy that kept lending me money. He was all in, this fucking guy. This guy.
How did he have his money?
He was, I think his dad gave him money, and he was a wannabe mobster from Detroit. And his sister was married to a dude who owned the pizza parlor. He was a jack-off and a half.
This wasn't the guy you sold the Mafia membership to,
No, it was one of his friends. I sold the Mafia membership to in Snowmass.
What does that mean?
This kid can't bother me. Hey, do you know anybody in the mob? Do you know anybody in the mob?
What does that even mean?
Listen to me.
Like, could you ask somebody that and that's not even a legitimate question?
Well, this is how retarded he was. He kept asking me, how do you know anybody to get me in the mob?
Okay.
I went to like a fucking store and I got like an application. Dog, Tebow, you have no fun. I was doing it as a goof. I thought he was actually going to look at me.
Is he young?
He was my age at the time. And he had watched every Mafia movie from 1920 on. He was a white kid, and he kept bugging me. I told him to fill it out and put his name and number, relatives. The kid put everything down, Social Security. It was fucking crazy. And this is all, I'm doing this on my own. This is all fun. This is all the mind of Joey Diaz.
Yeah.
When this kid showed up with $2,000, I thought this was like a setup. I kept going home at night going, I'm going to go to fucking jail. This went on for like 6 months. Every time I'd see him, he goes, dog, nobody contacted me. Are you fucking crazy? I just talked to Louis from the Bronx. He said,
still a bite.
He said, they're going to send you a plane ticket so you could do the whole thing of the ceremony. This kid, it was fucking crazy. But this wasn't the kid. This was a kid that I never found out about this till later on. So when I was going downhill, I went to him for a big amount. I already had a hook on him, so now I'm going to burn him. So I said, listen, we're going deep, right? We're going to buy 15 kilos. I need like fucking.
You knew he'd go off the diving board.
I knew he'd
with
go
you?
off the diving board.
Yeah.
And I took the money from those guys like on a Tuesday, and I snorted all the coke. There was no trip. I just hid. Like I used to disappear for 24 hours with the money and come back that Wednesday. That fucking Tuesday, I went.
Yeah.
And because by that time, I wasn't really flying back anymore. I got lazy. I was getting too high. I would get paranoid and not get on planes and shit.
Yeah.
So I was just buying it locally, but I still had my customers. I was just cutting the coke and telling the people, you can't sell to me for 18. You got to take it down to like 14. I'll sell a bunch of it for you. So finally I got into such a deep hole. And it was the week of Thanksgiving, 1986. Guys, I had been on a fucking 2-month run. This girl I was living with who turned out having Jackie, her mother, wasn't even basically talking to me. All I was doing was going home, giving her money and giving her coke and leaving. I was going to Cato's house. I had a couple of other broads. I had a room in a hotel. A guy that ran security gave me a room at the hotel for me to put a scale and coke in there.
That's the shit that I mean of like,
oh my God.
I can get $120 drunk on $7.
It was
like
all
if you're
handed
in that world and that world is your priority, you get these weird hookups that most people don't understand unless you fucking have been an addict in one way or another.
And I would give him coke, and he worked security, so he would stay up all night.
Yeah.
And he would watch the hotel, and I'd go into that room by myself and jerk off and fucking take showers and whack off in the shower and crawl and hide. And it was horrible. And then I would go back to this apartment with this poor girl. And one Tuesday, they gave me like, I fucking have no idea, guys. I must have came up with like, I usually came up with like 15 grand. This time I came up with like 30 grand cash. And guys, I paid off like 15,000 that I owed. And I bought like $5,000 worth of coke, and I held on to 10. And I fucking went to a friend's house.
That's another level shit.
This was another shit I used to do. I would go to Lee Syatt's house with Paula there and go, can I talk to you? And you come out and go, what's up, Joey? Here's $300. Do me a favor. Get the fuck out of here. Take your fucking girlfriend with you. 300? Really? Yeah. Go get a hotel room for 50. Come on. Yeah. Get the fuck. Let me get your apartment. I was so paranoid to get high in my own house or even hotel rooms. I would go to my friends and go, how about I give you $300? Just let me use your apartment for tonight. What are you going to do? Nothing. I'm gonna drink, smoke pot, and jerk off on your couch by myself. That's how fucking bad the addiction was.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
I made plans for Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving was that Thursday. I was supposed to pick up a turkey. I was supposed to have a party at my house. I had 10 people coming over to my house. I was supposed to go to New York and pick up a big fucking shipment of coke. I said, fuck it. I just paid off the debts I had in Colorado, picked up $5,000, snorted. I walked in that door Thanksgiving about 6 o'clock at night. That poor chick was just sitting there going, what happened? I was at my friend's house for 2 days. I gave him like 2 days' money that just disappeared. Go to a fucking hotel. Ugh. I stayed in his apartment. Some chick came over. God knows what happened. The next day, I had fucking people calling my house all fucking day. The day after Thanksgiving, that phone didn't fucking stop.
What did you think was going to happen?
Oh, dog, it was over. The cops were watching me.
And he's tapped.
I owed 3 or 4 drug dealers $10,000 or more.
Yep.
I owed now.
The landlord.
Oh, my God. No, the landlord was free rent. That was house rent.
Oh, that's right.
I owed the money I was borrowing.
Yep.
I had borrowed from fucking everybody at this point. I was deep. And this kid was started getting suspicious.
Right.
So he's knocking on.
Who you're milking? You're milking this cow.
I'm milking this cow.
Yeah.
But I still need coke to leave town.
To make money.
I'm leaving town. I'm leaving fucking town.
Yeah.
But I got to get coke for the ride to Denver. We had the car in the garage. We had it all packed, and we were going to leave in the middle of the night from Aspen to Denver. There was a house across from us watching us.
Jesus, what do you mean watching you?
There was a guy in there that was watching us from Aspen Police Department. I was selling coke to a guy that cut a deal with the police to bring him dealers because his wife was an accountant for the city of Aspen, and she got caught writing checks for coke. So when they caught her, she goes, how about we cut a deal? I get you drug dealers. So his job was to go out and buy coke. Every time he come to my house, he'd go, let me talk to you outside. They want to talk to me outside for a talk because they were up there. So one day I had a friend of mine go for Snowmass. You'd go in through the back. So I had him go through the back. And right away he flew over and he goes, dog, you're right. There's guys up there and they have a telescope and they're looking down.
No shit.
So my friend called him. We went downstairs in those days when you went to your phone panel, there would be a wire that would have the wiretap order. So if you could break into your phone panel and find your line, you would see the wiretap fucking order. Boom.
Oh.
Once I saw that, I knew I had to leave town. Not only did I owe 80 fucking grand, not only were the cops watching me, I had to fucking go. I was hooked on blow. I had bought this fucking weed. That was beautiful. I had a pound of this weed. That was beautiful.
Of course you had a pound.
But it didn't get you high.
What do you mean?
I got beat on it. Like they sold me 2 pounds, and the 1 pound got you high, and the other one didn't.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Like the other one was just a fugazi pound of weed that I had in the dresser. And I knew that my coke dealer liked good weed. So I packed my car, and I snuck over to her house like 8 o'clock, and I said, listen, her name is Neely. I go, Neely, I got to talk to you about something. She's like, oh, if you're going to come in here, you better give me some money. I go, I got 1,000 cash. I got this pound of weed. But you got to do me a favor. And she smelled it. She's like, where'd you get this? This is tremendous. I go, I got this, bitch. I go, I need a half.
It was also late 80s.
I go, I need a half ounce of blow, and I'll bring you back the money in an hour. Meanwhile, I got the money to give her. It was like last resort.
But you needed.
I needed blow to get out of town.
Yeah.
I needed blow to fucking get out of town. Why? Because I needed fucking blow. I wanted to get high.
Yeah, he needs his money.
I need my money
to live on, but he needs the blow because he's addicted to blow.
You couldn't get in Denver?
But I'm not driving 4 hours without blow.
He's on his way out.
I need something to go.
He's like, I'm leaving town. I have the money for blow, but throw me some blow and I'll pay you later. And he ain't paying later.
Here's this pound of weed I'm leaving you.
Yeah. So wait, is that why you didn't get on planes? Because you were...
No, we had a car. What were we going to do, leave the fucking car there?
No. Your anxiety of getting on planes, was it because you couldn't do coke for that long?
What are you, a psychiatrist? I don't fucking know. No. This is 1987. There was no fucking planes. There was planes going to New Jersey and back. No, it was just anxiety. I was doing 1,000 fucking things in my head, and I finally couldn't get on planes no more because I knew the cops were watching me. So I just stopped flying. So now I'm in a fucking bind. I'm leaving town, but you need a package to go. You can't just go with no package dry. Yep. So on the way out, let me rob everybody. I'm leaving, so what difference does it make? So I brought her a pound of weed as collateral, and I said, give me $1,500 worth of fucking blow, and I'll be back in an hour, and I'll take the weed back, plus here's $1,000 that I owe you. I owe like 10 grand at this time. I gave her 1,000, so they're happy. They're like, at least your man. I go, when I make the fucking half ounce of 500, I'll give you that too. She gave me the half ounce. I got in my car. I shot out of there. Snorting coke the whole fucking way to Denver. We get to fucking Denver, Lee. Let me tell you how bad my paranoia was. You know how many hotels I checked in and out of?
6.
4. I went into a hotel, would go in, do a line, and
thought they were checking on you.
And tell my girlfriend, come on, we got to go. And we'd go across the street like fucking retards, pay another $44, stay in there for an hour, get the fuck out of there. You have no idea what addiction is.
What did your girlfriend say?
She thought I was crazy, but she was just...
She went for the ride. She went for the ride.
Remember when that scene in Goodfellas, when he comes out, and he goes, when he gets out, what's the first thing he says? Where's the stuff?
Yeah, where's the
stuff? And she
stuff?
goes, I threw it out. What do you mean you threw it out?
Pissed, yeah.
The cops were everywhere. No.
He's been thinking about this shit more than her.
That scene was all about addiction. When she got on her hands and knees and she's crying. That's what crazy people do. That's how me and that girl were acting.
And me too.
Me and that girl were acting that way. Like crying and falling asleep.
I would say this, Joe. I would say this. Like, and especially now since I've like, I saw addiction specialist for 6 months. I went to rehab, all the things I've done in the last 11 months. And I thusly realized I have a preference of the kind of chick I would like to date. So does my disease. So I've dated several times for multiple years women that would probably kill me, but my disease is in love with her because she's not busting my balls. She gets up at 11 in the morning and I'm sitting there still wearing the same clothes from last night, having another fucking tall boy PBR where I got a line of coke in front of me. And she's just like, cool, finish that. Let's go get some fucking Bloody Marys at 11 a.m. That's the kind of chick that my disease wants me to date. The flip side of that is true. The type of chick I should be with is, like a Terry type where it's like, she comes out, it's 11 a.m., I got a line in front of me, and I'm drinking a tall boy. She's like, the fuck is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? I've broken up with her so many times because my disease's vote was higher, 51% or more, And then the flip side of that is true, where it's like, there's been times where I'm like, I've dated girls for 3 years where the cops would come twice a week. I'm like, you guys are fucking fighting again. You guys are too loud. Your neighbors are fucking complaining. My disease has a vote on not only how I live my life, but who I fucking date. Like, that's trippy, man. That is trippy. Like, the fact that, like, it's that cunning, baffling, powerful that, like, I could date someone for 2 years because I'm 51% into drinking right now.
So is it
or drugs, or coke, or meth, or whatever the fuck it is.
Is it hard for you when you're, like, starting to date a new girl? Like, or is it, like, do you know if you can trust them? Is like that what they
No, not even that. I mean,
you don't give a fuck. As long as they leave you alone, I give a fuck. She sucks 20 dicks.
Yeah.
What do I give a fuck?
Yeah.
She pays half her rent. She doesn't complain if I drink, if I bring a bottle home.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. I was saying, like, now when you date, are you worried that you're picking the wrong?
That's why they say, like, like, if you're like in recovery, like, they go a year without dating. Just go a year without dating, And Joey knows, like, I last time I was sober for 3 years. About 40 days in, started dating Danny Skirts. That went good for like 2 years. But then we broke up and shit went bad. And then 8 months later, I was drinking again. Because I made her my shit and not like being fucking clean my shit. If that makes sense, man. If that makes any sense.
I did what you did, but I went back and forth. I had a woman that was good, and we did drugs. Then we both cleaned up. And I didn't really dig it. Once we cleaned up. And
what do you mean? Like, once you cleaned up, you saw it differently?
Yeah, I saw it differently.
And that's understandable.
And we broke up, and then it was weird. Like, I liked women that were opposite me. Like, I didn't want to be with somebody who liked blow. I wanted somebody who liked beer. So we both weren't hooked on the same shit. I liked women who got high.
I get
because
that.
I liked the sex and the stupid freakiness at
Get
night.
that, yeah.
But the daytime living with chicks who did blow was a long time because now they're going through the same thing I'm going through.
And now you just
So
both
I don't
lower
like
the bottom.
that. Yeah. So I like those coke chicks.
You don't want
I
any
like
woman
living
with a
them.
shovel in her hand.
Right. I don't want
let's
to be.
dig lower.
There's no way. One thing I really made a point of in my life was to always, like, somebody made a dumb remark around me. Why do you hang out with that guy? He doesn't get high. Let's get something fucking straight. To me, that was my refuge. I wanted to hang out with people who didn't get high. That was when I was getting high. That was part of my healing my addiction. That was part of me being me. That I hung out with people purposely that did not get high, so they didn't know what I was going through. They didn't know the signs. I love that. I love hanging out with people that do not get high because I can't take hanging out with people.
It felt safe to you.
Yeah, it was my safety valve.
Yeah.
That's always kept me together. I like hanging out with people who don't get high. I like a couple people in my life who don't get high. There's some people who need to get high. That's a complete fucking different story. But there's a lot of people who don't need to get high, and you don't need them to get high. In fact, you hang out, you get a kick out of them.
I'm always curious. I'm curious about them. I'm like, why do you not need to get high? Like, if I'm around a lot of people, I feel like I need to get high. I need something else to get me around these people. But then there are these people that don't need that. And I'm so curious by them. They're like, how can you be around a lot of other people and still be happy and not be high? Does that make sense?
I respect it. I respect it with all my heart. I have friends that have never gotten high, never touched a fucking thing in their life. And I look at those people and I got all the respect in the world that they didn't fall for the dumb loopholes that I fell for in high school or whatever.
Aren't you curious about that?
Not at all. People have different beliefs. It doesn't matter how your parents raise you. Some people don't like that. Some people get exposed at an early age and just don't like it, Yeah. I don't like alcohol. I don't like the effects of a room full of drunks. I don't like it,
Mm-hmm.
It got to the point, the last 5 years of my addiction, last 6 or 7 years, I can't lie to you, I couldn't be around people snorting coke with me. If you were abroad and you were definitely going to suck my dick and we were going to have sex, come in. But if not, if you have doubts, if you're not sure, listen, don't waste my time and your time because I'll throw you out that fucking window.
Right.
You've been chatting me up. I got a headache. I had to hear about your childhood and no blowjob at the end of this fucking tunnel.
Yeah. I gotta know who your manager is.
Yeah, the whole fucking deal. It's
you got an
album
coming out.
I was fucking sick. Like I would not get high with anybody.
Right.
People would come up to me at clubs, man. I got blow. That's great. That's great. I don't do it. And they go, what do you mean? I heard you do. No, I don't do nothing. I would have coke in my pocket, and I
say no.
No, and once in a great while, I do a bump and have a cocktail at the comedy club, but I have to get the fuck out of there.
On the road too.
Like
not around local people, so no one can say shit.
No, I don't want to chit chat.
I would do that too.
I don't want to chit chat to nobody.
I would do that
because that's how they're gonna know. And then you got to get chit chatting, and then no. There was no chit chat. Let me give some shout outs. We gotta get the fuck out of here. So not really.
Do that. Why you get shout outs? Can I run and pee while you do?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Tammy Rincon, Fabian, Fabs, Bueno, Thomas Easter, always out there plugging these motherfuckers. Jess Uvar, Jesse James, JT, J Rama, Sean Thompson, The Lifting Game, and Man Stuff for You. How's that, you bad motherfuckers? Don't forget, the Savage Dead Tour starts January 28th in Charlotte, and the following week, February 4th, at the St. Louis Helium. You understand me? Tickets on sale. I don't know. Do what you need to fucking do.
You redid your website. Looks good.
Yeah, it looks very nice. Scott did a great job with it. Scott's a fucking savage.
I haven't seen Scott for a while.
He was in town. I think he's coming back. He said at the end of January.
Oh my God.
What's up, dog? How you feeling?
I'm good.
Fucking Thursday. It's a beautiful night to be alive. We're telling some fucking sick fucking addiction stories. And there you are.
But what about like?
Hold on. Oh, what were you saying? I had a stretch.
Oh, this is what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Was it hard to sleep in prison? Like when you said you took a nap in, I wanted to ask, but the conversation went a different way. Like when you said you took a nap in prison, I was like, how the fuck do you take a nap with like murderers walking around? Like that was crazy to me.
In county jail, there's 2 guys to a cell.
That's still too much.
All right. When you lock the door,
I would totally go to isolation.
Right.
I would. Oh, there's no way.
When you get to when I got to the other place, it was 1-man cells, and they locked the door at night. And then when I got to whatever the fuck, diagnostic, it's a 1-man cell. It's an iron bed, pretty much. You put a sheet on a metal fucking bed.
Jesus.
And you slept, Lee. You just sleep. What are you gonna do? You gotta sleep.
But the one that freaked me out was the one like the camp, because you said you were in like an open air area, right?
Yeah, you're in an open area, but
Holy
still
shit,
you have a door to your room.
Did it lock?
No.
No, fuck that.
I don't remember.
Oh my god. Like I've thought about it, and I would like punch a guard, whatever you have to do. I would totally get isolation. I'd be fine. There's no way.
No,
There's no way.
It's not as bad as people fucking think. They show American movies to scare you and shit. It's just men trying to get their lives together. Listen, when you come that close, when you're in a camp, you're so close. Any smart guy goes, you know what? I got a family now. I got a second chance. I'm going to mind my business. A lot of guys mind their fucking business in those camps. They don't say 2 fucking words because they know they're that much closer to being home. There's guys that are going to be fuck-ups anyway, and eventually they get caught. A bunch of guys in there got regressed. That means they catch you with a dirty UA. There's snitches at those places. So the snitches got their ear out. So the snitches, every time they find out about a party, they go right to the guards and go test those guys. You follow me how it works? So you have to be very careful. The prison knows who the snitches are. They don't talk much about them. If not, those guys will have you pissed. You know how many times I got pissed the whole time I was in the system? 0. Not one fucking time. Once I got to the halfway house, they pissed me every time I walked in because they knew I was a fucking creepster. What's up, Jason? You're almost on a year.
Yeah, man, like 2-3 weeks away.
What advice do you have for somebody who made a resolution? Who said, this is it, I'm not doing pills no more? Because I got a lot of emails the last 2 weeks about people saying,
I would say this, man. I would say,
do they need a rehab?
Today, man, just, not everybody. Probably 15%, 20% of them might. But you know how you find out if you do, you go like this, man. I'm going to hit the pillow today, like clean. And if I can do that, for a couple of weeks in a row, then I can do it for more. And it's like we said earlier, man, it's like, I had this notion, I have a problem with surrendering, because they're like, oh man, you got to surrender because you're a fucking addict or a drunk or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, man, I'm not good at surrendering. Well, I have no problem surrendering my driver's license, my apartment, my relationship with my girlfriend, my relationship with my family. Like, I'm awesome at surrendering. You know what I mean? It's like surrendering to what? So it's like sometimes you just got to go like, all right, man, I'm fucked. So, all right, then today only. Just like the way I drank, man. Like the way I drank. I drank for today. I wasn't worried about the future. I wasn't worried about tomorrow. I wasn't worried about shit. I had to get fucked up today. And I'll worry about tomorrow when tomorrow happens. So it's like, have that same sense of urgency. And if you cannot do that, you might need to look at rehab. Because there are people that can do that and get sober. And they go, man, I was just like that far away from needing rehab. Because I almost couldn't do that. But if you can't fucking surrender daily for 30 days and be like, man, I'm fucked. Like I have to not drink for 30 days and see what's up. If you can't do it, rehab. And you'll lower the bar, Everyone's bottom is different. So you might have to lower the bar. You might, shit might have to get really, really, really bad before you say fuck it. But the 2 most dangerous words I can hear in my head, fuck it. When I hear fuck it, I'm in deep shit, dude. When I hear fuck it in between my ears, the 2 words, fuck it. Nothing good has ever happened to me immediately after I hear those 2 words. So when I hear fuck it, I have to get into action. Because if I don't, it goes the other way, man. You know, within 6 months, I'm in jail bragging about how good the fucking chocolate chip pancakes are over at San Quentin.
I've been there. Oh my God, tremendous.
You know what I mean?
Sunday mornings, you'd sit there and go, oh my God.
Yeah. That person heard fuck it 1 year earlier. That person heard fuck it in his head and didn't take a positive action. And a year later, he's bragging to some newbie in some sort of jail about how good the fucking pancakes are at some other fucking intake, at some other fucking jail, in some other fucking county. Fuck. When you hear fuck it, man, you know, get into fucking action.
You ever hear fuck it, Lee?
You know what, God? You always feel like I always felt like a dick here thinking this, but I want to, because Joe, you lost a lot of weight. Obviously, the results aren't necessarily as bad or as bad quickly. Like, you're not going to go to jail for getting fat. But I could really relate to a lot of what you said. To a lot of what you said, I really related to. And I think, because I know there's a lot of fucking big people listening to this show. And, like people always look down on you. And I used to get pissed off. Like, I used to get pissed when, like, when I came out here and people I would work with go drink in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And fucking do all that stuff. And
I love day drinking.
Or drinking, like, at work. And to me, like, and I was looked down upon because I was fat because I ate fucking cheeseburgers. And it used to piss me off. And to me, it was like, obviously it's not the same harness, but like sticking to a diet. And that's what I want to ask you, Joe. Is like, if like there's times where you would go fuck it, or it's hard to, like, when you're that big, when you're that far gone.
Yeah, but it's like if you fuck up, it's like if you're on a diet and then you have one day where you fuck up, you don't go, because your head goes, hey man, we fucked up, so fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's kick over the sandcastle. But there's part of you that's like, if you fuck up, cool man, I fucked up yesterday. Let's say yesterday I got fucking heroin last night. I could drink for another fucking year and a half and really fuck my life up. Or I can go, you know what? Yesterday I drank and I'm right back on the fucking wagon again. It's same thing with diets, man. Same thing with working out. Same thing with jujitsu. Same thing with fucking comedy. Same thing with everything. You know? It's like progress, not perfection.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, and whatever is killing you, whatever your Achilles heel is like, we're either perfect or we're fucked. And the opposite of that is true. It's like, I'm progressing.
If I was going to start a diet and it was like, I'm going to start Monday, and like, let's say I fucked up Monday morning, I'd be like, oh, well, I should start Monday. Next Monday.
I'll start in February. Yeah, I'll start in February. It's January 9th. I fucked up on Monday, so I'll start in February. And you grant yourself 4 days of fucking up and developing bad habits versus going, you know what? I fucked up yesterday. Today I'm going to restart.
The fucking guy in Sunset next to the El Compadre, he's a Taekwondo school, a Subak Do school.
I know exactly. I used to live right behind it.
And I used to go to that Subak Do school all the time, you know. And when I first joined, I went for like a month, and then the cocaine took over. It was too rough. The plan was to go there, and that would keep me out of coke till 7:45.
Yeah, I love you.
6:45 to 7:45. Yeah. That's the big phone hours for blow. That's when the phone's blowing
especially
up.
pager days.
Yeah, that's fucking, you know.
Of course, that's 911.
And I stopped going. I bumped into him. He goes, how you doing? He goes, listen, don't be embarrassed. He goes, I just want to tell you something. What's going on? I'm like, I go on the road. I don't have time. He goes, so what days are you on? I go, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He goes, come Tuesday at 10, once a week. He goes, I guarantee you, if you start just coming once a week, within a year, you'll be there twice a week.
Momentum.
And it worked. And that's how I started losing weight, by going to the gym once a week. You know, I just go once a week.
And it's like a blind faith, too.
Yeah, it's like a fucking little thing. And next thing you know, one will become two. And then next thing you know, you meet a buddy there who says, hey, you coming on Tuesday? Yeah, I'll come on Tuesday. You going to come on Tuesday? Yeah.
And even trippier is all of a sudden you'll meet people under you. Almost like a period scheme. They're like, hey, man, I don't want to do this. And you're like, hey, man, just do it once a week. And you're saying the shit that was told to you, you know? And now you're not, you know, you're linking a chain, you know? And it's like somebody above you who knows more than you is giving you knowledge, but you're also passing that down to people who are less than you.
Paula's been taking some of the classes at the gym, and she said, like, right now it's really busy with people who are doing resolutions. And she said she wanted to talk to this one girl because she could see how like scared she was. But Paul was like, I wouldn't know how to do that. And the first time I worked out, this chubby black dude on a bike. Like, I was doing a bike because the elliptical was too much after like 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Was like we were just next to each other, and Paula could already do the elliptical for the entire time. So she left while I was doing the bike, and he, as soon as she left, he like was like, "Hey man, how long have you been doing it? I've been doing it for this long. I lost this much weight, and just keep coming." And like, and you told me like it was gonna happen, and then it happened like the next day, or like right around that time.
People know.
That's what I just said. I just said, be like, "Hey, just talk."
That
to
I will say that
people.
I got the
good
most
people
in like the
solid
last
people.
11 months. Hey man, what'd you do? You cut your hair? Did you shave? You put on some weight? Like lose some weight? You go to the gym? Everything they guess is not what it is, because it's like an inside job. Like what I did was I just quit drinking. That's all I did. Focus a little more on myself. Focus a little more on my art, my craft, being present, being there for my friends, apologizing more, admitting when I'm wrong more. The little things that what I'm doing dictates, but no one can guess what it is. It's like, hey man, you look different, man. You got a different fucking glow about you.
Crazy.
Because it's an inside fucking job. Like we were talking the other night, and you and I had a long talk about a lot of different things. We were hanging out in the kitchen, like a few different times. You're just like, there you are. You look at I'm drinking a coffee. I was drinking a coffee. I remember, and you're just like, I've noticed you look at the coffee. You know how many times I've noticed people look at what's in my hand? It's like, hey man, this guy seems like he's in a good mood. Subconsciously. Last year of my life, every time I seen Tebow in a good mood, it's because he's lit up. Seems like he's in a good mood. Let me look at his drink. Oh man, he's just drinking coffee. Now I wonder what's going on.
How good is that coffee?
It's trippy, man. It's trippy to just be at a place, at least for the moment. I'm like, man, I'm cool right now. I'm cool just being in the kitchen talking to Joy Diaz. Before, if I was on blow, if I was smoking, if I was fucking smoked a joint, if I had 9 Jack and Cokes in me, I might be in front of you. I might be listening to you talk, but I'm like, I gotta get that next fix. Where am I going? I'm not present. Then me and you are standing there by that freezer, present, talking as fuck. But I still am at that point. So I look forward to and look, I've earned it. Might take me a year or two before people stop looking at my drink. You know what I mean? Oh man, oh shit. Okay, I just got a coffee. Oh, I just got a hot tea. Oh, I just got a Coke. My friend, Jackie Gold?
No.
She's funny. It's a funny comic. Female friend of mine. She'll always, every time she comes out, if I'm drinking a Coke, she's like, she'll smell it. Bobby Lee too.
Does that bother you?
No, because both of them, we have that joke. So I remember 2 years ago, Bobby Lee goes, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? I'm like, no, man, cool. He goes, cool. You're cool? Let me take a drink. He's Bobby sober. Let me take a drink of your drink. I go, man, you don't want to drink that. What are you doing, man? That was Bobby.
Bobby's still sober.
Yeah.
He's
he's doing great. Bobby's doing great. He's actually very pivotal. Bobby, Tate Fletcher, a lot of people are very pivotal in what I'm trying to do with my life. And now he's like, he'll just come up, he'll just take a sip of my Coke just to be funny. Because he knows I won't stop him. My friend Jackie, she'll let me smell your Coke before I drink it. It's like an inside joke, Because a year and a half ago, Bobby couldn't drink that drink. Bobby playing it off like he could. I'm lying to everybody, but Bobby knew. It was like, it's accountability. It's like that sort of thing. So it's like, yeah, man, it will, in answer to your question, in a year-ish, I'll notice when people stop looking at my drink,
Would it be hard, because you were talking with Joey, so you were engaged, but if you were just in there next to a bar, is it weird for you?
No, same thing, man. I mean, people went outside, I was like, oh, it's hard to be in a bar where everyone's drinking. Man, it's hard for me to be in an insurance seminar. Anywhere.
Yeah.
There's going to be a million times, I know every bar right around this corner. If I wanted to go drink right now, no one can stop me but me. I have to want this lifestyle.
I remember people used to say, well, what are your triggers? When I get up in the morning, I get triggered.
The weather, being awake.
Everything triggered me. A movie, Dish I ate.
It's a windy day and I romanticize drinking. You know, anything will trigger me because that's my trigger. You know, my trigger is being conscious.
Well, both of you have said you had friends, you were friends with all the bartenders, and you were friends with coke dealers.
Sure.
But like, how can you call them friends if they know that you're trying to be sober, they serve you?
Because it's not their fault.
Not their fault.
They're doing their job. They're just them. I come into their lives, they don't come into mine. You know, I seek them out, they don't seek me out. So as I become friends with them to get what I want, it's not their fault that I no longer need what they can give me. If that makes sense.
You know, Lee, out of the 4 coke dealers I had, 2 of them, we just spoke over the holidays and New Year's, and the one sent me a Christmas card. And the one called me. I called him, and he called back. And the black guy called me, and he goes, you know, you're one of my favorite motherfuckers. He goes, I don't just call anybody on motherfucking Christmas.
Right.
But till this day, you're one of my favorite motherfuckers in the world. So we always talk. When I'm by his house, I always call him. He'll call me and ask me if I have a spot at the store. Come to the store and see me. We don't even discuss cocaine. I give him a hug and he leaves.
Yeah. I got a buddy like that.
It's amazing. No. I don't. He didn't do anything.
Remember coaching horses?
Yeah.
Yeah, that used to be back in the day. That was a big coke. Late 90s. That was a coke spot. And my dealer used to be there. And you and I were talking. We were in the kitchen. I'm like, I could see that guy right now. And I haven't been on coke in a while, but I could see that guy and still have to take a shit. If I'm walking around Farmers Market, 3rd and Fairfax, I see fucking English Dave walking up. I see him. I haven't seen him in 3 years. I automatically have to take a shit. Just because I bought so much coke from that dude that my body assimilates. Eye contact with this guy, I have to take a shit because I'm about to do coke.
No. When I see these guys, I don't even think about it anymore. Like, I don't even think about it at all anymore. At all. I couldn't even have seen my life there, ever, copping that life, talking to those people, ever. I was thinking of an interesting thing. When I was 22, I remember being in the worst spot in my life. And I'd be at this bar every night and saying...
What do you mean worst spot of your life?
You know, I was just a young kid, confused, didn't know where I was going. And I was scared, but the coke and the life covered all that fear. I was just living my life.
Right.
And I would hang out at this bar, and I would look at these people, and I despised these people. I despised what they stood for. I despised everything about them. And I used to have to hang there. This was my headquarters.
Right.
At that age. You know, you're at a bar waiting for... Dog, you're not going to believe this. My friend just bumped into a guy who has 80 Quaaludes. He wants to sell them for $2 a piece. And this is what you wait for.
You're at your home club.
You're at your home club. You're waiting for people to come to you with different bullshit stories. And I remember looking around one day going, I can't wait till I never have to go into it. At 22, I knew I had an addiction.
I think I did around the same age.
At 29, I came to grips.
25.
Once I went to jail and came out and went through the shit I went through and still love cocaine more than when I went in, after you do time for coke and you come out and still want to get high, you go, you know what? This is the deal. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to do my work. But 3 nights a week, I'm going to blast off for $50 fucking. And that's what I came to terms with. I wasn't going to wrestle anymore. I was sick and tired of doing coke and going, that's the last time, and ripping up the envelope and then going back into the garbage and getting it out and snorting salt that I threw away. I was done with that shit. On the lighter side, I got to ask you something. What's going on with Punch Drunk Sports? Talk to me.
Punch Drunk is great. And especially now that Ari is back in town. He's here till like March, I think. So it'll be all 3 of us in the studio, which is great. We've got a lot of big bets that have to be paid off. Ari gets to use a fart funnel and fart in Sam's mouth next week.
What was the bet for that?
I think it was a college NCAA finals in basketball. Sam lost.
So this is going on next week in Punch Drunk, next Tuesday at 12 o'clock.
In 2 weeks, not this next one, but the one
I
after
might
that.
show up with Lee and a special black guest friend of mine.
No, you will not. No, you will
Yeah,
not.
let's do it. It's time.
Anytime, man.
Lee gets a fart in the mouth.
When can you do the show? When can you ever feel on it?
If you bring the fart funnel in 2 weeks, tell Ari to get 2 fart funnels and we'll be there.
Oh, thank you for leaving me on my own.
You're gonna make Lee get one on?
Lee has had to have a fart in the mouth.
No,
for 2 years. A black chick.
No one's gonna do it.
A chick from Colorado sent him.
We have a whole system set up. It's basically like a beer. You know a beer bong?
There you go.
I hate you so much.
So you put the beer bong end in your mouth.
Oh, but I'm gonna put it in my mouth.
We're gonna take the funnel around an asshole.
No.
And then they have to eat like bad fish, smoke a couple bad cigars, a couple 12 packs of things that just say beer, like just eat horrible things for 24 hours. And then they fucking fart in your mouth. And then you have to hit the beer bong, but like it's a bong. You have to hold the fart in, hold it in, and then you have to exhale it.
We'll be there with Lisa. Yeah.
Out of the country.
Yeah, noon to 2's on allthingscomedy.com.
She told me she'll take 300, but I gotta make sure she takes PayPal.
Why aren't you ready? Oh, now be based out of Tel Aviv.
What's that?
I'm gonna go to Tel Aviv.
Lee, you've been owing this to the fans.
No, I haven't.
You owe it. If you owe it, Lee, you don't understand. I have a family. You have fans.
If we can do a cross promotion podcast with you getting a fucking fart in your mouth and Sam getting one in his
Why
mouth,
don't you open up the year with a fart in your mouth and a hop?
I'm not doing it in the mouth. I'll do it in the face. I'm not putting it in the
Listen, wait a second.
I'm gonna puke. I'll only puke if I can baby bird
Let's
to you.
back
That's
this up.
so gross.
Small commitments become big commitments.
No, that's not a commitment.
So hold on.
Coach, that's right. Coach, that's right.
What you're telling me is you won't take the fart in the mouth, but you'll take the fart to the eyeball.
No, that's the eyeball.
Well, where's she gonna fart? Where do you want?
Nowhere. She's not gonna fart anywhere.
oh, right over the nose. Right that Jew nose.
What are you gonna do? Hire a black hooker?
No, she's a nice girl. She just eats a lot. She loves Popeye's chicken.
Yeah.
So she'll fart in your face.
Oh my
God. It's over. Or how about we give you the small deuce and she farts and you suck the fart in your tube?
$200?
$250.
Oh my God.
We'll do a GoFundMe. We'll do a GoFundMe for Lee to get a fart to the mouth. Yeah.
No, because they're gonna do it. I'm not doing it.
What would you take? 10
Nothing.
G's to fart to the face?
No.
10 G's. I'll murder my mother for 10 G's.
What do you need the GoFundMe to be for you to take like a tremendous fart to the face?
Great question.
What would it need to be? What's the number?
What's the number?
Yeah.
What are the parameters?
You fart in your mouth and you
No,
take it like you're taking a
I'm
bong rip.
not doing the mouth.
No, take it like a bong rip, hold it in your lungs, and exhale out a fart.
There's no number for the mouth. If you want to discuss the face, that can be like.
You exhale a fart out of your lungs.
No, I'd rather kill myself. That's terrible. It's the worst thing I've ever heard anyone do.
Well, Sam Tripoli has to do it in 2 weeks on punchhooksports.com on All Things Comedy Network, Tuesdays from noon to 2. Ari Shafir is going to tape a fucking beer funnel to his butthole. And Sam's going to hit it like a bong.
Oh, what is Ari going to eat before?
A lot of horrible things, apparently.
I want this chick to eat like Popeyes and get sick, like get food poisoning. And then you lay on the table and she just farts and whatever comes out of her muffler.
Pot of coffee, 3 cigars.
Why not? It's a party.
She might shit on you,
If
but
you're not going to be like.
she might shit in a hose that's connected to your nose, but it doesn't mean it gets to your nose.
Listen, you guys want the secret to New Year's resolutions? Make the first step real easy. Like the first thing you do every day, you got to put on underwear. This year, out with the old, in with the new. Those old fucking crusty things with the yellow around your ball sack, light those motherfuckers on fire. Step into a new, fresh pair of MeUndies, the world's most comfortable underwear. And it's the easiest resolution you'll make. Head to MeUndies.com right now. Choose from a variety of styles and limited edition patterns for both men and women. That's the secret of MeUndies. And they'll be delivered right to your door. No bullshit, right to your door. I got a package from MeUndies yesterday. Some stockings. If I was a burglar, I'd be on fire. MeUndies is the next level of underwear. Every pair is made with their signature Modal fabric, proven to be twice as soft as cotton. They absorb sweat. I'm telling you, MeUndies is the motherfucking future. They don't just feel better than regular undies. They make you feel invincible. Like you got a fucking firecracker up your ass and you hang out with Sonny Chew. And it's guaranteed to be the most comfortable underwear you've ever worn, or your first pair is on the fucking house gratis. So don't start your new year in that old rusty fucking disgusting underwear you pick up a chick and your dick smells like dick. Make a change and head to MeUndies.com right now /Joey. Right now and get 20% off your first order. And listen, as always, free fucking shipping in the U.S. and Canada. It's on us. So for 20% off your first order and the world's most comfortable underwear, head to MeUndies, all right? 20% off, cocksuckers. And while we're talking about deals, guess who's back? Nature Box, bitches. What? That's who's motherfucking back. The church is brought to you by naturebox.com. You deserve better than high fructose corn syrup with red dye number 578. I don't know no red dye 578. Nature Box snacks taste delicious without any high fructose corn syrup, trans fat, MSG, artificial colors, sweeteners, flavors, none of that crap. Sounds like Chinese food. Nature Box makes finding a range of options, from healthy to indulgent, easy. They combine unique flavors with ingredients you can't pronounce, like the ones I fucked up, to create great snacks when you want to share. From sriracha roasted cashews to peanut butter nom-noms, Nature Box has over 100 seriously delicious options to choose from.
Hey, how you living? Just for a moment, baby. Oh, dog. Hey, how are you? Hey, absolutely. Anytime. I'm here 24/7. Excellent. Dog, I'm live on 8 different YouTubes alone. I'm live on like 30 different angles. I live stream my life 24/7, 365 for World Peace. This is the biggest event in global history. I have been live since the pandemic. I have more data online than any person in global history. I'm going to make you a trillionaire. It's like, all right, Rabbi, how are you going to make me a trillionaire? Like this. Data is Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data online than any person in global history. That's not according to Rabbi. Data is Earth's #1 resource. That's The Economist magazine. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and if that's true, Rabbi is going to be king someday because I have more content online than any person ever. Basically, yeah, that's what oh hell means. Oh no, I live in a house. Yeah, baby. Did you find out about me from Kick? Oh, no way, really? Very cool. Well, that's amazing. He's a really big streamer. I'm glad to be on his radar. Oh, pardon me? He's amazing. I did a shout out for him recently. You can check it out. That's amazing. I did a shout out for him recently. It's on Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. But I tell you, he's a big time streamer. I am not. I'm based on the West Coast in California.
Do you know other Jewish schools?
Yeah, I do.
You know they have kids down there killed?
I don't know anything about that. Tell me about it.
Kids on beds killed.
Now, I heard about the mattress. I didn't know anything about beds. Tell me about kids on beds. Okay. All right. Well, I don't have anything to do with that. Though the type of tunnels that I like are deep underground military-based tunnels. Have you heard about these things? Things at like Area 51, Dulce Base, Edwards Air Force Base, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. You know about these things? The maglev trains that travel underneath the ground? Yes, it does. According to the U.S. government, it was declassified during the 2010s. All right, so get your shit together. That's okay. I'll explain to you. Welcome. My name's Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I have more data online than any person in global history. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3 years. I have more data on YouTube than anyone ever. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Kick accounts. I have 4 kickbots that are taking over the platform, and I stream my life for world peace. I don't want any war anymore.
Yeah, but I feel like, would one account do it?
No.
Why not?
It's too easy to ban one account.
Why keep it banned?
You ask the platforms. It could be for copyright infringement. It could be because for spam. It could be for ban evasion. It's a number of things. I'm glad you're here, though. So let me explain what we've got going on. Within this Discord, I'm live 24/7. You can always watch me. Additionally, below, you can find Reddit aggregators. The newest information, wherever it is on Reddit, it will go to those aggregators. Then below that, we have the biggest set of radios of all time. You can listen to every single Joe Rogan podcast, every single Joe Diaz podcast. You can listen to Jewish history lectures. You can listen to music. You can listen to oldies music. You can listen to lo-fi music, jazz music, classical music. You name it, you can listen to it. Hey, what up, Schiller X? This is my friend, Real Schiller X. He lives in Nigeria. He's having... Oh, yeah, definitely. And I want to do my best to align it. I want to ensure that we avoid unnecessary deaths. There are other things that we talk about on this that are really important that you should know, like life extension technology, mind uploading technology, digital immortality, the idea where... No, it's not. No, that's the thing. You got to check your facts, dog. You think Area 51 doesn't exist. The people who taught you did a bad job. No, I don't. We just met, and I'm judging you based on the few sentences that I've heard. So I'm just going to educate you on some matters. That mind uploading technology is moving from hypothetical to the first periods of trial. Additionally, life extension technology is something that you likely utilize today, or people around you. If you know anyone with a pacemaker or perhaps an artificial appendage, that's just the beginning of a cybernetic future.
I believe modern medicine is an amazing thing, and I don't think I'm disagreeing with anything you're saying. I just think that the time span in which you're making them seems reasonable. I think it's further off. You know what I'm getting at?
I do, Mitch, and I think we can agree on that. So now we're just working on a timeline. I think it can happen in the next 50 years. Do you think it can happen in the next 50 years?
I think that, realistically, until AGI, artificial intelligence, gets, made shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but we're there. AGI, we're there. We've exceeded the Turing test. AGI completes captures better than a human. It does. We're moving past AGI. You know what the next step is after AGI, don't you? ASI, artificial superintelligence. And I talk about aliens all the time.
I believe it pretty well. I think this is all predetermined.
That could be very well too, and I think we may be in agreement on that. So, Mitch, I think we agree on a lot of things here, including that it all could be predetermined. In what way do you think it's predetermined?
I've made mistakes in my past. It's the only thing that makes sense to me is if it's predetermined. If the course that I continue on and the amount of crying that I have to do, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah, you suffered.
Yeah, but so does everyone. I think there's a moral to be told from my suffering. If I have to volunteer myself over the matter, I might.
I think that there may be a reason for your suffering and all the suffering on earth. And when you say that it may be predetermined, I have looked at it both ways. I think that's a good way to look at it. And I do not see the fact that all of this being predetermined as being out of the realm of possibility. So I think we agree on just about everything thus far.
I mean, I've seen your work. I mean, for my sake of lore, the way that I've been explaining it, at least recently, is that I spawned at the beginning of the year, right?
Like in a video game? Like a video game?
Yeah, because I wasn't sticking my neck out for any reason, you know what I mean?
Can you elaborate, please?
I wasn't streaming yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So I gotcha. So you consider your life kind of pre-streaming and post-streaming, and when you started to spawn was when you started streaming. Do I understand this correctly?
You have to write that down, send it to me, and then let me read it and think about it. But I mean, I'm not gonna venture that you're far off.
Okay.
Based on what I've heard.
So,
like, I think conceptually, this is such a we're really talking about foundational rule here. If we're really gonna be.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hey, you just stopped it. If we're really going to be what?
It goes deep into the backstory.
The backstory of what?
Like my biography.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, just from a brief understanding of you, the fact that you started streaming recently had a major impact on your life.
Very much so. I was actually institutionalized over the fact. It was fun. I'm stable on the medication and everything. But I had to do a full dopamine detox. I was too locked in with the network, as it were, and I just had to unplug. So I unplugged and I just went back for it.
Hey, man, whatever gets you through the night.
Yeah, exactly. It really, I mean, that's really what does it. It's just, and like, I want to, like, you talk about the next 50 years. I want to plan for the next 50 years. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah.
I want to be on it. So, have you heard the term surf and Caliuga?
Enlighten us.
It's a meme from 4chan from, I don't know what year, let me check. Kali Yuga, right, is the Hinduist phrase, the fourth and worst yuga in a yuga cycle, the cyclical age of humankind. Hindu cosmology claims there are 4 repeating ages, with each full cycle equal to 4.3 million years, right? And then the phrase "surf the Kali Yuga" originated on 4chan on the politics board during Gamergate back on September 11th, 2014.
Wow. Okay, so surfing the Kali Yuga. Is that what we're doing, baby?
I mean, you seem to be working at it real fucking hard.
I am. I think you're right. Dog, so do you know how Vitali found out about me? Hell yeah. Perfect. On Kick. Excellent. Good. Because I have 5,000 accounts. So I have robots that do all that stuff. Oh yeah, I do. So let me show you. This is wild. Not everybody gets to see my robots. So I do this all for World Peace. It goes to the front page. It opens up the most popular creators in order. This one is Domilo. They've got 714 viewers currently. It can recognize where the follow button is. It's very intelligent. So if the follow button's anywhere on the page, it'll recognize it, and it will the pointer will select it. Then what it does is it creates a clip. Not only does it say, on the person's screen many times that I just followed them, but it will create a clip. And the clip then has my Linktree link in it. So it's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. So all of their recent date clips, or at least the majority of everyone basically.
I get that you're basically dropping propaganda out of fucking planes. I get it.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby. So, and then it just says, come to my Discord, ask me anything, and share to be a trillionaire.
I mean, you changed your message over
the
course of time, as I've seen.
Yeah, no,
So
you're right about that.
my question is, isn't there a better way to network? Or is it just for the sake of being...
This works so well. I have over 100 people in this Discord, and I started it 3 days ago. Yeah. And that's organic. I mean, that's just me putting my Discord link in Kick and randomly people clicking on it and being like, I had somebody in here a couple hours ago. We talked at length for about an hour and discussed all kinds of things. And they were like, okay, so I see you spam all the time and it seems like a cool message. It's like world peace and stuff. Then you put this link and I didn't know whether to click it or not. I click it and here we are. And it's like I'm in a circus tent with you. And I've read what you've done. It sounds like really interesting. You've really been streaming your life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Yep, all of that. And then they get people from their other Discords into here. And one person tells another, and that's how we get 100 people in here within 100 hours. We basically are averaging one real person an hour, which is, I think, great.
I mean, for organic growth, for basically...
For Discord, which is not one of the major players of a platform. It's not like I'm asking TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram. This is more secondary. It's more like Snapchat or Twitch. And so to get them into a Discord to join and be active is really something. And if you see in the below, there's a section about me, and then there's a section dedicated to Reddit. And every 10 minutes, those all update with the most recent news on art, anime, on news, on sports, on science, on technology, anything in the world, it'll update there. And then below there, I've got a ton of different radio stations. So you can listen 24/7 to different podcasts. It is. And it's only been 100 hours. Yeah, so I'm fortunate. I did have a lot of accounts, obviously. And one of the things that I've been able to do is utilize some of those accounts to get other people in here. I've just met people over the years just randomly on Discord. So I've been able to shoot out invitations to them and get them to join. And just, one person tells another person and it becomes really big. Excellent. So I'm in here all the time. Whenever you want to come check it out, we're always here, always live. And I'm also always live on YouTube and 33 other platforms.
Listen, I'm gonna go for now, but it was good talk, and I'll be back.
Excellent. Please do. Whenever you're bored, I'm here. Mitz, this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Thank you. Take care. Blessings. That's Mitz, everybody. Shout out to Mitz. What a nice person. What a really nice person. And shout out to Vitality. Thank you for the shout out, dog. That's huge. I wish somebody like knew who the fuck that was, who I was talking to right now. That's huge. That's really cool.
Apple, the church out, every church. Yeah, I don't even listen to music on the way to the comedy store. I love that. Do I pick you up any night to go to the comedy store anymore, Lee?
Not really.
No, I drive by myself. I turn the music off.
Quiet before the storm.
Where I'm going. How lucky I am. I think of 1998 when I used to cry myself to sleep from wanting to be at the store. And here I am. When I was at the store in 95, 96, and 94, the addiction had taken over my love for the comedy store. And I was just basically going to the comedy store to, on the way home, pick up Coke. And to just tell myself that before I did the Coke, I did a spot. I'm that responsible, but I wasn't getting anything out of the spot. Right. When I left the store, it was a two-way street. I was happy to leave the store. I have clipped cell phones from the store when people would lose them. In the beginning, there was these bank robbers that used to hang out with Eddie Griffin. They had a phone store as a front on Crenshaw, and whenever people would lose their phones, they would return them to Lost and Found, and I'd come in 2 days later and clip the phones and sell them. I once took a bill, $100 package of money that the manager left out by mistake in my coke-addicted ways from the comedy store. But if you go to the comedy store on like any given day about 1 o'clock, the liquor department in those days used to leave all the booze outside.
Oh, yeah.
All you had to do was take 2 cases and go up and down Sunset and sell them for wholesale.
To where?
You walk into anybody. How you doing?
Whiskey Go-Go.
How you doing, man? Listen, I got a truck of Baileys that just fell off a truck. I got 6 bottles. I just stopped at the liquor store. You know, they go for 24. That's 140, whatever the fuck it is. Give me 50.
And they're not scared because I was going to bring this up. A few weeks ago, this dude at the laundromat came in with 4 huge boxes of Tide. And I was there, and I saw the woman come up and buy it from him. And he's like, we just started talking. He's like, yeah, she asked me for this a few days ago. I didn't ask where he got it from.
The point of the fucking story
are you serious?
I never took the bottles. Even in my cokiest fucking ways, I had some form of respect for the store. I never called Scott, Jimmy, whatever, Kelly, Frank Kell, whatever his name is, Princess Corey, Duncan. I never called them in my heart, I swear to Mercy's eyes, I never called them and said, Tony Hinchcliffe curses too much, he can't go in front of me, or he talks in front of the audience. I took my medicine at the comedy store, and I took it from Mitzi Shore. And I've said this 1,000 times. I took the medicine that Don Herrera had to serve back then. He was unfollowable. Ooh. And Paul Mooney was unfollowable. Yeah. And the black kid with dreads was unfollowable. And it was my home. The only thing I did at the comedy store was I drank and I snorted coke. And looking back at it now, it was very disrespectful. I looked at the guys before me and I thought it was cool to do that. It's not. It's disrespectful. That was my home. But I learned, I got my life together, and I go back there and I treat it like I treat it. I go in, I do my spend, and I leave. Yeah. And I give support to the young guys.
And you said something interesting there that I think plays into the going up later at the comedy store thing about how it's, when you get great and you master following the best, then you get used to that drug. You know what I mean? And you love it. You worked your way up from the late night to that clump. You're following Paul Mooney. You're following Dom Herrera on fire. And that's another thing that happened with me. A few years ago, all of a sudden, I was in the mix. Chris D'Elia, then Tony Hinchcliffe, this unknown. Rick Ingram, Monster, who when I got there in 2007,
I looked and I was just like, what the
Rick Ingram's a
fuck
fucking. You gotta be careful,
this?
Rick Ingram. You gotta be careful. If he gets a good win behind him,
He's
boy,
gone.
you're gone. You're gone.
He's unbelievable.
A couple of weeks ago, he had my heart pumping. He had my little heart pumping. I was high, and I'm like, I gotta follow this shit.
There I was following him, following everybody, Caparulo, this and that, whoever was there at the time. And my point is like, I come from the school of Rogan. When he says, fuck, putting on a half-ass show. That's why I bring the guns with me. He brings you, which is a joke. If you don't know comedy, nobody would take Joey Diaz to open for them. That's insane. He takes Ari Shaffir. Duncan, these monsters. These aren't just. It's not just because they're our friends. That's part of it. That's why we made friends with them, because we love killers. And a thing that happened is like when this transition happened a couple of years ago. I went way back, and now all of a sudden I'm having to rebuild the room instead of following. A lot of people are deathly afraid in stand-up comedy of following somebody good. And I'm the opposite. I go, let's put on a show that makes it special. When you hear that crowd thumping, you're like, the way I look at it is, I can get that out of them. You hear that volume? That means that it's possible to get that out of these people. Let's do this, And that's why I had you even open up for my 1 hour special. Comedians, one of the best comedians at the Comedy Store said to me, he goes, hey, you're shooting your special, you're trying to shoot a special in a few days, huh? He goes, I go, yeah. I go, check it out. Joey Diaz is going to open the show. He goes, that's a terrible idea. Don't do that. He's going to go and there's not going to be anything left. It's going to be.
No, it was the opposite.
It was the opposite. And that person
I know how to do the opposite.
Last night came up to me at the Comedy Store and goes, dude, I told you to not have Diaz open for you, and now you got that shit on Netflix. And I'm like, and it is.
Listen, I almost called. I sit here sometimes and question mine and Rogan's friendship. I really question it. Because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about half the time. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about half the time. But I look at Pete last week on, and I'm saying this. I don't know about my stand-up. I don't know about my acting. I don't know about my writing. I don't know about nothing. I say this with the fucking highest conviction in the world. Last week on UFC Tonight, they voted the best training camp to train at. Some people went with AKA. Some people went with Greg Jackson. In my book, it's Greg Jackson. I'll tell you why some other time. But in my world, my friendship was last night.
Hey,
I'm gonna tell this story. Last night I went to the Ha and then I went to Flappers. I was by myself. And on the way home, I was pulling up and I stopped at 7-Eleven. I bumped into the kid who wrote.
Real Schiller X, can you hear me? Real Schiller X, can you hear me? Hey, listen to me. Do you see where the mic is? Can you speak? There you are. Hello? Excellent. Yes. Okay. So, listen. Firstly, I missed you. I'm glad you're back. I know that you're depressed and sad. Don't be. Okay? Why? I'm going to make it all better. I'm going to do my best. Okay? So here's what you do. You should know. Don't worry about getting arrested. There are really good people in society who have been arrested for whatever reason. And you can look at all the celebrities who have been arrested, and all the politicians who have been arrested, and all the freedom fighters who have been arrested. And so you should just know that's no big deal. You'll take care of it the best way that you can, but you can't mentally say to yourself, oh, I'm a bad person or anything like that, because you're not. You're an amazing person, and it's no big deal that you got arrested. Okay, so then what? Additionally, you should know that at least when it comes to this Discord, it's getting really big really quickly. So I've been streaming in here for about 100 hours, and we already have 100 people who are members. So what I'm telling you is that if you have time, you should stay in here. We'll make sure that we keep a positive atmosphere, a positive attitude. Things will be good in here for you, very positive, and you shouldn't worry. It'll take your mind off things. If you just stay in here, look, I'm going to tell you this. Real Schiller X, you're in the middle of Nigeria right now, and no one's going to help you. I'm going to be honest with you. Why? Because people in Nigeria are already poor and need help in themselves. However, if you stay in this voice chat, we get people from all over the world. Lots of people who have money who just come in here randomly and find out about you and find out about your issues, and we'll give it away. If you're not in here, then you're basically cut off from the world. So the more time that you spend in here, even if you're just in here and somebody comes in here and they're like, oh, who are these people? I'm like, oh, that's my friend Real Schiller X. He's in Nigeria. He's come on some tough times. If you can give him anything, he'd appreciate it, I'm sure. You never know. You may get $100 USD, and you wouldn't have gotten that any other way. So I just want you to know it's in your best interest to say to yourself, you know what, Rabbi's right. This is my lifeline to the world, Rabbi's chat, because he gets people in here all the time from all different places, and I can just talk to them immediately. And also, he's got a lot of people who are coming in here now. It's different than the Harry Potter chat, where it would be just Harry Potter people. All kinds of random people are coming in here and finding out about Rabbi. So it's in your best interest to stay in here. How you doing, buddy? Oh, you're low on data. I understand. And you can't do that. Well, I understand you're trying your best. And if I could help you, I absolutely would. But I can't. I don't have money myself. But what I can tell you, do you have any friends who have data? I understand. And you're just relaxing. Okay. Well, I understand that. You're still pushing. Well, I can tell you, the most I can do is give you publicity. Free publicity is the most I can do. You can stay in here all you want, ask people for anything that you need. Not everybody's going to let you do that, but I'll let you do that. Do you want to stay in here and ask every single person who comes in here for money? I don't have a problem with that. I know. Well, I'm glad you're out of jail. And I just want you to know, a lot of really good people go to jail. So don't worry about that one too much. It happens. And I'm here for you. So if you need anything, you let me know, and I'll do my best to support you, okay? Excellent, dude. All right, well, I'm glad you're here. And stay here for as long as you want and hang out. And if you have to go, I understand that too. But I want you to know I care about you deeply. I love you, my friend. Say hi to your mom and your brother for me, okay? Excellent. To the moon, baby. I'm getting them over here. What'd you say? From Harry Potter? In the whole community? Like 105? It just started, though, 100 hours ago. Oh. There are, in addition to my accounts, there are 2 other people. They may not be there right now. Get some sleep. You need your sleep, big dog. You sound very tired. Well, then just hang out with me here. We're going to listen to a podcast. You need $150,000 to open your account? How much money is in that account? $80,000 USD? $80. You have $80. And you need $150 to get into your account? I understand. You should know. I mean, I understand and I believe you, but at least in the United States, that's a very well-known scam where it's like, oh, please just give me $100 and I'll give you $200 when I get the money. So just know, be careful with that. No, I know it is. I know it is. I believe you, but I'm saying when you ask other people, that's what they're going to think. I believe you. That's just the way it is.
Oh, I don't know what I could do tonight because I haven't gotten a spot from the store. About 6:15, they call you. Joey, 12:45. Tuesday, you wouldn't get a call for Tuesday till 6. But by that time, I would have booked the Union, which was the old across from Jesus Christ, there's nothing there anymore. Where the chick walks across the street and dances.
Right.
The Pink Taco.
Yeah.
Across
Pink
from
Taco,
there.
National Lampoons.
Yeah, next to National Lampoons, not the bar that goes down, even more up by the taco place. Up the Pinche's Tacos.
Yeah, by the newsstand.
2 doors. No, up more.
Oh, okay.
Pinche's Tacos. Walk that way.
Oh, yeah.
That next street, there was a great room there on Tuesday. So if you got, so she would call
Dublin's.
Before Dublin's.
Oh, wow.
It was even up more from the Dublin.
Wow.
So it's in between the Dublin on the corner, the Union downstairs. That was the hottest room ever. That was where I saw Joe Rogan have the set of his life. Never has he had a set like that before. 45 minutes, Paulie, Nick. It used to, on Tuesday, because a lot of girls would go down there. Because what's his name would go down there? The guy from Swingers. He hung out down there.
John Favreau.
The other guy.
Vince Vaughn.
He hung out down there. So his girlfriend and Ahmed opened that room together. And then the girl and him broke up. He stopped going down there, but girls kept going down there to see him. So the place became this comedy thing. So you would call there. Tuesday, she'd give you the spot about 5:36. Nobody wanted the spot on Tuesdays because that's when it was the real Fat Tuesday. 400 black motherfuckers. John Singleton, Denzel Washington, Chris fucking
Rock.
The other one.
Tucker.
And the fucking front of the comedy store would be packed with gang people. The side, it would just be black people everywhere. So the white comics got intimidated. So if you called for a spot on Tuesday, you go, and there was always no more than 8 white people in the original room. So you went to put up with limo parking. Sometimes comics got there. You couldn't even park in the lot because there were so many limos back there. So Tuesday you hated. She'd give you Wednesday for Wednesday, and then she'd give you Thursday for the rest of the week. She didn't give you fucking never.
So if you called out on a Tuesday where you worried she wasn't going to give you the weekend?
In those days, the rule was to call coast to coast. That's what it was called. Monday to Sunday.
Yeah.
All week. She wouldn't call you to your weekend spots till Thursday. Sometimes Friday. People were pissed. But that was Mitzi Shore. She was in charge to piss you the fuck off.
Did you ever have like a bad Wednesday night spot and then not get a weekend set?
Fuck yeah. No. Fuck yeah. But if she saw you on Sunday and Monday and she gave you an instruction, and the next time she saw you, you didn't do that instruction. You were non grata passata for a couple of weeks until she saw you again. And what she told you to do, you did. Seeing Mitzi in those days was a catch-22. She might come up to me and go, next time I see you, I want you to have a beard up there like Fidel and wear the green suit.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
She wanted you to look like Robert William Ebervaya.
Yeah. And then
she gave Ebervaya that note.
Yeah. And then I came back the following week, and she wouldn't say nothing about it. She'd say, I'd like for you to do my Latino night in Spanish with a tuxedo on. Get yourself a blonde, and we'll call it the Joey and Lucy show. Oh, Mitzi at the end had some fucking winners. Then she would come up to me. I'd be standing there, and she'd come up to me, and she'd look at me for about a minute, and I go, what's up, Mitz? And she'd look at my stomach, and she'd go, and she'd walk away. That was the last year. That's all she did to me. It's my fat baby. And she'd press my stomach and go, and walk away. But the only time I complained, I told her the truth about the main room one time. What a mistake that was. When I first got there, I saw she gave me, they give you the original room, and the first Saturday you're in the main room. That was when Saturdays were 300 plus.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I did the main room. She knew. She knew everything, so you might as well tell her. Mitzi Shore would say shit to you that you go, how'd you know that? And there was a rumor going around that she had the whole place wired for conversations and shit. But it was weird. So I saw that Tuesday, and I ran up there, and I go, Mitz, don't put me in the main room no more. I'm not ready. Why not? Because I'm not ready. Well, we'll see this Friday night. And she'd put you in the main room and then come there and watch you. And I'd bomb again, and she'd say something to me. And then she knew if she saw something, she would fuck with you. I saw people who got made and disappeared from the comedy store. Disappeared. Never heard of them again. But if she saw something, She would work you a certain way. 3 nights a week, she'd make you follow this guy. 2 nights a week, and don't tell her that you didn't like Tony Hinchcliffe. Me and Tony Hinchcliffe had a fucking motherfucking argument at the kitchen. Okay. For a month, I'd have to follow Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh, yeah.
Or Tony Hinchcliffe would follow me.
That's another thing Tommy
Okay,
did.
and
I
we-
once made the mistake of dating a comedian. He made sure.
That's it.
Every
Overcome your
spot.
objection.
Oh yeah, you get into an argument with somebody, it's on.
It's on. That's what she did to teach you.
Yep.
It was a way of teaching you.
And it works too.
And it works. When you go to Vanna Chubbuck, the acting school, one of the first things Vanna Chubbuck does with broads is make them get naked. That cracks a woman. Cracks a woman. That takes you from point A to point B. But the women that didn't crack, Holly Berry, the tall blonde that won the Academy Award, and she had 3 Academy Award winners because she cracked a woman at quick class.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the thing with stand-up comedy. It could crack you psychologically, especially at the fucking comedy store.
Oh, yeah.
You could crack psychologically, dog.
What do you mean crack?
You can think that all of a sudden that you're like it can get so bad sometimes that after a show that you're literally like, oh my God, I'm no different than anyone in that audience. I got nothing. I'm not, everything I've gotten to this point was just luck. I'm not funny. You can have a set that throws you off and makes you question everything. It doesn't last that long. You know, you might come out of it half an hour later, 10 minutes later, 10 seconds later. But sometimes there's an audience, like even last night with this Tonight Show 5-minute showcase that I had before going down and slaughtering in the main room. This showcase, and I never got my footing, never got one of those big pops that every other set lately, because I'm working on this new stuff, and none of it's usable for a Tonight Show showcase. So I had to go back and take an old joke and just dust it off, and I'm funnier than this old joke now. This joke I wrote 1.5 years, 2 years ago that's in my special that I was doing for the Tonight Show because it's the only clean 5 minutes that I have. It's not as funny as I am. I've gotten so much better in my opinion in 1.5 years that I can't even sell that junk anymore.
You ever write a joke that you're not ready for?
Oh yeah.
Is that the worst?
Oh yeah.
What's the joke? Tell me the joke that you were not ready for that you think is God's gift to creation, and I'll tell you mine.
The joke that I wrote that I was too good to not have, that I wasn't good enough to have at the time was I would always drive by Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood, and I kept seeing this out of the closet place over and over and over and over again. And I thought to myself, man, if I could think of something funny about a HIV place that gives away, that's a thrift store that gives away free HIV tests. I could share that with that would work on tourists, obviously, who are visiting. There's a place down the street called Out of the Closet, and it would work on anybody who lives here because they drive by it every day. And it hit me. I go, it's a thrift store that gives away a free AIDS test. There's always people in it, and I don't get it. Because, if you're getting your AIDS test at a thrift store, let's face the facts, shall we? You've got AIDS. And it would just bust, you know what I mean? Because back then when I wrote that, I was still an employee. So I'm up like with open mic, and then there's an open mic with 15 people doing 3-minute spots, and then every employee there does 3 minutes. And you got to stand out in that 3 minutes because people know that there's just another guy coming. They've already seen 40 people. And that joke and the tag after where I go, how did they break the news to you? That must suck to work it out of the closet. You're working at a thrift store and you have to tell somebody they got AIDS. Like, what a shitty job, right? How does that even go down? Oh, your total's $25. Would you like to spend another $1 for AIDS research? I highly recommend you do, because you got it. You know what I mean? Like all this stuff. And this was like 4 or 5 years ago. And, it would get these huge pops. And I couldn't follow it, so I had to close with it.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Every other joke after that would get silenced. They'd be thinking to themselves, what happened to the guy that just did that funny out of the closet joke?
There's jokes that you can't follow yourself.
Yeah.
Like you're done. That's it. That's you. And I had those early on where I couldn't follow myself.
Can you follow most of your your closing bit if you're doing an hour? Could you follow it?
No, because you wanted to close.
Okay, so what's the difference? So what makes like a bit you can't what makes these kind of bits different from just a normal closing bit?
Which ones? No, we're talking about saying a joke that you wrote that you weren't ready for at the time.
Okay.
So that's like when the president of Israel got shot in 1995. What was his name?
But Benjamin Netanyahu.
Netanyahu. I said today the Prime Minister of Israel got shot. Hey, $40 is $40, and I love that joke. You know, in my mind, it was like he got shot for $40 fucking. He's a Jew, right? They'll shoot you for $40,
right?
And then I used to have like these stupid things that I would say, and I'd crack up, and two people come up to me and go, "Dog, I love that joke," but they're not on the page. Was, you know, what does a priest give up for Lent? Dick. Like, he ain't giving up dick. Like, that's what I would say. You know, I asked my local priest what he was giving up for Lent, and he told me he ain't giving up dick. And, you know, there's just things that you say sometimes that, I don't know.
I once wrote a joke that nobody, including myself, was ready for because I found out that Patrick Swayze got pancreatic cancer, and I know just from being what's it called when you always think you're sick? Hypochondriac. Since I was first born, like I would ask my doctor fucking everything. I think I got something anyway. So I know that pancreatic cancer kills you within 2 months. That's the one cancer where it's like you could have brain cancer and pull off some crazy shit, but there's something about the pancreas where it's like goodbye. You know what I mean? But I knew that, so I saw Patrick Swayze had pancreatic cancer, and I swear to God, and it's the first joke I ever sold. It was like 5-6 years ago, whenever Swayze died. But a month before he died, I started writing the Patrick Swayze is dead joke. Like, oh, Patrick Swayze just died. So, but I was doing it on stage. I mean, not only did I write it, I was working it out night after night to where, but a month in, I had a 3-4 minute chunk on Patrick Swayze. You know what I mean? So the night that he died, literally, I remember, I could swear it was a Monday, but in any matter, that the Sunday, Monday back then was when I had spots. So I go, Patrick Swayze just died. I can't even really remember the gist of it. It was so long ago, but it's like Patrick Swayze just died. Good news is they just started taping Ghost 2. This time it's for real. You know what I mean? And it was just like this dumb thing. And I talk about how pancreatic cancer starts with your career. And anyway, but I had this chunk when it came out, and it was like isolation. I mean, the night was gone after that because people are like, how did that one guy be able to cover something that happened today like that? Because it was. I chiseled, and you change punchlines, and you rearrange words over a month with a joke. You know what I mean? Like, I get it to where I know that it will beat for beat, you know, like, get them. So it's like nobody was ready for that. And I ended up for a while there making a lot of, I like to honor people when they die with a joke. You know, a lot of people don't like the too soon things. Like that's one of my favorite, the only things that I even use Twitter for other than plugging shows is like when somebody dies, I like to think of like, you know, blah, blah, blah is dead, blah, blah, blah. And it's like to pay tribute. You know what I mean? Like David Bowie died, and I got so excited because I got to write, you know, ashes to ashes, dust to stardust. You know what I mean? Little things. And it's like R.I.P. David Bowie, you know, or like, you know, some things are taken from us too soon. Like when Vanilla Ice stole David Bowie's bass line for Under Pressure. You know what I mean? Like, and I write these things. And I think it's a way for people to like cope and deal with it. I went off on a rant there. Sorry, Joey.
These fucking people in this PC society, if you say something about somebody dying, everything's always too soon. I'm the type of guy, I'll make a fucking joke at somebody's parents' wedding. Like somebody's parents' fucking wake. And they'll laugh. If you're anybody, you'll laugh.
Yeah.
When my friend's dad died, he had millions. And he called me, it's hard. When I go, what's the story with the will? And he giggled. He goes, only you would ask that cocksucker. He goes, but at least you made me laugh. You follow me? You know, you always got to break that leg. Because I know when my mom died, I was praying for somebody to say something. I had to think of all these fucking jokes in my head. Mm-hmm. You know, I got left back in the 6th grade. Never told nobody. Mm-hmm. Never told my mom. But I always had a feeling I would never have to fucking tell her. Mm-hmm. Like I was going to pull this over her eyes. And I swear to God, till this day, when she fucking died and I came around that kitchen and found her, she was dead, man. And inside, I have no reason to lie. Inside of me, I said, I always knew this bitch wasn't going to find out. You know? I mean, I'm one of those fucking people that always makes a joke to myself because that was the only thing that could break that at that moment. Right. I would have had a nervous fucking breakdown.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just gotta crack a joke to yourself.
That's exactly my favorite thing, and it makes it so worthwhile when I do tweet these, like this person just died joke, and people literally say, you can read the mentions. They go, I never thought I can't believe I'm laughing at a joke about this.
Oh my God, I love all that shit. I love it. One of the best jokes I ever heard was Bobby Slayton called me for Christmas. Dude, I didn't answer. I was doing something. He goes, hey man, if I don't get a hold of you, I'm sure you're in some broke down tenement with your Cuban family cutting a chicken or some shit. That's a joke that somebody would have got insulted at, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
There's some things that I have conversations with Lee, and I know I say shit to him that his little jaw drops.
Mm-hmm.
He's never heard that mind frame.
Yeah.
But that mind frame exists in America. Just nobody wants to say it.
Right.
And nobody really wants to say
it. They all know it. They all laugh at their handicapped cousin at the Thanksgiving table when he walks away or wobbles away or whatever. It's like they all have their things that they all crack up about, and they all think, that they'll seem like a good person if in their public persona they show something else, but they're not fooling anybody. I know they go and they read. They have something that gets them off.
I assume. This is what I've always assumed. You can be the nicest person in the world, but when you get home, you're like, who parked in front of me? That fucking nigga down the corner? Or that fucking chink down the corner? Or that spick down the corner?
Right.
Because I know when I get home and I go, hey, Tony, who parked there? That fucking little Jew again parked in front of our fucking house? That cocksucker. I wish they would have got him in fucking Auschwitz. You say this shit.
Right.
You don't mean it.
Right.
But people, I've always assumed that. That's the way that's why when people look at me when I say certain things, I'm more of a shock from the reaction they give me, because in my mind, I assume they think the fucking same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was with Tom Segura one day. We were at an airport, and I saw a big black dude with a little Japanese chick. Come on, dog. If you're not thinking to yourself, he's fucking. What the Japs do? Did we bomb Hawaii? What island did we bomb?
Pearl Harbor.
That's what that little Jap's pussy must look like with that big black pogo stick of an orange snatch.
Just smoke coming out of it. Yeah. Just alarms going off down
when
there.
That Japanese girl shows home with fucking Kunta Kinte's uncle, that's going to set back Japanese relations 8,000 years. You can't say this, but everybody, in my mind, everybody thinks this shit.
Oh, yeah.
You just think different fucking things. And I told Tom's like, I've never heard anything put like that before. Tom, this is the way I look at it. I see a 5'2" Japanese chick with a fucking 6'6" black guy. Her pussy's fucked. That's it. Once she gives birth to that little fucking half Japanese black kid, that pussy's done. If you can't, but this is what I'm thinking in my fucking mind as I'm walking down the street. This is how I'm adding humor to mine. That's why I hate hanging out with people. Because the inner voice I have in my fucking thing is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Mm-hmm. He says shit with no consequences, and he has one audience member, me.
I think the reason why it freaks everyone out is because from the time you were young, if you said something like that, you got yelled at, you got in trouble at school, and I'm not sure that you have that, at least that part of it.
I had people who said that in my house. My mom said shit like that in the house.
Yep. That's where mine comes from.
My mom said shit like that in the house. But then again, I saw her taking cookies across the street to the same black people she just talked about. Mm-hmm. Or the same Italian people she talked about. Because it was something that you say. That's why I've always enjoyed the movie Do the Right Thing. To me, it was Spike Lee's favorite movie. Because it showed a neighborhood that was divided, but at the same time they were together. Where you going? One down to the Koreans to get a liquor store. He walks in. Where's the beer at, you fucking yellow motherfucker? But at the same time, they love each other. So at the end of the day, it washes out. That's the way it is in my mind. At the end of the day, it washes out. You don't think I know that Ari comes up to you and say, you on Joey's podcast today? Yeah, what that fat motherfucker have to say? I don't give a fuck. That's the way people talk, and that's fine. I'm going to say the same fucking thing. You talk to Ari?
Yeah.
Yeah, what did you have to say? Does that mean I'm racist? Does that mean I hate Ari? No, that's how we fucking talk.
Right.
But in some people's world, that's racism or that's, racially insensitive. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? You might as well tell me your sensitivity to light. You're half a fruitcake. You're weak. What are you going to do with yourself? What the fuck?
I saw this. They have a school in Calabasas now that's all vegan. and they have kids. They were showing this thing on the news last night about kids growing, and I could just imagine seeing you watch it and just seeing, because that's like, I didn't grow up in Calabasas, but that's where I grew up in like a white America. So that's, if my mom ever said, like, look at that black, like, that would have been, I would remember that one moment for the rest of my life.
Maine. That was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Wait, what happened?
He's not lying. He wants these people impregnating white chicks. Then they go back to their fucking village and they leave these fucking mixed animals up here in Maine, which it's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work in fucking Maine. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to fucking work. You're not doing no white kid favors by making a half mixed kid with fucking black. You know, oh, he's got nice hair. No, but deep down, you know, they know what happened. They
sometimes, and you know what? I think that's a lot of the reason why Trump's doing so well is because he's saying stuff that, you know, at least people are going, well, he's a human being. You know what I mean? As crazy as it sounds, like he goes, let's get rid of all the no Muslims and let's build a wall. Mexico will build it. And he's saying all this stuff, and it's like, no, at least he sounds more like a crazy uncle than nobody. These politicians that say, you know, he said the other day when there was a terrorist attack in Germany the other day, I walked by the TV in a hotel. I was in Boston. I walked by the TV. It says Donald Trump says that Germany terrorist attack happened because they let in these refugees, and it's like they make it look like that's a negative. And I think to myself, you know, they did let in all these Syrians, right? I mean, I don't know much about the thing, but they let in. They wanted to look good, so they brought in hundreds of thousands of these people that are used to totally different stuff. And yeah, and they're making Trump look bad because he said
they grabbed a bunch of women's titties. That New Year's Eve attack where they were finger banging fucking women and just grabbing their titties.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Because they didn't know there was Syrian rebel or whatever the fuck it was. But look what happened last week in Tacoma. The guy's not talking shit.
Yeah.
The guy is making sense. And when he said it the same way I would say something. It's not that it's not thought out. It's that he didn't use the proper words to describe it. I don't want these Muslims in there until we figure out a way to figure out their fucking origin.
Yep.
I could live with that. I could live with that until we figure out their origin. Put them in a fucking... When the Cubans came in 80, they had them in a thing called Freedom Town. Or nobody fucking remembers here. When you watch Scarface, nobody remembers the scene when they're under the fucking highway.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
In tents. Nobody fucking remembers that?
Yeah,
nobody fucking remembers that? Take these fucking Muslims and take them to Guantanamo. And put them on Guantanamo for fucking 6 months and observe them. And that's how you'll fucking see. If Trump were to say that, I could live with that. Not flabbergast them and put water bottles in their asshole or whatever they do. I'm not saying they're fucking terrorists. I'm not saying they're bad people. But let's see. Let's interview all of them. Let's see what and then it's the same thing. They get their story straight. But you're going to decipher the amount. If there was 12 in every 100, you might cut it down to 3 in every 100. And then you follow me? So I understand what Trump is saying. Listen, man, every morning, everybody, I'm not saying nothing derogatory. Every morning, somebody fucking wakes up in America to a lawnmower and looks out the window and says, look at this fucking Mexican. I can't sleep late because, no, he's doing his fucking job. You know why? Obviously, you ain't doing fucking yours. So we have this belief in this country right now that immigrants are taking our jobs. Mm-hmm. And I believe that the 30%, that eventually the numbers. But the other 50% of that, 30% of that is people who don't really want a fucking job. Because I was raised as an American. And you know what an American does? What you do when you don't get spots. Mm-hmm. You don't cry. You don't go down there and shoot the guy. You write a joke.
Yeah.
So they'll always give you spots.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way. If you're an American and you want that job in construction, go down there and outwork that Mexican. But you can't. You know why you can't? Because you got your cell phone. Because you got your plans. Because God forbid you can't go to Tony's 32nd birthday. Who gives a fuck about Tony's 32nd fucking birthday?
Right.
I got to make a fucking living. But we've forgotten that in this country because we have all these fucking distractions. I have to do this. I have to do that. You ever drive on? You ever go to Target over here in 90-degree weather?
Yeah.
And you see a Mexican woman who's pregnant with a kid in the basket, another one pushing them across the fucking street. Meanwhile, your cunt wife is in a fucking $30,000 vehicle because she might get too hot. You understand me? I do the same shit all the time. I feel like pulling her over and hitting my fucking wife with the car and saying, look at her. You know, all these moms that have nannies, all these moms that have people take their kids swimming for them. Then you figure out what Trump is fucking saying.
At least Trump And I don't agree with 90% of what he says. But at least he has an opinion. It's almost like when the Patriots come and do an interview. Oh, we're focused on this thing. Most politicians, when you hear them do interviews, it's not like an actual thought. They went over and practiced. What if they ask you about this? What if they ask you about that? And at least Trump has an opinion. I mean, I'm not going to vote for him, and I think a lot of what he said.
Who are you going to vote for? Who the fuck are you going to vote for? That dustball, Hillary Clinton?
You can't say Bernie Sanders.
The other guy, Bernie Sanders,
he's
at
not
80.
He's not going to.
Ted fucking Cruz, that sneak.
No way.
Rubio, the guy, the anti-Cuban.
The worst.
Who are you going to vote for?
Honestly,
who the fuck are you going to vote for?
I'm not huge into voting because of like. The main reason is because the popular vote doesn't matter with the Electoral College. But I'm not going to vote, even if I did like voting, just because I don't like anyone else. I'm not going to vote for Trump. That's just, I'd rather not vote for anybody.
But if you look at everybody.
Bernie Sanders is really big right now in like the early 20s, liberal. He's like the new Jesus. I like a lot of what he's saying.
And those early 20 kids, they can all suck my dick. They don't know nothing about nothing. They know a fucking computer. They know nothing about nothing. Nothing about nothing. They think Saturday Night Live is funny, and they think Ubering is fucking funny, and they just do what everybody else fucking does. That's what the fucking ultra 29-year. I wipe my ass with that fucking vote because that vote's going to take our country deeper. Those are the same jerk-offs that voted Obama in. Same jerk-offs with that bullshit about change and just to show people that they're not fucking nigger haters. Let me vote for Obama. This will show my white friends I'm not a nigger hater. And I'm not a nigger hater. I hate to say that fucking word. I'm just saying it because that's the bottom line. That was the whole thing of fucking his vote. The inner sanctum of his vote was getting these weak white people to go, I'm not prejudiced. Yes, you are. I'm not saying you're prejudiced. But you say nigger from time to time. You say, look at those black suspicious men on the corner with beady eyes. That means you're fucking racially observant. Let's just say that. You're racially observant. If you see 3 Mexicans acting funny on the corner, you will dial 911. That means you're racially observant.
It got me the other day, dude. I'm from an all-black neighborhood, so I'm cool with everybody. But the other day, I'm walking back to my apartment from the grocery store. I live right across the street from the grocery store. Got a couple bags. Out of the little parking lot area of my complex, I see a black guy wearing a black hoodie. I just took note of it, right? Just took mental note.
It's a mental it's a racial
I
observation.
took mental notes. So then the next day, I wake up to a group text for the first time ever, and it's all my neighbors in the apartment. I don't even have them saved, so it's all these 7 unlisted numbers, right? And it was one of the ladies goes, hey, it's Casey or whatever. Someone broke into my car last night. If anybody knows anything, let me know. And I literally go, holy shit, I know this. I go, so I respond in the group text message, even though I don't want to. I go, there was a black man in a black hoodie that I saw walk out of that area that I've never seen before at 10:30. He got into a car with a chubby white chick, silver car with a chubby white chick. That's exactly what I said because that's exactly what I saw. Something I thought it was suspicious because of the black guy in the black hoodie and how they're shoving it all down our throats. And next message in that big group text that all the neighbors are seeing is, oh, that's Tom. That's our newest neighbor. He's in this group message. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Like, all of it, what a terrible first impression. And it's because, but you have to be observant. If it was a white guy in a black hoodie that I've never seen before walking out of that area, getting into a silver car with a chubby white chick, I would have said the exact same thing. The only difference word-wise would have been white and black. But, but we live in this age where it's like, ooh, you can't say that he was black. It's like, no, he was black. The guy that was suspicious to me because I hadn't seen him before was black. If it was a white guy looking all methy, he would have been white.
I would have been suspicious also.
Yeah.
I would have been suspicious. It's weird how, because I'm a criminal, I see body language. I judge people by body language. Mm-hmm. So I know when somebody's up to something by their body language. I could see because I know the body language. I had the body language. So even if I see a black guy with a hoodie, which I'm supposed to react to, I'm not reacting to him. I'm reacting to his body fucking language.
Yeah.
And I'm 8 out of 10. I'm really good. I can see a drug deal go down. I can see a lot of things a lot of people don't see because I was part of that. I can tell when somebody's waiting for a package. I just noticed that a couple of weeks ago by the Bank of America in Lancashire.
Oh, that they hang out there?
I had to sit there the other day because there was a lot of people online and the phone rang. And I started getting into a conversation. I'm going to go stand on the line with the people. Let me just give it a minute. Let me talk to this guy in the car. And while I was standing there, I saw a guy pull up and wait, stand on line, go to the ATM, and he didn't go right back to his car. He just stood there. He crossed the street. He finagled a little bit. He walked up to the car a little bit, but he really wasn't going for his car. And I sat there, and the conversation ended, and I just wanted to test my instincts. Either his girlfriend dropped him off and went to got cigarettes or reefer and is going to pick him back up, or he's waiting for a drug deal. And sure enough, what happens next? Two little Mexican dudes pull up in a fucking like a smaller, like a Acura.
Okay.
With the rims. You know, they could have been Filipinos or Mexicans. I'm not sure. They pulled in. The guy got out. Went in this truck. Make believe he was playing with a basketball. They made the exchange. The basketball never left the trunk. They closed the trunk. The guy walked. And then somebody picked him up. He made a call. And somebody picked him up. So my instincts was correct. From just seeing that guy walk from the ATM and stopping. Because I remember when I would just tell the guy, just make me at the ATM. Why fuck around?
Yeah. So where does it cross the line from just noticing or just being observant to racism or to being prejudiced?
You hear it right here.
It's all in what. That's what's crazy is like it could be a white person. It doesn't. What makes it prejudice or racist? There is none. It's just being observant and like, for example, like the other day, I'm sitting in the back of the Comedy Store, just sitting there. I'm like next or something on like that on the lineup, so I'm sitting in one of the bucket seats for a second, and I notice this guy come in, white guy, black hoodie, with a white girl with a black hoodie, both of them hoods up. But I'm not even really watching that, just like what you're saying. And this comes from being born and raised in Youngstown when it was by far the most dangerous. I'm from the most dangerous intersection in what was the most dangerous city at the time. But I'm from there's bullet holes in my house that happened when I was growing up. Could have been there. But anyway, you learn a lot from all that. And I was watching the way that they walked and where their hands were in their hoodie pockets and how much stuff was in their pockets. That's always a good giveaway of how shady somebody is. The more stuff you have in your pockets, the shadier you are. Easy breezy. Now, anyway, and I noticed these two, and I noticed the way they're walking, and I guess something's not right with these two. You know, something's off. Next thing you know, 45 minutes later, I'm walking down from the main room or something like that, from that back area, and I walk by. That girl had thrown up all over the middle of the hallway where all the headshots are, the main hallway where hundreds of people are supposed to be going through. She threw up everywhere, just everywhere. And it wasn't from alcohol, just alcohol, or else she wouldn't have been able to walk in 45 minutes earlier. But there was something about the walk and the vibe that made me think that this chick was on pills and mixing it with alcohol. And that's how you projectile vomit like that. You know what I mean? That's what it was. And sure enough, it was right there. Proof is in what looked like the pudding.
Okay. About 6 years ago, I moved to Studio City. I'm banned from the store. I'm not banned. I'm not going to the store at all. So I would go do all the Mexican rooms. I'd do the improvs. And at night on the way home, I'd stop at the Ha-Ha. And I would sit outside the Ha-Ha in Lancashire. And I noticed something. That for a fucking primarily white neighborhood, there was a lot of single black chicks and two teen black chicks that I'd see walking down Lancashire. But I would see them at 9, I would see them at 10. That's one thing. But to see black chicks walking down Lancashire at 11:30, that's another. And they would walk north on the left side or whatever that was, and they'd go to like Big Wings. Then they cross the street and walk all the way back to the intersection. It doesn't take a genius to tell you that they're fucking hookers. Now, did I make the decision that? Now, did I not introduce you to a white hooker at the Ha-Ha?
Yeah, you didn't so much introduce me. You just like left me with a woman with bandages on her head, and I find out an hour and a half later that she's a hooker.
Okay.
Introduce you, left him with them.
And I talked to somebody.
Did you rip those bandages off? Weigh it down, Lee?
This was right
Get
when
him
we
up
met.
for like 50.
This is right when we met.
He wouldn't go for it.
And it freaked me out.
I wouldn't go for
You're
it.
wearing bandages. Let's do 20.
Let's do 20. Somebody beat you up already. You know what I'm saying? If I was going to beat you up, I'd go for the big 50, but somebody smacked the shit out of you.
We were just sitting there talking, and I thought she was just like a sad person who wanted to talk.
She came over, started sitting there talking. I didn't know. I go, you want to go in and watch we went in. Lee and her were hitting it off. I'm married. They go, Lee, go across the street and have a drink.
What kind of bandages? What is this, like half a mummy or something?
No, I think she maybe had something like one around her head, or I don't even remember, to be fucking honest. This was like 5 years ago.
This is when we first met, like the second or third weekend. Just to let him know we were fucking crazy. He calls me the next day, man, you're not going to believe it. That girl wanted $60 and this shit. I'm like, did you give it to her? I don't know. Lee was petrified.
You left Lee with a hooker that had a whole bandage around her head. I mean, a hooker is one thing. That's no problem. But
that's why I had no idea what she was talking about. She kept saying, I'm going to take you to a hotel, make you feel like the sexiest man. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Make me feel like the sexiest man.
I'm like, okay. And
with a bandage on your fucking head? How am I going to feel sexy?
She started off by saying, like, let's go watch a movie. And I was like, at your house. And I didn't want to bring this woman with a bandage to my house. So I said, I don't live near here. She said, let's get a hotel. And I was broke. I didn't have money for a hotel. You sent us to Skinny's. The only time I've been to Skinny's, I had half a beer. And we started dancing. And then she's like, do we have a deal? I was like, well, what are you talking about, a deal? This is brand new from Boston. And she's like, well, this isn't free or something. And I left. I had to go back the next day. I didn't sign my slip, my tab, my credit card slip. Because I booked. I've never experienced anything like that. And did you know? You probably knew.
You dined and ditched to get away from this bandage?
She scared the shit out of him, dog.
By the way, the funniest line I've heard in months from any human being is, I couldn't bring this lady with a bandage back to my place.
You see what I live with?
It's amazing.
Hilarious. He was in there sweating bullets. His face was red. I'm back
so
home.
was she's having
I'm back at home giggling my ass off because I know nothing good's gonna come from this. I left him with a hooker with a bandage on her head. This is how you toughen him up. And he got out of it. Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom and think about it. He fucking booked home.
He went back the next day to the bar.
Oh my god, he went back to Spain.
Did you explain yourself when you went there? Like, hey, man, my buddy left me with a hooker with a bandage. They're like, oh, with a bandage? Well, it's all good.
I all I remember is I called. I was like, I don't think I signed my slip last night. I don't think I told him what happened. It said Skinny's right on Lancashire. And I should have, as we were walking, she grabbed my hand so fucking hard. She looked like she was in pain or something. I think she just got hit by a car. I don't know what. I don't know. And this isn't the only time this happens. He gets hit up by crazy ladies at the steak place. There's another chick at 7-Eleven. And you love it. And I think that might be what it is for you, Joey. Most people run away from crazy people like that. And it's like you invite them in for Thanksgiving dinner just because you know it's going to be funny.
Listen. Ever since I was a kid, you got to play the hand out.
Yeah.
I love to see where things are going in life. There's some people who approach me so dumb that I tell them, no, it's okay, man. Thank you. I already have something going on. Thank you very much for thinking of me. I'm very polite. But there's some people that you give them a chance to tell you their story, and you sit there and go, this is not happening. Or whatever. I've told this story 1,000 times on here about the hooker from 7-Eleven. How hot is she, Lee?
She's pretty hot.
I mean, she's hot. She's a hot, black, African-American girl. Told me she was from Jersey. And, I met her at the Ha Ha, and then I saw her at 7-Eleven, so I thought she was legit. When you see somebody in a comedy club,
right,
you're like, how bad can they be? But the night I saw with like a weird girl. And I knew. And she said to me, can you do me a favor and give me a number? Because I really want to try this. And I really would want some help. Her approach to me was pretty simple. And I'm a guy, and I'm like, you know what? I give away my number 5 times to a young comic. Nobody's going to call me. They're going to call me one time and ask me for something stupid, and they won't call again. I didn't know if this girl really wanted help. I didn't know. I'd seen her at the Ha. All right, here's my number. You want to talk to me about something? Bro, then it started. And she would call, and I go, what do you want? well, I want to see, you know, if you want to come watch me dance, or whatever the fuck she was talking about. I didn't know what she was talking about. And finally I go, what are you talking about? And she's like, well, you know, I'd like to get together with you. She asked me for like $200. And I'm like, 200? Okay, now what? I don't get it. Because that's how they come on first with a loan. It's like if a girl comes up to you at the store tonight, you walk around the corner with it to, what's the sandwich place? Pink's?
Yeah.
And you smoke a joint, you go home. And all of a sudden she goes, I really want to do comedy. Can I have your number, Tony? You're like, what the fuck? You already told her you had a girlfriend, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden she calls you 2 days later and go, Tony, I need $400. Can you help me? And you're like, I don't know you, but what do you want the 400 for? And they hit you with something. And you're like, okay. And now I'm curious, because I'm curious how they're going to pay you back.
Right.
That's what you got to ask. So I'll give you the $400, but how am I going to pay you back? And she started with the, you knows. No, I don't know. I don't know. You telling me you're a DJ. I don't know. You're telling me you're a DJ. You can't make money. So how are you going to pay me back this far? Now, the whole time, guys, I can't hook up with this chick.
Right.
I would love to eat her ass and spank her.
This was recent.
This is a year ago, right, Lee? Not even
a year. This year.
No, it was 2015.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2015. So I see her again, and now one night she calls me like at 1 a.m. I really need the money. I will fucking suck your dick. And now I'm like, okay, I'm curious. You know where the World Gym is on the corner there, Lancashire, right there? Yeah, I'll meet you there. And I left her there for like 4 hours. She's texting me, where are you? I'm out here. It's cold. People are approaching me. You know, I wanted to see where the hand played out. I had a funny feeling. I got a call 7 years ago. I'd known this girl for years around the comedy scene. For years. And one night on a Sunday night, I get a call from her. She's like, Uncle Joey, I need to talk to you. I booked this role, you know, but they don't let me pay for SAG. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Now I know the girl's a half a whore. Not because of my experiences with her, but I've heard rumblings. But I didn't know she wanted money for sex. This is completely different. And I got to tell you something. The girl was beautiful. Beautiful. And she calls me up and she goes, I need $2,500 to join SAG. And I'm like, let me ask you something. So you're doing a $600 role for 20? I go, SAG's got a financing program now. And she's telling me how SAG doesn't have it. And I'm like, I fucking just was down there for something else. And this 10 years ago, there used to be a great hot dog stand in front of SAG. It was a hot blonde chick who sold Sabret hot dogs from Jersey. And she made the chili and she did everything. So I'd go to SAG every time I was down there. And I'd go inside and look at the board, and they had it, financing available. When I became SAG, there was no fucking financing available, but now there is. So I'm just interested. So I go, listen, let me ask you something. So how are you going to pay me this $2,500 back? She goes, I'll give you 6 from the check, which is not going to happen because you're only getting 3 after commissions and taxes. And I'm just playing along now. How are you going to pay me the money? And she starts with, well, maybe we could work something out. Well, what are you thinking? And she goes, well, maybe we could have sex. I swear to God, this is happening to me. Wow. My wife is in the other fucking room, and I'm sitting here going, I know a guy who dated you for 3 years, who you almost married. I'm not saying this to her. I'm just saying this to my head. Now, between you and me and Lee, I had maybe $100 in the bank. There was no way I even had the money. I'm just playing the hand.
Right.
I just want to see how fucking crazy people get in this town, that she's offering a fat 40 fucking 2-year-old, 3-year-old guy. This had to be, this had to be 7 years ago. So I'm 45 years old. She's got to be 25. Just a body that don't fucking quit. And I finally go, listen, let me think about this. Call me back in an hour. I want you to think about these words. So what you're telling me is if I give you the money, I'm going to fuck you and suck. And she goes, well, I really don't like sucking dick. I go, for $2,500, you're going to have to suck some dick. I mean, you know me. I established the rule. There was nothing going to happen. I forget all about Ralphie Mays picking me up. So, bling, the phone rings. Joey, I'm downstairs. I go, oh, shit. I go downstairs. I get in the car. Ralphie was driving, and who calls me back? But she does. And she goes, so what are we going to do? Is this going to go down tonight? And I go, well, listen, man, you know I'm a fucking freak. I go, I want to fuck you and suck your ass, but I want to light your asshole on fire. And I hear her go, can I call you back? I swear to God. She goes, can I call you back? I go, hurry up. I'm gonna make reservations for the Four Seasons right now. But I'm gonna light your asshole on fire. And I swear to God, she went from being happy and peppy to going, can I call you back?
She got scared.
And about 10 minutes later, she goes, listen, I'm sorry. I'm not going to go through with it. I got my uncle who lent me the money. I fucking died.
Wow. She fucked her uncle for the money.
No, I don't know if she fucked her uncle. But it was hysterical then. And I felt bad. I really felt sad for her. I didn't, because if I was a girl and I had a hot body, one shot deal, 2,500, I'd fuck 10 guys. I'd fuck 15 fucking, you know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't, whatever. But what are you going to do? You know, I like to play the hand out. I've always loved to play the